Alright, so our main character this time is this dude named Baekyu Seol. The story kicks off inside a game called Mythic World, a game that dropped like 10 years ago and was supposed to be some dating sim for girls. But plot twist, the game ended up getting swarmed by a crazy number of male players. The game lets you pick from all sorts of characters, from the easy-to-play, totally OP ones, to the ones that are a freaking nightmare but suck anyway. And in that sea of characters, there's one that's absolute trash because he's ridiculously hard to level up and has garbage stats. But some total masochist actually mastered this character, Baekyu Seol, for 10 freaking years. Right now, he's cracking his knuckles, getting ready to play. Yeah, this is the guy who chose the loser character. So on this perfect, sunny day, Baekyu Seol's just chillin' with some tea, but his eyes are glued to the computer screen. He's scrolling through the game's forums. A ton of new posts are popping up. Looks like some serious drama is going down. He clicks on a post, and a flood of comments just explodes on the screen. Some stupid dragon showed up out of nowhere and completely wiped my save data. What? The Black Demon Dragon? It said my character died and I can't log back in. What the hell is going on? My character just got deleted. Reading all this, Baekyu Seol is getting seriously confused. A final boss in a dating sim? Seriously? I thought the game ended when two characters finally got together. Scrolling down, he spots another post that's blowing up. Guys, everyone listen, this boss is literally unbeatable. This freaking Black Demon Dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldowns, and it keeps screwing me over with a magic absorption skill, while also shooting out spells. How are you supposed to kill this thing? It's gotta be a bug. Baekyu Seol suddenly realizes the post is from a famous gamer. He curiously puts his tea down. A final boss, huh? Now this is interesting. He rests his chin on his hand, looking at the other players' posts and thinking it over. Weird. A monster immune to magic in a world that's all about magic? That makes no sense. Is it really a game-breaking bug? People are freaking out that their characters are just vanishing without a trace. Just then, a notification pops up on his screen. The Black Demon Dragon of the 13th Dark Moon has appeared. Curious, Baekyu Seol clicks to actually read the game's lore for once. In the world of Mythic World, there's this cult called the Black Demons. Their whole goal is to help another world called the Persona Gate take over everything. When they succeed, the Black Demon Dragon shows up, and 90% of the continent gets steamrolled by the Persona Gate. Reading this, Baekyu Seol's jaw drops. I've only ever done PvP. I never cared about the story, but damn, this is messed up. He thinks for a sec, a little unsure. Haven't I just been avoiding this thing? Maybe I should give it a shot? No sooner said than done. He moves his mouse over to the notification box. Do you want to fight the Black Demon Dragon? Please select yes or no. Without even thinking, he clicks yes. Time to show off the skills I've been grinding for the last 10 years, Baekyu Seol says with total confidence. So, a quick rundown on Baekyu Seol's character. He's the only one who can't use magic, in a game where literally everyone uses it. That's why even the most hardcore players wouldn't touch a trash-tier character like him. To be blunt, this character is weaker than an NPC, but of course, he can use a tiny bit of magic, and it's only a single spell. Back in the game, the Black Demon Dragon is charging up a massive fireball in its mouth. A second later, it opens its jaw and spits out the giant orb. That thing comes flying at Baekyu Seol with insane speed. Facing this do-or-die situation, Baekyu Seol is still pretty calm and even smirks. He immediately uses his super high-level blink skill to zip forward, slashing the dragon's neck, and then just keeps blinking and blinking. Baekyu Seol's blink spell lets him instantly teleport somewhere between 3 and 10 meters away. However, the destination is random, so if you don't control the distance perfectly, you'll die instantly from the insane speed and impact force. On top of that, the cooldown and mana cost are a joke. Plus, you get hit with a 2-second stun penalty after using it. So yeah, anyone can learn it, but nobody bothers using it. Baekyu Seol, though, is on a completely different level. He's mastered Blink, and can even control the direction and distance of the teleport. Even crazier, he knows how to bypass the skill's penalty, without using a single drop of mana. Which makes sense since Baekyu Seol's character doesn't even have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, Blink is basically just a movement skill. But Baekyu Seol got obsessed with this character because everything was based on skill level. For 10 straight years, he only played this one character who couldn't use magic in a fight. And now, Baekyu Seol charges forward, slicing a long gash across the Black Demon Dragon's face. Not only that, he follows up with a powerful, clean slash that cuts the monster in half. This guy is the real deal. Afterwards, he just stands there, looking like some god who descended from the heavens. A notification pops up. You have defeated the final boss, the Black Demon Dragon of the 13th Dark Moon. In reality, Baekyu Seol can't help but be shocked. What the hell? I actually killed the Black Demon Dragon final boss? I know I'm decked out in rare artifacts from head to toe, But this is still a trash tier character. This is insane. But whatever, it's awesome. I gotta go brag to everyone online that I just killed the Black Demon Dragon. Before he can even post, his computer screen floods with the same red notification over and over. You have reached a bad ending. 90% of Mythic World has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Looking at these messages, Baek Yuseol's jaw hits the floor. Holy crap, what is this? Before he can even get his bearings, another notification pops up. Please reach the true ending. Now he's in a full-blown panic, yelling, "What is this?" And then, our main character just mysteriously disappears from his own room. When he opens his eyes again, he's in some totally strange place. Baek Yuseol is lying flat on the ground. He struggles to sit up, his head totally spinning. He grabs his head confused and groans, "What the hell just happened?" His body suddenly starts shaking. He looks around and yells, "Where the hell am I?" Suddenly, he's drawn to some kind of light. A second later, he realizes it's a mirror. He walks over and leans in close. What he sees makes him doubt his own eyes. It's his current appearance. A face he's incredibly familiar with, one he's been with for over 10 years. It's Baek Yuseol. But before he can even process what's happening, a notification suddenly appears right in front of his face. Chapter 1, Escape the Hunt. Hold on, Baek Yusen knew this. Isn't this Yusen's tutorial mission? No way. Am I dreaming or something? He reached into his pocket and felt something, which made him totally freeze for a few seconds. The thing he pulled out was a freaking Stella Academy acceptance letter. At this point, even though he really didn't want to admit it, Baek Yusen could guess where he was. It had to be the world inside Mythic. So, does that mean I'm Yusen now? The thought made him bury his face in his hands in total misery, but he knew he had to think logically. That voice told me to find the true ending. But as far as I know, this trash game doesn't even have a true ending. It has a million different outcomes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic. Hold on. Is it possible that nobody has unlocked the real ending in 10 whole years? Damn it, but I'm out of time to think about it. If I remember correctly, right after Yusen wakes up, the Dark Demon goons will show up and storm the house. Thinking that, he rushed to the window and peeked out. In front of him was a bunch of guys in identical black outfits. In the falling snow, they were frantically searching for him, yelling, "Damn it! Where did that little punk run off to?" Seeing this, Yusen ducked behind the door. He risked a peek outside, thinking, "Crap, this is bad. They're already here." Outside, some guy with creepy white eyes spotted something. He pointed up into the distance and yelled, "Hey, there's a house over there. Let's go search it." The whole crew yelled back, "Right!" He knew he had a serious problem to deal with, like right now, but he was freaking out, not knowing what to do. He remembered there was some kind of time limit to avoid them, but he couldn't possibly fight them alone. While he was panicking, totally clueless, the system suddenly popped up. "You can use Blink." Yusen was stunned. "Huh? I can use Blink? Me? Born with a body that has mana leak syndrome?" Yusan, a guy who couldn't even store mana, could only bet on one thing, the spell he'd spent his entire life practicing. Back in the present, the snow fell without stopping, blanketing the whole forest. Inside this crappy old house, Yusen was still trying to process the system's tip. But right now, his Blink skill was only level 0, with a pathetic maximum range of 3 meters. He was so confused. How the hell was he supposed to use Blink with this garbage system? It's not like I'm sitting at a computer with a mouse. So how am I supposed to aim this thing? Outside, the Dark Demon cult members were running like maniacs toward the house. The footsteps got closer and closer, making Yusen panic even more. Crap, they're here already? I gotta do something now! Screw it. I'll just have to risk it all against you guys. Just as they arrived, they spotted something, and their eyes filled with rage. One of them yelled, "Boss, I found the bastard! After him! Bring him to me alive!" And just like that, they started chasing him like crazy, screaming their heads off. "Stop! Don't let him get away! Get him!" Meanwhile, Yusen was running for his dear life. This was the first test of the tutorial. Use Blink to shake off his pursuers. As he ran, he thought, they're wearing magic boots, so they're way faster than me. The only way to escape is to use Blink. Okay, calm down. I've done this a million times. I obviously know how to aim this thing just right. By now, they were right on his tail, yelling, "Hey, you little punk! You're not gonna stop, are you?" He glanced back and suddenly realized, holy crap, they've already caught up? But the truth is, Blink has a huge weakness. If the user messes up the distance, they'll smash into something and die instantly. However, if it's me, things will be different, Yusen thought as he ran. At that exact moment, the leader of the Dark Demon goons was right on his back. The guy swung his sword and screamed, "Let me send you straight to hell! Die, you dog!" In that split second between life and death, Yusen used his Blink skill to escape. He thought with a jolt of joy, awesome. It worked. He left the Dark Demon guys standing there, their jaws on the floor. "Yo, what was that? Blink? You're telling me that little punk is a mage?" Seeing his idiot teammates losing their cool, the boss turned to calm them down. Don't lose your nerve. Blink has a weakness. The user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds. That's our chance to move in. As he said this, he looked back toward Yusun but was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Wait a second, how is that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Yusun was still running like mad. As he ran, he kept psyching himself up. Careful, I gotta be more careful. Come on, I have to use this rough terrain to escape. Any player who couldn't figure out how to use Blink at this point would just die. In fact, a whole 99% of players who chose the BU build couldn't even finish the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, even if they passed the tutorial, they could never master controlling the blink distance or doing chain blinks. With that in mind, he started spamming Blink like crazy, zipping from one spot to another. This left the Dark Demon cult completely stunned. Whoa, he dares to use Blink on terrain like this? Is this kid insane? The leader then turned to his cronies and said, "All you magic users, get to the front. We'll attack him from a distance." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 guys stepped forward, their faces filled with killing intent. Noticing they weren't right behind him anymore, Yusun glanced back, and a new worry hit him. Oh crap, are they going to use magic now? And now for part 2 of the tutorial. Using Blink to dodge magic arrows. Damn it. When I played the game, I could see what was behind me on the screen, so this part was easy. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Skill. Monoleak Syndrome activated. Monoleak Syndrome nullifies the Sixth Sense skill and increases cognitive acceleration. The moment he got the notification, Yusun could suddenly feel the energy blades coming right for him, even without looking back. And just like that, he started dodging the energy blades with ease. At the same time, a massive blast of dark energy came hurtling toward him. Yusun realized this was the moment to use his last blink. He managed to escape the fatal attack by a hair. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Boom! It was like a freaking meteor slammed into the earth. The pressure was insane, knocking Yusun off his feet as he put up a hand to brace himself. When the smoke from the explosion finally started to clear, all that was left in its place was a massive crater. It took Yusun a second to process what just happened. Holy crap, I was this close to being toast. But this was no time to chill, so he took off running like his life depended on it. Suddenly, his eyes widened in total horror. In front of him was a massive freaking abyss. One wrong step and he'd be meeting his ancestors for real. And of course, this was the third challenge of the tutorial. Use Flash to cross the chasm. He figured the only way across was to perfectly time the jump. Then, I'll run into some mages and escape. That's how the tutorial is supposed to end. But to pass this part, I have to nail the Flash skill, which activates in 0.1 seconds. Screw up even once, and I'm dead. There were like 2 floating rocks just hanging there. But 0.1 seconds? Seriously? Sounds easy, but it's basically impossible. I have no idea what sicko wrote this tutorial script, but they're a real piece of work. Still, it wasn't completely impossible. The real problem was, just as he was thinking, a voice from the black magic cult yelled out, "There he is! Right in front of us!" Just then, the whole gang caught up. Yusun flinched, glancing back and thinking, these guys are way closer than I thought. They're probably only 100 meters away. And since Flash has a 3-second cooldown, I don't have enough time to get to the other side. That leaves me with only one option, kill them all. With that, Yusun ducked behind a tree trunk to plan his attack. He thought to himself, this is insane. Why do I think I can handle this after just finishing a fight? If this were a game, the system wouldn't let these chasers spawn back to back. But this is reality. There's no stupid rule forcing me to blindly follow some game system. Wasting one of these guys is no big deal to me. And it's not because they're my parents' enemies from the game's story or whatever. Finally, they arrived. Yusun gripped his sword, ready to defend himself. His face hardened with resolve. All right, bring it on, you losers. I can take all of you. And just a few seconds later, they were right on top of him. The leader looked seriously ticked off, his face bright red as he roared, "That's him! That's the little punk! Grab that brat for me!" After his command, the whole group yelled, "Yes, sir!" and charged forward, looking absolutely furious. Yusun, on the other hand, stayed perfectly calm, not even flinching. Seeing the kid's nerve, one of the cult members sneered, "You dare fight us alone? How stupid can you be? You're done for, kid." But Yusun was completely focused, observing everything to make the perfect call. He suddenly realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. In the next instant, he unleashed his flash skill, blasting towards the man in black. The guy didn't even know what hit him before he was about to kick the bucket. The leader standing next to him stared, his eyes wide with shock, but Yusun's face showed nothing but unshakable determination. His speed was insane, so deadly that the man in black coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, spraying it all over Yusun. He watched the fresh blood drip from his fingertips, but he didn't feel a shred of guilt. If they don't die, I do. I have to kill all of them to survive. With that thought, He slashed the guy with everything he had, then savagely kicked him for good measure. It looked like a light tap, but the dude was sent flying back into the crowd of cultists. This just made them even more pissed. After taking one down, Yuson immediately started running again. His flash probably needed to cool down, so he couldn't risk a head-on fight right now. The cultists realized he was getting away and started screaming like maniacs. "Damn it, he's running! Don't let him escape, no matter what!" Yuson thought as he ran. "I got one of them, but the next time won't be that easy. What am I supposed to do now? Wait, what the hell? Why is it so quiet behind me? Did they give up?" The moment he thought that, he saw them. They were already standing right in front of him. Who knows how? There was no time to run anymore. He thought, "Don't tell me they used magic again? How am I supposed to dodge these scumbags?" On the other side, the leader of the cult opened his mouth and ordered his lackeys, "Do it." The second he spoke, a twisted magic spell appeared, aimed right at Yuson. A massive bolt of fire shot towards him. Yuson's whole body tensed up. It wasn't just one bolt, but a whole volley of fire arrows raining down on him. Trapped, he had no idea how to escape. All he could do was curse under his breath. Damn it, what a scummy spell. But then, an idea sparked. "Ah, that's it. I've got a plan." He spotted a tree branch growing out of a crack in the rocks. With his life on the line, he used his flash skill, zipping towards that branch. A massive explosion erupted right after. Boom, boom, boom. The blast created a huge crater, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. One of the cult members looked pretty pleased with himself, smirking. Serves that little punk right. But his celebration was cut short when he realized the crater was empty. There was no body. He stared in disbelief, muttering, "Where did he go?" While he was still confused, Yuson hadn't just escaped their spell. He had used flash to get right up in the boss's face. By the time the guy noticed, Yuson was inches away. The two of them were just locked in a stare down. The ultimate flash technique requires equal momentum before and after use. Without hesitating, he flashed again, lunging forward and landing a massive slash. The only thing you could hear was a blood-curdling scream echoing into the distance. The rest of the cult members were completely stunned by the scene. What the hell is happening? Not stopping there, Yuson shoved his sword deeper into the guy, causing him to cough up blood and die on the spot. The others still couldn't figure out where this kid got such a powerful spell or why he had suddenly become so brutal. After taking down two guys, Yuson was getting tired, covered in blood and grime. He thought, "Okay, two of them are down, but I gotta hurry before they recover." Scarface spoke up. "This freak. His reaction speed is way too weird for a mage. What the hell are you?" Hearing this, Yuson thought, "My reaction time must be way better than any other player. But that's just in the game. Out here, I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this range. I have to finish them all off now." With that thought, he recklessly charged forward to attack. Scarface, who had been watching the whole time, yelled, "I've figured out your moves. This kid can only use flash and that dagger. All I have to do is protect my face and neck, and he can't touch me." He held his sword defensively with a taunting look. "Come on, come at me." Then he roared, "Ice Tide!" Over here, Yuseol was still showing off his sick flash step skills, while Scarface blasted a massive wave of power right at him. The dude was way too confident, thinking, "Ha, I'm about to snatch you up. Now let's see you writhe in pain." But his little ego trip didn't last long. He got the shock of his life. Not only was Yuseol totally unharmed, he zipped right over to the guy's buddy and sliced his head clean off. Witnessing this, Scarface's hair stood on end. He stammered, terrified. "What the hell? You used to do nothing but run and hide, like some pathetic little rat. And now you dare to fight back?" Yuseol, covered in fresh blood, coldly shot back. "Yeah, but that was the old me. Anyway, I should thank you guys for making me stronger every single day." Hearing this, Scarface spat back, pissed. "You damn mutt, that's only because we were going easy on you. Time to die." As he finished, Yuseol's powerful footsteps closed the distance. His face was pure murder now, looking absolutely savage. Then he quickly threw his spear right at the guy. Seeing the spearhead coming, Scarface schemed in his head. "He's flash-stepping to my blind spot. He's probably gonna throw the spear to make me block it, then ambush me from behind. Pfft. Dream on, sweetie. Not gonna happen." Just as he thought that, the spear was inches from his face. The guy just casually swung his sword, slicing the spear in two. He smirked, thinking all he had to do was turn around and deliver the final blow. But it looks like his guess was dead wrong. He just stood there, stunned, and let out a weak, "Huh?" Then he grit his teeth, his face twisted in a way that was hard to understand. This time, Yuseol didn't attack from behind like he'd predicted. He attacked head-on, right in his face. He used all his strength to stab straight through his heart, leaving him completely stunned. Scarface still couldn't accept it, weakly crying out, "Wait, he was planning to attack from the front the whole time?" And with that, Chapter 1, Escaping the Chase, was complete. After wiping them all out, a system notification popped up. You have received more experience. You have received a gift from the Constellation Project for developing a unique story. As for Baekhyun, he looked pretty worn out. He collapsed to the ground, his breathing becoming rapid and ragged. Huff, huff. He glanced down at his blood-soaked hands, then looked around. Just like every other transmigrated character, at first he thought it was just a dream, but no, this was all real. This was definitely not a dream. Baekhyun remembered the fight for his life that had just taken place here. That was his first flash step in this world, his first battle. And what's more, it was his first time killing someone. The truth is, I killed people just to survive. A moment later, Baekhyun slowly stood up. He brushed the dirt off his clothes, looked at the road ahead, and told himself, whatever, I'm stuck here now. First things first, I gotta get out of this place. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. He turned his face to look back at the people he had just defeated. He still seemed pretty hesitant, a hint of sadness in his eyes. But then he bent down and started fumbling through their pockets and clothes, checking them and thinking, even though this might be a little scummy, I have to think practically. Right now, I don't have a single cent to my name. After rummaging around for a bit, he finally found a pouch of sparkling gold coins. He cheered inside. Is this like 200 million or more? Talk about a silver lining. But his joy didn't last long. He shifted to worrying about another problem. He turned to look at the road ahead, totally bummed. In front of him was a bottomless cliff. If he slipped and fell, he was 100% dead. Standing on the brink of life and death, Baekhyun frantically wondered how he was supposed to cross this cliff. Suddenly, from the other side of the cliff, a loud voice called out, "Is anyone there?" He immediately looked up and saw a group of people standing on the opposite side. Baekhyun quickly waved his hands and called back, "Hey, this way. We're over here." He realized that the group was the team of mages from the tutorial. Right after that, he started yelling like a madman. "I'm here! I'm here!" Someone on the other end replied, "But there's no bridge anywhere near here. Think you can make it across?" Baekhyun answered, "Is that so? I'm on my way." Getting his signal, the girl on the other side turned to her group and said, "Let's wait for him a bit. He said he can cross." The blue-haired guy standing beside her was still unsure, saying, "But crossing this cliff is no simple feat. He'd have to be at least a third-rank knight to even have a chance." "You think that young guy can do it?" The girl replied, I'm not so sure either." As she said this, her eyes suddenly went wide with shock. He was leaping from one rock to another, light on his feet, and incredibly skilled. The whole group's jaws dropped at the sight. Every single one of them watched nervously. Right now, Baekhyun was totally focused, trying to clear each section one by one. As fast as a lightning bolt, he had already crossed half the distance. The group watching this couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming, "What the hell kind of skill is that? Some kind of jump magic?" Someone asked. "It's flash step," another replied. The voice came from a blue-haired girl standing in the back. She looked really pretty and adorable. The purple-haired girl turned to look at the younger girl, then back towards Baekhyun, saying in disbelief, "That's flash step? But you can't control the direction and distance that easily with flash step. That's pretty much impossible. He makes it look so effortless and skilled. To an outsider, it might look that way, but Baekhyun was actually struggling big time." Suddenly, the purple-haired girl saw something, her eyes widening in horror as she stammered, "Who are those two? Are they with this guy?" At that moment, on the other side, two figures in black robes were approaching the cliff's edge. While everyone here was still panicking, one of the guys on the other side began to use a magic staff, creating an orange power that radiated around him. Immediately after, he pointed his hand forward, forming a bizarre magic circle, and shot it straight at Baekhyun. Suddenly, a scream rang out, "Hey, watch your back!" At that exact moment, Baekhyun also felt the terrifying power hurtling straight towards him, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, you've got to be kidding me." Just as it was about to hit, he used his flash step magic, moving to another spot, luckily escaping with his life. A huge explosion echoed from behind him. Boom, boom, boom! He glanced back to see who had ambushed him. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the silhouettes of the two figures in black robes appeared. He suddenly thought, so it's those mercenaries from before. They revived. This is seriously dangerous. The countdown for flash step is 3 seconds. It's impossible to dodge all that magic. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. As he thought this, his eyes suddenly widened in panic. Ugh, what the hell, man? Turns out the dark mages weren't going to let him escape so easily. They immediately activated another spell and fired it straight at him. Lucky me, I swerved just in time to dodge that blast. But of course, the real trouble was just getting started. Suddenly, the rock under my feet cracked clean in two. I tried to keep my balance, but it was totally impossible. Next thing I knew, I was falling backward. But I wasn't about to give up that easily, still scrambling in a fight between life and death. I have to live. I absolutely have to live, I told myself. But life ain't a fantasy. and all the floating rocks were way too far from where I was falling. Even with just a sliver of hope, I was praying I'd land on one of them. And then, my wish came true. My eyes lit up when I saw a rock nearby. Guess someone up there didn't want me dead yet. I used a flash spell to lunge at that boulder, and luckily, I managed to grab onto it. Clinging on for dear life, I glanced back and muttered, "Did I actually survive?" Before I could even process it, a terrifying orange energy blast came speeding toward me from behind. Well, I thought, maybe this is where I die after all. But just as it was about to hit my feet, when I had totally given up hope and was sure I was a goner, a blast of blue energy shot forward. The two powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Boom! 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 The pressure it gave off was insane. I struggled just to hold on tight, and then, after the storm, came the calm. All that was left was the smoke and dust from the blast. I was still alive. I mean, you really think the main character is gonna bite the dust that fast? I thought in amazement, what the hell was that magic? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who could even combine two moves into one attack like that? Even crazier, they calculated the trajectory perfectly, without wasting a single drop of mana. Who could pull off such a perfect attack? In the distance, the whole group was staring at the blue-haired girl standing in the middle. Her expression didn't change one bit, totally cold. Everyone who saw it went pale with shock. One person stammered out in disbelief. No freaking way. She can pull off something that insane? The two mercenaries on the other side knew they were totally outclassed. They knew their place and turned to run away. Baekyu Sale watched their backs as they disappeared, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank God. I'm still alive. A moment later, I finally made it to the other side. Everyone gave me a warm welcome, except for the blue-haired girl. She couldn't care less and just turned to leave. Seeing that, I ran over. I thanked her like my life depended on it. Hey, thanks for saving my butt back there. She glanced back, her voice cold as ice. I didn't do it for any thanks, so you don't need to bother. With that, she turned and walked off. I felt a little let down, replying, okay then. I watched her go, thinking to myself, this girl's pretty interesting. I've never heard a voice that cute before, although she seems pretty hard to approach. Whatever. Those guys were bandits who destroyed and looted the village, so they deserved what they got. The truth is, most operations like that are run by the dark magic cult. But luckily, it all ends here. I just went through a life or death moment, but by getting past this cliff, I finally set foot in mage territory. The dark magic cult's goons can't follow me here anymore. Thinking about it, I let out a sigh. And those jerks don't even know who I am yet. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Chapter 2, Enrollment in Stella Academy. Staring at the system window, I blurted out, "This is Chapter 2? Huh, doesn't sound too bad, I guess. But for crying out loud, how am I supposed to go through school again at this age?" And so, the whole group got on a carriage headed for Stella Academy. By now, night had fallen. The place they were passing through seemed pretty deserted and quiet, with only the clip-clop of the carriage to be heard. Inside the carriage, Yusan seemed exhausted, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he started making strange noises. He was lost in a dream. Flashbacks of the past appeared a really cute little boy tugging his mom's clothes, happily calling, "Mommy, Mommy." The mother smiled gently and replied, "My little boy, when you grow up, you'll become a mage. I believe you can do it, my sweet Yusan." But according to his mom's diary, it seemed his parents had a really hard time raising him. Back then, he swore to himself he would study hard to make his parents proud. On nights when I studied so late, I fell asleep at my desk. My mom was the one who would gently cover me with a blanket. But then one day, after hearing what the doctor said, my mother became extremely worried. "Doctor, did you just say my son has mana leakage syndrome?" At that time, I was devastated and couldn't accept it. "No, it can't be," the little boy cried his eyes out. But is this Baekyu Soul's memory, or is it my own? At that thought, Baekyu Soul suddenly jolted awake. He felt super dizzy and grabbed his head. He looked out the window. It was morning now, with the sun just starting to rise. Someone else in the carriage saw he was awake and quickly spoke up. "Ah, you're up? It looked like you were having a nightmare. You were saying something I couldn't understand. I was actually about to wake you up." At the same time, someone outside announced, "We will be arriving in Leroyra, the satellite city of Acanium, soon." The carriage slowly came to a stop as another voice called out, "Let's take a short break here." The group quickly piled out of the carriage to relax. Baekyu Sol, feeling pretty sore, stretched his arms high. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised, his eyes widening. By complete chance, the blue-haired girl was staring right in his direction. I was about to raise my hand for a polite greeting, but before I could even say a word, she turned her face away. It made things a little awkward, so I just forced a smile. Man, this person is seriously cold, but everything's going pretty smoothly. Considering how worried I was, I'm glad the timeline here is closer to the modern era rather than some medieval times. Magic exists in this mythical world, But in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads have all been built to make long-distance travel way more convenient. They would be taking a super modern airship to La Roira. La Roira is on the route to Acanium. In Acanium, the city of magic, everything really begins. The magic towers, the mage council, and the 5 famous academies are all located in Acanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most brilliant students is Stella Academy. Because of that, Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. But Baek Yuseol still couldn't understand how the character he possessed, Baek Yuseol, could get into such a prestigious school. Oh shoot, I haven't even properly checked my skills yet. At that thought, he quickly opened his system to take a look. Immediately, his status window appeared. Mana Leak Syndrome, Level 1. Strength up 3%, speed up 5%, agility up 10%. Sixth Sense. It burns through my mental power to scan for mana within a 12-meter radius. An acceleration wave. Staring at the status screen, he was kinda thankful for the skills this Baek Yuseol guy had. Seriously, how could you even compete with Sixth Sense and acceleration wave? If it wasn't for these two, I'd have been toast in this game for sure. A cursed power that can't even focus mana in the body. Mana Leak Syndrome is a built-in curse B Yusen was born with, but whatever. It lets me detect all the mana around me with Sixth Sense. It also tips me off to any attacks headed my way, even if I'm not looking. And acceleration wave? It makes everything feel like it's in slow motion. If a threat pops up in front of me, I can react faster than a normal person could even register. It's a must-have skill for B Yusan, since he can't use mana. But everything's got a downside. Using Sixth Sense for too long chews up a ton of mental power, and if I overdo it, there's gonna be some nasty backlash. Reading this, B Yusan swiped over to Baek Yuseol's stat page. Strength, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 97%. Speed, 1 star, 81%. Stamina, 1 star, 51%. Endurance, 0 stars, 97%. Mental power, 1 star, 43%. Mana remaining, 0. Skill, Flash, Step, Level 0. Trait, Mana Leak Syndrome, Level 1. After checking his info, he thought, you know, these starting stats aren't actually that bad. The original Yusen had garbage agility, but in my hands, it's a different story. I've got to push this stat, no matter what. In this game world, it's not just one level. Each stat and skill has its own. Skills are shown by levels, and stats by stars. The max stat level is 9 stars, but that's basically impossible to reach. I played this game for more than 10 years, and the highest I ever got was 8 stars in both stamina and agility. I should just dump all my points into agility for now to boost my Sixth Sense and reaction speed. I can grind up stamina and dexterity in other ways. When it comes down to it, the real problem is this Mana Leak Syndrome. If I don't train this thing, I'm not going to survive long. I need to level it up so I can unlock the secret of the true body. Stella Academy is how you suppress the syndrome. I've got no other choice if I want to stop this world from ending and fix my own chronic illness. Thinking about it, Yusen sighed helplessly. Ugh, I seriously don't even want to go there. Can someone please just get me out of this situation? Suddenly the system dinged. Ping! You have missed several notifications. He let out a surprised, whoa, I never even saw this. But before he could check, an urgent voice called out. Hey, you kids, let's get a move on. Yusen had no choice but to save the notifications for later. The blue-haired girl was still kind of eyeing him, but kept her mouth shut, looking all cold. In front of them was a massive, high-tech airship just floating there. On the ship, everyone seemed pretty pumped and excited. Then an announcement came over the speakers. Attention, we are now approaching Acanium. All passengers, please remain in your seats. Just then, some dude saw something and looked totally shocked, before he started mocking someone in a snarky voice. Yo guys, look at that dork gawking around like a little kid. Has he never been on an airship before? Ha ha. Following their eyes, the person they were talking about was, of course, B. Yusen. He was just looking around. Since everything here was brand new to him, they kept on whispering. Is that dude a country bumpkin or what? He looks so out of place. Shh. And I have no freaking idea why Stella lets garbage like this into the school. At this point, B. Yusan heard the whispers were about him. He glanced over at them. They didn't stop, just kept on with the insults. This is gonna be all over school, I bet. A few losers like him are enough to wreck the whole vibe. He stared at them for a second, but then decided their taunts weren't worth his time, letting out a sigh and turning away. His reaction totally threw the other guy off. B. Yusen thought, what a bunch of little brats. I'm an adult. I'm not stooping to their level. But his couldn't care less attitude was a huge blow to the young master's ego. He yelled, hey, you punk, you dare look at us like that? You got a death wish? He scowled, grinding his teeth. You worthless nobody. You better stop right there for me. Suddenly, a soft voice cut in. Hey, what the hell is all this noise? The dude jumped, whipping his head around to see who spoke. His eyes went wide in shock. In the distance was the silhouette of a girl with long hair. Immediately, he stammered, Princess Vaughn. Hearing that name, Baek Yusol turned to look, thinking, he said Vaughn, right? And there she was, a princess with a drop-dead gorgeous face and a cold, stuck-up aura. This was the princess of the Adelabat kingdom, Von Adelait. She didn't say anything else, just coldly walked right past the group. When he saw the princess walking by, the young master put on a friendly smile, put a hand on his chest, and bowed politely. Your Highness. Before he could say another word, the princess shot him a glare as cold as ice, then walked on by like he was nothing. The dude was so mortified, his mouth hung open, but he was totally speechless. She just kept walking coolly inside, leaving the whole crew staring at each other in disappointed silence. And just like that, she passed right by Baek Yusol. He suddenly realized that, according to the original plot, she was this world's main enemy. Vaughn is a main character in the game. She and the female lead always butted heads, but in the end, she's the one who dies. It didn't matter what route you chose. She either got brutally murdered in most endings or was forced to kill herself after getting bullied by the entire academy. She was forced to go through the most humiliating things in front of everybody. Like the game developers themselves hated her guts and wanted to make her suffer. He suddenly got serious, thinking, I remember hearing she was super popular among the players. Man, she's beautiful but way too cold. Looks like she'd kill me if I even tried to talk to her. Suddenly his stomach growled and he clutched it. Okay, first problem is, I gotta get some food. As soon as he got to the second floor, he saw a bunch of sparkling pastries at some shop. He just picked one at random, but the moment he held it, his face went pale as he thought, whoa, why is this so freaking expensive? Whatever. He just bit the bullet and ate to fill his stomach. After eating, Byuson walked out, looking completely dazed like he'd just lost his life savings. He thought in despair, damn it, is eating in Acanium always gonna be like this? I'm so screwed. So screwed. Just then, the announcement came on again. Hello? Hello, an announcement for everyone. We will be arriving at Acanium in 10 minutes. Will all passengers please make their way to the main deck? I repeat, we will be arriving at Acanium in 10 minutes. Will all passengers please make their way to the main deck? Yusan just smirked. So, it's finally starting, he thought. Like it or not, this is my reality now. With that, he pumped himself up. Time to move. A little while later, the whole crew made it to Stella Academy. Staring at the sea of unfamiliar faces, Yusan felt totally out of place. He let out a long sigh. At least he'd solved the immediate problem. Those black magic cult losers couldn't tail him anymore. But can I even survive in this place? Making it in this world is no joke. I really wish I had something useful right about now. Just then, he remembered the system notifications he'd ignored. He pulled up the system to check it out. A message popped up. The Starstream project grants you a special reward. Your choices are 1. A lower grade version of a weapon you used in the game, or 2. A nerfed version of a skill you had in the game. 3. Experience. Staring at the options, he got to thinking, guess this system isn't a total piece of crap after all. But let's see, what should I pick? Should I go for the twin flash reflection? As if it read his mind, the system shot back. Search results indicate that item's rank is too high and will be downgraded. He kept going. What about superdimensional blink then? The system replied, search results indicate this skill is an upgraded version of blink and cannot be acquired. However, you can use the reward to enhance the blink skill. He read it and just froze, cursing under his breath. This damn system really has to nerf everything? Are you kidding me? Seeing his complaint, the system quickly explained, due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. What the hell is that? He was totally clueless. The system went on. The thing that influences the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you keep discovering hidden plots, it will accumulate. So, long story short, you can't have OP items because you're just a noob. He waited for another reply, but the system went silent. He tried again. What about the Bull goggles? The system answered. Based on the results, we conclude that it can be provided. All right, I'll take it. Just like that, the system tossed him the Bull goggles. He held the glasses, looked them over, and thought with a groan, I never thought I'd actually have to wear this stupid thing. The Bull goggles were an item that stored all the info a player gathered while playing in the world of mythology. Players couldn't just remember or look up info on monsters they'd hunted or knowledge they'd learned. So they came up with tons of their own info-storing items. Yusen was no different. He used the Bull goggles to store his data. He excitedly put them on, and a blue light glowed from the lenses. A notification popped up immediately. Bull goggles, rank, undescribed. Cannot recall what you had for dinner yesterday. No big deal, because these glasses save every detail you've ever seen or learned. Special feature, sealed Bull folder. Activate with mental energy. He opened another folder to check it out. The system displayed more notifications. Materials for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Seeing this, he felt pretty damn satisfied. This place is exactly like the real world, so I don't even know what to say about what I can do with the system. But with these glasses, I can probably get back about half the power I used to have. Suddenly, he heard whispers from behind him. Hey, isn't that Ison Mon? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of that traitor, Monducci? Ugh, how dare she show her face around here? Shh, keep it down, she'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name from the story, Yusun got curious. Ison Mon, huh? Come to think of it, one of the skills of the Bulbul goggles lets me register or check info on characters in the story. Let's see what she's all about. A second later, an info panel appeared. Name, Ison Monday. Description, the fake heroine, an ice lightning mage. Likes to drink pickle juice before eating pizza. Eldest daughter of Monducci. Her father's death led to the family's downfall. Outcome, death. After reading it, Yusun thought to himself, oh, so she's the fake heroine? When it comes to Ison, the fake heroine, there's one thing I have to point out. Even though this is the world of the game mythology, it's actually based on a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel was about the heroine, Ison, who lost her whole family and grew up fighting against the villain Hongban's schemes. The ending was her living happily with the male lead. Her revenge plot kind of fizzled out, and the other male characters just protected her. But it got a bad ending after tons of backlash from readers. The problem is, even though the game world is based on the novel, the plots are different. In the game, a character named Isle was added, and she basically took over the heroine's role. On top of that, Isle had her own backstory. She was just a normal woman from the modern world who loved reading Don't Love the Princess and got reincarnated here. So, unlike the novel, Ison became the fake heroine in the game, and Isle became the real one. No matter how hard players tried, Ison could never survive in any storyline. That's what happens when you get kicked out of the main character spot. Ugh, but what does that have to do with me? Am I imagining things, or do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? Probably just my imagination. Anyway, time to face this reality. After a long, crazy day, a new one finally dawned. Bright sunlight shone all over Stella Academy. Inside, students were already in their uniforms, lined up neatly for an assembly. The principal started talking. As you all know, the dark magicians are witches and warlocks who gained power from another world and turned into monsters. Right now, they're continuing their invasion by opening persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to take over the magical world. Our duty, as mages, is to protect the world from these evil forces. Hearing this, whispers started spreading through the crowd below. Are they seriously starting the semester with this lame-ass speech? Yeah, it's so freaking boring. The speech droned on. And now, we will hold the oath ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will represent the new students. Please come up to the front. Right after, the star students made their way up. They were all good-looking guys and girls with bright, shining faces. Looking at them, Yusun was like, wow, check out all these shiny main character-looking wannabes. But who was the Times real-time star of the show here? Yeah, that's right. It was him. The principal's voice boomed. Representing all new students, Ma Yusion, please come up and give your speech. Down below, the girls were practically drooling. Oh my god, he got the highest score on the entrance exam? He's smart times and times hot. It's not fair. Even Yusun had to admit, the guy was legit. So this was the infamous Ma Yusion, huh? According to the game's lore, he was the perfect I am the one type of character, rocking a 9-star mana stat that put him almost on the level of the gods. He was a genius among geniuses, a master of every single element in the world. Even if I don't make it to the finale, I gotta avoid a bad ending by getting Ma Yusion on the good side. Still, that cute girl with the short hair, that's probably Isle. Yusun started getting lost in his own head. It all depended on how she acted from here on out, since she was an isekai person, just like him. Teaming up with her sounded like a solid plan, but things would get messy if she saw him as an enemy and just ghosted him. Whatever. He had the advantage of knowing stuff, so he just needed to not screw anything up. Isle was a reader of a fantasy romance novel, while he was a player in this fantasy game. I swear I'll do this, he thought. Even if my role in this story is less important than some random background villain. Besides, the heroine Isle had this special power to purify dark mages, but she also had a knack for bringing misery to everyone close to her. Getting too close to her would definitely drag him down. His role was to support the main characters from a distance and stay out of their business as much as possible. Just as he was thinking this, the school's pretty boy, Ma Yusion, finished his speech. Everyone erupted in applause, and the principal's voice cut through the noise. And with that, I declare this entrance ceremony officially over. The second it ended, Yusun's system popped up. Congratulations on completing Chapter 2's mission. Enter Stella Academy. After the ceremony wrapped up, all the students were herded into some lecture hall. Everyone just picked a random seat. Yusun was feeling kind of down, thinking, I already graduated from college, and now I'm back in high school? Seriously? Man, this felt so weird. But then he cheered himself up. At least there was one awesome thing about this place. He looked at the watch on his wrist, thinking, yeah, this thing is pretty sweet. This was a Stella watch, proof that you were a student at the most prestigious academy around. Owning one got you all sorts of perks and better services than other mages. With that thought, he happily shoved the watch deep into his pocket. Heh, gotta make the most of this opportunity. Just then, someone opened the door. A guy with a stone-cold face walked in, stepped up to the podium and said, "Everyone, stay in your seats. We will begin the test now. Put away everything except for your writing tools. If anyone is wearing glasses, I need to inspect them first." Bu-san groaned internally. A test right after the ceremony? Ugh. The curriculum at Stella Academy was tougher than most universities in Korea. Students had to take a test on the very first day. This was a placement exam they used to evaluate and sort students into different classes. After handing out the test papers, the teacher returned to the podium and announced, "Listen up. You have 45 minutes. Your time starts now. Focus." For someone like Bu-sun, who was way past this stuff and had forgotten everything, the test paper was just a mess of symbols. He started sweating bullets. What the hell am I even looking at? How am I supposed to do this? This was brutal. The placement test had nothing to do with the entrance exam. It was infamous for being ridiculously hard. Students were ranked from F to A and then S class, based on their scores. Of course, most of the main characters were in S class. Bu-sun, on the other hand, was ranked dead last out of 1,141 students. Staring at the paper, he wondered, should I just hand in a blank sheet? I'm already in. They're not going to kick me out, right? Might as well volunteer for F class. He glanced around the room. Everyone else seemed to be focused, except for Ma Yu-seon, who was just chilling, chin in his hand, looking bored out of his mind. Bu-san felt a little pathetic in comparison. Whoa, he's already done? Is that why he's just sitting there? No wonder he looked so over it. In the game, Ma Yu-seon's personality was basically bored. He was born into the strongest family on the continent, with a genius brain and insane talent. Everything was a total cakewalk for him. Depending on what the female lead did, Ma Yu-seon would either become a hero or a villain. All the losers in the dark magic cult who wanted to wipe out humanity were super interested in him. But the biggest problem from the start was his own family. Watching a genius like that really makes you reevaluate your life. Then it hit him. Wait a minute, why am I so stupid? I can just use the titmouse goggles. He'd used them before to absorb skills he learned at the library. This was the perfect time to use them, and it's not like it would cost him anything. Gotta try it. Thinking this, he reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. But just as he was about to put them on, the teacher noticed his sketchy behavior, walked over and said, "Hold on, what's with the glasses? I already said that if you're going to use glasses, I have to check them first. Hand them over." Bu-san jumped, thinking, "Oh, right. Crap, I totally forgot about that." He quickly gave the glasses to the teacher, who held them up and examined them closely. Bu-san was sweating buckets, thinking, "I'm so screwed. What do I do now? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'm gonna get expelled for sure." He looked up at the ceiling, silently praying for a miracle to get him out of this mess. Suddenly, the damn system popped up with a notification. "A lost component of the titmouse goggles has been detected. Would you like to summon it?" Bu-sun almost had a heart attack. No, stay right where you are." Meanwhile, the teacher was still using magic to inspect the glasses. After a moment, he didn't find anything and handed them back. "I don't detect any mana here, but next time, ask first," Bu-san replied cheerfully. "Yes, sir. Thank you." He was secretly relieved. That was close. If the original function was active, I would have been in deep trouble. He immediately put the glasses on, instantly looking smarter. A second later, the answers to every single question appeared right before his eyes. He started copying them down, feeling smug. "Yes, I hit the jackpot. Maybe I'll even get first place. At this rate, I'm definitely getting out of F class. I might even make it to A class." As he was busy cheating, the teacher's voice cut in. "Time's up. Pencils down and hand in your papers." The second he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to snatch everyone's tests. "Time's up. No one could write another word." Watching the papers fly towards the teacher, Baek-Yuseol's face dropped. He was like, "Whoa, hold up. I only answered 3 questions." The teacher held the stack of exams, glanced through them, and suddenly his eyes went wide with shock. Meanwhile, Bu-san was totally bummed out, thinking he'd finally escape F rank for once. Guess that was asking way too much. He reached up to take off his glasses, and suddenly the teacher spotted something. The guy freaked, whipping his head around and yelling, "Hey, you! Give me those glasses right now!" Hearing that, Bu-san's hair stood on end. He stammered, yeah." The teacher held the glasses, lost in thought like, "This is weird." "No way," he muttered, then turned to Baek-Yuseol and ordered, "Hey you, go get Dr. Grand for me, immediately." The kid answered, "Yes, sir." But inside, He was panicking. What's this guy's deal all of a sudden? I was even super careful so they wouldn't think I was cheating. Man, I'm so dead. Did they actually figure me out? A little later, in the doctor's office, the teacher's anxious voice broke the silence. So, doctor, what do you think? The man holding the glasses for inspection was the master of magic engineering himself, Dr. Grayhan. He replied, "The fact this kid solved these questions is definitely sketchy." The teacher pressed him. "So, does that mean he cheated?" The doctor just replied, "Cheated? He didn't cheat at all. I'm not sensing any magical device energy from these glasses or any other item. He absolutely did this with his own ability." Baek Yu-sol put on his best innocent, "I've been framed" face. The doctor just laughed, totally amused, and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Haha, this is fascinating. I never expected to run into a case like this in my lifetime. Anyway, Professor Lei Hanwon, you should apologize and offer him some guidance." The teacher looked a little ashamed as he replied, "Oh, yes, sir." Then he turned to Baek Yu-sol and said, "I completely misunderstood you. My apologies." Hearing that, Baek Yu-sol grinned from ear to ear, thinking, "Actually, teach, I totally did cheat. If my system's main feature had activated, I would have been toast." But he just answered, "No, it's no big deal, sir." A little while later, in Professor Lei Hanwon's office, the teachers were all focused on grading the exams. When he got to a certain student's paper, the professor froze. He held it in his hands, staring for a long time like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, Professor Lei Hanwon, are these the first-year students' exams?" Lei Hanwon replied, "Yes, they are." The woman smiled and added, "I hear there are a lot of exceptional students this year, right?" This woman was a member of the Stella Academy's Council of Elders, Professor Edel Tim. Lei Hanwon answered, "That's correct. This year we have quite a few outstanding students. From the most prestigious fire magic family, Princess Hongrion of the Adorabit Fire Nation, and even the heir to the Skelvin Empire, Jeremy Selvin, the kid who beat all his older brothers for the throne at just 12 thanks to his insane magic talent. And from the world's greatest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, the successor Hajan also enrolled this year." Hearing this, Professor Edel Tim looked pleased. "Oh, I bet it's tough creating an exam for such an elite group from famous families. This year is definitely going to be interesting." Professor Lei Hanwon replied, "I'm just glad you're satisfied, Elder." As Professor Edel Tim said, this year's test was a whole new format. The first 3 questions were nearly impossible to solve with just normal academic skills. They were loaded trick questions designed to test your reflexes. If you couldn't solve it, were you smart enough to move on to the next question? Second, how would a student solve a problem they'd never seen in a textbook? The era of memorizing magic theory is over. Now, it's all about real-world combat, which requires quick judgment and creative thinking. But those questions didn't even require an answer. Over 1,000 of the 1,141 students left them blank. The other 100 tried to find an answer, but none of them got it right. Among the new students, only 3 people answered correctly. Ma Yu Songseon, a once-in-a-century genius who appeared like a comet, but no one knows what family he's from. Morph, who was recommended for admission by the principal himself. Even as a commoner, her talent is recognized as being just a notch below Ma Yu Songseon's. And finally, B. Yusin, a complete and total nobody. Ma Yusong, Sion, and Isomorph being considered geniuses made sense. But this Baek Yu-seol guy had extremely low entrance exam scores, and yet he somehow managed to solve all 3 of these hard questions, especially when he left all the other questions blank and didn't even bother. A nearby professor saw Lei Hanwon spacing out and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You seem pretty focused on the kid's scores." Professor Lei Hanwon replied, still confused, "Ah, well, it's just that I can't figure out the scores of a few students." She continued, "Oh, that's to be expected. It's not like those formulas solve anything anyway. Even if the kids don't know, you can still figure it out." "But do you think this kid is a genius?" Professor Lei Hanwon asked. The senior professor replied casually, "It could have just been a lucky guess." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Professor Lei Hanwon stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it, let out a sigh, and pulled up the student's admission file. On the file was a special note, "Special admission due to high evaluation of blink control." Seeing this, Professor Lei Hanwon had to accept it, thinking, so he was personally scouted by the principal. That's a different story. Wait, but he's studying combat magic and specializes in blink? Huh. Now this is getting interesting. But we'll find out soon enough if this was a coincidence or if this kid is actually special. After the test results were out, the school used them to divide the students into different classes. Right now, everyone was hyped, rushing to see which class they'd been placed in. All you could hear were their voices. "I heard the class lists are on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mom told me not to even come home if I don't get into Class A." B. Yusin trudged behind them, totally bored, thinking, "I can't believe this. The day has actually come where I have to check my own class assignment." If this were like before, I would just have to click a mouse and it'd be there instantly. Mumbling to himself, he arrived at the announcement board. At that moment, a kid in a blue shirt was staring at him like he was an alien. Then came the whispers from right behind him. Is that B. Yusun? I heard he got a 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam. Really? Unbelievable. How did a piece of trash like him even get into Stella? I don't even know what Stella's standards are anymore. B. Yusun couldn't care less about the gossip around him. The only thing he cared about right now was which class his name was in. Everything else was just noise. He got closer to the bulletin board, scanned the list, and got confused. Where's my name? He was totally shocked, thinking, did I actually fail because I only answered 3 questions? Oh man, no way. I'm so dead. While he was having a meltdown, the other kids kept gossiping. Baek Yu-seol? Him? Nah, there has to be some kind of mistake. So weird. Us from the Marquisec Bay family ranked 29th and got into Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on the theory and ranked 17th, is in Class A. So what's up with that guy? Hearing them drop his name all secret Lambi, Yusun got curious. What the hell's going on? Should I go check it out? I mean, I already flunked, so whatever. With that thought, he decided to creep closer to the crowd and eavesdrop. Suddenly, his eyes went wide when he saw his own name. What the? Why the heck is my name up there? There's no way. This has to be some kind of mistake, right? What is this crap? The most special rank any student would kill for, Class S, the gathering spot for the absolute best at the prestigious Stella Academy. Unlike other classes with students from all sorts of ranks, Class S only had 41 students, and they were all the same level. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to process it. Me? In Class S? This has got to be a screw-up. I'm gonna lose my mind. Great. Now I'm gonna have to see the main character of this game way more often. Why does getting tangled up with the protagonist just lower my life expectancy? And I can't even do anything to change it. I guess I'll just have to try and live like a ghost. I'll figure it out somehow. Outside, the academy was pretty normal and quiet, but in some hidden corner, an angry woman slapped Princess Bay hard across the face. She scowled, yelling, "You got all 3 questions wrong. Even Princess ISO from the ruined principality got 2 right." This woman was Professor Hong Jae of the fire element, and she was also Princess Bay's mother. She continued, "You can't even answer questions that insects could get right. That means you're even lower than an insect. You need to take a good, hard look at yourself, you understand me?" Bay, the frail girl, whispered, "Yes, mother." Her mother, still fuming, shot a sharp glare at her daughter before letting out a long sigh. Her voice choked with emotion. She went on, "Listen to me, Bay. You can't end up like me, kicked out of the kingdom and stuck in this stupid professor position. You cannot become a disgrace to the kingdom." Saying this, she leaned down, gently placing her hands on her little girl's cheeks, and said, "You have to become better than even your sister." Then she gave a gentle smile, like any other mother, looking tenderly at her child. "You know what I mean, don't you?" Bay's cheeks were bright red now. She thought for a moment before answering, "Of course, mother. I understand." But she was totally lying to herself with those words. She didn't understand a single thing. She had just lived as she was taught, handling everything like a robot. But this time, the problems involved magic, spells, and formulas, stuff she'd never even been taught. So what am I supposed to do? At that thought, she burst into tears, the frustration just pouring out. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? At that same moment, in the Class S classroom, all the students had gathered. B. Yusun sat alone at the top desk, face in his hands, totally bummed out. "I'm so screwed," he thought. "Of course I get thrown into a place full of weirdos like this. And it's not like I'm even trying to make friends with them." Just then, whispers started up. "Why is he here?" "That's what I'm talking about. I don't get it at all. Do you know?" Our families protested, asking why he was in Class S. He just said B. Yusun was qualified enough to be here. For real? That's so weird. Even though they were whispering B, Yusun heard every word. He thought quietly, "Looks like I'm the outcast here. But, well, it makes sense. They've all worked their butts off since they were kids, so they must be totally crushed to find out someone like me is in their class. Your class changes depending on your grades, so this stuff is pretty normal. Even Class S isn't an exception. Someone could get kicked down to a lower class, or some kid from Class A could get promoted to Class S later on. Guess I'll just try talking to them then." B. Yusun glanced around at the faces so familiar from the game, and somehow, by some miracle, he'd become their classmate. Thinking about it, this whole thing is pretty trippy. The actual characters from the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous across the continent, and 5 of them will even betray the Magic Council. Ma Yu Song Song is one of them. It would be great if I could stop that from the very beginning. Suddenly, Professor Lee walked in, announcing, "Hello everyone, please settle down and find your seats." Hearing that slightly familiar voice, B, Yusun turned towards the podium. The powerful professor was now speaking. It is a great honor to meet you all. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself properly. I am the professor for Class S, Lee Han-won. Hearing this, the students started whispering again. One guy said, "Whoa, so that's the famous Professor Lee Han-won?" The dude next to him replied, "The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits. That's insane. They even call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's on a completely different level." Seeing the students buzzing with excitement, Professor Lee cut in, "All right, everyone, settle down. It seems we have many talented students this year, and even one special admission case. As you all know, this academy is where we train battle mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a rigorous educational environment for the next 3 years. I expect all of you to keep up with the curriculum. I want all of you to show me the best you can do during your time at this school. Now, are there any questions?" At the professor's question, the entire class stayed silent. He smiled and continued, "Good. Then let's begin our first lesson." Just then, from the doorway, Princess Bei's figure appeared. Seeing her with a bruise on one cheek, everyone was pretty shocked, and B, Yusun was no exception. He thought in surprise, Bei, the one who follows the rules more than anyone, is late? What's up with her? She walked up to the professor, apologized, and said something, her face looking exhausted and defeated. Curious, B. Yusun took out his magpie glasses to check her out. As soon as he put them on, an info panel popped up. Bei, villain, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, sometimes blames herself, only drinks Sova coffee, Akalia style, has an evil mother, fated to die. After reading it, he thought, well, that doesn't change much. Her fate is to die. But if Izo dies by isomorph, Bei will die too. I guess you could call it the unavoidable destiny of a villain character. I'd save her if I could, but I'm in no position to be saving anyone. Feeling a little down, he took off the glasses. After hearing the girl's reason for being late, the professor said, "You should go find a seat." Meanwhile, Baekyu Seol was still letting out a sad sack sigh. "Man, this feels kinda awful, but I guess I just gotta keep my distance." As he was totally zoning out, Bei suddenly walked up to his seat. Her eyes, burning with frustration and sorrow, were locked on him, and he still had absolutely no clue what the hell was going on. Without a word, Bei sat down right next to him. Baekyu Seol was just stunned, thinking, what's happening? What is this feeling? Seriously, has everything been totally jacked up from the start? Once everyone finally shut up and sat down, the teacher started talking. "All right, before we kick off the lesson, we're gonna have an inheritance ceremony for you all to get your wands. Class S and Class A will have the ceremony together. I'll give you the details later." Baekyu Seol heard this and got a little worried. An inheritance ceremony? Sounds like a real pain in the ass, but then he cracked a smile, actually looking forward to the whole thing. At Stella Academy, there were 2 huge events. One was the Soulmate Pact, and the other was the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier school like Stella, the inheritance ceremony was a super big deal. A little later, the students from Class S and Class A were gathered in some mysterious-looking place. Professor Lee spoke up. "Is everyone here? We've got a ton of wands prepared, from the lowest rank to mid-rank. All you have to do is walk up to the wand you like and take it. Switching wands after you've picked one is a real nightmare, so I expect you to choose carefully." Baekyu Seol heard that and thought, "Yeah, right. He says that, but we're not the ones choosing the wands. Something else is. In this world, wands only respond to people they actually acknowledge, creating a resonance effect. That also means you can't just use a high-class wand because you feel like it." Thinking about that, he walked over to where the magic wands were floating in mid-air. He glanced around, totally hesitating. He had no idea which one he was supposed to pick. He just stood there spacing out, thinking. Before, he would have just grabbed a low-rank wand to get it over with. But now that he was in Class S, he couldn't just pick some random junk and let them keep looking down on him. Suddenly, a pretty simple-looking wand caught his eye. In this world, magic staffs are split into 2 types, wands and scepters. Wands are usually for the knight class, people who need to cast magic fast. On the other hand, scepters are used by the bishop class, who focus on a single, powerful attack with more casting time. Just then, he heard some whispering behind him. "Hey, which one do you think he's gonna pick? Since he's in Class S, he probably won't have any problem with resonance, right?" Baekyu Seol knew they were talking about him, but he just ignored it all. "Say whatever you want, you little punks. I don't give a damn. What a waste of energy." Suddenly, someone called him from behind. "Hey." He had no idea who was calling him. He turned around to see some totally unfamiliar face and asked, "What's up? And who are you?" This guy had a cocky look on his face and answered like a jerk, "I'm Uslo." Baekyu Seol heard the name, but still couldn't remember who he was. Probably just some background character. "This is the first time I've ever heard that name. Whatever, I'll just play along." Then he replied casually, "Oh, really? Got it. Uzl crossed his arms and went on. So which wand are you gonna pick? He answered coolly. I'm just gonna grab a random one. Hearing that, the guy smirked and said sarcastically, You better pick a wand that fits your commoner status. Don't try to climb too high or you'll just fall flat on your face and cause trouble for Professor Lai. Give me a break, dude. Baek Yuseol's expression was basically, like I'm scared of you, idiot. He couldn't be bothered. He turned to walk away, but not without a parting shot. Oh, sure, you try not to cause any trouble either, okay? Seeing his mocking attitude, Uzl got even more pissed. His face turned beet red as the blood rushed to his head. Then, like he'd lost his mind, he screamed, Damn it, you bastard! You want to fight me? This is so annoying. Baek Yusal wanted to just ignore him, but this little punk just had to keep provoking him. He let out a tired sigh, pulled the mockingbird glass from his pocket, and put it on. The kid's info popped up right in front of his eyes. Uzl Seben, son of Marquis Seben, subordinate of Prince Jeremy. Dissatisfaction level 3. After reading it, he took the glasses off and put them away. A little disappointed. Seriously? That's all the info I get? He looked up at the guy and sighed. Bored. Is there even anything special about him? Uzl then pointed a finger at some ridiculously fancy staff and said, Anyway, I'm gonna pick that one, so you better watch closely. Following his finger, Baek Yusol saw that it was indeed a scepter. Not only that, it was the Eerie, probably the highest ranked one here. A normal high-mid-rank scepter is usually wielded by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-mid-rank staff is pretty much the limit for a student. Even pro mages rarely use low-mid-rank scepters. Besides the item Etmiri, there weren't any other high-mid-rank scepters here. It was basically just here for show. Everyone knew damn well that no student here could actually take it. Just then, the teacher spoke up again. Everyone, please stand in front of the wand you like. One by one, the students moved to stand before their chosen wands. It looked like everyone had made up their minds. A moment later, blue lights started glowing all around. From the back, some students gasped in admiration. Whoa, isn't that the Hayden Amakotan that Ha chose? That's a mid-rank wand. Prince Skaven got a mid-rank wand too. Looking around at the scene, Baek Yuseol also commented, Princess B chose the Civitar Lahavan. That's another mid-rank wand. How many people can even pick a mid-rank one? This year is insane. Uzl got even more ticked off, grinding his teeth in rage. Damn it to hell! Just you wait, I can do it too! With that, he made up his mind and stormed toward the scepter in front of him. He walked forward, and everyone around him was completely stunned. Gasps echoed through the room. Isn't that Usla? Can he really resonate with a high mid-rank scepter? Usul reached his hand toward the mid-rank staff, a smug grin on his face. He was basically thinking, I'm about to blow all your minds. Watch and learn what a real S-class talent looks like. Then he gripped the scepter tightly. Immediately, small sparks of electricity flashed around it, followed by a huge explosion. Boom! The massive pressure it released was so intense it blinded everyone nearby. Not that this was any surprise to Baek Yusol. He barely blinked, thinking, just as I predicted, he failed. In that moment, Usla was blown away by the power blasting from the scepter. He was totally floored, gritting his teeth, refusing to accept it. The students nearby freaked out, yelling, Oh crap! Looks like he's seriously hurt. Hey, someone get a professor, stat! A mid-high tier staff is obviously out of his league. What the hell was this dude thinking, being so reckless? Yusin just sighed, thinking, the higher you climb, the harder you fall, huh? Humph. Little bro, you should have just quit from the start. As he thought that, the shadow of another student moved toward the staff. This guy looked way too confident, whistling as he walked. Looks like the staff's true owner was already decided. And this cocky dude was none other than Ma Yusion. He stared intently at the magic staff before him, then cracked a smug grin. He seemed pretty pleased with himself, but at his actions, the surrounding students started buzzing. Whoa, is he really going for the mid-high tier scepter? I don't think he can resonate with it. Ignoring all the chatter, Ma Yusion coldly reached out and touched the magic staff. He gripped it tight. Instantly, a blinding light exploded from it, but he stood there, totally unfazed. Its pressure was so intense, everyone had to shield their eyes. Unsurprisingly, Ma Yusion could resonate with this magic staff. Holding the staff, he flashed a brilliant smile. He looked like he was shining. The students around still couldn't believe their eyes, muttering, This is insane. No freaking way. How can a first-year student get a mid-high tier scepter? Oh my god, can this really happen? Biyusan wasn't too shocked, sighing as he thought, knew it. And from now on, even more people will know how talented he is. Suddenly, Ma Yusan's eyes flickered in his direction. This totally threw Biyusan off, making him wonder what the guy was looking at. Then Ma Yusan walked closer with a friendly smile. A chill ran down both of Biyusan's arms and the hair on his neck stood up. Holy crap, is this dude nuts? He thought. What's with the creepy smile? But then, he remembered the game's storyline. Isomorph was also supposed to get a mid-high tier scepter, Terravon, but this was the major turning point. If Isomorph successfully obtained Terravon, Ma Yu-san would become interested in her, seeing her talent as a key to his own path. But on the flip side, if she chose a different scepter, Ma Yu-seon would go down a completely different road. I have to use Isomorph to get Ma Yu-seon on my side. With that thought, Bi Yu-sun found Isomorph. She was approaching a magic staff, but still looked super hesitant. Bi Yu-sun then realized it was Terravon. He nervously glued his eyes to the scene. Isomorph got closer and closer to Terravon, and watching her back, Bi Yu-sun told himself, "That's it. Take it. Then Ma Yu-seon will get curious about Isomorph and will have a picture-perfect ending." But before he could celebrate, just as she got near Terravon, she suddenly bailed and walked away. This shocked him so bad he almost puked blood. What the heck was that? Does she not like Terravon? Yeah, what's going on? Doesn't she know? Or does she not have enough information? This situation was not looking good. Isomorph could resonate with any scepter because she's the main character. But what if she picks some random weird-ass scepter? Then I'll lose another good option. This isn't gonna work. I gotta do something. I have to push Terravon towards Isomorph. Thinking this, he focused, aimed for Isomorph's position, and used his flash skill to zip over to her. In a split second, he was right behind her. Isomorph suddenly felt someone standing right there, and she spun around, thinking, "What the hell? When did he get behind me?" Bi Yu-san raised a hand with a friendly smile. Hello, hey there. I was just curious which scepter you were gonna pick." Isomorph replied, confused. "Why do you want to know? What's it to you?" Bi Yu-san answered awkwardly. "Ah, I just wanted to give you some advice, since you looked a little confused." Hearing his lame excuse, Isomorph coldly shot back, "That's also none of your business. If you don't have anything else, I'm leaving." With that, she turned her back and walked away. Seeing this, Bi Yu-sun was about to say wait, but then he realized something was seriously wrong here. Isomorph is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the sociable type, right? Ugh, but why is she being so cold? I can't just give up like this. My whole life depends on it after all. Gathering all his courage, he called out, "Hey, wait, I seriously just want to help you." This just pissed Isomorph off even more. She retorted, "You're so nosy. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked one yet, and you're sticking your nose in other people's business." But Bi Yu-sun wasn't discouraged. He continued, "Come on, but I feel like there's a scepter that's a perfect match for you." Hearing this, Isomorph furiously shouted, "Are you trying to lecture me? What the hell do you know about scepters?" Faced with this attitude, Bi Yu-sun flinched, thinking, what the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just doesn't give a crap about a low-tier side character like me? He stammered in reply. Well, I've actually heard a lot about you. You don't think you can get that scepter?" Isomorph asked, confused. "Terravon?" Seeing her calm down, Bi Yu-sun grinned ear to ear and said, "That's right, that's the one." Suddenly, a sound made Bi Yu-sun's smile vanish. A loud bang echoed out as an intense pressure blasted through the area, scaring the crap out of him. His eyes flew open, and then a magic staff flew out of nowhere and landed in his hand. He blinked his eyes open and shut, muttering, "Huh? What is this?" Then he took a good look at the scepter. A second later, his face went pale. "Why is it in my hand? Isomorph was supposed to be the one to get it, damn it." At that moment, Bi Yu-sun was at a complete loss for words, with no idea how to explain this. His face was a little awkward, while Isomorph just stared blankly for a moment. Right after, her eyes curved into a smile as she said, "So?" Bi Yu-sun felt a shiver at her strange attitude, and he trembled as he replied, It's nothing." But inside, he was panicking about his future. "It's over. I'm screwed. There's no way I can live a quiet life now." So the succession ceremony ended, but the buzz from it was definitely still around. Later, on the school grounds, Isomorph was casually walking behind a group of students. She accidentally overheard the conversation of two guys up ahead. One said, "Hey, did you hear the hot gossip? This year, 2 students got mid-high tier scepters." The other guy replied in surprise, "For real? Until now, only 5 people have ever done that, and now there are 2 more? Yep, that's right, but it's super weird. One of the 2 only used Flash in the magic deployment test." Whoa, isn't Flash just basic magic? How is that even possible? My parents always said Flash was a rare magic. This is just weird. Their whole conversation was messing with Isomorph's head. She didn't get it at all. A little later, she finally hit up the study hall. The vibe in here was way more chill. She let out a sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet. All day long, all I've heard are whispers about that stupid incident. The news that 2 students aced the high-level certification was everywhere, but I still have no clue who that dude is, or how he even got his hands on the Terra of Staff. I literally read the original novel 3 times before getting yeeted into this world, but this Baek Yu-sol character never even existed. They said nobody could get Tariv, but he synced up with it so easily. Nah, that's not right. He was totally just showing off for me. Whatever. Thinking about it now is pointless. Suddenly, someone called her name. Isomorph, you here to study too? Seeing who it was, she plastered on a smile and shot back. You guys are so weird. You think I'm some kind of nerd? The blonde girl answered. No way. It's just that you're always complaining you're bored, and then you end up studying anyway. Isomorph got all defensive. Hey, that's so not true. A girl standing next to her chimed in. But hey, Isomorph, why do you call us kids? Aren't we all the same age? Isomorph had to cook up an excuse fast. It's just a habit. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like some old lady. Asterisk. Heh, asterisk. But seriously, she knew she was trapped in a novel, so there was no way she could act like a real kid. Then another voice spoke up. So, you planning a solo study sesh today? She looked over and saw a super cute girl with red hair. Isomorph thought. Asterisk. Wait, is that Jackie? Asterisk. Asterisk. Her fashion sense is totally the same as mine. Asterisk. Despite the thought, she just smiled back. Oh, nah. There's a meeting soon that I'm gonna check out. I gotta bounce. Okay, well, let's grab a drink next time. With that, Isomorph quickly turned and left, throwing up a peace sign. Later, one second she was all smiles, and the next, she was back to her cold, distant self. Being a grown-up stuck playing student is such a drag, she thought. Lost in her own dumb thoughts, she wasn't looking and bam, slammed right into someone, grabbing her head. Ow, that hurt. Suddenly, the person she hit spoke. Isomorph, hearing that warm voice, she looked up, totally shocked. Hey Gunryang, is that you? The guy immediately asked. Are you okay? What were you even thinking about? Rushing like that, Isomorph mumbled. Oh, I'm fine. He looked her over for a second, then added, You don't look so great. Is something wrong? Hearing that warm, concerned tone, Isomorph's eyes practically sparkled. Asterisk. Pff, like he's actually worried about me. As if... Asterisk. Then she got all awkward and said, it's nothing. The guy changed the subject. Well, good that you're okay. Are you heading to the study hall too? Yeah. And you're going to the S-rank exclusive training room again? You can't slack on daily training, can you? You're way too intense. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Oh yeah? And just like that, a mini cat and dog fight started. Right after, the guy went quiet, just looking at Isomorph with a fond smile before waving his hand in front of her face. Well, I'm taking off. See you later. And with that, he just left, leaving Isomorph totally bewildered. She was imagining some cheesy romance novel scene, but nope, that didn't happen. Isomorph was a little disappointed and turned to leave, thinking, asterisk, what a boring dude, asterisk. Suddenly, her eyes went wide. From behind a nearby door, the purple-haired girl was totally spying on her. Seeing this, Isomorph gave a little wave, but the girl just bolted without saying a word. Isomorph was a little creeped out by that, but then she just figured it was already late. It wasn't the time to go chasing after her. A bit later, she finally reached the study hall. Standing in front of the door, she thought, asterisk, a special supplementary meeting, huh? Asterisk. If I remember the original novel, Isomorph and Bae are both supposed to show up to this. I'm dying to see how the main character and the villainess of this novel are gonna throw down. Right after that, she opened the door and walked in. And just like she thought, all the major players were already there. She slowly scanned the room. The one running the show was some A-rank student. He looked pretty surprised by the people who actually showed up today. Isomorph quickly picked a spot high up so she could easily watch everything go down. As she sat, she thought, asterisk, this is a makeup session for students trying to rank up. No wonder so many famous S-rank students are here. Asterisk. That's when her eyes locked onto Ma Yu Sung-seon and Bak Yu Seol. The two of them were chatting and actually seemed to be having a good time. This completely threw Isomorph for a loop. For real, in this world, Ma Yu Sung-seon was actually interested in a total nobody like Baek Yu Seol. Isomorph knew this was more than just a coincidence. The fact Baek Yu Seol couldn't solve anything except for those 3 hell-level questions was also hella suspicious. Maybe Baek Yu Seol knew from the get-go that solving those questions would guarantee him an S-rank position. And if Baek Yu Seol really can see the future, then his whole act back then was seriously creepy. Over on his side, Baek Yu Seol was sighing, thinking, asterisk, God, I wish someone would just toss this guy out of my sight. Asterisk. But Ma Yu Sung-seon was the total opposite. He was all smiles, looking at Baek Yu Seol and asking, Oh, Baek Yu Seol? What are you doing here? With your skill level, you don't even need to be in this kind of class. Or, is there some reason you can't talk about? The main character forced a laugh and replied, Haha, no reason at all. I just felt like checking it out. But he was totally lying to himself. He was forced to be here because his grades sucked. End of story. He groaned internally at the guy in front of him, wondering why this dude was so obsessed with him. It was so weird. Just then, someone's voice cut in. All right, settle down. Everyone, let's cut the chit-chat. Today we're going to discuss the problems from the recent ranking test. As you all know, this ranking test was insanely hard. So hard that even the upperclassmen gave up and called them the 3 hell questions. And I'm going to explain them to you guys, piece by piece. He said that, but on the inside, he was kind of freaking out. He had no idea why all these famous kids were even here. His only goal was to boost his own rep on the outside by helping the morons in this class. That's it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kai's head. He looked over at Baekyu Seol, thinking, asterisk, hold on, this might actually be my big chance. Asterisk. Asterisk, I heard through the grapevine that Baekyu Seol scored the lowest on the entrance ranking test. So all I have to do is show him how much smarter I am. Asterisk. Just thinking about it made Kai hella confident. He continued, okay everyone, eyes on me. I will now walk you through how to solve the first question. Then Kai started explaining as he wrote on the board. Yo, this question is a total trick. It's trying to mess with everyone's head. You gotta look at it this way first. The whole class was scribbling notes while Ma Yushang glanced over at Yusan, who was totally zoned out. He poked him. So, what's your take? You think that dude's logic is even remotely correct? Yusan was so not ready for that question and looked up at the guy next to him. The guy was grinning like a total idiot, waiting for an answer. This whole vibe was weirding our main character out. He thought, what the actual hell? He's seriously asking me if that guy's right. I don't even get what they're talking about, let alone these 3 nightmare questions. But whatever. Being real is always the move. Thinking that, Yusan just said, nah, I got no clue either. The second he said it, the nosy kids nearby only caught half of it and started whispering. What'd he say? Yusan? Did he just call out Kai for being wrong? It was obvious these two were trying to trash Yusan, since everyone knew he had the lowest score. Just then, Kai, who was writing on the board, overheard the whole thing and stopped cold. He looked seriously pissed, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, our main character felt like something was way off. He looked around, thinking, huh? What the crap is going on? Why is everyone staring at me? Up at the board, Kai wasn't writing anymore. He snapped the chalk in his hand and said, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. Our main character was floored. Like, what is even happening right now? Then, Kai shot him a smug smirk and added, so, Yusan, why don't you come down here and show everyone how it's done? The words sent a chill down his spine. He freaked out internally. Crap, what the hell is this psycho talking about? Then he saw Ma Yushang's eyes, looking kinda surprised. But the dude was beaming, giving him a look like, you got this, man. Go for it. And that's when it all clicked. This guy and his little crew set this whole stupid trap up. With that thought, he slowly started walking down to the front. Sigh. Fine. Whatever, he thought. If you want to humiliate me, you picked the wrong damn day. I'm about to blow your tiny minds. Just then, every single eye in the room was locked on him. As he got to the podium, he pulled something out of his pocket and scanned the other guy's work. The thing he pulled out? A pair of bun glasses. He thought, these so-called nightmare questions are just a stupid word game. The question was basically something like this. A mage casts a spell, O Mother Earth, cry me a river, and from those tears, let the dust double itself. The question being asked is, like, why? The answer is stupid simple. Isn't it just dirt? Crying? It's just particles separating. Our main character face-palmed, wondering what kind of bored loser came up with this garbage. To him, it was a total joke. But for these guys, it was some impossible problem they couldn't solve. But whatever, that Kai dude didn't even treat it like a real problem. His whole solution was about making dust cry out more dust. It's hard to even explain. His method was dead wrong, but he somehow got the right answer. Dude just got lucky, that's all. Give him another problem like this and he'd totally bomb. And now, this stage is all mine. Thinking that, our main character turned to Kai and said, I'm not gonna solve this for you, but I will tell you where you messed up. Kai's jaw dropped. What? Our MC kept going, the whole foundation is earth, right? But what if the problem was about water or wind? You think your little trick would solve those? If it could, then I'd use a different, way simpler method. But doing it your way means you need a million different methods for the same type of problem, which means, dude, you just got lucky. It also means your answer isn't what the creator was even looking for. Kai opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. He was just stuck. He had to face it. Yusun was right. Looking at Kai's face, our MC felt kinda bad. Maybe he went a little too hard on the guy. He continued. Anyway, here's how you actually solve it. Kai listened and started scribbling everything down. The entire class was now focused, taking notes. This absolutely blew Isomorph's mind. She couldn't get her head around why everyone was hanging on his every word. Shouldn't Iso and Hong Ben be arguing with him, but they're both busy analyzing his method? Is this for real? This is so ridiculous. Outside, it was already getting dark. Inside, Ma Yu-song waved at Yusun. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. He flashed this huge smile and left. Yusun barely lifted a hand back. Yeah, see ya. As Ma Yu-song disappeared, Yusun just covered his face, thinking, damn it all. If I keep getting stuck with this guy, I'm totally screwed. I seriously don't want tomorrow to come. I never want to see that dude again in my entire life. He dropped his hands and stared at them. It's gotta be the phone, he thought. I can't use it anymore, and my hands are getting twitchy. But because of it, Ma Yu-sung noticed me. Ugh, why do I have to keep running into him? And what's weird is, besides Isomorph, no other character ever used Flash Step before. Walking out, he spotted B still hanging around, waiting for someone. She looked super bummed out. He thought, what's her deal? She looks down, but it's got nothing to do with me. Not my problem. So he just walked right past her. Suddenly, she called out, Yusun. He was still trying to figure out if he heard right when she said, I need to ask you something. Our MC was totally shocked. He never thought someone as perfect as her would ever have a reason to talk to him. He just answered, B? What's up? She got straight to it, no messing around. Why didn't you explain your answer back there? Her question completely froze him. He thought, it's not that I didn't explain it, it's that I have no freaking clue how to explain it. How do you explain a question that doesn't even have a real answer? She's got to be confused, right? He awkwardly scratched his head and started to answer. Well, I didn't really explain. B cut him right off. I get it. You didn't want to spill your secrets in front of everyone, right? Now he was even more lost. That's not it at all, he thought. She kept going. So, I'll pay you for it. Our main character was stunned. What the hell are you talking about? Baeon was all like, look, I said I'd make it worth your while. The main character was totally floored, his jaw just hanging open. A little later, they both snuck into Mr. Lai's office. After fumbling around for a bit, they found their test papers. He glanced over at Bae's sheet and was like, I seriously don't get why you're paying me to solve 3 questions from the placement test. Bae shot back. I have my reasons. Not that it's your business. Just do it. Yeah, whatever you say, princess, the main character muttered. After checking out her paper, he asked, super confused. But you only got those 3 wrong. I bombed, like, everything else. So why are you asking me for help? Aren't you embarrassed? Bae just deadpanned. Nope. The only thing I'm embarrassed about is that I still can't figure out the answers to those questions. If you can clear this up for me, I'll literally do anything. The main character was stunned, silent, thinking, Asterisk, isn't she supposed to be some goody two-shoes model student? Asterisk. He then asked, but why me? You're a princess. You've got to have like a million friends you could ask, right? The thing is, out of 1,141 first years, only 3 people actually got those hell-level questions right, and you were one of them. The main character's jaw practically hit the floor. What? What did you just say? She looked kinda ashamed and added, those questions, they didn't have answers. But somehow, Ma Yu-sung and you both solved them. That's what I'm most ashamed of. At this point, the main character couldn't keep his cool. His hands were shaking as he stammered, no, wait a sec. Then he shot up from his seat, practically screaming. Those 3 questions were a freaking trap? No one was supposed to solve them. How did you not realize that? Bae explained. Hearing her out, he forced himself to sit back down. Asterisk. This is insane. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. So that's why I'm in the S class, and why Isomorph tried to stop me. Asterisk. Asterisk. I had no clue about the game's setup in this world. I didn't know anything about stupid trick questions. Asterisk. Asterisk. But Isomorph's probably a different story, since she read the whole novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she'd know the world building from the book. Asterisk. Asterisk. Like those 3 BS questions. But because some rando side character who wasn't in the original novel showed up, Isomorph had to accept that a dude named Yusun actually exists. Asterisk. Asterisk, damn it. No wonder she acted that way. Asterisk Bae, totally confused by his meltdown, asked, what's wrong with you? The main character just played it cool. Ah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Just don't forget you owe me one if I explain the answers, Kay? Bae nodded. Yeah, of course. The main character went on. I just have one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can handle that, right? Bae looked totally shocked. But only low-level mercs use that kind of weapon. A future mage like you? Why would you? He cut her right off. It's my vibe. You can't just call it a flaw. It's just who I am. He gave her an expectant look and pressed on. So, what do you say? Think you can handle it? She thought it over for a second, then answered with total confidence. Obviously. That's a piece of cake for me. Best. Answer, ever. The main character looked super pleased, his cheeks turning a little red. Asterisk. Freaking awesome. Asterisk, he thought. With that settled, he got down to business. Alright, I'll tell you how to solve this first one. He pointed at the test paper and said, the trick is, you have to change your perspective. She just looked lost. Change my perspective? Bei's biggest weakness was that her magic was robotic, and she was totally stuck in that mindset. She wouldn't figure this out until her second year, after losing to Morph. Asterisk. I doubt I can make her have a full-on epiphany right now, but at least I can point her in the right direction. Asterisk. Asterisk. So, what I need to do right now is… Asterisk, he thought, then said out loud, "Do you even know what a lame riddle is?" The question caught Bei off guard. "A trick question? I think I've heard of it." The main character continued. "Okay, here's an example. What's between knee and knee?" She immediately propped her chin on her hand, thinking hard before answering. "The inside of the knee, right?" He shot her down casually. Wrong. Bei still didn't get it. "Huh? Why not?" He leaned in, emphasizing the question again. "I'm asking you what letter is between the word knee and the word knee. Get it now? Right?" Realizing she'd been played, she got super mad. Seeing her fuming, Yusun got a little nervous. "Whoa, hey, don't look at me like you're gonna kill me. Just chill for a sec. Sit down and look at the question again. It has its own formulas and tricks you just don't know about yet. My point is, when you face a problem, you need to get more creative with it. But can you really do that with just your own creativity?" Hearing that, Bei's expression darkened. Ashamed of herself, she answered, "No, it's impossible." The main character finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Of course it is. Look, knowing a ton of spells and how to use them is important, but for a mage, the most important thing is how you see the world through your own lens. Magic can change in wild ways, even from the smallest shift. But on the flip side, you only think about stuff you've seen and learned in books. That's all just theory without any real-world application. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells. You're probably way better at analyzing stuff than I am, but you're missing the most important thing for a mage, and that's creativity." After Yusun's long-winded speech, Bei went quiet. She replayed his every word in her head, unable to argue with any of it, and she started losing her composure. Her hands began to shake as she fell into a state of total despair. The main character saw her serious face and started sweating. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, You get what I was saying, right? Even if it sounded a little complicated and abstract." Bei answered confidently, "Of course I get it." The main character gave a weak laugh, thinking, "Asterisk, this is gold. I don't even know what the hell I just spewed." Asterisk. He then said, "Seriously, I'm glad you could understand what I was saying. So, let's get started. Riddle me this. What did the man say to the horse when he put it in bed?" The question just left her looking baffled. She put her hand on her chin, thinking, asterisk. What did the man say to the horse when he put it in bed? Asterisk. After racking her brain and coming up with nothing, she said sadly, "I don't know." The main character laid out the answer. "It's super simple," he said. "It's bedtime now." Then he started firing off a bunch of other questions. Why don't they work harder? No clue if it's because they're always lying down on the job. So what happens when rock, paper, and scissors get in a race beats me? My guess? The rock rolls. The scissors and paper don't even move. I mean, look at them. They're just not built for it. Halfway through the riddle, he glanced over at Bei and shut his mouth. At this point, she was shaking like a leaf. Looked like she was totally beating herself up over it. She got so mad she scowled and ground her teeth, clearly pissed. Her reaction gave our main character the creeps. He thought, whoa, what's with her? She looks like she's about to totally snap. The main character worked up the nerve to ask another one. So, what would the clouds say to the sea? Wait, no. What would the clouds say to the sea when it starts raining? She focused hard, trying to psych herself up. Come on, I can do this, just chill. After a serious internal battle, she stammered out an answer. I'm falling for you. Hearing that, the main character was kind of surprised and cheered. Whoa, you actually got it right. Finally, she managed to answer one and get some props for it. She couldn't hide how happy she was. It was written all over her face. Bei flashed a huge, bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and her reaction totally blew his mind. It was the first time he'd ever seen her smile, in the game or in real life. Her happiness was contagious. He grinned and said, just what I'd expect from a princess. Your creativity is on a whole other level. Feeling like he was laying it on a bit thick, she blushed and tried to shut it down. All right, whatever, just give me the next question. The main character just smirked and said, yeah, that's more like it. So, what's the next question? Just like that, the two of them kept talking until it was pitch black outside. Outside on the school grounds, a few students were still hanging around, chattering away. Our main character walked home alone, looking completely wiped out, with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, totally bummed. I'm such an idiot. I wasted 3 whole hours on some lame trick questions just to test Bei. Honestly, it's not like I expect her to remember anything I said. Speaking of Bei, she's definitely going to be an amazing witch with a brain like that. But her weakness is that she's way too rigid. If I wanted to use that to mess with her, damn, even if she is the villain, why do I feel so guilty? But I gotta forge Terravon into a magic sword, and fast. So I gotta do more. Ugh, this isn't like me at all. Back then, I could do everything myself. Whatever. No use frying my brain over it. I should just hurry up and find the books I need for my next class. A little while later, he ended up somewhere new. He looked around, searching for something, and muttered to himself, "This ain't right. It should be around here somewhere. Right? I didn't mess up the location, did I?" Then his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "There it is! This is the place!" In front of him was a pretty old and run-down house. Inside, everything was covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping inside and seeing the scene before him, he thought, "Geez, this place has really gone to crap." Looking at the shopkeeper, a thought popped into his head. But I know one thing. The owner of this bookstore has this weird habit of pretending to be asleep while secretly spying on customers. If I remember right, this nameless bookstore has Mayela's notebook. He was the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago. If this were the old me, all it would take is one click to see it. But in this world, you gotta have the book to learn anything. Plus, what you study affects your level ups. At first, I bought books from all the famous shops, but then I figured it out. All the good stuff is hidden in these no-name, hole-in-the-wall stores. With that thought, he headed deeper into the store and started his search. As he walked, he was practically giddy. Taking the magical engineering class with Mayela's notes in hand, it doesn't get any better than this. I'll totally ace the class. But then again, I could probably get a decent score just by wearing the right glasses. But maybe I'll find some kind of secret formula. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A green book tucked away in the corner of a shelf. He instantly lit up. "This is what I'm looking for!" Just as he reached out to grab it, another hand shot out towards the very same book. And just like that, their eyes locked. He blurted out, surprised, "Isomorphal?" She looked totally lost. How do you know me?" "Duh, you're like, famous," our main character replied. It slowly started to click for her. He continued, "Oh, I remember now. You're in the supplementary group too. Your name's Byusin, right?" Hearing that, the main character felt a little let down, thinking, "Oh, is that it?" She went on, "Yeah, I really like that debate. It's just a shame you couldn't explain the whole answer." It then dawned on our main character that Isomorphal was also one of the people who couldn't solve those riddles. She added, "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." Then she just turned her back and walked away, cold as ice. Her attitude kind of threw him for a loop. But the most important thing for him right now was that, thank God, the book was still there. He reached out and grabbed the book, then his eyes flickered back to Isomorphal. What's she doing here, anyway? He wondered. She was still picking out books, but it looked like she was really hesitating before buying any. You could totally tell because she checked the price of every single book she considered. After glancing at a price tag, she let out a frustrated sigh and put it right back on the shelf. Byusin saw the whole thing. He instantly figured out why she was here. This place mostly sells used books, so the customers are usually broke students, like him. Someone from a fallen noble family like Isomorphal, who's lost everything. This is the only place she can come. Her father was probably killed by the Dark Sorcerer's goons. He suddenly felt pretty bad for her. Man, that sucks. A princess like her having to buy used books, and on top of that, having to check the price because she's scared she can't afford them. What's more, Isomorphal had a pretty tragic ending in the original novel. She died even before Isomorph, the guy who became the main character in this world. You could say Isomorphal was the unluckiest character in the whole game. Lost in thought, he managed to find the books he wanted. They looked pretty thick and heavy. He plopped them down in front of the owner and said, "I'd like to check out, please." At the same time, Isomorphal also walked up to the counter. Staring at the massive pile of books he chose, Isomorphal could only look on with envy. She seemed shocked that he was buying so many, and even the owner was surprised, asking, "All of these?" The main character just gave a slight nod and glanced her way. Over on her side, she looked a little bummed out, so he asked her, "Hey, what's wrong?" The girl shot back, totally deadpan. "Looks like you have the same great taste as me, picking all the good books." Our boy heard that and got a little flustered, thinking, did she just try to diss me? So he just shot back with, "Huh? What books are you talking about?" Kept going. "Like, all of them. Duh. Why are you reading up on advanced sealing theory anyway? Sealing theory is ancient magic. You need actual items for it. So now that alchemists and magic engineers are all high-tech, it's a skill nobody even uses anymore." He just answered, "Oh? This thing? Yeah. It's pretty much useless." Hearing that, the girl thought he had to be nuts for picking them and shot him a weird look. "So you actually know that?" He just shrugged. "Yeah, of course. That's why I'm taking it." After hearing that, she was so shocked her eyes went wide, blurting out, "Huh? Say what now?" Our main character grabbed the stack of books and gave her a slick grin. "Because everyone thinks just like you, it makes this class an easy A. Anyway, I'm out of here. Bye-bye." As he walked off, he thought to himself, knew it, barely anyone wants to take sealing theory, but because of that, it'll take way less of my time and be an even easier high grade than the other classes. Man, with these books, This semester's gonna be a total cakewalk. And just like that, he bounced, leaving Iz completely stunned. She was totally lost. Even though she wanted to ask more, her pride was too big to let her open her mouth. Scene changed to the next day at Stella Academy. Right now, Iz is nervously walking down the hallway. This is her very first class on void theory, and her first class ever since enrolling. She thought to herself, whatever, this class is an easy grade anyway, so it can't be that bad. Then she stepped into the classroom. It was already pretty packed with students. Just as she found an empty seat, she accidentally overheard the kids next to her. Yo, you're taking void theory too? Yeah, but I think I screwed up big time. I only signed up because everyone said it was an easy class, but I guess the rumor got out. All the smart kids signed up for this one. We're totally screwed. Iz heard that and just sighed, thinking, guess I have no choice. I'll just have to try my best in my other classes. A while later, the class finally ended, and everyone got up to leave. Everyone looked pretty wiped out, complaining to each other. My butt is so numb from sitting. I'm starving. What are we getting for lunch? Let's just hit the cafeteria and decide there. Iz was quietly trailing behind all of them by herself. She let out a sad sigh. This sucks. What am I gonna do now? With this many people registered for the class, getting a scholarship is gonna be tough. Just then, her stomach let out a loud growl. She clutched her wallet, hesitating. Maybe I should just eat first? Let's see. I've only got 60 meal tickets left for the semester, so looks like it's bread for me today. Suddenly, Iz's eyes went wide with surprise when she saw something. Turns out, on her way to the cafeteria, she happened to walk past some random room. She even recognized a somewhat familiar face, Byusun, sitting right in there. At first, she was wondering, what's he doing in there? But when she saw the professor lecturing, it clicked. This was the class he signed up for. The weird thing was, the class was almost empty. And not only that, but all the students looked like slackers. This professor's probably gonna get fired soon, she thought. But then, she had a realization. If she also registered for this class, she could get a high grade without spending much time on it, saving her energy for other subjects and still getting that scholarship. Wait, but how could that Byusun guy have known this class was an easy A? Whoa, no way. Did he actually plan out which classes to take to have a smooth ride? No, that's impossible. What the heck am I even thinking? It's probably just a coincidence. With that thought, she walked away. Scene changed to the next morning. The sun was already high in the sky. In some corner of the school, students were still listening intently to a lecture. The professor said, I'm sure all of you know what the root of magic is. The Genesis Mage, Bai Yi, spread magic across the entire world. Humans and other races learned how to use magic. And this professor doing the lecture was Professor Line, who specializes in the divine pages. He went on, that mage taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to the heavens, and so on and so forth, followed by a lecture that was super abstract and hard to understand. The main character was listening like he was trying to understand gibberish, thinking to himself, damn it, how am I supposed to survive 3 years of this? I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button press in the game, but this lecture is actually pretty important. It might tell me what the true ending is. But of course, that's all just a guess on my part. Suddenly, he realized the person sitting next to him looked a little familiar. Turning his head, he thought in surprise, Iz has been in this class the whole time? I don't remember any main character registering for this class. What's she got to do with me, anyway? Meanwhile, the professor was still passionately lecturing. Humanity's curiosity didn't just stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world and secretly learned the magic of other races. Even so, they still weren't satisfied, but they couldn't learn anything more. The Genesis Mage left behind 12 divine pages and vanished without a trace. Does anyone know about the 12 divine pages? A clear voice spoke up. People say they are guardian gods who protect the balance of power on the continent, and it was none other than Iz making her statement. She even added, I also heard that they were hidden across the continent, carrying that mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor was pretty surprised by this answer. He continued, oh, that's right. They possess a special power that protects the continent. For example, the divine page representing summer, the 6th page, is summer red, which carries a blazing red flame. And they say that flame will never go out. If you were to go to the bottom of the Alaman Sea, you would still see that red fire. So if you're curious, you can go check it out. Our main character heard that and thought he misheard, a chill running down his spine. Holy crap, is he joking? If a living creature enters the territory of the Sea King Aeon, they die instantly. Up at the podium, the professor just kept on talking enthusiastically. This is the Ice Abyss, a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean that was frozen by the 12th page, Winter Blue. That's why each divine page has its own power, but a miracle will happen if they combine together. A student below spoke up with a question. Professor, what is that miracle? The professor's tone suddenly dropped as he replied, "Ah, well, nobody actually knows about that. They fell into a deep sleep about a year ago." At this, the main character felt that the professor was telling the truth. At least, I've met a few of the divine pages while playing the game, but I only ever met 5 of them during limited time events. And that was after gathering intel from other players. There isn't a single gamer out there who's met more divine pages than me. If my guess is right, then the 12 divine pages have something to do with the true ending. For the last 10 years, no one's been able to find the real ending. The answer's gotta be in some content nobody knows about. I only saw the 5 moons after nearly dying a bunch of times. But if I want to see the true ending, then screw it. I'll just start from scratch. Meanwhile, in another outdoor class, a massive fireball is roaring toward a practice dummy. A pale woman in a red dress steps up and speaks. Power isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack is, if you can't hit your target, it's totally useless. And this woman? She's Professor Hongdeal, the fire magic instructor. The professor is walking around, watching the students try to put her theories into practice, when she suddenly senses something is about to happen. A second later, a massive stream of fiery power rockets toward the dummy. And then, boom, a huge explosion erupts. The professor looks pretty pleased with the raw power, but then her eyes go wide with shock. Because after that massive explosion, as the smoke and dust settles, the dummy isn't just unscorched, it's completely untouched. Professor Hongdeal looks at the scene, totally disappointed, and says, "That was pathetic, Bae." The girl starts trembling when she hears that. A dejected Baeon slumps onto a bench to rest. You can see the frustration in her eyes as she thinks, asterisk, I let mom down again. She's going to be so disappointed, asterisk. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Princess?" She looks up to see a super cute girl with red pigtails, Fo Ma Kuei. She's smiling from ear to ear as she asks, "Are you okay?" Then she sits down next to Baeon and continues, "Don't be sad. You look totally amazing out there, princess." Baeon just gives her a deadpan look. "What are you talking about? What good is having magic stronger than anyone else's if I can't even hit the broadside of a barn?" The other girl replies, "But your magic is seriously awesome. It's so freaking cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a little kid." Hearing that, it clicks for Baeon. This girl is a fire mage, just like her. Her name's Yuang, or something. Yeah, I think I've heard that name somewhere. People were gossiping that a genius fire mage had appeared, but even she was supposed to be nothing compared to my magic. Thinking this, Baeon says out loud, "It's incredible how high your accuracy is." The girl blushes and replies, "But if you practiced more, I couldn't even compare to you." Baeon shoots up to her feet. That's only enough for weaklings. Anyway, talking to you actually made me feel a lot better. See ya. And with that, Baeon just walks off, leaving the girl with the pigtails sitting there completely stunned. The scene changes to some kind of castle, which looks super neat and tidy. Baeon is here too, but she looks totally exhausted. At that moment, a voice calls out, "Your Highness." A powerful-looking woman stands at attention behind her. "Welcome back, my lady. And this is Baeon's personal guard, Ia Terran. My lady, I've prepared some warm tea and sweets." Baeon replies, "Thanks." Ia Terran continues, "Regarding the task you gave me before, about modifying the magic staff's appearance. Because the staff is so good, they said they could probably make a high-grade magic sword out of it." Baeon, who's munching on a pastry, replies skeptically, "You for real?" Ia Terran continues. However, they had some concerns. Baeon is surprised. Concerns? Ia Terran hesitates. "Well, I heard a rumor that it constantly sucks mana from its owner." Hearing this, Baeon is shocked. She jumps to her feet, spins around and panics. "What? Isn't that basically a cursed item?" Ia Terran's voice becomes grim. Not exactly. It also resonates with the energy of nature. Baeon is now completely and utterly confused, muttering, "No way. A thing that drains its owner's mana can also resonate with nature's power? Then why is the staff only intermediate grade?" Ia Terran replies, "That is precisely why it is rated at that level. What are your thoughts on this? Its original ability is to powerfully amplify the user's mana, making it stronger or even high grade. But I guess because it only takes and never gives, it got downgraded to intermediate." Hearing this, Baeon can't stay calm anymore. She leaps up and screams, "What? High grade? How could any student possibly use that?" Honestly, even Ia Terran herself seems pretty surprised by this. Baeon is still reeling, holding her head as she goes on. "I knew it didn't resonate with just anyone, but I can't imagine someone using it even if they got it, unless they had an insane amount of mana or something. I don't get this. I'm sure any normal person could figure that out." Saying all that at once leaves her throat dry. She sips some hot tea to wet her throat and adds, "But anyway, he's definitely someone special." Cut to a few days later, when the new semester begins. In some classroom, a teacher is lecturing passionately. For you students, attack magic requires a deeper level of understanding than any other type of magic. And our main character is sitting in this class, pretending to listen intently. This bald professor is the mana guidance instructor, named Callum. He continues, that is why mana guidance is a required class. From now on, in your duels, you will learn guidance with a focus on casting and proper aiming. Isomorph is also in this class, and she seems to be focusing pretty hard on the lecture. Meanwhile, at the podium, the professor is still lecturing enthusiastically. Casting means to shoot magic from the caster's body, while aiming is to use magic on a stationary target. Next, we will discuss the trajectory formula. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, Chosu is moving south at 12.6 meters per second. So, what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance Yon Hai needs to use water-type magic? As the teacher finished, the room suddenly went silent. Down below, two students start whispering to each other. One says, out of all the attributes, what's with the water element? His friend stops him. Unless you're a water-type specialist, it's best not to answer this. But seriously, is he trying to mess with us? Hearing this, our main character starts to look pretty sleepy. He lets out a huge yawn, thinking, asterisk, this is so lame. Why is this even more of a time waster than my classes in Korea? Asterisk. Suddenly, the bald professor calls out, student son, please stand up and answer the question. The main character replies with a bored tone, yes, sir. But in his head, he's cursing, asterisk. Damn it, me again? Asterisk. After fiddling around for a moment to present it, he completes the entire solution. He confidently turns back around and says, yeah, I'm done. Seeing Yu-san's solution, the professor was totally stunned, shouting, incredible, you actually solved it that easily? Is your original attribute water or something? The kid just waved it off. Nah, not at all. Oh, well that's amazing. Let's move on to the next question. But that little display was enough to make ISO see him in a whole new light. A while later, class was finally over. As everyone rushed for the door, a clear voice called out, excuse me. Following the sound, he turned his head and was like, you talking to me? Standing right in front of him was ISO. She continued, yeah, you. I have a question for you. She suddenly remembered something she'd been wondering about Yu-san while watching him. It wasn't about his rank, but the fact that he was crazy smart, even compared to the top-tier Vankers. The way he solved that professor's problem so fast and so perfectly, it was seriously hard to believe. That question was at least university level, maybe even something only a professor could solve. Even at Stella, a place packed with geniuses, what the heck was Yu-san's deal? At first, I didn't think so, she thought, but now I'm sure of it. He definitely has a strategy for choosing his courses. With that in mind, she spoke up, I wanted to ask, what's your next class? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Yu-san was pretty surprised. He kept his cool and shot back. Why are you asking? You got a crush on me or something? ISO looked annoyed. What the heck, dude? You think I'm some kind of creep? So gross. Yu-san's face turned beet red. I'm the one who thinks it's gross. Isn't that right? But then he thought, crap, I'm supposed to be the adult here. What the hell am I even saying? He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, so, why'd you ask? This time, ISO got serious. I've been looking into the classes you've taken. It seems like you're only picking the ones where you can easily score high grades. I'm not gonna beat around the bush, so I'll ask you straight up. Where did you learn that strategy? Because this is actually pretty important to me. Hearing this, our main character thought, a second ago I was wondering what she wanted, but now I get it. Immediately after, he waved his hands and burst out laughing. Ha, what are you talking about? Those classes? It's probably just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm out of here. With that, he turned his back and started to walk away. She was shocked by his totally dismissive attitude. What? Staring at his retreating back, she couldn't just give up and called out, hey, wait up! But by then, he couldn't care less. Mustering all her courage and swallowing her pride, she ran after him. Please, wait! Hearing her, the main character finally stopped. She panted, completely out of breath. Please, just a second, Yu-san replied. What now? Why are you following me? Go learn this stuff from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy me. Whatever. You said you already researched it, right? Hearing him, she stammered. But anyone who takes the deity furnishing class gets an A+, so that one doesn't really matter. But if I sign up for the same classes as you, it could negatively affect your grade. As she said this, her eyes suddenly filled with sadness. She felt a pang of guilt toward him. She thought that if he couldn't get a scholarship, it would be a huge loss for him. Yet here he was, worried about someone else's grades. Looking at her pitiful face, the main character thought to himself, man, she's kind of a pain, but the female lead is still the female lead, I guess. Suddenly, she put on an innocent, cutesy act. But anyway, can you just give me a hint for one class? One that's easy to get a high grade in? Come on, I'm begging you. The main character shot back. You really think that look is gonna work on me? She brought a hand to her cheek, feigning innocence. Huh? That's weird. Usually when I look at my own face, all my worries just disappear. This over-the-top confidence was making the main character sick. He said flatly, "Are you being serious right now?" ISO's cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. She giggled, "Ha ha, just kidding. I knew you'd react like that. That's why I prepared something cool to compensate you." Our main character heard that and thought, "Compensate me?" With her body? His mind went blank. For real? What the hell? Why are kids these days so obsessed with compensating people? You think you can just offer that up? Suddenly, ISO continued, "Have you ever heard of the seventh magic?" Hearing that, our main character flinched. "I have." ISO added, "Really? Not many people know about it. It was an abandoned tower that vanished, and there are tons of barriers preventing anyone from getting close to where it used to be." But right in the middle of her excited story, she stopped, noticing Yusun's weird reaction. She asked, "Wait, what's wrong? You okay?" Yusun, meanwhile, was struggling. He clutched his head, thinking, "I'm gonna lose my mind. This is super important information." This is how Isomorph increases his influence over the original main character. Plus, Isomorph knows about this in the original story. Iso knows it too, and she's only supposed to tell the main character, not a side character like me. Thinking this, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. He waved his hand dismissively. "That sounds like some scary story. I don't really want to hear it. Doesn't sound interesting at all." And with that, he just started to walk away again. Iso was confused and quickly tried to explain, "It's not that scary. Are you seriously scared of ghosts at your age?" Yusun reluctantly gave in. Fine, I'll tell you," she shot back. "What the heck? A second ago you were pretending you wouldn't tell me. Why the sudden U-turn?" "Yeah, well, that's just how I roll," Yusun replied. He thought to himself, "Besides, the fact that ISO wants to give me something is good enough." With that decided, he spoke up. "Anyway, this isn't related to grades, but it's something that'll be super useful for you. For your liberal arts class, sign up for the Meditative Journey into the Void." ISO was confused. Meditation? For a liberal arts class? You're prioritizing Moon God and meditation. You into training or something? "Not really," the main character replied, but he didn't really know how to explain it himself. Thinking fast, he cooked up a reason. My master was a bishop, just like you, and through meditation, you can raise your magic level." ISO was amazed. Just with meditation? Drawing on 10 years of all-night gaming experience, he slowly laid out his explanation. Actually, this fact hasn't been discovered yet, but for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for casting spells accurately based on formulas and equations. But most importantly, it's the mind that controls mana. I haven't told this to anyone else, but you're an exception, 'cause you're kinda cute. The girl was bewildered, not sure if she could believe a word he was saying. "You just called me ugly a minute ago." But I guess any girl would like hearing that. She flashed a bright smile and continued, "Anyway, thank you. Even though it's not a class that'll help my grades, I'll still sign up for it." Yusun was like, "Whatever, dude. Do what you want." And just like that, she got what she wanted and bounced. Watching her leave, Yusun looked kinda stressed. He had no clue if he'd made the right call, just sighing to himself. "Well, I told her everything. It kinda freaks me out how the future might change now. But if I just bailed on her, Isomorphal would have been stuck with the same tragic ending in this world. If meditation can help her, then that's a good thing." Thinking about it, something clicked in his head. "Wait a sec. I'm a mage too, right? So why haven't I even thought about training?" The Yusan in the game was a total psycho about training, awakening his constitution, delaying his mana, and growing at a crazy speed. In the game, I could just smash a button for experience points. But now, I have to actually do the work myself. It's pretty late. No dungeons or hunting quests are up, so I can't grind for any more EXP. But still, I guess I have to thank Isomorphal. A bit later, Yusan got back to the Stella Academy dorms. All the students live in the dorm system. It was kinda just a side feature in the game, where players could decorate their rooms however they wanted. But for Yusan, this was his only home, because his entire village had been torched. The dorms were also divided by rank. The rooms are all the same size, but the number of people crammed into each one is based on your class level. And obviously, the S-class kids snagged all the top floors. The main character was all alone in his room, thinking it felt a little lonely, but he could finally make use of it. He took a deep breath to get ready. "Alright, guess it's time to start." Yusun sat and meditated, focusing hard. Just grinding stats wasn't the most important thing. This is reality, so I have to get used to this body. In the game, Yusun was a genius who could control sword aura by cycling an endless amount of mana in and out of his body. Nobody paid attention to him, so no one knew. But Baek Yuseol was a sword-wielding prodigy who had reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship. I have to walk that path again. My breathing is what controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to get enough in one go. Skills don't just level up from collecting experience points. You have to constantly use them to get stronger, which meant he had to train. And just like that, he spent the entire night deep in training. By now, the clock said 4 in the morning as the new day dawned. Inside his room, Yusun was still at it, his whole body glowing with a shimmering yellow light. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. He raised his hands, feeling the fresh energy flowing through his body. He thought, shocked, this must be what Yusun felt. The one who had to deal with mana leak syndrome since he was a kid. It's faint, but I can feel it. At the same time, a system notification popped up. The mana leak syndrome skill has leveled up. The flash step skill has leveled up. Our main character looked at his status screen, pretty satisfied. Awesome. I'm one step closer to my goal. I'm gonna find the true ending. No matter what, the scene cuts to somewhere else. The air here was super fresh, a green meadow stretching out forever. A mysterious person shows up. Turns out, this is a scenic pocket dimension at Stella Academy. This girl, Isomorph, was totally absorbed in the vibe, thinking, the meadow and the wind are all fake, but this place feels so real. It's so nice. The area near the Stella dorms is a pocket dimension set up on campus grounds. It lets people freely mess with the space's elements and its properties. That's why all the sports events, other stuff, plus dungeons, gates, and monster training are all held here. Back to reality, a ton of students had already shown up. Isomorph stood in the back and scanned the crowd. She realized there were 141 people, 50 from class Aoni and Atu, and the other 40 from S class. If it was like the novel, there should only be 39 people from S class. I thought I was the 40th, but there's one more person? That's right, where the hell did Baekyu Seo pop up from? In the novel, there were only 1,140 first years, and with me, that makes 1,141. In other words, Yusun was in the original novel too. Whatever. I'll figure things out as I go. It's cool. I can handle this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about this novel. Class is gonna start soon anyway. Suddenly, the students in front of Isomorph started buzzing. One of them said, Prince Jeremy, did you finish signing up for classes? The blonde guy in the middle, who was probably the one they were talking about, answered smugly, obviously. We signed up for the soft magic research class too. Heard you were also registered. He grinned from ear to ear and added, for real? Then let's help each other out. As Isomorph watched him, she thought, so that's Prince Jeremy from the novel. He was totally obsessed with Isomorphal, but she rejected him. After that, he basically flipped a switch and ended up becoming a major villain. He looks all nice, but every single thing he does is calculated. I should watch him carefully so I don't get tangled up with him. Just then, Prince Jeremy spotted his classmate Isomorph. Playing Mr. Friendly, he waved his hand and gave her a huge, bright smile. Isomorph waved back, thinking, damn, he's actually hot. Now I get why he has so many suck-ups following him around. But you gotta admit, his whole clique is made up of the most popular kids in school. With that, she turned and walked somewhere else. She was determined to get them all on the same team, because from now on, this world was her reality. She had to start prepping for the future, but her little move seemed to have caught the prince's attention. He smiled, thinking to himself, so much drama. Just then, the teacher's voice cut in. Everyone, pay attention. We're going to start with some basic training before today's class begins. I need to know what you're capable of so I can teach you guys the right way. I'll be teaching you directly. If you don't like it, don't say it out loud. As you know, we professors have the power to deduct or add points, so remember that you'll be expelled if you don't hit the required score. And now, I'll explain the training. We're going to practice with a dungeon. I'll be using situations that happen in real dungeons, as well as traps and monsters, to test all of you. Alright, listen up. You get 4 points for a level 1 monster, 8 for a level 2, and 20 if you snatch a point bar. The top 5 students get some small reward and shopping privileges. Students with 0 points get penalized. If you're scared of failing or you're too chicken to go alone, you can form a group. But remember this, points get split evenly among team members. If you can take out another student, you get to jack their points. And just like that, he vanished, his voice echoing, that's it, good luck. Right after, the ground started shaking like crazy. The whole crowd of students started screaming, what is this? What's happening? The ground is moving. Then, the earth cracked wide open, and something started rising from below. Isomorph was pretty surprised too, her eyes wide as she stared at the giant tree that appeared, and it seemed like everything around them just changed. Looks like Isomorph figured it out. This is the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery suddenly became super lush and dense. The students all started to go their own separate ways. Some chose to go solo, others decided to team up. Far off in the distance was the silhouette of Isomorph, walking all alone. She held her magic staff, thinking, all right then, I'm ready to play this game. Suddenly, someone called out, Isomorph! Turning her head, she was face to face with that red-haired girl. The girl spoke up again. "You planning on going solo for this practice run?" Islemorph answered, well, yeah. She was just thinking that even though teams have advantages in dungeons, going alone is way better if you want to rack up more points. With that in mind, she said coldly, "Sorry, but I want to test my own strength this time, so I'm planning on going alone." The red-haired girl smirked and replied, "Yeah, I know. You'd have to share points with teammates. So it makes sense." Islemorph replied, "Yeah, that's right." But in her head, she was thinking, "Am I just overthinking this? Or is she totally trying to mock me? Whatever, forget it." Islemorph said her goodbyes. "Let's go together next time." The girl didn't say anything else and just turned around and left. Watching her walk away, Islemorph felt a little annoyed, thinking, "Am I imagining things? Or do I get the feeling she's trying to copy me?" Anyway, back to what matters. Things will probably be different later. An hour after the dungeon opened, a blue light started glowing from a corner somewhere. Looks like Islemorph just went through some kind of battle. She was pretty tired, muttering, "This is exhausting. When is this training session finally going to be over?" Suddenly, she felt like something weird was about to happen. Right after, a massive vine shot out toward Islemorph. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to defend herself. A powerful stream of blue energy shot out from the staff, hitting the vine directly. After a moment, it seemed like the vine was defeated, and it started to shrink. She looked around, thinking, "It's not just monsters, even the plants here can attack. This is seriously intense. You can't let your guard down even in training. I've only got 18 points so far, which isn't too bad. But with a gap like this, all it takes is 1 point bar to catch up. I gotta keep moving." And just like that, she ventured deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, she was so shocked her eyes went wide. In the distance, there was a faint silhouette of something, but the sunlight was so blinding she couldn't see it clearly. She thought in a panic, "Is it a monster? No, that's definitely a person. But how could a student hide so well in this kind of place? Then again, I'm also using nature camouflage to stay hidden." With Islemorph's special abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, she told herself, "Looks like ambushing my opponent right now isn't such a bad idea." So, she began to tiptoe quietly, step by step, getting closer to the shadow. When she got nearer, she suddenly realized it was Yusun. Is he actually alone? "I thought the other students wanted to team up with Yusun, though? Did he turn them all down? That's so weird. I really can't figure out what he's thinking." But what shocked her even more was the point bar in his hand. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head. This is the perfect chance to test him. Yusun still had no clue, just yawning as he walked forward. Over here, Islemorph was using her magic staff to create a huge ball of light. She figured that from a distance of about 15 meters, there was no way he could defend himself. Right after, a bizarre magic circle appeared. Her entire body started glowing with an intense orange power. She looked straight at Yusun and yelled, "Light bullet!" As she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking straight ahead. As it got close to Yusun, he finally realized someone was trying to ambush him. He immediately used a flash spell to move to a different spot. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Islemorph was in total shock, having no idea what just happened. Where is he? Where the hell did Yusun disappear to? She was so pissed her hands were shaking. No freaking way. How? How could he possibly dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Damn it, this is insane. Meanwhile, Yusun was over here, repeatedly using his flash to get behind his attacker. He finally let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Geez, was she trying to kill me or what?" Firing a light bullet out of nowhere. Man, good thing the level of my mana leak syndrome went up, or I would have been in big trouble. His flash skill had leveled up to 1, with a max distance of 12 meters. I still have 2 more flashes left. If I use the terrain to my advantage, I could probably take her out, but it's better to just avoid it. Thinking this, he used his flashes again and again to get far away from Islemorph's position. He glanced back, thinking, this far should probably be enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take a huge risk. The reward for 5th place is easy to get, and gives a pretty good boost to stamina and strength. And the top 4 spots are for the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more point bars. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Hey guys, get over here and see who this is." Standing in front of him now was some group of students. One of the guys in the group smirked and said, "Oh, if it isn't Baek Yusal from the S class." At that moment, he recognized this guy as Ridden, someone who's been getting pretty popular at the academy lately. Looking at the guy standing next to him, Yusun thought with disgust. And he's got members of Team U, Jeremy's crew of weaklings. What a bunch of trash. But then he noticed a different problem. They had somehow gotten 3-point bars. For a weakling like him, how the hell did he manage to collect so many? Just then, another guy spoke up. "I heard he's a total failure who had to cheat to get into the S class." The blonde-haired guy heard this and laughed mockingly. Getting into S class by solving 3 stupid questions? Stella definitely got scammed. Yusun was already bored out of his mind. Seriously? Are these guys ever gonna get tired of the same old crap? The dude saw Yusun staying quiet and got all smug. Yo, since we're all here, just hand over your point stick. Yusun's reply was cold and to the point. Hell, no. The blondie found this even more amusing. Oh? You want to try and fight back? He flashed a wicked grin. You seriously think you can take all of us on your own? Haha, and you're gonna use that mid-tier magic stick? How pathetic. You can't even use magic, let alone a wand. Faced with all this trash talk, our main character wasn't sure what to do. With just a low-level flash, he couldn't possibly fight a dude from a famous family. But I've got 3 flashes. My best bet is to use this point stick in my hand. Plus, we're in a dungeon. That gives me the home field advantage. With that thought, Yusun held out his point stick. Fine, take it. Seeing him finally give in, the blonde looked pretty satisfied. Attaboy. Now that's what I'm talking about. Yusun just smirked to himself. Don't get too happy, idiot. Karma comes around real quick. The moment the guy let his guard down, Yusun moved like lightning. He closed the distance in a flash, snatched one of their point sticks, and grinned like a devil. Using the stick as a weapon, he slammed it right into their magic formation, cracking it instantly. The guy gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you filthy commoner. Next thing he knew, he was thrown backward, slamming hard against a tree. Raiden was absolutely pissed now, roaring at the top of his lungs. You son of a... But the whole crew just stared, dumbfounded. Yusun had vanished. Before they could even figure it out, a familiar voice called out, Yo, over here. Raiden immediately whipped his head toward the sound. There was Yusun, grinning cheekily. Whoa, that was a close one. But, thanks for this. He now held 2 point sticks. Raiden completely lost it. You bastard. Give that back. What a pro troll. Yusun just taunted him. Nah, I don't think I will. Our boy was pretty pleased with his little trick. These point sticks were way more effective than he thought. He'd accidentally figured this out while playing the game back in the day. These point sticks were actually glitched items with practically 0 value. But because they were ridiculously durable, student-level magic couldn't even scratch them. They packed more of a punch than most other magic tools. While they might be more useful for magic users, for a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats could be used to its full 100% potential. Meanwhile, Raiden was seething. Damn it, that bastard! How dare he take my point stick? He turned and yelled at his goons. What the hell are you guys doing? Get him already! Just then, the entire dungeon started to shake. Raiden panicked. Crap, why is the dungeon changing now of all times? He screamed at his crew. Everyone, group up and prep your magic. We can't lose that bastard. But this chaos was the perfect chance for Yusun to make a move. He immediately took off. One of Raiden's lackeys spotted his sudden dash. Hey, Yusun's making a run for it, you guys. The second he said it, they channeled a massive blue energy blast from their wands. It shot straight for Yusun as they yelled, You're not getting away, you scum. The terrifying aura rocketed toward him. Yusun thought, Damn, they're better than I expected, but still a bunch of amateurs. Just as the blast was about to swallow him whole, he used his flash magic and vanished. Raiden's crew was boiling with rage, totally helpless. Damn it! He flashed again! Son of a... He's too fast, I can't even see him anymore. While the whole group was staring straight ahead, Yusun had already zipped behind them. He smirked to himself. With 10 years of game experience under his belt, using the terrain to his advantage was a piece of cake. But Raiden was about to lose his mind. Crap! We just need to hit him once. Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently again. Seeing the nervous looks on everyone's faces, Raiden tried to calm them down. Chill out, guys. He's still around here somewhere. Wait for the earthquake to stop. The second you see him, we all attack together. But if our magic fails, it'll backfire on us, so we have to be careful. As he spoke, he scanned the area. And then his eyes locked with Yusun's. He wasn't just nearby. He was standing right in front of them. Before they could even react, Yusun was a step ahead. He slammed the point stick right into their formation. The force was too much, and cracks started spreading across their barrier. Instantly, the formation began to turn on Raiden's own crew. Then came a series of massive explosions. Their barrier shattered, blasting its energy right back at them. This was the nasty side effect they feared, a magic backfire. Our main character had already jumped to a safe distance, watching them get wrecked by their own spell. He grinned. And that's a wrap. When the smoke cleared, Raiden looked up, spitting out a curse. You son of a... Yusun just held up 3 point sticks victoriously. I'll be taking these now. Then he added with a cheeky grin. Oh, and if I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her one of these. Later, losers. Raiden was stunned. When did you? Get back here and give those back! Our guy was loving the sight of them right now. Hey, this is good enough. Taking their last one would just be a pain. He called out one last time. Hey, that was fun, But I'm done playing now, see ya. And just like that, he flashed away, leaving Raiden's crew trembling with absolute fury. Raiden roared like a madman, "You bastard!" And this whole scene was secretly witnessed from start to finish by a certain female student. Yusan, now a safe distance away, cheered to himself, "Heh, I got lucky. If I fought them normally, I would have been robbed blind. But inside a dungeon, it's a whole different game." This was the benefit of hard-earned experience. But why do I have this weird feeling? Something feels off. By the time he realized what it was already too late. A massive fireball was hurtling straight for him. Seeing it, our main character was completely floored. What the hell is that? Where is this fire rain coming from? Isomorphs just kept pouring down on his position. One after another, it was like a meteor shower from hell. Wherever a flame hit, a terrifying explosion erupted. All he could do was use his flash magic to desperately dodge the onslaught. Dude was running for his dear life, his face totally freaking out. What the hell was that magic? Holy crap. Staring back at the forest, now burned to a crisp, he still couldn't get a grip. That was way too close. But what's with this magic? Is someone trying to kill me or what? Through the smoke and dust, a figure started walking over. She stood right in front of him and yelled, "Hey, you commoner! Why didn't you grab another staff from those losers?" And this girl with the insane firepower was none other than Princess Hong Bion. The main character was stunned, thinking, what the heck is she doing here? Thinking this, he awkwardly scratched his head and was like, dude, I think you're kinda mistaken. It's not like I can just take whatever I want, you know? Besides, what the hell does it have to do with you if I grab a few staffs? Hearing that, she totally froze, realizing she was being kinda nosy. But, Yusan, don't tell me you want to? That's right. You want me to take their stuff just so you can take it from me? What kind of crazy-ass plan is that? Don't forget I was the one who taught you before. Hong Bi-yun put a hand on her chest and explained, I'm royalty, but if you get what I mean, then let's just fight. As a royal, ripping off a commoner is the last thing I want to do. But in this battle, I've got no other choice. I'm gonna take you down and then take what I want. Hearing this, our main character's blood pressure dropped. He was like, yo, what do you think you're doing? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you? You think you're weak? Hong Bi-yun continued, but I literally just saw you fighting and messing around with them. You used magic and beat their asses, didn't you? At this point, even though she didn't want to, she suddenly thought she needed to hurry up. If I don't want mom yelling at me, I gotta aim for a super high score. Suddenly, Hong Bi-yun sensed a noise getting closer. Turns out, Raiden's goons had caught up. One of them screamed, Yusan! Where'd he run off to? Damn it, that bastard is way too slick. It looked like Princess Bei recognized this crew too. Over on the side, Yusan started to bolt. The princess was stuck, not sure what to do. Should I attack them now? But no matter how strong I am right now, there's no way I can take on 6 guys. That's it. I need to wait until their magic power drops, then I'll get my chance to move. Meanwhile, Yusan knew he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He started by attacking Raiden from behind, then blasted their formation with his magic. Hong Bi-yun watched from a distance, pretty damn surprised. She never thought that commoner dude could use other magic besides his flash step. Of course, those guys are weaker than me, but they're all decent fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be way better, right? Watching this, she bit her lip and made her decision. A second later, a magic circle formed all over her body, covering her in a fiery aura. Right then, she thought to herself, all right, time to bust out the fire magic. With that thought, a freaking insane magic blast rockets forward. Over here, Yusan feels that terrifying power coming for him. Quick as a flash, he teleports to get the hell out of there. He can feel its pressure getting closer and way more intense. And yup, a terrifying wall of fire is barreling right at him. He teleports, and teleports again, jumping high, then diving low. Meanwhile, that Bi-yun chick is still laser-focused on the Inferno's path. And then, bam! A massive explosion rocks the area. Only then does our main character dare to let out a breath. Damn, her magic is way too dangerous. Lucky I've got good instincts, or I would have been totally screwed, but I've already used teleport twice, so how am I supposed to deal with her now? Bake suddenly speaks up, yo, how come you're not pulling out your magic staff this time? Yusun replies, deadpan, because you're already holding my staff. What about the one you got at enrollment? Bi-yun shoots back. Hearing that, it finally clicks for him. Oh, right, duh, I totally forgot about that. Seeing his lame act, Bi-yun scoffs in disgust. When are you gonna stop hiding your skills? At that, her eyes suddenly flare with excitement, turning a scary blood-red color. She glares straight at Yusun, pissed off. I'm being totally serious about this fight, and that commoner thinks it's just some kind of joke? With that thought, she snaps. All right, fine. If you're not gonna fight properly, then I'll just have to take you down right here. Yusun gets the chills, goosebumps crawling up his skin. What the hell? I times being serious, I'm not messing with her. But Bi-yun keeps going. If you don't get serious, you could actually die here, you know? Behind Bion, a literal sea of fire is raging. Her face is lit with pure determination as she thinks, "Today, I'm absolutely going to crush you." With that resolve, she commands the flames to surge towards Yusun. At this point, Yusun can't keep his cool anymore. He's frantically dodging, weaving left and then right. After a moment of scrambling to defend himself, he's just completely floored by the scene in front of him. He collapses to his knees, totally lost on what to do now, but this is no time to be taking a break. He forces himself back up, staring at the giant wall of flames. Crap, he thinks. Even with teleport, her attack range is way too huge. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he hears a noise and whips his head around to see what it is. Just then, a crazy idea sparks in his mind. In the next second, he's showing off his teleport skill again. Quick as a lightning bolt, he zaps himself to higher ground. From this spot, the flames haven't reached yet. Looking back, he sees the inferno is just getting bigger and spreading wider. Yusun ducks behind a huge rock, lucky to be alive. He looks back down below, thinking, "Man, I was lucky to dodge that one, but this is still a huge pain. Even if I manage to get close to Bi-yun, the fire around her will just explode to protect her. I know this because I've fought tons of fire mages, but her level is way higher than I ever thought. If this was flat ground, I would have lost in under a minute. The fight wouldn't have even happened." Yusun watches as sparks rain down like a storm. Suddenly, an idea hits him. Wait, can I use the power of these point sticks in my hands? His eyes harden with resolve. We'll see who's really getting beaten here. With that, he brazenly charges straight into the raging inferno. Countless sparks fly right at him. Just then, his monoleak syndrome activates. He gets a sixth sense, and his perception of time totally warps. To him, it's like time itself has stopped. He can easily slash away Biyon's magic. Seeing her powerful fire spells get swatted away by some commoner, Biyon can't believe her eyes. She blurts out, "No way! How can he use a weapon to block magic? How is that even possible?" Yusun, meanwhile, is still struggling in this insane battle. The longer it goes on, the clearer the sensation becomes. This isn't some game you control with a keyboard and mouse. He's physically moving his body to face a real, live mage. It's obvious the magic pressure is getting crazier. His sixth sense is now as clear as his own sight and hearing. But Bion is still standing there, completely baffled. How is this even happening? She thinks to herself, "This forest terrain should give my fire an advantage. I guess my only choice is to just pump more power into my magic." No sooner said than done. The girl pours all her strength into her magic staff. Yusun is still frantically slashing away at the spells. He's fighting for his damn life. He ducks behind the rock again to rest and get his strength back for a second. "I can't just keep playing defense like this forever," he thinks. "That's it! I have to shatter Biyon's magic shield with this point stick." Then he charges, running straight through the fire, getting closer to her position. His footsteps get closer and faster by the second. When he's not far from Biyon, he uses his teleport skill to instantly appear right next to her. This completely stuns Biyon. She grinds her teeth, whipping around in pure rage. Yusun has now set foot inside her fiery domain. And just like that, the two of them lock eyes, sparks practically flying. Yusun calculates, when you get close to fire mages, their explosive magic pushes enemies back within a 2-meter radius. Thinking this, he suddenly smirks. For anyone else, this would be a huge problem. But for a guy with 10 years of experience like me, it's a different story. I've been through this crap countless times before. In an instant, her magic erupts and blasts him away, leaving Biyon standing there with her jaw on the floor. But without even flinching, Yusun quickly gets his footing and charges right back in. He decisively uses the point sticks to attack her protective barrier. It creates cracks all over the shield. Biyon still can't believe it, totally confused. What the hell? How can he do that? She thinks. Over here, Yusun isn't stopping. He unleashes a relentless, frantic assault on it. The shield can't take the beating and just shatters into pieces. The backlash injures Biyon badly, sending her tumbling backward. The girl whimpers in pain. Yusun walks over to her, flashes a huge grin, then kneels down and says, "I win, you know." Biyon feels totally ashamed. A princess, losing in such a humiliating way. She looks up, mortified, and asks, "Just who in the world are you?" Yusun slowly stands up and replies, "Oh, I'm just a normal student, that's all." Then he adds pointedly, "But the person who's been hiding over there can come out now, right?" Realizing she's been caught, the girl, Isomorph, cautiously steps out. She tiptoes toward the two of them. Isomorph seems pretty surprised and asks, "You don't need to hide there? But like, how'd you even know I was there?" The main character had no clue how to explain, so he just played it dumb, like, let's just call it a hunch. But deep down, he knew it was way simpler than that. Or to be exact, it was his crazy ability to sense magic. "But you think Isomorph was gonna buy that lame excuse? No way." She just stared at him like, "A hunch? Seriously? Then how'd you shatter my magic shield with that lame-o stick?" That question totally stumped our guy. Freaking bricked. Isomorph wasn't letting up. "Well, you gonna explain? Or was that just a hunch too? Hearing that, he was like, figures. This kind of stuff was definitely not in the original romance novel script. Isomorph's curiosity was legit, but there was no way he could tell her the truth. Thinking fast, he pointed at the point stick in his hand and grinned. Well, this stick is, like, super hard. Isomorph just looked at him, totally annoyed. So what? What does it being hard have to do with anything? You think you can just swing that thing and smash a magic barrier? If it was that easy, knights would be totally wrecking us mages all the time. Yusun had to admit, she had a point. He thought to himself, damn, she's right. His pathetic attempt to change the subject just made Isomorph even more suspicious. She blurted out, I've always had a weird feeling about you, but never got to ask. Yusun, who are you for real? Hong Bi-yeon, who'd been standing there like a ghost, couldn't help but be shocked listening in. Meanwhile, getting grilled by Isomorph, Yusun was sweating bullets. His mind was racing, trying to figure a way out. Is this it? Am I getting exposed less than a month in? Should I just spill the beans? Nah, no way. Isomorph totally hates my guts. Doing that would be way too dangerous. Thinking this, our main character said, look, even if you're suspicious of me, I'm not like a bad guy or anything. Isomorph was totally confused, like, huh? What are you even talking about? He just gave another awkward laugh. It's just like I said. I just wanted to help you out. This made Isomorph even more baffled. Help me? Help me with what? What are you even trying to say? Stop being so cryptic. It was so freaking annoying, but our guy didn't explain. He just turned his back and walked away. He waved a hand. Yo, I'd love to explain, but I'm out of time. So, see ya. I'm out. This move left Isomorph so frustrated she looked like she was about to explode, and his whole act today made Hong Bi-yeon see him in a totally new light. It looked like she was scheming up something crazy. Our main character thought, yes, I'm good. Just gotta bounce. He was hoping they'd just let him go. Suddenly, a bunch of point sticks were chucked right at him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The culprit was Hong Bi-yeon. After throwing them, she just stood there, stunned. Huh? That's weird. After taking the full combo, our guy clutched his head in pain and spun around, yelling, dude, if you've got something to say, just say it. Why you gotta be so cheap about it? Hong Bi-yeon shot back. I thought you were gonna catch them? You can dodge all that magic and traps so easy, but you can't catch these? Yusun was at a loss for words. He figured he had no other choice now. The whole mana leak thing has its limits, you know? You can't just keep that instinct going forever. Thinking this, he pretended to be in agony. Ow, that hurts. The mana leak's uptime depends on my mental power. Since my mental energy is drained, I've lost my edge and I've got this killer headache now. But then the main character asked, so, why'd you throw these at me anyway? Hong Bi-yeon answered without hesitating. You won, so take them. Even though these point sticks seemed super important, he secretly wondered, is her pride just hurt or something? But if I take all of these, my score is gonna skyrocket. Besides, this stuff isn't even that useful to me. With that in mind, he bent down, picked up a single point stick, and stood up, saying cheerfully, all right, fine, thanks. But I'm only taking this one. You can keep the rest. Well, I'm out of here for real. With that, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked, he got totally lost in his power fantasy, grinning to himself. He was probably thinking, they must be so amazed by me right now. What a nice guy. So merciful to the loser. I'm so freaking cool. He was hoping they were thinking that, but the harsh reality was, they totally weren't. Isomorph just blurted out, geez, what is that guy's problem? He's a complete psycho. Hong Bi-yeon seemed to agree, saying with a sigh, probably just some commoner with a few screws loose. But deep down, she was now wondering, who is this Yusun guy really? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee and the other teachers were glued to the monitors, watching every single move the students made. The images being broadcast were super vivid and real. Watching this, someone exclaimed, whoa, this year's first-year S-class students are all crazy talented. Hearing the voice, Professor Lee Hagen turned to look. The man was stroking his beard and continued, all in all, this has been pretty worthwhile to watch, huh? And the guy talking was none other than the TES elder of the Magic Council. A woman standing next to him agreed with her senior. Yes, this is so interesting. She was smiling from ear to ear, probably thinking to herself, when I was young, I was way better than this. Heh heh. And this woman was Zarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Professor Lee Hagen was pretty shocked to see them here, thinking, the Magic Council, the Blue Tower Council. All these big shots are here just to watch a student practice session? Then again, it makes sense. If you want to recruit talent, this is how you do it. Most of the other professors are probably watching this session too. Suddenly, everyone around started freaking out, shouting, look over there! Following their lead, Professor Lee turned back to the screen in front of him. They saw the image of two male students who looked like they were about to throw down. It didn't take long for everyone to figure out who they were. Someone yelled, "It's Haegon Yang and Ma Yusun. They're facing off." Right after, Haegon Yang made the first move. He used his staff to whip up a crazy powerful spell, aiming it straight at his opponent. Over on the other side, Ma Yusun wasn't scared at all. He just stood there chilling, watching it come. And then, as it got close, he launched himself high into the air. He even did 3 jumps in a row to dodge the attack. This move made every single person there gasp in amazement. Serena Aeon said, "Whoa, no freaking way. He can actually pull off a triple third-tier magic leap? That's insane." The TES elder was just as blown away. For real? A 17-year-old pulled that off? Professor Lai couldn't take his eyes off the screen, thinking a normal mage wouldn't hit level 3 until they were at least 25. But Ma Yu Songxion is just 17, and he's already mastered level 3 magic? This is totally unreal. Suddenly, someone's voice cut through the air, full of surprise. "Look, over there! Both of them are flawlessly using 3 elemental attributes." The match was getting more and more insane, a dead-even clash of titans. Watching this, even Professor Lai was blown away. A normal mage can only handle 1 attribute, and mastering 2 takes a lifetime of grinding. Yeah, no doubt. Controlling 3 attributes is proof of some serious natural-born talent. They were gifted with that power from the moment they were born. But as he watched, Professor Lai's eyes went wide, and he choked out, "Holy crap, is that the final boss?" Just then, a massive freaking hawk appeared, its eyes radiating pure killing intent. The vibe immediately made Ma Yuxiang, Xion, and Hewan freeze up. But before they could even react, the bird opened its beak and screamed in agony. Its pathetic cry echoed through the dungeon before it started to plummet. Both of them were so freaked out they couldn't even speak. They had no clue what the hell was going on. The bird crashed right in front of them, splatting on the ground. Then, a soft voice floated down. "Oh my, are you two fighting?" The voice came from some girl standing high above. She sounded a little awkward as she continued, "So sorry for interrupting you guys." Watching this, Professor Lai got lost in thought. Yo, who is that girl? A hidden boss only shows up under specific conditions. It's not just hard to find, it's a nightmare to defeat. But this kid managed to hunt it, all by herself? But seeing what she'd done, the professors behind him didn't seem hyped at all. They actually looked kinda sorry for the poor girl. One of them muttered, "She's the oldest daughter of that traitor. Such a damn shame. If her father hadn't pulled that crap, her talent would have been legendary." As he said that, his eyes bulged in shock. What's this? Is that the princess of the Adol Elvis kingdom? But who the heck is she fighting? I've never seen that guy's face before. At that moment, Professor Lai couldn't keep his cool either, blurting out, "What? Is that magic? Flash?" For hundreds of years, tons of scholars have tried to control Flash, but all of them either ended up dead or crippled, so they had to give up. That magic is straight up impossible to control, and yet, this kid is using Flash like it's his own arm or leg. Elder Tess of the Magic Council thought to himself, just as stunned as Professor Lai. In the dead silence, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who the hell is that kid?" Professor Lai answered immediately. "That student's name is Baek Yusun. He's a really unique case. He can use Flash as his specialty magic." Hearing that, everyone was completely floored. Another guy spoke up, "No freaking way. Flash can actually be a specialty magic?" This was on a whole other level than the natural talent of Ma Yu Songxion and Hewan. Elder Tess sounded totally confused. "Oh, is that so? But why isn't he using other magic? He's just messing around. If he got serious, this duel would have been over ages ago. I really don't get it." Just as he finished, someone who had just walked in spoke up. "No, he is fighting seriously." Everyone turned to see where the voice came from. The guy's sudden appearance made them all stutter in shock. You're Ledman Elwin?" he added. "He's been going all out from the start. You all can't see it, can you? This is pretty interesting. What I mean is, watching that student fight reminds me of the knighthood from the old days." Hearing that, one guy looked like his brain just short-circuited. "Did you say knighthood? Whoa, how is that even possible? This is insane." Tess was no different. He was totally shocked, saying, "You don't mean the knighthood that disappeared along with cold weapons, do you? Cold weapons are the kind without explosives, no gunpowder or anything like that. But a young student like him, how could he possibly? It's mind-blowing." Professor Lai, still glued to the screen, finally seemed to get it. He thought to himself, well, so that's it. Knighthood is actually pretty badass. Knighthood refers to the fighting spirit of sword users in this world of magic, the heroes who fought evil and protected the world way back when. A knight always fights with a magic sword, but how can you fight with a sword in this era? It's supposed to be impossible. And yet, this student is really swinging that scoring wand like it's a real blade. On top of that, if Ledman Elwin himself thinks so, then that kid is truly a once-in-a-generation talent. The principal of Stella Academy, known as the best magic school in the world, Ledman Elwin, is a level 9 master mage and one of the 10 great sages of the continent. If that's what the great sage thinks, then the first dungeon training session is officially over. Now, in the specialized training grounds for S-class students, a kid was grinding hard. He was using his magic wand to generate power, blasting a dummy in front of him. After a while, he was totally wiped, panting for breath. Suddenly, he realized his wand's mana was almost gone, but he still wasn't satisfied with his own power, thinking, "Damn it, this isn't enough. I'm still nowhere near strong enough." Out of the 141 people who joined the dungeon training, 39 didn't make the cut and were eliminated. ISO was the one who killed the final boss, ranking first. He himself got second, and Ma Yu-song-seon was sixth, but it sure as hell didn't feel like a victory. He remembered that moment back in the dungeon. When the final boss showed up, if she hadn't jumped in, he might have finally seen Ma Yu-song-seon's true power. Thinking about it, Hee-won got pissed, gritting his teeth, feeling totally cheated. He'd been annoyed by that Ma Yu-song-seon guy from the very beginning. The dude made everything look so easy. But no matter what he did, Ma Yu-song-seon always got results that were off the charts. During this training, he had set up magic circles everywhere, carefully calculating their every move. Even so, Ma Yu-song-seon easily parried and shut down every single attack. How is it that no matter what I do, I can't beat that punk? Is his talent some kind of massive wall that I just can't climb? No, screw that. This is no time to feel sorry for myself. I just have to push myself even harder. Right then, Hong Bin walked into the training room. The first thing she saw was some dude with a magic staff, whipping up a massive vortex of power. Took her a sec to realize who it was. Wait, Hegon Y? That guy's usually so chill. What's up with him training like a total psycho today? Whatever, not my problem. Enough thinking. She summoned her own magic, erupting in a blaze of fiery orange light. Then, locking onto her target, she unleashed a torrent of flames. And cue the massive earth-shattering explosion. Yeah, someone's clearly in a seriously foul mood today. Is she pissed about something? Is that why she's going totally berserk with her training? The roaring flames and deafening blast finally got Hegon Yai's attention. He stopped, glancing over to see who was causing all this chaos. Meanwhile, Hong Ben was fuming, thinking, freaking seriously? I can't believe I'm stuck in third place. Even with the bonus points, Mom was only kinda happy. If I don't get my act together, I'm gonna be grounded for life. Damn it. Some commoner thinks he can just show me up. What a freaking joke. Snapping out of her thoughts, she unleashed another insane blast, a blinding flash of light erupting before her. Panting, Hong Ben finally started to feel the exhaustion. Hegon Y watched from the side, totally freaked out. Geez, what is with the princess today? This is intense. But maybe it's her mood or something, because her magic is way more precise than before. Seriously? Princess Hong Ben's flame magic is that destructive, and she got that level of control in such a short time? No way. Hong Ben was just as surprised by her own progress, thinking, damn it all. I hate to admit it, but Yusun's stupid special lesson actually worked. By using those dumb word puzzles, my magic got a crazy power-up. Even though he's just a commoner, with the worst scores and an even worse personality, he's the only one who figured out my weakness. So why am I still so freaking pissed off? Ugh, I hate everything. Suddenly a voice called out, Your Highness. Hong Ben looked up. Zetten, what is it? The woman continued. Yes, the Tehran scepter you asked for has been repaired. Should we inform Yusun now? Glancing at the scepter, Hong Ben grunted. Humph, it's better. Understood. I'll be on my way, Zetten replied, turning to leave. But the princess suddenly had a thought, tapping her shoulder. Wait, Zetten looked totally confused. What is it, Your Highness? A little while later, at the second main tower, Hong Ben clutched Yusun's scepter, totally conflicted. She thought, they said Yusun was here, so I came. This is the second main tower, where the professor's research rooms are. What's he even doing here? Is he meeting with a professor? Suddenly, it hit her and she recoiled, her eyes wide. Wait a second, why did I even come here myself? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds. Ugh, this makes it look like I went out of my way to find that commoner. No way, I'm leaving, right now. Just as she was spiraling, a voice cut through her thoughts. My, princess, what brings you here? Hong Ben jumped, looking up and stammering. Professor Hamin. Hello. It's been a while. Professor. Hamin replied, it feels like just yesterday I was teaching you magic. And yet, look how much you've grown. Time flies. But what brings you all the way out here, princess? Flustered, Hong Ben blurted out. I had something to do, but something urgent came up, so I was just about to leave. Hamin just gave a knowing look. That's probably for the best. It's a bit of a mess in there right now, so coming back later would be wise. Hong Ben was so surprised she was speechless. Hamin continued. All the magic officials are here right now because of that student, Yusun. That hit Hong Ben like a ton of bricks. She couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued. But why are they all looking for that commoner? Hamin replied, I assume you already know he doesn't use magic, correct? Hong Ben hesitantly answered, yes. But inside, she was cringing with sadness and shame. She thought, of course, the professor saw that match. Why did I have to look so pathetic in front of the teacher I respect the most? This is so humiliating. Ugh! Noticing the princess's expression change, Hamin quickly reassured her. You don't need to blame yourself, princess. Your opponent was also giving it his all. Hong Ben mumbled, but he didn't even use magic. Professor Hamin just chuckled. Haha, that's not it. It's because of his conviction. Conviction? Hong Ben asked, surprised. That's right, Hamin explained. After watching the training session, the headmaster believes that student is trying to revive the lost art of knighthood. This just blew Hong Ben's mind. She blurted out, Professor, what are you talking about? Yusun and knighthood? How is that even possible? She trailed off, freezing for a solid 5 seconds as she replayed her fight with Yusun in her head. It sounds insane, she thought, but it's true. He used his scepter like a sword. He shattered my freaking shield with just a magic staff. Even this magic sword. Her shoulders slumped as she mumbled, but if you don't use magic at a magic school, you get a super harsh penalty, right? Points can be deducted during magic practice, and there are other consequences. Hamin's voice grew serious. Yes, that student knows all of this, and yet he still chooses to walk that path. But isn't it amazing? Even after achieving incredible results with Flash Step, he still tries so hard. I can't believe conviction like that actually exists. With that, the professor said her goodbyes and left, leaving Hong Ben alone, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. She thought that if anyone else claimed to be pursuing knighthood, they'd be laughed out of the room. It's a total joke in this day and age. So ridiculous. But Yusun wasn't kidding. He was dead serious about reviving the way of the knight. She had gotten so mad, telling him to stop messing around. Suddenly, Yusun himself appeared, cutting right through her thoughts. He asked, what are you doing here? And on top of that, he was casually munching on the Adeli herb, his 5th place prize. Hong Ben flinched, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. She quickly composed herself and snapped, It's not like I came here looking for you or anything. She'd confessed without even being asked, which Yusun found hilarious. Whoa, chill. Nobody said you did. His teasing earned him an icy death glare that shut him right up. Hong Ben shoved a box into his hands, saying coldly, whatever, just take this. The moment Yusun saw the box, his face lit up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Whoa, is this the Tyrone? Come to think of it, Professor Barina's trash rep has been a thing since, like, freshman year. What a joke. Then, a cocky grin spread across his face. Whatever, guess it's a good time to test out my training results. Not too shabby, the professor drawled. This whole thing is just attack versus defense, and no other magic is allowed. Lame. Moss got into a defensive stance, all ready to go. The crowd of losers below started whispering. Yo, Moss is gonna win since he's attacking, right? Yeah, defense is just, like, blocking. Oh yeah, didn't he learn Earth-type attack magic? Dude's basically a tank, but Prince Jeremy Kelvin was just chilling, watching everything go down. The professor's annoying voice cut in. All right, get ready to start. Show me what you've got, or whatever. Instantly, Moss whipped out his staff and drew up a magic circle, and a freaking huge boulder appeared. The noobs in the crowd totally lost it, yelling, Whoa, that's Tier 2 magic. Aren't you only supposed to use Tier 1 stuff in basic practice? Is Yusun gonna be okay? But Yusun didn't even flinch. He just calmly watched the guy's every move. Mos was fuming, thinking, damn, this arrogant S-class punk. Eat this, you loser. He snapped out of it and yelled, Stone bullet. Immediately, the boulder shot forward. The pressure coming off that thing was insane. Yusun finally decided to do something. He pushed some mana into his staff, and a sword just appeared. No hesitation, he just swung it straight ahead. The swing looked casual as hell, but its power was no joke. That dude's boulder got totally wrecked, turning into nothing but dust. Even the professor just stood there, completely frozen for like 5 seconds. Prince Jeremy Kelvin didn't look surprised, but Mos was shaking, yelling, What the heck? No way! Did my magic just disappear? Yeah, dude, Yusun just deleted it. Ha, the students below were buzzing. One guy goes, looked like he sliced right through the magic with a sword, right? Someone else was like, but did the spell really just vanish? That makes no freaking sense. The person taking this the hardest was, of course, Professor Barina. He's thinking, it can't just be that simple. Slicing it once and having it disappear is total bull. But did Yusun actually cancel out Moss's magic? Every spell has, like, a mana signature. If you break the mana apart, the spell just fizzles. Is that seriously what Yusun did? Meanwhile, Yusun was checking out his sword with a satisfied smirk, thinking, this is even better than I thought. Even though I only took out a Tier 2 spell, Grinding at the training ground for a few days really paid off. Awesome. This is totally worth it. Now this is my kind of playground. Moss was totally pissed, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, how dare some commoner block my magic?" The professor started scheming. If Moss loses here, it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. I can't just let that happen. Thinking this, he said, "Yusun, I'll admit, your defense method actually works. But that method can only block spells one at a time, so it's got limits. For example, what are you gonna do against a massive attack?" That was basically a huge hint for Mos. He caught on quick and gave this nasty little smirk. Yusun was just over it. Does this old dude ever shut up with the useless advice? Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Over there, Moss was already on the move. He was making way more rocks this time. Guess this guy's for real. And just like that, he sent all the rocks flying straight at Yusun. The magical energy coming off them was nuts. The crowd started freaking out again. Isn't that, like, way too much? Someone could get seriously hurt. Why isn't the professor stopping this? Mos just smirked to himself, thinking, "It's over. Go, my swarm of stone bullets." Things were getting super tense. Even Yusun looked shocked, his eyes bugging out. Seeing the mix of big and small rocks hurtling towards him, our main character thought, 11 of them in total. If I can't use Flash Step to slice them, guess I'll just have to block them all. With that in mind, as the rocks closed in, Yusun didn't even sweat it. He just casually swung his sword to parry. He made it look like it was nothing, but the second he moved, all the rocks exploded at once. Seeing his so-called advanced magic get shut down so easily, Mos went from surprised to totally enraged. His eyes were bloodshot as he grit his teeth and yelled, "Huh?" He was raging inside. My strongest spell was blocked. Just like that? How? By what power did some worthless commoner pull that off? Crap, this is driving me insane. On the other hand, the one person totally freaking out was Professor Barina. He was fuming. Damn it all, what the hell is this crap? What is that idiot Moss even doing? This is bad. If he loses, I'm screwed. What do I do? Over here, Yusun was kinda surprised himself, saying, "I just tried copying something I saw in a video game, but hey, it's not bad. Pretty decent, right? This technique is called panning Terron. The downside is, it takes a ton of mental energy to keep its shape, way more than a normal spell. So your stamina gets drained like crazy right after you use it. Plus, its defense is weaker when blocking just one thing. So it's actually a real pain to use. Good thing this is just a practice match. Otherwise, who knows how this would have ended." Down below, the students were going wild. Whoa, I've never seen that before. It's kinda like a magic shield, right? Oh, so a spell like that actually exists? So cool. That Moss kid is about to get wrecked. At the same time, Moss was obviously not having a good time. He was confused and super salty, yelling, "Damn it all. Am I, this great nobleman, really getting clowned on by some commoner? I can't accept this." Thinking that, he started pumping mana into his staff. A massive aura flared up around him. Seeing Mos's reckless move, the students started whispering frantically behind the professor's back. Huh? Look, he's using magic again, but isn't his attack turnover? Meanwhile, Professor Barina was totally zoned in on the fight, ignoring everyone else. He had this smug grin. Heh, that's what I'm talking about. That's right, keep attacking, wreck that commoner punk. Mos screamed, "Just die! I'm not letting this go. I can't take this humiliation." Then, a voice cut through the noise. "Professor." Caught mid-smirk, the professor jumped and turned, exclaiming, "Huh? What is it?" Prince Jeremy Kelvin smiled, his eyes narrowed. "Why aren't you letting Yusun have a turn to attack? These brats actually pulled it off? Seriously?" Mei Jianan thought, seething. What a joke. It took me years of research just to create the Tyron supplement. How could these kids just do it like it's nothing? How'd they make it look so easy? A curious professor stepped up. "Let me have a look first." She reached out, absorbing the energy from the vial as a powerful wave washed over her. Her eyes went wide in shock. "In all my years, I've never seen a miracle like this." Another professor asked, "So, what's the verdict?" She composed herself. "There are a few flaws and a lot of wasted ingredients, but its effect is even better than my Tyron supplement." Hearing that, the whole group lit up, their eyes shining like headlights. This was way beyond what they'd hoped for. Luck was totally on their side. The other professors took turns checking, showering them with praise. "Excellent. You youngsters bring so many new ideas," but someone else was shaking with rage. "Oh, for God's sake." Professor Mei Jianan's face was a sour mess. Kinda pathetic, but whatever. "Haha," she snapped. "Give it here. I'll see for myself." She grabbed Yusun's group's potion, her jaw dropping. She just couldn't accept it. This can't be right. This potion uses the technique I developed, turning monster nutrients into human energy. It's clearly a perfect Tyron supplement. So, how the hell did they create something better than mine in such a short time? This is just impossible. But then she had a thought. Whatever, I'm the one grading them. Heh, you little punks think you're so smart. I'll just fail you for wasting ingredients right here and now. But life ain't a fairy tale. Mei Jinin's little scheme crumbled when an alchemist behind her spoke up. Seems like 12 points is a bit low for Group A, don't you think? Professor Mei Jinin, what are your thoughts? Mei Jinin fumed internally. Damn it, why are these old geezers here? Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to pass Group 12. Yusun's team exploded with joy. Oh yeah, awesome, Pepsi, we did it. They'd passed the practical exam. But someone else looked like she was about to have a heart attack. Son of a… Mei Jinin's face was twisted. She thought, I'll deal with you later, Yusun. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Manentiran's dark corruption rate was on the rise. A few days later, at the S-Class training grounds, students were going hard. After a while, Isomorph was wiped. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk, finally done, but I still have class. This is exhausting. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She could hear voices from a distance. It's okay, Hewan Rang. You did great. You're still better than the princess right now, so don't cry. Isomorph looked over and saw a group of friends comforting Hewan Rang, the redhead in the middle of the crowd. Isomorph thought, isn't he supposed to be the fire magic genius? But Hewan Rang was saying, her progress is scary fast. I've been training for years, but sooner or later, the princess is going to surpass my level of control. Eavesdropping. Isomorph was shocked. Her control isn't supposed to develop until her second year. But she's got it in her first? Could this be because of him too? Thinking back to the alchemy practical, it all felt so weird. The formula for the Type B Tiran supplement was originally discovered by the future Yusun, then stolen and perfected by Manentiran. But this Yusun knew a formula that wasn't in the original story. I'm pretty sure this plot point never happened. Wait a sec. He knows future information, but he doesn't know the original plot. Could it be, he's not a transmigrator, but a regressor? If so, everything makes sense. If Yusun is from the future, he'd only know future knowledge. He wouldn't remember all the minor events involving the original Yusun. Isomorph kept piecing it together. In the original story, Ma Xiang also regressed once. The 12-moon god is the only being in the world with the power to control time. If that's the power at play, this is terrifying. As her mind was spinning, a voice cut through. What's up? It was Hewan Rang. Isomorph ran up to him. Perfect timing. You know Yusun, right? What's your impression of him? Hewan Rang was surprised. What do you mean? I just think he's a little different. Isomorph pushed. Is that it? You don't feel anything else? Hewan Rang was casual. Nope. Isomorph slapped her forehead in frustration. Asterisk. Sigh asterisk. This is hopeless. Hewan Rang got curious. Hey, Isomorph, you got a thing for Yusun? Isomorph was blunt. Yeah, I think so. She thought to herself, after all, Yusun is like me. We both know the original plot. She muttered, but this isn't good. This can't keep going on. How can I stay stuck here forever? Hewan Rang was confused. What are you talking about? Isomorph replied. I mean, just standing still like this. It's not my style at all. Speaking of Yusun, maybe I should just go find him and confess everything? Hewan Rang just stood there, totally lost, as Isomorph kept muttering to herself. Confess? The word stunned Hewan Rang. He froze for a few seconds, speechless. Just then, Isomorph took off, waving back. Thanks for listening. See ya! She left Hewan Rang with 1,000 questions. His eyes clouded over with a hint of sadness. He watched her figure disappear, his hand slowly falling to his side. Isomorph's words echoed in his head. Confess what? Does Isomorph actually have special feelings for Yusun? This is insane. Crap. The long day finally ended. The scene shifts to the next morning, where Yusun is sitting alone in a daze. Sipping a bitter coffee, he sighed sadly, thinking, what am I supposed to do now? Manentiran's dark corruption rate is already at 37%. In less than 3 months, that event is going to happen. Manentiran's corruption will randomly affect a student. It could be Isomorph's friend Jeki, Bayern's loyal female knight, or even Hewan Rang, the heir to the Moon Shadow Tower. If Hewan Rang gets corrupted, it'll be a total disaster. The chances are low, but his corruption means the absolute worst-case scenario. I have to be super careful. Just as he thought that, Yusun's eyes shot open. Standing right in front of him was Isomorph, and she looked pissed. Isomorph spoke first. What are you doing? Yusun was flustered. What do you mean, what am I doing? Isomorph continued. Last time, you never gave me a straight answer about who you are. Hearing that, Yusun thought, oh, that question? You're really putting me on the spot. How am I supposed to explain this? It's a long story. Maybe I should just tell Isomorph the truth. It might lead to more info and make things better. Screw it. All or nothing. Let's give it a shot. He started to speak, but before he could finish, a flood of system alerts popped up. Warning, insufficient plot power. Warning, do not reveal your transmigrator status to this character. Warning, Do not share your knowledge and information with this character, and on it went. The barrage of warnings made Yusun jump, he thought, exhausted. Damn it, I'm gonna lose my mind. What the hell is this? He then said, okay, how about this? Everyone's got secrets, so let's just tell each other half the truth. What do you say? Isomorph replied. Fine, I agree. Yusun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. If Isomorph kept grilling me, I'd have no idea what to say. Then Isomorph continued, I'll go first. You know the future, don't you? Yusun's relief vanished. Geez, I said half-truths. Why are you so blunt? He shot back. The fact that you're asking means you do too, right? So what's your deal? Why are you even at this school? Isomorph didn't beat around the bush, obviously, to keep the world from getting wrecked. This whole place is in deep trouble. Yusun sighed, thinking, asterisk. Phew, no idea if that's true, but I'm not exactly rooting for the apocalypse either. Asterisk, Isomorph shot back. All right, my turn now. Why do you act like that? Yusun was confused. Asterisk. Act like what? What is she even talking about? Asterisk. He decided to play dumb. No reason. I just do what I think is right. He thought, asterisk. That's gotta be enough, right? Asterisk. But Isomorph just got angrier, yelling, enough. Stop lying. How can anyone be that damn nice? You've gotta have a motive. Something you're trying to get, right? Yusun was totally flustered. No, for real. It's not what you think. Well, I mean, who doesn't want something? Honestly, I don't really know anymore. Isomorph was pissed. What did you just say? You don't know? Yusun continued. Yeah, I just want to survive. Hearing the truth, Isomorph froze in shock. Survive. She felt kinda stupid for suddenly asking something so personal. She stammered, I guess so. Sorry, that was out of line. Yusun was just bewildered. What the hell? Is that it? Are we done here? Tears welled up in Isomorph's eyes as she turned to leave. Well, I'm out of here. See you around. Yusun's mind was blown. What the hell was that about? I didn't even get to ask her anything, and she's crying? I didn't even do a damn thing! All of a sudden, an angry voice boomed. Yusun. A chill ran down his spine. This can't be good. It was Hwan-Rang. His eyes were like bullets, radiating pure killer intent. He got straight to the point, spitting. Answer me. Why was Isomorph crying? Lie to me and you're dead. Seeing Hwan-Rang's furious face, Yusun was terrified. Holy crap. Getting a death glare from the strongest character's rival is bad enough. Now I remember. There was that plot point about Hwan-Rang having a one-sided crush on Isomorph. I'm so screwed. But I seriously didn't do a damn thing. This misunderstanding is going to be a major pain. I gotta clear this up. He spoke up. There's nothing shady going on between me and Isomorph. Why are you even asking? Hwan-Rang's brow furrowed. You think I'd believe that? Believe it or not. It's the truth. Especially whatever you're thinking right now. Just don't. Just chill out. Yusun forced a smile. Okay, we good? There's really nothing going on with me and Isomorph. Hwan-Rang thought for a second, then suddenly looked down. Is that so? My bad for asking. Sorry about that. But the way he apologized sent shivers down Yusun's spine. He stammered, it's no big deal. Hwan-Rang turned and walked away. Well, I'm leaving then. Yusun let out a huge sigh of relief. What was that all about? That's not like him at all. Hwan-Rang, the guy who's always so cold and logical, is acting this unstable? I've got a really bad feeling about this. The scene changes to that evening. Iso closed her book, exhausted. Why can't I focus on anything today? She suddenly remembered her conversation with Yusun in the practice room. Yusun, I have a question. That formula from earlier, did you just come up with it on the spot? After a moment, he replied, you could say that. She'd been totally floored. She always thought of herself as a genius, that her talent was enough to beat anyone, but apparently not. Thinking about it, Aso jolted. Asterisk. What the hell was I just thinking? Asterisk. How am I supposed to get revenge for my dad like this? Those scumbags framed my father as a traitor, sent him to his death. That filthy Adenlith family. They're pathetic cowards. I can't get revenge if this is all I've got. Ugh, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. She tried to calm herself. No, I can't just quit. I have to try harder. One day, I'll make them pay. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Isomorph's bed. She woke up but felt too lazy to even move. Isomorph thought, asterisk. I picked a 4-person room because I like things lively. Asterisk. Looking back, she should have just grabbed a single room for S-class students. She figured a 4-person room would be fun and social, but now she was totally regretting it. Isomorph muttered. Yusun said he doesn't know his purpose. There's no doubt about it now. That's proof he's a regressor. I remember in the original story's ending, Ensei Sib Ilwol told Ma Yusong, I can give you a chance to turn back time, but the price is losing almost all your memories from the time you return to. And after you finish your mission, you will disappear from this world. No one will remember you saved the world. not your friends, not your loved ones. Will you accept that trade to start over? Back then, Ma Yuksong answered, if that is my destiny, I will accept it and save the world again. But Iso stopped him, desperately. Wait, I'd rather watch the world end than live in a world without you. Let's go together. Iso's words melted Ma Yuksong's frozen heart, making him give up on regressing. In the end, the world was destroyed, a totally tragic ending. Thinking about this, Isomorph sat up. If this world is different from the original story, and Yusun regressed without Ensei Sibilwul's help, then after he completes his mission, he'll just vanish. No one will even know he existed. He's lost most of his memories, with only a sense of duty left. No wonder he just said he wants to survive. For a regressor, sheer courage must be the only thing keeping him from freaking out about being erased. Isomorph kept thinking, he should have just run. But with this mission on his shoulders, Yusun came back to save the world, even knowing death was waiting for him. He's scared, but he's doing it anyway. If that's the case, I shouldn't doubt him anymore. We have the same goal. I'm going to help him save this world. Suddenly, she heard rushed footsteps. Jackie threw the door open, looking panicked. Isomorph, Sir Hwan-Rang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Isomorph immediately flopped back down, faking exhaustion. Tell him to go home. Say I'm not here. Jackie was confused, but before she could finish, Isomorph cut her off. I don't care. Just tell him that. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. Jackie had no choice but to give up. But a flash of jealousy sparked inside her, aimed at Isomorph, who gets all this attention and doesn't even care. She hurried down to the first floor. Outside the dorm, Hwan-Rang stood there, looking lost, with the sad eyes of a guy hopelessly in love. Jackie ran over. Sir Hwan-Rang! But when he turned and saw it was her, his face fell with disappointment. The person he was waiting for wasn't there. Instead, it was this random girl. Hwan-Rang's cold expression made Jackie feel awkward. Her eyes were sparkling, a one-sided crush blooming. But he was just cold. Who are you? His words were like a slap in the face, yanking Jackie back to reality. The poor girl's heart shattered. Seeing her silent, Hwan-Rang asked again, Where's Isomorph? Jackie answered, Huh. Oh. She was tired, so she went to sleep. He figured she must be in a bad mood after getting rejected by that loser. Asterisk. What's that guy got that I don't? Asterisk, he said coldly. I see. I'll come back later. Then he left, leaving Jackie just staring after him. Jackie was crushed. Why? I'm so in love with him, and he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. Everyone only pays attention to the amazingly talented Isomorph, who's always in the spotlight and loved by everyone. She's beautiful, like an angel. Even Sir Hwan-Rang has a secret crush on her, and I'm just a nobody. Life is so unfair. Her jealousy boiled over. Jackie clenched her fists, seething. Damn it, this pisses me off. The scene changes to the next morning, inside the main tower #1 of Stella Academy. A man's voice speaks up. I heard Professor May got seriously owned by a student this time. Mayrin bit her lip. My bad. I'm useless. I've got no excuses. He turned away. You know I had high hopes for you, right? That was the vice principal, Aki Hifton. He continued. By the way, how's the research on that alchemy magic fusion formula going? The one with the PhDs from the Moon Shadow cult? Mayrin said confidently. It's going great, of course. I won't let you down. Aki Hifton patted her shoulder and whispered, Good, you're the only one I trust. Mayrin replied, Yeah, leave it to me. I'll be going now. After Mayrin left, Aki Hifton sneered. What an idiot. So dense. Absolutely pathetic. She has no freaking clue she's being used. Even if she did find out, she probably wouldn't even care. All that woman craves is status and fame. It's made her totally blind. The irony of a researcher who fights dark magic working for a dark mage is just hilarious. Haha, I can't wait for the day alchemy magicology is finally complete. The scene changes. Elsewhere, a slender figure trembles under a sky-high stack of documents. The people around her didn't give a crap. No one helped. But suddenly, a kind person approached. It was Yusun. He smiled cheerfully. Hey, teaching assistant, you all right? Let me help you with that. Thanks to Yusun, the documents made it to Professor Mayrin's office. The TA let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Professor Mayrin would have chewed me out again. Yusun replied, Nah, it's nothing. It was no big deal. Seizing the opportunity, Yusun glanced around. The room was a disaster, buried in crumpled papers from the desk to the floor. He thought, what a total train wreck. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, staring at a whiteboard. Whoa, what's that? The TA explained, Oh, that's a formula Professor Mayrin is researching with the other doctors. I think it's called the spatial random swap equation. Yusun was stunned. The spatial random swap equation. This was the very first formula for alchemy magicology. In Mayrin's villain arc, The Dark Mage completes this exact formula with her, causing catastrophic damage and plunging the entire world into a sea of fire. But a single flower of hope was blooming in this barren land. What if She got to it first? What if she could decode this formula before the Dark Mage? Yusun thought, she's the only ray of hope in all this darkness. With her genius-level brain and brilliant ideas, she had created countless items that dark mages couldn't even dream of. An idea sparked. He spoke up. Hey, teaching assistant Aunt Teresa. She jumped. Huh? You want to get some coffee? Yusun smirked. No, that's not what I meant. Professor Mayron's a real pain, isn't she? Does she get on your nerves? If there was a way to get some sick revenge, would you take it? Want to give it a shot? Aunt Teresa got flustered. I'm just a lowly assistant. How the hell could I get revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired and end up homeless on the street. You want that? Yusun shot back. So what? You got any better ideas? You could totally become a better alchemist than Professor Mayron ever was. Aunt Teresa was shocked. What? Yusun continued. Once that happens, no one will ever dare to look down on you again. His words were like fuel to a fire, igniting a spark of hope in Aunt Teresa's heart. She mumbled, Man, that would be so nice. Just as Yusun predicted, Aunt Teresa was completely fed up with her current job, sick of taking care of Myren in this dusty dump. Her lifelong dream was to become an alchemist and create groundbreaking inventions. And she totally had the talent for it, because in the future, Aunt Teresa is destined to become a great alchemist with a genius mind and incredible creations, deserving of only the best things in life. Right now, Aunt Teresa had put her dream on hold because reality sucks, but Yusun thought to himself, I'm going to help her make that dream come true. And fast. After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Yusun went to visit Aunt Teresa again. He only had to give her a few hints, and she quickly caught on. Oh, you think so too? I was already thinking about adding a color-changing button to the magic pen, and maybe an eraser too. You know, like a mechanical pencil. It'd be super convenient. Yusun watched, satisfied. Awesome. Aunt Teresa's invention is progressing well, but the main formula is still missing. I have to guide her, because getting past Mayusian is not going to be easy. Yusun was strolling out when he suddenly heard a snarky voice. Yo, dude, watch where you're going. Space out like that and you're gonna walk right into someone. It was Isomorph, just passing by. Yusun crossed his arms, confused. What? What, dude? Isomorph shot back. Who else but you, Grandpa? Are you not getting it, or are you just playing dumb? Yusun was speechless. He thought, damn it, what a pain. But I never even told him my age. Whatever. At least he's talking to me more than he used to. He spoke up. Anyway, your timing is perfect. I have something important to tell you. You remember your roommate, right? That girl, Jackie. At the mention of Jackie's name, Isomorph got pissed off, his face twisting in anger as he looked away. That's illegal, you know? Yusun jumped back in horror. Whoa! What the hell are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet. I mean, you need to take good care of her. Jackie's not in a good place right now. Yusun thought to himself, if Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she's going to be really unstable. Isomorph replied, I don't know, but we were planning to go hunting this weekend. I'll check on her then, Yusun said. Yeah, thanks. But do you really think you can handle a hunt? The hunting season is coming. The target is Mavis Cemetery, where it all begins. Chapter 4. The main characters like Mayusion, Isomorph, and Isomorph are all participating. There's even a huge battle with a level 5 necromancer. I'm not getting involved, but if I can snag the hidden reward, it'll be useful for signing a contract with the Familia. A few hours later, Yusun went to Professor Lai's office to get an exit permit. Professor Lai held the paper and read, Training, but you probably can't study swordsmanship or knighthood here at Stella. Yusun was frozen, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, he noticed Mayu's exit request and thought, just as I expected, they're starting the hunt. This matches my memories perfectly. He tried to persuade him, Professor, a lot of people are going hunting these days. Lai replied, it seems everyone is heading to Mavis Cemetery for a club activity, probably looking for treasure. Mayu and Haewon Rang are working really hard. Mayusion said he's returning to his family, and Haewon Rang is going with Isomorph. Yusun was shocked. What? If Mayusion isn't there, we can't fight the necromancer. With the current lineup, there's no way they can defeat a level 5 necromancer. What am I supposed to do? I can't ask for backup without proof, and the plot won't let me reveal everything. But I can't just let things happen like this. A few days later, at Mavis Cemetery, a male student had just taken down a giant fish. The fish lay twitching on the ground. He was a second-year student, Doctrine Kwang. He cheered, yeah, a level 2 threat is nothing. This predator fish was pretty tough, though. Suddenly, a nagging voice piped up. Hey, you stupid moron, don't screw this up. Did you even listen to the team leader's orders? That was another second year, Kashif Derek. Doctrine Kwang just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Heh, sorry about that. Kashif Derek was pissed. Damn. This idiot is actually smiling? A girl's voice called from a distance. Just ignore him. Talking to him is a waste of breath. That was a second-year student named Bandion. She turned and said, "You don't need to pay attention to them. Just let them be." Islemorph replied, "Yes, ma'am." Kashif Derek looked back. "Hey, I heard that. You got a problem? Watch your mouth in front of the freshman." Islemorph thought to herself, "I heard there was an open spot in the club, so I just tagged along. At least they don't seem like bad people." Hongbi chimed in, "For real, there's no way we can break through like this. But that necromancer never saw us coming straight for him." The two upperclassmen glanced at each other. Maybe this was their only shot at survival. "No idea what you're banking on, but we can't split up. I'm in." Bandian grinned. "All right, let's give it a shot. Before that necromancer figures it out, we still have a chance." Meanwhile, in another part of Mattis Cemetery, a shadow emerged. He sneered, "Lucky me, running into Stella's little chicks here. If I turn them into skeleton mages, even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare look down on me." This was Sabehyu, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Magic Tower. He chuckled, 3 years of hoarding mana, and with 700 skeletons resting here, no one will ever disrespect me again. Heh. Suddenly, he froze. "What the hell is this? I can't feel it. Don't tell me my general was taken down?" A cracking sound echoed as a force slammed into his rear shield. He was stunned, having no clue what was happening. The skeleton behind him trembled violently. He freaked out. "My level 4 magic shield is cracking? How the hell is that even possible?" He was pissed. "You bastard, you're not getting away." But it was faster than the wind. He couldn't even react. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the air, completely wiping out the skeleton horde. That flame was the combined power of Yusan's group. Sabehyu was floored, practically frozen. Damn it, I got way too cocky. I never thought they'd dare to attack me directly. Even if they were just newbies, Stella was still Stella. He couldn't underestimate them. He knew he didn't want to, but this was getting way too risky. He had to summon his elite bone soldiers. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and spread his arms. "Wicked ones, hear my call!" The ground split open as skeleton warriors crawled out, grinning menacingly. An army quickly surrounded the area, but Sabehyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was seriously messed up. He wiped the blood from his lips, pissed off. Damn it all. Wiping his mouth, he thought angrily. Summoning them might have hurt me, but this is more than enough. Just hold them back for me. Kill them while I give the orders. The skeletons roared and charged forward. He watched from a distance with a smug smile, muttering, "Yeah, that's it. Fight well. Now I can finally relax." But life's never that easy. Yusan pulled off a sick flash step. In an instant, he appeared right behind the necromancer, Sabehyu. The guy immediately sensed someone behind him, whipped around, and screamed in panic. "Damn it, who are you?" Yusan just gave a smirk, not even bothering to answer. Sabehyu instantly knew someone was there, turning to yell in a panic. "Damn it, who are you?" But Yusan just smirked, saying nothing. The necromancer started freaking out, thinking, "Wait, I was tracking all 12 of the Stella students with my bone soldier's vision. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me without me knowing?" Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in shock. He couldn't believe what Yusan was holding. He stammered in disbelief. "No way. Isn't that my skeleton general? Why do you have it?" But Yusan just casually let go. The skull hit the ground with a thud, and he didn't stop there. Our main character brought his sword down hard on it. With his general destroyed, Sabehyu's internal injuries got even worse. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning pale. Clutching his wound, he seethed with anger. "Damn it, I totally let my guard down. So this is the true power of a Stella Academy student." Meanwhile, Yusan was sweating bullets. He thought, John Wang and Bandian were supposed to handle the general and back me up, but those elite bone soldiers have them pinned down. Seriously? I have to fight this guy alone? I'm the weakest one in this group. Maybe I should just bounce? Yeah, even he knew that sounded wrong. Suddenly, Sabehyu coughed up more blood. Yusan snapped out of it, finally noticing the guy's condition. He muttered, looks like he's seriously hurt too. Turns out, summoning those elite bone soldiers had pushed him too far and caused internal damage. Maybe, I can actually do this. At that thought, a confident grin spread across his face. Just then, Hongbi's flames blazed to life. Jackie suddenly ran over, panicking. "Princess, we have a problem. The necromancer is fighting Yusan one-on-one." Hongbi was startled. "What?" She looked ahead to where Yusan and Sabehyu were clashing. An intense wave of power radiated from them. The battle was absolutely insane. Hongbi muttered, "This is bad. This wasn't part of the plan at all. For some reason, Yusan is the only one facing the necromancer." Now all the Stella students were scattered everywhere. Maybe they had to split his forces to take them out one by one? Can Yusan even hold him off until we get there? If you die, I'll never forgive you. Hang in there, Yusan. Meanwhile, Yusan kept using his flash step, moving like a blur. His eyes were wide, scanning for the perfect opening. His sharp judgment and flash step skill were letting him barely dodge Sabehyu's attacks. But knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Yusun switched to the all-or-nothing playstyle he used back in the game. He suddenly teleported right next to the Necromancer. Sabe Hyu, a level 5 Necromancer, saw Yusun's reckless move and gritted his teeth. Humph, you think I'm that easy to take down? Dream on. After speaking, a cage of bones erupted around him. Yusun just smirked, thinking, is that all you got? Lame. I was already prepared for something like this. I've got my cola potions, the ultimate weakness of bone soldiers. Ha ha, this is my playground now. With that thought, Yusun chucked 2 vials of cola at him. Instantly, the bones started to corrode at a crazy speed. Sabe Hyu's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe his ultimate defense magic was just melting away. Remembering how he was just trash-talking, his face turned bright red with embarrassment. He screamed like a maniac, "You little punk! How dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him now!" A storm of sharp bone spikes shot towards Yusun, but he had already flashed behind Sabe Hyu. Gripping his sword with a smirk, Yusun thought this was it. He was sure he could finish him in one blow. But suddenly, Sabe Hyu turned around with a twisted grin. You took the bait. It seemed like this was all part of his plan. He knew Yusun was behind him the whole time. That's when our main character got it. Crap, I'm the one who got played. A sharp bone spike shot up from the ground, brutally piercing Yusun's leg. Blood splattered everywhere as Yusun thought through the pain. Damn it. It got me. Fighting through the pain, he tried to back away. Sabe Hyu laughed like a psycho. Ha! You little brat, keep running your mouth. Now you get what you deserve. Keep talking now, go on! Ha ha. Feeling the sharp pain in his leg, Yusun panted heavily. He thought, maybe I was too cocky. Even if he's hurt, he's still a legit level 5 mage. But I can't die here. He's got to be exhausted. Using magic over and over again was draining him. In other words, this was his limit. Level 5 or not, what do I do? If I can land just one more hit, I can definitely take him down. Her eyes scanned the area, zeroing in on Ma Yuseong, who was debating whether to team up or go solo. Without even hesitating, Bi-yun walked right up to him. Seeing the princess approach, Ma Yusong was like, "Yo, princess, what's up?" Bi-yun cut straight to it. "You got a team yet?" Ma Yuseong looked surprised. Nah, was gonna go it alone. Bi-yun was kind of thrown off, but played it cool. "So, team up with me." Ma Yusong just smirked. Is that really necessary? A total rejection, obviously, but Bi-yun wasn't about to give up that easy. She was dead set on getting Yusun and Isomorph grouped up. You know, the fewer people in a group, the more bonus points you get, right? Bi-yun shot a look over at Yusun's team. Ma Yusong glanced over too, seeing the two of them chatting it up. Bi-yun continued. "I don't think they're aiming for your average mid-tier monster. They're going for the special mid and large-sized ones. I'll say it again, team up with me." Ma Yusong actually thought about it. Even though he knew Bi-yun was just trying to provoke him, the idea of competing against Yusun's team woke up the battle freak inside him. He finally cracked a smile. "I see. Sounds interesting. I've been wanting to go up against Yusun once anyway. Let's crush them." Bi-yun let out a sigh of relief. "All right then, I'm counting on you." She shot a sharp glare toward Isomorph and Yusun, thinking, just you wait. This time, I'm taking you both down. Time passed, and after 4 days of prep, the monster simulation battle officially kicked off. Professor Lai's voice echoed. "All right, we'll now begin the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each team can choose the monster they want to face, from easy to difficult." While Isomorph was warming up, the chatter around her was non-stop. "Oh, Team 16 picked a Munsa? That mid-sized monster looks like a piece of cake." Isomorph steeled herself, thinking, "It's fine. I've trained my butt off for this. Even if I can't hunt a special monster for the stat bonus or those huge special ones, just taking down this level 3 mid-sized monster by myself is enough to get a perfect score. Normally, you'd need 5 level 1 mages to handle a single level 1 mid-sized monster. But if you play the attribute advantages right, have tons of experience, and a good environment, taking down a higher level monster is totally doable." Isomorph thought to herself, "I use light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, so I'm out of luck there." She decided to stay away from the special monsters 2 levels up and just focus on acing the test with her own skills. While waiting for her turn, Isomorph suddenly spotted Isomorph. She remembered from the original novel, Isomorph gets pressured by Bi-yun and her crew, can't train or form a team, and ends up taking the test alone with a crappy score. Isomorph didn't get enough points for a scholarship, had to work part-time to get by, and took all kinds of crap and bullying from the other students. That whole situation made her magic stagnate, and her spirit just crumbled. But now, everything's different. Isomorph and Yusun, 2 people who jumped here from the future, showed up and totally wrecked the original plot. Yusun chose to team up with Isomorph, even though he doesn't remember a thing about his past. Thanks to his love and patience, Isomorph's future is looking way brighter. Just then, a huge explosion snapped Isomorph back to reality. She whipped her head around to look at the arena and saw the monster had been taken down. Professor Lai announced that Team 16 had completed their test. You all worked hard. The crowd cheered. Isomorph knew her turn was coming up. Her heart started pounding, a mix of nerves and pure determination. After congratulating the team that just finished, the teacher announced for Team 17 to get ready. Isomorph immediately yelled back, "Yes, I'm on my way!" She quickly made her way to the testing platform, heading toward where Yusun and Isomorph were standing. Isomorph tried to walk past them with a cool, cold look, but of course, she tripped on her own shoelace and started to totally faceplant. In that split second, an arm from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, saving her from a world of pain. The sight of a tiny girl dangling from someone else's hand made the entire audience burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, she's so cute. That girl's even shorter than my little sister." The one holding Isomorph's collar was, you guessed it, Yusun. The main character looked a little embarrassed. "You okay?" Isomorph was mortified at being held like a baby and couldn't even speak. Yusun let her go. Isomorph awkwardly turned to thank him, but Yusun just pointed at her foot. "Don't worry about it. Tie your shoe." Looking down, Isomorph saw one of her shoelaces was a complete mess. She could have sworn Jackie tied them tight before. Seeing Isomorph struggling, Yusun offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself. "Man, good thing he caught that," she thought, "or I would have bombed the test for sure." After tying her shoe, Isomorph stepped onto the testing platform, looking totally confident. Seeing her all alone, the crowd started murmuring, "Is she by herself? Looks like it. No way. Is she really planning to take on a mid-level monster solo?" Isomorph's test began, her opponent a gigantic mid-level monster. Standing before it, Isomorph looked like a tiny ant. The size difference was insane. The gossip didn't stop. "That monster doesn't have a special attribute, so you can't even counter it." The teacher's voice boomed, "Team 17, your test begins now." At the signal, the monster charged at Isomorph with terrifying speed. But Isomorph just stood there, calm, and started chanting, not giving a crap about the worried audience. "Look how reckless she is. How is she going to handle that thing alone?" When she finished the spell, she whispered, "Petals on the wind." A golden magic circle appeared at her feet. With a determined look in her eyes, Isomorph knew she had this. Powerful vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body and trapping it. Next, she used a material transformation spell, making the vines as hard as rock. The monster started to weaken, its body trembling with rage. But Isomorph knew that wasn't enough to finish it. She summoned 3 halos above her head, gathering power for the final blow. Just then, the beast went berserk, flexing and shattering the vines. A second later, it was free. With furious red eyes, it lunged, opening its massive jaws to swallow Isomorph whole. At the exact same moment, Isomorph's magic activated. A colossal beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the monster, leaving a fatal wound, a giant gaping hole in its body. Isomorph was completely gassed, having used almost all her mana, and was panting hard. The giant monster finally crashed to the ground with a massive thud, shaking the earth as the students watched in total shock. The teachers and special guests took off their glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, not believing what they just saw. All the people who had been mocking Isomorph were now dead silent. "Whoa, that's insane. Our team of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-sized monster. Who is that girl?" Professor Lai announced that Team 17's test was complete, giving Isomorph some serious praise. She bowed her head to say thanks and walked off stage, thinking, "Phew, finally done." But as she got back to her seat, she saw someone that made her eyes go wide with shock. "Am I seeing things?" Up on the stage, the next team student was walking up as the teacher announced, "We will now begin the test for Team 31. The next hyped-up match between the 2 strongest rivals in the academy was about to go down. All eyes were glued to them, especially the guys in the audience. They were screaming like they just saw a K-pop idol. "It's Princess Beyond of the Adon-Levitt royal family, and her teammate is the guy with the highest entrance score, Ma Yu-song. So what's your deal? Why are you even at this school?" Isomorph didn't beat around the bush. Obviously, to keep the world from getting wrecked. "This whole place is in deep trouble." Yusun sighed, thinking, "Phew, no idea if that's true, but I'm not exactly rooting for the apocalypse either." Isomorph shot back, "All right, my turn now. Why do you act like that?" Yusun was confused. Act like what? What is she even talking about? He decided to play dumb. "No reason. I just do what I think is right." He thought, That's gotta be enough, right? But Isomorph just got angrier, yelling, "Enough! Stop lying. How can anyone be that damn nice? You've gotta have a motive, something you're trying to get, right?" Yusun was totally flustered. "No, for real. It's not what you think. Well, I mean, who doesn't want something? Honestly, I don't really know anymore. Isomorph was pissed. What did you just say? You don't know? Yusun continued. Yeah, I just want to survive. Hearing the truth, Isomorph froze in shock. Survive. She felt kinda stupid for suddenly asking something so personal. She stammered, I guess so. Sorry, that was out of line. Yusan was just bewildered. What the hell? Is that it? Are we done here? Tears welled up in Isomorph's eyes as she turned to leave. Well, I'm out of here. See you around. Yusun's mind was blown. What the hell was that about? I didn't even get to ask her anything, and she's crying? I didn't even do a damn thing. All of a sudden, an angry voice boomed. Yusun. A chill ran down his spine. This can't be good. It was Hwan Rang. His eyes were like bullets, radiating pure killer intent. He got straight to the point, spitting, answer me. Why was Isomorph crying? Lie to me, and you're dead. Seeing Hwan Rang's furious face, Yusun was terrified. Holy crap, getting a death glare from the strongest character's rival is bad enough. Now I remember. There was that plot point about Hwan Rang having a one-sided crush on Isomorph. I'm so screwed. But I seriously didn't do a damn thing. This misunderstanding is gonna be a major pain. I gotta clear this up. He spoke up. There's nothing shady going on between me and Isomorph. Why are you even asking? Hwan Rang's brow furrowed. You think I'd believe that? Believe it or not, it's the truth. Especially whatever you're thinking right now, just don't. Just chill out. Yusun forced a smile. Okay, we good? There's really nothing going on with me and Isomorph. Hwan Rang thought for a second, then suddenly looked down. Is that so? My bad for asking. Sorry about that. But the way he apologized sent shivers down Yusun's spine. He stammered, it's no big deal. Hwan Rang turned and walked away. Well, I'm leaving then. Yusun let out a huge sigh of relief. What was that all about? That's not like him at all. Hwan Rang, the guy who's always so cold and logical, is acting this unstable? I've got a really bad feeling about this. The scene changes to that evening. Iso closed her book, exhausted. Why can't I focus on anything today? She suddenly remembered her conversation with Yusun in the practice room. Yusun, I have a question. That formula from earlier. Did you just come up with it on the spot? After a moment, he replied, You could say that. She'd been totally floored. She always thought of herself as a genius, that her talent was enough to beat anyone, but apparently not. Thinking about it, Aso jolted. Asterisk, what the hell was I just thinking? Asterisk, how am I supposed to get revenge for my dad like this? Those scumbags framed my father as a traitor, sent him to his death. That filthy Adenlith family. They're pathetic cowards. I can't get revenge if this is all I've got. I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. She tried to calm herself. No, I can't just quit. I have to try harder. One day, I'll make them pay. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Isomorph's bed. She woke up but felt too lazy to even move. Isomorph thought, Asterisk, I picked a 4-person room because I like things lively. Asterisk, looking back, she should have just grabbed a single room for S-class students. She figured a 4-person room would be fun and social, but now she was totally regretting it. Isomorph muttered, Yusun said he doesn't know his purpose. There's no doubt about it now. That's proof he's a regressor. I remember in the original story's ending, Ensei Sib Ilwal told Ma Yuksong, I can give you a chance to turn back time, but the price is losing almost all your memories from the time you returned to. And after you finish your mission, you will disappear from this world. No one will remember you saved the world. Not your friends, not your loved ones. Will you accept that trade to start over? Back then, Ma Yushong answered, If that is my destiny, I will accept it and save the world again. But Iso stopped him, desperately. Wait, I'd rather watch the world end than live in a world without you. Let's go together. Iso's words melted Ma Yusong's frozen heart, making him give up on regressing. In the end, the world was destroyed, a totally tragic ending. Thinking about this, Isomorph sat up. If this world is different from the original story, and Yusun regressed without Ensei Sibilwal's help, then after he completes his mission, he'll just vanish. No one will even know he existed. He's lost most of his memories, with only a sense of duty left. No wonder he just said he wants to survive. For a regressor, sheer courage must be the only thing keeping him from freaking out about being erased. Isomorph kept thinking, he should have just run. But with this mission on his shoulders, Yusun came back to save the world, even knowing death was waiting for him. He's scared, but he's doing it anyway. If that's the case, I shouldn't doubt him anymore. We have the same goal. I'm going to help him save this world. Suddenly, she heard rushed footsteps. Jackie threw the door open, looking panicked. Isomorph, Sir Hwan Rang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Isomorph immediately flopped back down, faking exhaustion. Tell him to go home. Say I'm not here. Jackie was confused, but before she could finish, Isomorph cut her off. I don't care. Just tell him that. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. Jackie had no choice but to give up, but a flash of jealousy sparked inside her, aimed at Morph, who gets all this attention and doesn't even care. She hurried down to the first floor. Outside the dorm, Hee-won Rang stood there, looking lost. With the sad eyes of a guy hopelessly in love, Jackie ran over. "Sir Hee-won Rang!" But when he turned and saw it was her, his face fell with disappointment. The person he was waiting for wasn't there. Instead, it was this random girl. Hee-won Rang's cold expression made Jackie feel awkward. Her eyes were sparkling, a one-sided crush blooming, but he was just cold. "Who are you?" His words were like a slap in the face, yanking Jackie back to reality. The poor girl's heart shattered. Seeing her silent, Hee-won Rang asked again, "Where's Morph?" Jackie answered, "Huh? Oh." She was tired, so she went to sleep. He figured she must be in a bad mood after getting rejected by that loser. Asterisk. "What's that guy got that I don't?" Asterisk, he said coldly. "I see. I'll come back later." Then he left, leaving Jackie just staring after him. Jackie was crushed. Why? I'm so in love with him, and he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. Everyone only pays attention to the amazingly talented Morph, who's always in the spotlight and loved by everyone. She's beautiful, like an angel. Even Sir Hee-won Rang has a secret crush on her, and I'm just a nobody. Life is so unfair. Her jealousy boiled over. Jackie clenched her fists, seething. Damn it, this pisses me off. The scene changes to the next morning, inside the main tower number 1 of Stella Academy. A man's voice speaks up. "I heard Professor May got seriously owned by a student this time." Mayrin bit her lip. "My bad. I'm useless. I've got no excuses." He turned away. "You know I had high hopes for you, right?" That was the vice principal, Aki Hifton. He continued. "By the way, how's the research on that alchemy magic fusion formula going? The one with the PhDs from the Moon Shadow cult?" Mayrin said confidently, "It's going great, of course. I won't let you down." Aki Hifton patted her shoulder and whispered, "Good. You're the only one I trust." Mayrin replied, "Yeah, leave it to me. I'll be going now." After Mayrin left, Aki Hifton sneered. "What an idiot. So dense. Absolutely pathetic. She has no freaking clue she's being used. Even if she did find out, she probably wouldn't even care. All that woman craves is status and fame. It's made her totally blind. The irony of a researcher who fights dark magic working for a dark mage is just hilarious. Haha, I can't wait for the day alchemy magicology is finally complete." The scene changes. Elsewhere, a slender figure trembles under a sky-high stack of documents. The people around her didn't give a crap. No one helped, but suddenly, a kind person approached. It was Yusun. He smiled cheerfully. "Hey, teaching assistant, you all right? Let me help you with that." Thanks to Yusun, the documents made it to Professor Mayrin's office. The TA let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Professor Mayrin would have chewed me out again." Yusun replied, "Nah, it's nothing. It was no big deal." Seizing the opportunity, Yusun glanced around. The room was a disaster, buried in crumpled papers from the desk to the floor. He thought, what a total train wreck. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, staring at a whiteboard. "Whoa, what's that?" The TA explained. "Oh, that's a formula Professor Mayrin is researching with the other doctors. I think it's called the spatial random swap equation." Yusun was stunned. The spatial random swap equation. This was the very first formula for alchemy magicology. In Mayrin's villain arc, the Dark Mage completes this exact formula with her, causing catastrophic damage and plunging the entire world into a sea of fire. But a single flower of hope was blooming in this barren land. What if she got to it first? What if she could decode this formula before the Dark Mage? Yusun thought. She's the only ray of hope in all this darkness. With her genius-level brain and brilliant ideas, she had created countless items that dark mages couldn't even dream of. An idea sparked. He spoke up. "Hey, teaching assistant Aunt Teresa." She jumped. "Huh? You want to get some coffee?" Yusun smirked. "No, that's not what I meant. Professor Mayrin's a real pain, isn't she? Does she get on your nerves? If there was a way to get some sick revenge, would you take it? Want to give it a shot?" Aunt Teresa got flustered. "I'm just a lowly assistant. How the hell could I get revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired and end up homeless on the street. You want that?" Yusun shot back. "So what? You got any better ideas? You could totally become a better alchemist than Professor Mayrin ever was." Aunt Teresa was shocked. "What?" Yusun continued. "Once that happens, no one will ever dare to look down on you again." His words were like fuel to a fire, igniting a spark of hope in Aunt Teresa's heart. She mumbled, "Man, that would be so nice." Just as Yusun predicted, Aunt Teresa was completely fed up with her current job, sick of taking care of Mayrin in this dusty dump. Her lifelong dream was to become an alchemist and create groundbreaking inventions, and she totally had the talent for it, because in the future, Aunt Teresa is destined to become a great alchemist with a genius mind and incredible creations, deserving of only the best things in life. Right now, Aunt Teresa had put her dream on hold because reality sucks, but Yusun thought to himself, I'm going to help her make that dream come true. And fast. After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Yusun went to visit Aunt Teresa again. He only had to give her a few hints, and she quickly caught on. Oh, you think so too? I was already thinking about adding a color-changing button to the magic pen, and maybe an eraser too. You know, like a mechanical pencil. It'd be super convenient. Yusun watched, satisfied. Awesome. Aunt Teresa's invention is progressing well, but the main formula is still missing. I have to guide her, because getting past Yusun is not going to be easy. Yusun was strolling out when he suddenly heard a snarky voice. Yo, dude, watch where you're going. Space out like that and you're gonna walk right into someone. It was Morph, just passing by. Yusun crossed his arms, confused. What? What dude? Morph shot back. Who else but you, Grandpa? Are you not getting it or are you just playing dumb? Yusun was speechless. He thought, damn it, what a pain. But I never even told him my age. Whatever. At least he's talking to me more than he used to. He spoke up. Anyway, your timing is perfect. I have something important to tell you. You remember your roommate, right? That girl, Jackie. At the mention of Jackie's name, Morph got pissed off, his face twisting in anger as he looked away. That's illegal, you know. Yusun jumped back in horror. Whoa! What the hell are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet. I mean, you need to take good care of her. Jackie's not in a good place right now. Yusun thought to himself. If Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she's going to be really unstable. Morph replied, I don't know, but we were planning to go hunting this weekend. I'll check on her then. Yusun said, yeah, thanks. But do you really think you can handle a hunt? The hunting season is coming. The target is Maeva's cemetery, where it all begins. Chapter 4. The main characters like Mayusion, Morph, and Morph are all participating. There's even a huge battle with a level 5 necromancer. I'm not getting involved, but if I can snag the hidden reward, it'll be useful for signing a contract with the Familia. A few hours later, Yusun went to Professor Lai's office to get an exit permit. Professor Lai held the paper and read, training, but you probably can't study swordsmanship or knighthood here at Stella. Yusun was frozen, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, he noticed Mayu's exit request and thought, just as I expected, they're starting the hunt. This matches my memories perfectly. He tried to persuade him. Professor, a lot of people are going hunting these days. Lai replied, it seems everyone is heading to Maeva's cemetery for a club activity, probably looking for treasure. Mayu and Huanrong are working really hard. Mayusion said he's returning to his family, and Huanrong is going with Morph. Yusun was shocked. What? If Mayusion isn't there, we can't fight the necromancer. With the current lineup, there's no way they can defeat a level 5 necromancer. What am I supposed to do? I can't ask for backup without proof, and the plot won't let me reveal everything. But I can't just let things happen like this. A few days later, at Maeva's cemetery, a male student had just taken down a giant fish. The fish lay twitching on the ground. He was a second-year student, Doctrine Kwong. He cheered, yeah! A level 2 threat is nothing. This predator fish was pretty tough, though. Suddenly, a nagging voice piped up. Hey, you stupid moron, don't screw this up. Did you even listen to the team leader's orders? That was another second year, Kashif Derek. Doctrine Kwong just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Heh, sorry about that. Kashif Derek was pissed. Damn, this idiot is actually smiling? A girl's voice called from a distance. Just ignore him. Talking to him is a waste of breath. That was a second-year student named Bandion. She turned and said, you don't need to pay attention to them. Just let them be. Morph replied, yes, ma'am. Kashif Derek looked back. Hey, I heard that. You got a problem? Watch your mouth in front of the freshmen. Morph thought to herself. I heard there was an open spot in the club, so I just tagged along. At least they don't seem like bad people. I was spacing out when the captain yelled, Io, let's move! I was like, yeah, whatever. Then, out of nowhere, a massive explosion just ripped through the air. The whole squad jumped, staring at where the noise came from. What was that? Someone asked. Think there's a fight nearby? Bandion wondered. If it's an overlapping hunt zone, should we go say hi? Captain Chip Derrick just kind of stood there. Yeah, he mumbled. As soon as he said it, the whole team started stomping toward the explosion. My eyes went wide when I saw Hong Bian, Morph, and some other randos up ahead. They were totally arguing. Hong Bian was yelling, I obviously took down that giant piranha first! Morph shot back. That's bull. It's in our hunting zone, so it's ours. Right in front of me was this huge dead fish, grinning like an idiot. I thought, A giant piranha. Heard. Those are super rare tier 3 monsters. They're probably fighting over the loot, and getting involved is just asking for trouble. Plus, I really don't want to face the sister of the guy who killed my dad. Gotta get out of here. But then some voice cut in. Hey now, juniors. Whatever's wrong, you can tell your senior, Chip Derrick said, walking up all happy. Hong Bian and Isomorph both snapped back. Shut your mouth and get lost. Chip Derrick got pissed. You dare talk to your senior like that? Hong Bian was like, if you're a senior, then act like one. The captain just scratched his head, all confused. What? Seriously? A huge rumbling sound hit us. The ground started shaking, and this weird energy spread out. Isomorph thought, this energy feels totally wrong. Then a bony hand just clawed its way out of the ground. Everyone freaked, eyes wide. Isomorph was shook. No way, the skeletons are showing up. Before we knew it, tons of dried-up corpses were charging at us, screaming their heads off. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a sign in a graveyard warned people not to enter alone. A system update popped up. Skill experience increased, stats increased. Yusan appeared, sighing, man, I wish I could use magic. Why'd I get stuck with Flash Step? Dead giant fish were scattered all over the ground, he muttered. Guess it's about time, huh? Looking into the distance, he realized, are those graves? Found it, he said, looking a little bummed. I don't have some OP skill like Ma Yusong to wipe out a skeleton army, and I don't have overwhelming power either. Guess I'll just have to fight like a real player. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's attack begins. The ground trembled as something shot up a skeleton general, a sub-boss monster that shows up 3 times on this campus. With glowing red eyes and gnarly fangs, it stared down Yusan. He thought, with my current strength, a head-on fight is a death sentence. But I'm not planning on doing that. He grabbed its head and slammed his fist into it. The unwritten rule in comics is you're supposed to just stand there and watch when someone transforms or summons something. But that doesn't mean you're a sitting duck. Spinal staff, complete. Command of the skeleton general now belongs to Yusan. Alright, the whole world is mine now. Let's get this started. On the other side, more and more skeletons were popping up, surrounding the group. A freezing aura filled the air. Isomorph thought, I totally let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter. Holy crap, something seriously messed up. If I remember right, Ma Yusong is supposed to be the one who handles this. So why is Io with this loser squad? Where the hell is Ma Yusong? Does this mean I have to face a level 5 Necromancer with them? Seeing Isomorph freak out, Ryang tried to chill her out. I sent a distress signal to Stella with my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they get here. Doc Chonwang added, yeah, just wait a bit. The professors will show up. Even if we can't beat the Necromancer, at least we can escape. Hongbian cut in. This is no time for a pep talk. This is a graveyard. The longer we wait, the more skeletons show up. We need to get back to base. Fast. Jackie started backing away, terrified of the freaky skeletons. No, don't come any closer. One of them opened its mouth wide, like it was about to eat him alive. Suddenly, a blast of power from behind stopped it in its tracks. The one who attacked was Io. She asked, you good? Jackie stammered, yeah, I'm good. Doc Chonwang was impressed. Not bad for a first year. Io continued, this necromancer is well prepared. He's using energy containers. A mana storage technique? Usually, a tier 3 or 4 necromancer can only summon 15 skeletons max, but this guy is controlling a huge area. He's no joke. Doc Chonwang added, all these skeletons are flocking here. This was planned. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. Chip Derrick gave a weak laugh, thinking he had to act like a leader and wipe them out with some awesome magic. But life's not a fairy tale. A skeleton grabbed Chip Derrick's leg. His face went pale. Oh crap, it's my turn. Before he could even react, Doc Chonwang charged in, attacking without hesitation. You're not getting away, you bastard! But suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of Chip Derrick. In a flash, he was completely defenseless. Doc Chonwang saw it. Damn it, they're casting a counterspell. Get down, now! A terrifying amount of power started building up, so intense it felt like it could explode at any second. Everyone freaked out, totally panicked. Hongbian screamed, if that thing blows, we're... Before he could finish, a massive explosion rocked the graveyard, leaving a giant crater. A lot of people got hurt. Luckily, Isomorph was okay, but the necromancers just kept coming. Isomorph thought, this is it. This is my limit. I'm so tired, and this situation is messed up. My mana's almost gone. No time to recover, and the enemy's numbers are insane. The skeleton screamed, getting closer. Isomorph felt her blood run cold, totally drained. Looks like this is the end. She gripped her staff, trying to stay focused. Am I really gonna die here? But then, all the skeletons just froze, like someone hit pause. Isomorph couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the? The skeleton stopped moving. What the hell is going on? In the distance, Yusan walked up, looking like some god who'd come to save the day. Islemorph was stunned. How did he get here at the perfect time? She noticed the skull he was holding. That's a skeleton general, way stronger than a normal skeleton soldier, and they usually have elite guards. And he caught it all by himself? Unbelievable. Doc Chonwang came to. Thanks. We're alive because of you. Yusun was chill about it. It's nothing. Io asked, but how did you get the skeleton general's head? Yusun joked, fished it out of some bone broth, but thought to himself, probably shouldn't tell them I just ambushed it at the summoning spot, huh? Io was speechless at his dumb joke. Yusun got serious. Anyway, we need a new plan. Fast. It'll be a huge pain if the necromancer just starts controlling the skeletons directly and ignores the general. Doc Chonwang asked, Junior, you got a plan? Yusun said, on my way here, I saw the necromancer is controlling the area near the base. We can't break through the circle. The only way is to hit their main body directly. Everyone freaked at how reckless he sounded. Someone panicked. Wait, are you out of your mind? Yusun was unfazed. Didn't we learn this in school? Necromancers control powerful skeletons, but their actual bodies are nothing to worry about. Bandian was worried, but he's definitely got an army guarding him. Yusun kept going. His control range is way too big. If we don't hit him directly, we're never getting out of here. He thought to himself. The necromancer's guard consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, and 50 regular ones. That number's just gonna keep growing. Our only chance is right now. But how do I get them to listen? Then someone spoke up. He might be a bit of an idiot, but when it comes to fighting and strategy, he's got way more experience than us. Hongbi chimed in. For real, there's no way we can break through like this. But that necromancer never saw us coming straight for him. The 2 upperclassmen glanced at each other. Maybe this was their only shot at survival. No idea what you're banking on, but we can't split up. I'm in. Bandian grinned. All right, let's give it a shot. Before that necromancer figures it out, we still have a chance. Meanwhile, in another part of Mattis Cemetery, a shadow emerged. He sneered. Lucky me, running into Stella's little chicks here. If I turn them into skeleton mages, even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare look down on me. This was Sabe Hugh, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Magic Tower. He chuckled. 3 years of hoarding mana, and with 700 skeletons resting here, no one will ever disrespect me again. Heh. Suddenly, he froze. What the hell is this? I can't feel it. Don't tell me my general was taken down? A cracking sound echoed as a force slammed into his rear shield. He was stunned, having no clue what was happening. The skeleton behind him trembled violently. He freaked out. My level 4 magic shield is cracking? How the hell is that even possible? He was pissed. You bastard, you're not getting away. But it was faster than the wind. He couldn't even react. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the air, completely wiping out the skeleton horde. That flame was the combined power of Yusun's group. Sabe Hugh was floored, practically frozen. Damn it, I got way too cocky. I never thought they'd dare to attack me directly. Even if they were just newbies, Stella was still Stella. He couldn't underestimate them. He knew he didn't want to, but this was getting way too risky. He had to summon his elite bone soldiers. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and spread his arms. Wicked ones, hear my call! The ground split open as skeleton warriors crawled out, grinning menacingly. An army quickly surrounded the area, but Sabe Hugh coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was seriously messed up. He wiped the blood from his lips, pissed off. Damn it all. Wiping his mouth, he thought angrily. Summoning them might have hurt me. But this is more than enough. Just hold them back for me. Kill them while I give the orders. The skeletons roared and charged forward. He watched from a distance with a smug smile, muttering, yeah, that's it. Fight well. Now I can finally relax. But life's never that easy. Yusun pulled off a sick flash step. In an instant, he appeared right behind the necromancer, Sabe Hugh. The guy immediately sensed someone behind him, whipped around and screamed in panic. Damn it, who are you? Yusun just gave a smirk, not even bothering to answer. Sabe Hugh instantly knew someone was there, turning to yell in a panic. Damn it, who are you? But Yusun just smirked, saying nothing. The necromancer started freaking out, thinking, wait, I was tracking all 12 of the Stella students with my bone soldier's vision. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me without me knowing? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in shock. He couldn't believe what Yusun was holding. He stammered in disbelief. No way. Isn't that my skeleton general? Why do you have it? But Yusun just casually let go. The skull hit the ground with a thud, and he didn't stop there. Our main character brought his sword down hard on it. With his general destroyed, Sabe Hyu's internal injuries got even worse. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning pale. Clutching his wound, he seethed with anger. Damn it, I totally let my guard down. So this is the true power of a Stella Academy student. Meanwhile, Yusun was sweating bullets. He thought, John Wang and Bandian were supposed to handle the general and back me up, but those elite bone soldiers have them pinned down. Seriously? I have to fight this guy alone? I'm the weakest one in this group. Maybe I should just bounce? Yeah, even he knew that sounded wrong. Suddenly, Sabehyu coughed up more blood. Yusun snapped out of it, finally noticing the guy's condition. He muttered, looks like he's seriously hurt too. Turns out, summoning those elite bone soldiers had pushed him too far and caused internal damage. Maybe. I can actually do this. At that thought, a confident grin spread across his face. Just then, Hongbi's flames blazed to life. Jackie suddenly ran over, panicking. Princess, we have a problem. The necromancer is fighting Yusun one-on-one. Hongbi was startled. What? She looked ahead to where Yusun and Sabehyu were clashing. An intense wave of power radiated from them. The battle was absolutely insane. Hongbi muttered, "This is bad. This wasn't part of the plan at all." For some reason, Yusun is the only one facing the necromancer. Now all the Stella students were scattered everywhere. Maybe they had to split his forces to take them out one by one? Can Yusun even hold him off until we get there? If you die, I'll never forgive you. Hang in there, Yusun. Meanwhile, Yusun kept using his flash step, moving like a blur. His eyes were wide, scanning for the perfect opening. His sharp judgment and flash step skill were letting him barely dodge Sabehyu's attacks. But knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Yusun switched to the all-or-nothing playstyle he used back in the game. He suddenly teleported right next to the necromancer. Sabehyu, a level 5 necromancer, saw Yusun's reckless move and gritted his teeth. You think I'm that easy to take down? Dream on. After speaking, a cage of bones erupted around him. Yusun just smirked, thinking, is that all you got? Lame. I was already prepared for something like this. I've got my cola potions, the ultimate weakness of bone soldiers. Haha, this is my playground now. With that thought, Yusun chucked 2 vials of cola at him. Instantly, the bones started to corrode at a crazy speed. Sabehyu's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe his ultimate defense magic was just melting away. Remembering how he was just trash-talking, his face turned bright red with embarrassment. He screamed like a maniac. You little punk, how dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him now! A storm of sharp bone spikes shot towards Yusun, but he had already flashed behind Sabehyu. Gripping his sword with a smirk, Yusun thought this was it. He was sure he could finish him in one blow. But suddenly, Sabehyu turned around with a twisted grin. You took the bait. It seemed like this was all part of his plan. He knew Yusun was behind him the whole time. That's when our main character got it. Crap. I'm the one who got played. A sharp bone spike shot up from the ground, brutally piercing Yusun's leg. Blood splattered everywhere as Yusun thought through the pain. Damn it. It got me. Fighting through the pain, he tried to back away. Sabehyu laughed like a psycho. You little brat, keep running your mouth. Now you get what you deserve. Keep talking now, go on. Ha. Feeling the sharp pain in his leg, Yusun panted heavily. He thought, maybe I was too cocky. Even if he's hurt, he's still a legit level 5 mage. But I can't die here. He's got to be exhausted. Using magic over and over again was draining him. In other words, this was his limit. Level 5 or not, what do I do? If I can land just one more hit, I can definitely take him down. But the pain is insane. I can't even focus. My 6th sense is totally offline. My head's splitting open, and flash step is a no-go. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, an idea hits Yusun like a lightning bolt. Yeah, that's it. While he's zoned out, Sabehyu closes in, ready to strike with a super smug look on his face, sneering, die. Yusun snaps out of it. No time to talk. He just bolts, running for his freaking life. But his injuries suck, and he trips, totally eating dirt. Seeing our main character look so pathetic, Sabehyu just loses it, laughing like a maniac. Haha, look at you scrambling for your life. How lame can you get? But Yusun couldn't care less about the trash talk. Just a little further, he thinks to himself. He forces his body to drag itself forward. Sabehyu won't shut up. Haha, struggling is pointless. I'm gonna end you right here. But Yusun isn't buying it. He smirks and says, I've already won. The distance between Sabehyu and Yusun is 13 meters, which means he doesn't need to cancel his flash step. While the necromancer is still confused, trying to figure out Yusun's game, his eyes suddenly go wide with pure terror. In less than a second, Yusun teleports right in his face. Our main character grits his teeth, pushing through the searing pain in his leg. He pours every last ounce of his strength into his sword and lands a fatal blow straight through Sabehyuk's heart. Blood sprays everywhere. At the same time, back with Yusun's crew, the necromancer is dead. The attacking skeleton soldiers just stop, leaving everyone completely stunned. The entire skeleton army dissolves into dust on the wind. Watching this, Doc Chanwang says in disbelief, no way. Did Yusun actually beat the necromancer? Like he's waking up from a total nightmare, Jackie collapses to the ground, whispering with wide eyes, this is unreal. Yusun really took down a level 5 necromancer. His words were like a signal. Everyone's emotions just explode, like they've been pulled back from the dead. The whole group starts cheering, "We're alive! We actually made it!" Nobody had a clue how a first-year student managed to take down a necromancer. But right now, who even cares? All they knew was that they were alive, and their hearts were pounding with that awesome reality. Someone cheered, crying tears of joy. Cut to Yusun. After taking out Sabi-hyuk, he's completely drained and just collapses to the ground. A moment later, he slowly comes to, letting out a sigh. "Man, I'm beat. I just want to go home." Right on cue, Magic Knights from Stella Academy fly into Materis Cemetery, get the report, and take everyone back to school. The second he's back at the academy, Yusun gets called out by Professor Lai. "Yusun, you said you were going somewhere scenic to train, to get some fresh air, but you ended up at a cemetery. I guess the air there was super fresh, huh?" Yusun had no comeback for the professor's sarcasm, so he just bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry. I only got off the bus because I felt like something bad was about to go down." The professor nods. "I get what you're saying, but rules are rules. You'll be punished, no exceptions. However, the fact you jumped into a fight to protect your friends, even breaking Stella Academy's rules, is seriously commendable. You did a good job. The school will give you a proper reward and the bonus points you deserve. Just you wait." Yusun replies, "Yes, sir. Thank you." With that, Professor Lai turns and leaves. Our main character is left standing there with a sigh, thinking, "Guess I should get going too. The doctor said I need to rest for a few days for my thigh to heal. Gotta take it easy." As he's walking and thinking, he hears someone's light footsteps getting closer. Yusun turns around, probably expecting to see someone who wants to thank him. Turns out, it's Morph, the female lead of this story. Morph's always got this radiant smile on her face. No matter how much weight is on her shoulders, she always stands tall and pushes through any hardship. She's an amazing character. Noticing Yusun staring, Morph speaks up. I really wanted to thank you for today." Our main character plays it cool, replying, "Yeah? Then you can treat me to a meal next time." But Morph's expression doesn't look so good. She thinks to herself, "There's one thing I learned from this whole mess. Or maybe even before it, there are tons of people in this world who are way better than me. I've always seen myself as a one-of-a-kind genius, and that hasn't changed. But ever since I got to Stella Academy, I've realized how huge this world really is. It's full of extraordinary people. I came to Stella Academy to be the best, but I'm realizing it's not going to be easy." Suddenly, Morph asks, "Can I do something like that? If I try my best, can I be like you?" The question totally catches Yusun by surprise. "Oh crap," he thinks, panicking. The old Morph would never have asked that. This is probably my fault. In the original storyline, Morph is supposed to face every challenge a main character does, and somehow, she always pulls through. The necromancer attack was supposed to be the same. She probably would have cooked up her own strategy and turned the tables through her own efforts. But because I interfered, Morph only got the suffering part, without the epic moment of overcoming the challenge. Right now, she's still relying on the people around her. So even after everything, her spirit is still fragile. Yusun has no idea what to say. Spitting out some empty platitudes will only hurt her more. So he decides to just tell her what he really thinks. "You don't need to ask me that. You've already shown you can do things that other people thought were impossible. That right there is your own success, your own miracle." Morph is surprised. "How would you know that?" Yusun answers softly, "'Cause I've always been watching you." His answer makes Morph's mind go blank, as her cheeks flush red with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Yusun freaks out, thinking, "Wait a second, doesn't that make me sound like a stalker? What the hell did I just say?" He then awkwardly says goodbye and makes a run for it. "Well, I gotta go." Only then does Yusun finally let out a sigh of relief. "Oh man, that was way too close. I almost died." Meanwhile, Morph is lost in thought over what Yusun just said. He said he's always been watching me? No one's ever cared about the daughter of a traitor like me before. And even if they did, it was only to pick apart my mistakes. No one actually cared. And yet, he's always been watching me? Yusun's words pierced through Morph's icy heart, flowing through her veins and sticking in her mind. She could feel her heart pounding. That passion for magic, the goals she thought she'd lost, were waking up again. Before anyone realized, the sun was rising on the horizon. A new day was starting in the city. This is the Magic Council, the gathering place for the best mages in the world. These are people so obsessed with magic they can't break away from it. A major event is about to go down. Everyone is talking about the Stella Academy student who destroyed a level 5 necromancer. This is absurd. What era are we in? Who still uses necromancers? Haven't all the dark mages disappeared by now? But no matter how sensational the news sounds, the fact is, a student from Stella Academy really did defeat a level 5 necromancer. Model. Yusun heard the buzz and was like, "Seriously? It's just some award ceremony, but there are magic reporters and nobles here. They're totally overdoing it. Wait a sec. Why does Princess Hongbin look so stoked? She's straight up beaming. But when she feels my eyes on her, she snaps back to her usual Ice Queen face. Like, what are you even looking at? Our main character gets all awkward. Nothing. Then, Professor Lee looks at everyone and yells, "Everyone, quiet down! Today, we're giving awards to the 13 brave students who fought the Dark Mage. These awards will be presented by the principal himself." The 13 students were totally floored to hear the principal was showing up in person. Even Yusun couldn't believe it. The absolute peak of humanity, the level 9 mage Elman Elwin, was going to be the one giving out the awards. This guy was all over the game, practically a main character. They say he's 300 years old, but he looks like he's 18 or 19, max. He's always got this gentle smile, but he's also the strongest mage in the world, nicknamed the Ruinous Slayer. While everyone was still frozen, Elman Elwin walked over to each student, patting their shoulders. "You did great. Keep working hard and being brave in the future." Then he came right up to Yusun. His eyes were as clear as a kid's. Who would have guessed this was the 300-year-old principal? He looked younger than any of the students here. But standing in front of him, Yusun felt the pressure, swallowing hard. He thought, just looking him in the eye is insane. This is level 9 power, something only 10 people in the world have. I can't look away now. Man, the tension was thick. The principal seemed confused by how stressed he looked, but flashed a bright smile, still working as hard as ever. "I see. Just as I expected." After saying that, he just walked away, leaving Yusun's head spinning with questions. What did he even mean by that? A moment later, the speakers crackled. The awards ceremony is now concluded. Back in the dorm, Yusun stared at the check that came with his certificate. His jaw dropped as he blurted out, "Whoa, they gave me 5 million credits? That's crazy generous. With this much cash, I probably won't have to worry about money for a long time. I never dreamed the academy would just hand out a massive prize like this. This probably doesn't mean much to rich kids like Hongbin or Heewon Rang, but for broke people like me and Iseo, this is a huge deal." On top of that, the final prize from this whole incident was the Death Mage's vessel, basically the heart of a necromancer. He was hyped. It's still tough right now, but with Italic, it won't be long before I can create my own space. Then carrying items around will be way easier. To do that, though, I have to solve the interference formula of the chaos algorithm first. Good thing the other students were cool with letting me have this reward. What a relief. Next up, the rewards from the system. An alert popped up. The Necromancer's raid has been completed. You have received a massive amount of experience for progressing the story in a unique way. You will receive additional rewards from the Constellatio project. 1 is a downgraded version of an item used in the game. 2 is a downgraded version of a skill collected in the game. 3 is experience points. After reading it, Yusun was pretty surprised. Wait, there's even more stuff like this? Not that he was complaining, but he was slowly realizing just how weak he really was, and he desperately needed this compensation. He thought, I gotta think this through. The most important thing right now is skills. So, I'll dump the experience points into Flash. That last battle really showed me how pathetic I am. Trying as hard as everyone else is pointless. I have to get ahead using the knowledge I already have. After he made his choice, the system announced the reward had been granted. The experience points for the Flash skill are now sufficient. Skill upgraded to Flash level 2. Maximum range 12 meters, maximum charges 3, cooldown time 3 seconds. Yusun could feel the change in his body. Even though the distance didn't increase, he was satisfied. This was enough for now. Clenching his fist, he was stoked. Finally, the number of charges for Flash has increased to 3. Now I can use it way more freely. Since he had some free time, he immediately thought about the next problem. Iseo's condition wasn't good. The scene shifts to a dark meditation class, with Iseo and everyone else there. She felt like she was swimming in a dream world, floating in midair. It didn't feel bad at all. A cold wind blew past, and she felt like something was stuck inside her. Iseo kept trying to push it out again and again, not even realizing she'd been startled by a voice calling out, "Student Iseo." She quickly looked around and saw the other students sitting cross-legged, meditating just like her. Iseo thought, "Oh no, did I fall asleep?" A transparent butterfly flew past her ear, carrying the professor's voice. "Why are you using magic during meditation? Just look above your head." Iseo's eyes went wide with shock. For real, a single pillar of ice was just floating in the air not far from her. She had accidentally used magic without even knowing. Iseo was stunned. Wait a minute, when did I even make this? I didn't use any formulas or calculations." She wondered. Is it possible the other students didn't notice? Even if it's just level 1 magic, they should have felt the mana flow, right? If this was the effect of the meditation Yusun recommended, this is incredible. She had her doubts before, but the results weren't just good, they were amazing. A little later, meditation class ended, and the students rushed off to get lunch. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Iseo grabbed a red bean bun and started eating it happily. Thanks to the prize money, I can treat myself to a cream-filled red bean bun that costs 1,500 credits. This is the life. Suddenly, a voice spoke up next to her. Hello, Iseo. Her eyes landed on Prince Jeremy Skelvin. He let out a small, cheerful laugh. His sparkly smile wasn't manly at all, but pure and cute, making her heart flutter. Jeremy Skelvin continued. Are you in any clubs yet? Iseo was a bit surprised. No, I haven't joined any clubs, Jeremy Skelvin added. For real? Well, why don't you join our club? Iseo wasn't dumb enough to just accept such a sweet offer out of nowhere. There was definitely something shady behind this generosity. She narrowed her eyes. What's the catch? Jeremy Skelvin laughed. A catch? There's no catch. I just think you're cool. But that answer just made Iseo think harder. For a girl like her, a genius among geniuses who hit level 3 at 17 and was pretty good looking, it wouldn't be weird. However, the trader's daughter label attached to her meant no one wanted to get close. And yet, Jeremy Skelvin was different. Iseo thought, Lise, he's obviously trying to make me his pawn. Seeing her hesitate, Jeremy Skelvin moved closer. Oh, come on, you don't believe me? Iseo, I'm serious. There are no conditions. Just join the club and be with me. I'll do anything for you. You know who I am. Iseo was smart. She understood better than anyone. The Skelvin Empire was currently at odds with the Adol Levitt Kingdom. If she had Crown Prince Jeremy's support, her difficult life could finally be over. She wouldn't have to get excited over a single red bean bun or put up with the humiliation of being a trader's daughter. Even though she knew she shouldn't, she hesitated. In that moment, Iseo's eyes went completely blank. Model. Jeremy Skelvin smirked, feeling like he was about to get what he wanted. But right then, a hand shot up. Fleur didn't hesitate for a second. She walked right up and smacked Isa hard across the face. Isa and the prince were totally stunned. But unlike Isa's blank expression, Fleur went off. You said you wanted to be with ME, so what are you doing secretly hitting on someone else? You literally said you liked me, and now you're just gonna ditch me? Hell no. Before anyone could process what was happening, Fleur grabbed Isa's wrist and started dragging her away. Come with me. We need to talk. Fleur dragged Isa off, leaving Jeremy Skelvin totally confused, but also kinda intrigued by this feisty girl. A little later, behind the school grounds, Fleur let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. Isa was still confused. Close to what? What did you want to talk to me about? Fleur just kept talking. You should thank me, you know. If you'd turned him down without a good reason, that creep would have harassed you for the rest of your life. Sorry for hitting you. I'm out. And with that, Fleur waved and left, leaving Isa completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Fleur walked off, wondering if she'd done the right thing. If Isa had followed the original plot and joined that club, Jeremy would have completely destroyed her. He would have spread the nastiest insults and disgusting gossip. Stuff so vile you wouldn't dare repeat it. No one would have acknowledged her own achievements. After that, Isa's depression would have gotten worse and worse. I tried so hard not to interfere. But seeing Yusun made me think, maybe butting in isn't so bad. Even after losing most of his memories of the future, he's still trying to change those messed up events. Fleur glanced back, a little worried. Hope he didn't see through my lie. Cut to Jeremy Skelvin's room. He was sitting there sipping tea, lost in thought. That Fleur girl, she's pretty cute. The way she tried to hide her emotions in front of me was so much more interesting than Isa. I want her. And just like that, the prince had switched his target. The scene changes to the next day. The sun is high in the sky, marking a new beginning. Inside the classroom, Professor Lai's voice echoed. Starting today, we will begin our practical training in simulated monster combat. For this test, your targets will no longer be those weak, level 1 or level 2 monsters. Instead, you'll face extremely dangerous and much tougher mid-tier, level 3 monsters. I know a regular student can't take down monsters this strong on their own. So the goal this time is to form teams, find their weaknesses, and defeat them using your group's strategy. The specific rules have already been handed out. From now on, you can move around and select a mid-tier monster as your target. Plus, you'll have plenty of time to practice against it. Head to the Stella Dome. To the north is the Valley of Isomorphs. To the south, the Sea of Ice. The west holds a barren desert, and the east, a swamp covered in thick brush. Find the terrain that best suits your team. Hunt a mid-sized monster that fits your group's fighting style, and take it down, he continued. Class A and Class C will practice. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. At that time, you will demonstrate your battle against the monster you've practiced with. Form teams of no more than 6 people and submit the list to me. Hearing this, Isa stood completely alone. No one wanted to be on her team. She felt her heart sink, thinking, ugh, I seriously hate group projects. This evaluation is a huge deal. If I don't get a good score, I won't get the scholarship. Without that scholarship money, I'll have to get a part-time job on weekends or during breaks. That means less time to study, making the scholarship even harder to get. And my progress in magic will slow down to a crawl. A grim future is waiting for me. I have to try harder. Suddenly, a voice from the front pulled her out of her thoughts. Princess, will you team up with me? Her train of thought shattered. Issa looked up instinctively. All she saw was a massive crowd of students surrounding Princess Hongbing. They were all trying to convince her they were better than the next guy. As expected of a royal princess, Hongbing could take her pick of anyone she wanted. But in stark contrast to that scene, Issa was completely isolated. No one even glanced in her direction. Her gaze on Hongbing held a hint of admiration. She thought to herself, before Adon Livit destroyed my family, I used to be surrounded by suck-ups just like that. They both had the same starting line. Her family, with their ice attribute, was at its peak, while the Adon Livit royal family, with their fire attribute, fought fiercely to dominate the magic world. The two sides were always holding each other back, perfectly matched. Because of that, Hongbing and Issa were two kids born with insane natural talent. The whole world used to watch them, believing they were the chosen ones, born into a noble magic family with top-tier talent. Issa used to believe that one day she would become a great mage, until the Adon Livit royal family wiped out her clan. Thinking about it, she clenched her fists, telling herself, don't get pissed off. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I even get revenge on Adon Livit now? Issa stood there, lost in her own world, and just as a seed of anxiety was about to sprout in her heart, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, you all by yourself? The person who showed up was none other than Yusun. Looking at his bright face, Issa sighed. What do you want? Hearing that, Yusun knew he'd come at the perfect time. Issa's confidence hadn't been swallowed by darkness yet, and this was his chance to help her get that light back. With all the mages of Stella Academy as his witness, Yusun flashed a brilliant smile and pointed to himself. You should team up with me. Over on the other side, Hongbing immediately noticed Yusun had arrived. She felt a pang of disappointment. Was that Yusun? She wondered why he would choose Issa as a partner when he had countless other options. Issa was just as shocked. Did you just say, team up? Yusun calmly explained. You know there's no rule about a minimum number of members, right? The two of us can form a team and get bonus points for having a small group. Issa was stunned. Are you insane? How are two people supposed to deal with a mid-tier level 3 monster? But even as she said it, her mind was unconsciously being convinced. A thought flashed through her head. For some reason, if it's with Yusun, I feel like I can do it. Seeing that she wasn't rejecting him, Yusun gave a confident grin. So, you in? Issa froze for a few seconds, thought it over, and then nodded. I'm in. It's not like I have anyone else to team up with anyway. Yusun laughed. Ha, good choice. I'll go submit the list now. With that, he turned and left Issa watching him go. Just then, footsteps approached her. Issa was surprised to see Hongbing. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed. Hey, Issa was startled. What is it? Hongbing cut her off before she could finish. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Worry about yourself, you shameless pig in human skin. Hearing Hongbing's contempt, Issa's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Then, Hongbing turned and walked away. In that moment, Issa understood. The reason Hongbing approached her wasn't because she was afraid of her potential, but simply because Issa had stolen Yusun from her. Realizing the truth, Issa clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. So, in Hongbing's eyes, I don't even exist. Hongbing kept walking, thinking, this is so annoying. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? Even though I can team up with anyone, I should at least get the strongest knight to get any benefit. Her eyes scanned the area, zeroing in on Ma Yusung, who was debating whether to team up or go solo. Without even hesitating, Biyun walked right up to him. Seeing the princess approach, Ma Yusung was like, Yo, princess, what's up? Biyun cut straight to it. You got a team yet? Ma Yusung looked surprised. Nah, was gonna go it alone. Biyun was kinda thrown off but played it cool. So, team up with me. Ma Yusung just smirked. Is that really necessary? A total rejection, obviously. But Biyun wasn't about to give up that easy. She was dead set on getting Yusun and Isol Morph grouped up. You know, the fewer people in a group, the more bonus points you get, right? Biyun shot a look over at Yusun's team. Ma Yusung glanced over too, seeing the two of them chatting it up. Biyun continued. I don't think they're aiming for your average mid-tier monster. They're going for the special mid and large-sized ones. I'll say it again. Team up with me. Ma Yusung actually thought about it. Even though he knew Biyun was just trying to provoke him, the idea of competing against Yusun's team woke up the battle freak inside him. He finally cracked a smile. I see. Sounds interesting. I've been wanting to go up against Yusun once anyway. Let's crush them. Biyun let out a sigh of relief. All right then, I'm counting on you. She shot a sharp glare toward Isolmorph and Yusun, thinking, just you wait. This time, I'm taking you both down. Time passed, and after 4 days of prep, the monster simulation battle officially kicked off. Professor Lai's voice echoed. All right, we'll now begin the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each team can choose the monster they want to face. from easy to difficult. While Isomorph was warming up, the chatter around her was non-stop. "Oh, Team 16 picked a Munsa? That mid-sized monster looks like a piece of cake." Isomorph steeled herself, thinking, "It's fine. I've trained my butt off for this. Even if I can't hunt a special monster for the stat bonus or those huge special ones, just taking down this level 3 mid-sized monster by myself is enough to get a perfect score. Normally, you'd need 5 level 1 mages to handle a single level 1 mid-sized monster. But if you play the attribute advantages right, have tons of experience, and a good environment, taking down a higher level monster is totally doable." Isomorph thought to herself, "I use light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, so I'm out of luck there." She decided to stay away from the special monsters, 2 levels up, and just focus on acing the test with her own skills. While waiting for her turn, Isomorph suddenly spotted Isomorph. She remembered from the original novel, Isomorph gets pressured by Beyond and her crew, can't train or form a team, and ends up taking the test alone with a crappy score. Isomorph didn't get enough points for a scholarship, had to work part-time to get by, and took all kinds of crap and bullying from the other students. That whole situation made her magic stagnate, and her spirit just crumbled. But now, everything's different. Isomorph and Yusun, 2 people who jumped here from the future, showed up and totally wrecked the original plot. Yusun chose to team up with Isomorph, even though he doesn't remember a thing about his past. Thanks to his love and patience, Isomorph's future is looking way brighter. Just then, a huge explosion snapped Isomorph back to reality. She whipped her head around to look at the arena and saw the monster had been taken down. Professor Lai announced that Team 16 had completed their test. "You all worked hard." The crowd cheered. Isomorph knew her turn was coming up. Her heart started pounding, a mix of nerves and pure determination. After congratulating the team that just finished, the teacher announced for Team 17 to get ready. Isomorph immediately yelled back, "Yes, I'm on my way!" She quickly made her way to the testing platform, heading toward where Yusun and Isomorph were standing. Isomorph tried to walk past them with a cool, cold look, but of course, she tripped on her own shoelace and started to totally faceplant. In that split second, an arm from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, saving her from a world of pain. The sight of a tiny girl dangling from someone else's hand made the entire audience burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! She's so cute! That girl's even shorter than my little sister." The one holding Isomorph's collar was, you guessed it, Yusun. The main character looked a little embarrassed. "You okay?" Isomorph was mortified at being held like a baby and couldn't even speak. Yusun let her go. Isomorph awkwardly turned to thank him, but Yusun just pointed at her foot. "Don't worry about it. Tie your shoe." Looking down, Isomorph saw one of her shoelaces was a complete mess. She could have sworn Jackie tied them tight before. Seeing Isomorph struggling, Yusun offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself. "Man, good thing he caught that," she thought, "or I would have bombed the test for sure." After tying her shoe, Isomorph stepped onto the testing platform, looking totally confident. Seeing her all alone, the crowd started murmuring, "Is she by herself? Looks like it. No way. Is she really planning to take on a mid-level monster solo?" Isomorph's test began. Her opponent, a gigantic, mid-level monster. Standing before it, Isomorph looked like a tiny ant. The size difference was insane. The gossip didn't stop. "That monster doesn't have a special attribute, so you can't even counter it." The teacher's voice boomed. "Team 17, your test begins now." At the signal, the monster charged at Isomorph with terrifying speed. But Isomorph just stood there, calm, and started chanting, not giving a crap about the worried audience. Look how reckless she is. How is she going to handle that thing alone? When she finished the spell, she whispered, "Petals on the wind." A golden magic circle appeared at her feet. With a determined look in her eyes, Isomorph knew she had this. Powerful vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body and trapping it. Next, she used a material transformation spell, making the vines as hard as rock. The monster started to weaken, its body trembling with rage. But Isomorph knew that wasn't enough to finish it. She summoned 3 halos above her head, gathering power for the final blow. Just then, the beast went berserk, flexing and shattering the vines. A second later, it was free. With furious red eyes, it lunged, opening its massive jaws to swallow Isomorph whole. At the exact same moment, Isomorph's magic activated. A colossal beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the monster, leaving a fatal wound, a giant gaping hole in its body. Isomorph was completely gassed, having used almost all her mana, and was panting hard. The giant monster finally crashed to the ground with a massive thud, shaking the earth as the students watched in total shock. The teachers and special guests took off their glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, not believing what they just saw. All the people who had been mocking Isomorph were now dead silent. "Whoa, that's insane! Our team of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-sized monster. Who is that girl?" Professor Lai announced that Team 17's test was complete, giving Isomorph some serious praise. She bowed her head to say thanks and walked off stage, thinking, phew, finally done. But as she got back to her seat, she saw someone that made her eyes go wide with shock. Am I seeing things? Up on the stage, the next team student was walking up as the teacher announced, "We will now begin the test for Team 31. The next hyped-up match between the two strongest rivals in the academy was about to go down." All eyes were glued to them, especially the guys in the audience. They were screaming like they just saw a K-pop idol. It's Princess Beyonce of the Adon Levitt royal family. And her teammate is the guy with the highest entrance score, Ma Yu Song. Damn, he's good looking. How can someone be that hot and smart? This is totally going to be a perfect performance. Go, princess! You got this, Ma Yu Sion! Over on the side, Isomorph leaned against the wall, thinking, Hong Byeonon, who was supposed to be in my 6-person crew, is teaming up with Ma Yu Sion instead. Yeah, in the original novel, these two had nothing to do with each other, but now they're a team. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. What kind of messed up combo is this? While Isomorph was freaking out, the monster Hong Byeonon's team summoned showed up. Its body was covered in diamond-hard scales and dripping with slime, with 2 fin-like wings that let it fly. It had arms, legs, and a carp head, which was seriously weird. The students in the stands all gasped. Wait, is this for real? No way, an illusion fish. Holy crap, that's a special mid to large tier monster. I can't believe they're taking on a monster with a type disadvantage like that. Are they out of their minds? According to the novel, Hong Byeonon uses fire, while Ma Yu Sion uses earth, lightning, and fire. But those are just his secondary attributes. His real one is a total secret and can't be revealed. The illusion fish is a water-type monster with tough scales that used to rule the seas with its smarts and numbers. But thanks to a curse centuries ago, they lost their intelligence and are just basic monsters now. Still, they can fly and are immune to lightning, which is normally a fatal weakness for flying types and a major counter to Ma Yu Sion's usual moves. Not only are they targeting a special mid to large monster that everyone fails against, but they're also giving up their attribute advantage. They're obviously gunning for a perfect score on this test, but they'll only get that score if they actually pull it off. While everyone was still buzzing, Professor Lai gave the signal to start. The illusion fish shot high into the air, screaming, its nasty breath spreading across the stands. As it got closer, Hong Byeonon raised her staff. Let's do this. Stick to the plan. Ma Yu Sion nodded. Got it, princess. He spun his wand and backed away to observe from a distance. A student wondered, what are they trying to do? The person next to him was confused. I thought they were going to attack. Why is the knight backing off? What kind of mage is this? While the audience was glued to the action, Ma Yu Sion suddenly used a speed burst to leap into the air. He was going head-to-head with the illusion fish. Professor Chan Kwang stroked his chin, watching the kid's confident move. Oh, for a first year, his speed burst is pretty impressive. Bandian nodded. Yeah, the kid's got skills. But at that level, he can't even touch the monster. You can't use speed burst in midair, so what's his game plan? Defying their doubts, Ma Yu Sion used his wand to summon a square stone platform under his feet. Then, a fireball from Hong Byeonon exploded right where Ma Yu Sion had been. The shockwave blasted him forward like a rocket, straight for the illusion fish. The audience's jaws dropped at this combo. Their teamwork was absolutely perfect, not a single flaw. As he got close, Ma Yu Sion created a giant stone fist in the air and slammed it into the monster's body, sending it crashing to the ground at insane speed. When the dust cleared, the illusion fish was lying motionless. The massive physical impact had cracked its tough scales. Not missing a beat, Ma Yu Sion cast another spell. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless boulders shot up, trapping the illusion fish. But his control wasn't great, and the monster quickly broke free. Ma Yu Sion landed, not even annoyed. His only goal was to buy time because Hong Byeonon's ultimate spell was ready. A giant fireball like a miniature sun rained down on the illusion fish, making it roar in pain. The insane explosion engulfed the area, and the audience couldn't believe it. Oh my god, is that really just a tier 3 spell? How is a fire-type spell making it scream like that? I don't believe my eyes. Seeing the illusion fish wasn't down yet, Ma Yu Sion started casting a lightning spell. When he finished, he smirked. It's over. The words had barely left his mouth when a cylindrical ball of lightning slammed into the illusion fish. Even though it's a water type, absolute power makes all that meaningless. After those 2 hits, the illusion fish was dead. Its body slowly faded away, leaving only dust behind. The crowd went wild, erupting in applause. The illusion fish got taken down without even a chance to fight back. That's insane. This year's freshmen are total monsters, especially that first-year girl who handled a mid-tier monster herself. She was awesome. Their skills are on par with the S-class seniors. After their performance, Hong Byeonon and Ma Yuseon returned to their seats, feeling the stares of both jealousy and admiration. Hong Byeonon felt confident. The thrill of an overwhelming victory made her feel like the main character of this test. Glancing at Yusun and Isomorph's group, she thought, "You think you can beat me? No matter what monster you and Isomorph choose, you can't possibly put on a better show than us." That was just what Hong Byeonon was thinking. Anyway. But when Yusun took the stage, his next words silenced the entire stadium. "Please summon 5 of them for me." Everyone was completely shocked. A look of disbelief was plastered all over Princess Hong Byeonon's face. Unlike her calm exterior, the other students were whispering like crazy. What did I just hear? Besides the princess's group and Isomorphs, don't the other teams need 5 people just to barely deal with one mid-tier monster? And now these two are gonna fight 5 at once? I've heard rumors about Yusun, but has he lost his mind? All eyes were on the main character as blue lights surrounded the two of them. The summoning was complete, and the mid-tier monsters appeared on the field. Yusun and Isomorph were surrounded by the beasts, looking like 2 tiny ants in comparison. From a special viewing area, 2 teachers looked slightly surprised. Barina, the monster studies researcher, spoke up. The monsters Yusun summoned are a poison hun frog, a black sand bison, a Kaden, a nam slime, and a fly monster. Princess Hong Byeonon, standing nearby, turned to Ma Yuseon, confused. "Hey, do you notice anything?" Ma Yuseon looked at her, a little surprised, then glanced at the stage with a smile. "Not really. I'm just curious what Yusun has planned. I'm actually looking forward to his performance." As the monsters appeared, Professor Lai, the proctor, asked a skeptical question. "I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster lineup? Innocent and carefree," Yusun replied. "That was me." Knowing the participant chose the lineup, Professor Lai continued. "Although you're a knight, and it's easy to score points in this situation, it's not for a bishop. I think this strategy is a bit much for the bishop." The 5 monsters were now closing in on them. Against everyone's worries and doubts, Yusun just smiled confidently. "Nah, the strategy I chose this time was designed specifically for the bishop." Isomorph, standing next to him, was shocked. Hearing that answer, Professor Lai seemed to realize something. "All right then, begin." Once the signal was given, the monsters swarmed Yusun and Isomorph. Yusun spoke softly. "You can do this, right?" Isomorph replied, "Of course, just trust me." But in her head, she was dissing him. How could I possibly trust that? That line is so lame. To get her motivated, Yusun says something that makes ISO a little awkward. "I believe in you." What a quality pep talk from a teammate. ISO just sighs as a few thoughts run through her head. Yusun is seriously one confusing guy. The scene changes to one evening. ISO is walking behind Yusun, her mind filled with doubt. She decides to ask him, "Hey." Yusun turns around, surprised. Taking the chance while it's just the two of them, ISO pops the question. "Why me?" "For real though, you're a talented knight. You could have picked anyone else for your team." Faced with the tough question, Yusun scratches his head, trying to think of a good answer. Finally, he speaks up. "It's true. Our class has a lot of talented people. For example, when it comes to fire magic control, no one can touch Princess Hong Byeon. When it comes to unbeatable flame control, she's called the strongest first year for a reason. No one can deny it. Hee Wonang would have also been a great fit for my team because of his single-target attack skills. Yusun knows himself and his classmates inside and out. This just makes ISO more suspicious. So why?" Yusun turns his back, still acting totally chill. "I still feel like you're the best person to be my partner. That's all." He turns back with a brilliant smile. "All right, let's keep going." Just as you'd expect, ISO stares at his back, her face flushing slightly. This is the first time she's seen him look so serious and smile at the same time. If he's being that sincere, then I guess my own responsibility just leveled up. Back to the present, ISO grips her staff tightly, her thoughts taking shape. Even if I don't get what he's thinking yet, he definitely has a reason for picking me. So I'm going to show you what I'm made of. ISO condenses magic around her feet. The staff hovers in front of her, focusing and releasing its magic as she closes her eyes to sense her surroundings. In danger, there's opportunity. And only with that opportunity can she show her true talent. The observing students notice the change. "Wait a minute, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill?" Someone else adds, "No way. That's a special ability that only happens when a level 6 or higher mage enters a trance-like state. But if you lose focus, the mana flow will reverse, and it could leave you crippled." She's just a first-year student. While everyone is talking, ISO is enveloped in a stream of mana. A flower blooms on the battlefield, shocking them all. Yusun looks at her, a series of assessments flashing through his mind. "So she really is a strong candidate for the title of Winter Queen," he smiles. "All right then, let's get this started." This is a battle between 2 first-year students and 5 mid-tier monsters. The only thing that can help him now is himself. Right after, Yusun charges straight ahead, flash step activated, his sword glowing with an aura. He unleashes a slash aimed at the poisonous Hun frog's belly, his eyes hyper-focused, the sharpness clear. A long gash appears on the frog's stomach as if it could feel the pain. It roars in agony. Yusun glances to the side. The first step of attacking the frog is done. Next up is the black sand bull, he says to himself. Suddenly, the bull looks towards the screaming frog, its eyes glowing blood red. Its target is the frog, not Yusun. The bull breathes in deep, its front legs pulling back. Predicting this, Yusun smirks and keeps running. Very good, just as I thought. The way to deal with 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to create a special atmosphere that makes them enemies. The match is becoming more intense and dramatic than ever before. Witnessing this scene, all the students in the stands are jaw-dropped. In front of them, 5 monsters are now fighting each other. They whisper, "Oh my god, what is this? I can't believe my eyes. Are they actually tearing each other apart?" Seeing his plan succeed, Yusun cracks a victorious smile. It was just as he predicted. The plan to make them hostile and kill each other was a success. In other words, this is the borrow a knife to kill strategy, a commonly used dirty trick. You use the strength of others to destroy an opponent without lifting a finger. Yusun continues to explain. The pro gamers of EW racked their brains trying to figure out how a bunch of newbies could handle a horde of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they found a solution by exploiting the monster's characteristics and attributes. He analyzes. First, when I attacked and injured the poisonous frog, or Moradon, its forehead emitted a red light. This light stimulates the black sand bull's insane attack instinct. After that, the bull sprays sand everywhere when it moves. When the sand sticks to the namey slime, it gets irritated, creating a huge amount of water to stay moist. He smiles. Good, the plan is still on track. Thanks to the barrier on the simulation stage, the water rises very quickly. As if remembering something, Yusun looks towards the cardon bird and gives a sly smirk. Next up, it's your turn, he continues to explain. A special characteristic of the cardon bird is that when it senses humidity, it lets out a piercing shriek of over 7 octaves. As the water rises, it gets annoyed and screams. The scream agitates the bat monster, a species sensitive to sound, driving it crazy and making it attack its enemies. Just as predicted, the scream makes the bat monster charge in and beat up the cardon bird. A supersonic kick deforms the cardon bird's face, sending it flying backward into the namey slime. The angry namey slime then throws water in the cardon bird's face. Everyone thinks it's going to fight back. But nope. The cardon bird glares at the bat monster with eyes full of killing intent. The bat monster glares back as if to say, "There's a lot of bloodlust here. Come at me if you want some." As a result, the two of them start brawling for hundreds of rounds. The other monsters also begin to find opponents and attack each other. In the stands, the scholars and professors can't help but be surprised. A scholar exclaims, "I can't believe it. How does a student named Yusun know all the characteristics and weaknesses of 5 monsters? Even I, a scholar who specializes in monster studies, never thought of this plan. They're reckless and thoughtless, but they're worth learning from." A female professor speaks up, "I agree. They're reckless and crazy, but what surprises me is Iso's concentration. For her to maintain her mana flow while the monsters are fighting so fiercely is phenomenal. She must have placed her entire heart and trust in her knight." On the simulation stage, the monsters are still busy attacking each other, no longer paying attention to ISO. The whirlpools, rising water, and red light are all getting brighter. Amid the chaos, Yusun is playing the role of the knight perfectly. A knight is responsible for protecting and suppressing the enemy until the mage has finished preparing their magic. Every time a monster blindly attacks ISO, Yusun instantly flashes over, using his sharp blade to slash its ankle and knock it over. As soon as the cardon bird gets up, it gets attacked by the other monsters again, unable to get its bearings. Yusun realizes the danger when his own attacks are just enraging the monsters. He quickly returns to his position and continues his knightly duties. Suddenly, his sixth sense screams danger. Yusun's eyes widen as he sees a giant boulder hurtling toward ISO, who is in her mana-resonance state and unable to move. Without hesitation, Yusun flashes over to protect her. With masterful skill, he slices the boulder into 2 pieces. Ma Yusung, witnessing this, bursts out laughing. "Hey, Princess Hongbian, don't you think Yusun is like the ideal knight? He's like a knight protecting a princess in a fairy tale." Hearing that, Hongbian's eyes widen, her ruby-red gaze sparkling as she looks toward Yusun in the middle of the battlefield. He moved like some kind of warrior of light. His sword and all those flash step after images, it was impossible to look away. He was popping up here, then over there. This wasn't for show. He was guarding Isomorph from every single angle, like a knight from some fairy tale. And thanks to him, Isomorph didn't get a single scratch. As the fight got intense, the monsters started getting gassed, all beat up. Suddenly, A magic circle flared up around them, like a shooting star or a single drop of water in dead silence. Her sapphire eyes snapped open as she gripped her crystal flower staff. The second she spoke, the water pooled on the ground, flash froze. A massive flower made of pure ice bloomed in the sky, its petals glowing with a chilling light. Witnessing this insane magic, the audience couldn't tear their eyes away. The pale blue flower was so damn beautiful, they forgot it was a test. They wondered if any work of art could ever be more perfect. No one was even judging her magic anymore. They just stared, completely in awe of a real mage's power. Isomorph's magic might seem simple, but it was on a whole other level that no other mage could touch. As time passed, water rose up around the monsters, and Isomorph's magic turned it to solid ice, freezing them in place. Already exhausted from the brawl, they couldn't break free immediately. But who knew how long that would last? Any second, they could shatter the ice and go berserk, thinking that Isomorph unleashed her next spell, Shatter. The brilliant flower exploded into a million pieces, becoming thousands of ice spears as sharp as giant lances, and skewered all 5 monsters. Their skin was ripped open and frozen solid, causing instant necrosis. When they tried to move, the wounds tore into their flesh, making them scream in agony. The crowd was whispering, "What happened? Dude, I have no idea. Yo, you think they really beat 5 mid-tier monsters with just 2 people?" Suddenly, someone gasped in horror. "Huh? No way, look over there!" Everyone followed their gaze and saw the ice on the Caden bird slowly melting. Its eyes were wide, and steam was rising from its body. It was a hidden trait. When it gets cold and humid, it radiates insane heat. Thanks to that, all 5 monsters shattered the ice at once. Their eyes burned with killing intent, aimed right at Yusun's team, the ones who put them in this mess. The teachers looked disappointed, sighing. In the end, those 2 still couldn't pull it off. The strategy was perfect. The battle was beautiful, but you can't plan for everything. They didn't see the hidden trait of a mid-tier monster coming. What a shame. They were so close. Even so, with a show like that, Yusun's team was still going to get a crazy high score. Just as everyone agreed, Isomorph suddenly shot her hand to the sky. A golden orb of lightning magic appeared. The audience's eyes bulged. No way. That flow of mana. Could it be? Without a second of hesitation, Isomorph declared, "Thunder God's Descent." Right after, tens of thousands of volts exploded, becoming countless lightning bolts that surged into the 5 monsters, making them roar in pain as the electricity wrecked them from the inside out. Witnessing the combined magic of lightning and ice she created, Isomorph was stunned by the epic scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Is this my magic? Turns out, I could actually do it." It was just like he said. The memories flooded back. She remembered hearing Yusun's insane plan for the first time. She'd been so shocked. She just asked, "Are you crazy?" She thought he'd get annoyed, but Yusun just gave her a sincere smile. "You can do it, and I believe in you. So please, trust me, the one who's putting all his faith in you." Hearing those words come straight from Yusun's heart, Isomorph clenched her fists. She told herself, Yusun is still smiling, but the seriousness in his expression and his voice is real. This is no joke. She felt a heavy weight on her chest. Before this, I never had anything. I didn't even have faith in the path I chose. Not a single friend ever said I was going the right way. My whole life has been fear and anxiety, just clinging to a fragile thread of hope. And just when that hope was about to snap, Yusun appeared. He was the first person to ever offer me his hand. Can I really do this? Until now, she felt like she was adrift in an endless ocean. Even when she fought the waves, she hesitated, wondering if she was going the right way. But that question didn't matter anymore. Far on the horizon, Yusun was already ahead, leaving a trail of glowing footprints across the vast ocean, like a star guiding a sailor, like a lighthouse guiding ships away from danger. Isomorph could feel that light whispering to her, "Follow me, I will lead you." After that, Professor Lai announced, "The test for Team 32 is now over. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." Standing in the center of the arena, Isomorph smiled, truly happy. Her self-doubt and feelings of worthlessness had vanished. All that remained was a confident, cheerful Isomorph, though her face was still lost in thought. Meanwhile, our main character Yusun was floating in the air, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost got dragged into that. Seriously, you gotta give a heads up before using a spell that dangerous." Cut to the next day. The results of the monster combat simulation test were posted. First place, Team 32, 199 points, Yusun and Isomorph. Second place, Team 31, 127 points, Ma Yusong Xion and Hong Biyun. Then there was third, fourth, and so on. Staring at the results board, Ma Yusong Xion said bitterly, "We lost." Hong Biyun stared intently at the board and nodded. The point gap between the two teams was huge. Breaking the 100-point mark is already incredible. Not to mention we fought a special mid-tier monster with a type disadvantage, something no one's ever done before. But looking at the 199 points for Yusun's team, you just have to admit we lost. Mayu Seong couldn't believe the proud, cold princess was actually admitting defeat. He gave her a teasing smile. Whoa, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. Hong Bi-yeon huffed arrogantly. Shut up, nobody asked you to talk. Mayu Seong continued. Even though I hate to admit it, you're a more talented Vanguard knight than me, and Morph played the role of a long-range mage better than you. Hearing that, even though Hong Bi-yeon sort of agreed, she couldn't accept losing to Morph. Looking at Mayu Seongseon's handsome face, the image of Yusun appeared in her eyes. Hong Bi-yeon consoled herself. If only Yusun had been my knight, things would have been different. During the test, he protected Morph from beginning to end. He wasn't just a knight, he planned the strategy, chose the position for the long-range mage, and even set the stage for Morph to shine. She thought, I know Mayu Seongseon is super talented, but Yusun is the best knight in the entire Stella Academy. If he were supporting me, I could have cast magic that was just as good as Morph's. But why is that commoner so devoted to Morph? If a perfect knight like that exists, that knight should belong to me, the perfect queen. The more Hong Bi-yeon thought about it, the more she couldn't accept that someone so perfect was taking care of someone else. Her face grew terrifyingly dark, her mind racing. Saying, I accept my loss was a lie. I can't accept this. It doesn't make any sense. I need to investigate Yusun properly. Her mind made up. She said goodbye to Mayu Seongseon and left. But on her way, Hong Bi-yeon's eyes widened in shock when she saw a woman with black hair, an expression as cold as ice, and eyes so clear they seemed untainted. She was nearly as tall as her and wore a Namba Academy student tag. This person was Selen Oren, heir to the Duke, and best friend of the current queen of the Adon Levite Empire. As she passed, Hong Bi-yeon got annoyed. Did she come because she heard I lost to some commoner and a traitor? This is so annoying, model. Alan Orkin cracked a smirk. What a clueless kid. Doesn't she get that every little move she makes is just pathetic and weak? She's so green. The princess's silhouette vanished. Selen Orkan shot a look of pure disgust. Meanwhile, Morph was just scribbling in her diary, still tripping about how fast she nailed that crystal flower magic. That was her signature move. Her ace in the hole she earned through hell and back. Can't believe she already perfected it and busted it out for everyone. According to the original script, Iz should be a total mess after that mock battle, trapped in Crown Prince Jeremy Skelvin's cage, just withering away. But that trash future got totally rewritten, probably thanks to Yusun. She kept thinking, in the OG romance novel, Mayu Seong and Iz were supposed to face the apocalypse together. But what if there's some side story the author dropped that I missed? What if some nameless nobody crushed on is his whole life, totally unrequited, until the world ended? Is that too extra? After binging so many romance novels, all these weird ideas were rattling around in her head. Then, an answer clicked. Go back in time, find love, and protect the world where your favorite person can live happily ever after. The price, though? Getting completely wiped from existence. In that final moment, did Yusun even have any regrets? Morph's chest tightened. The feels were hitting hard. She couldn't believe this tragic story was happening for real, not in some movie or book. What's it even like to trade your existence just to rewind time? Cut to Yusun's room. He was staring down the system interface. Chapter 5, The Monster Combat Simulation, was a wrap. Congrats, host. You've gained a massive amount of experience for steering the story in a positive direction. The Constel project is tossing in an extra reward, Yusun muttered. Ugh, what should I even pick this time? I've thought about it, but I still haven't decided. My flash step got buffed last chapter, so I should probably prep for the next one. Man, thinking this hard was giving him a headache when suddenly an idea sparked. He grinned, totally satisfied. That's right, that's the one. How could I forget? He spoke to the system. I want to choose the item, Gyphonal's leaf key. The system replied. Now evaluating the host. Please wait. Ding, ding, ding. Evaluation complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Gyphonal's leaf key. Seeing the key appear, Yusun practically jumped. Sick. It's not as classic as the old gear I used to have, but this is a rare item only high-level players get their hands on. It opens a communication channel with a special spirit, but its only other function is unlocking one specific dungeon. To use it, you gotta go off campus. But after that whole cemetery fiasco, Stella Academy cracked down hard on the rules. Now what? While he was thinking, Yusun remembered how he used to ditch Stella back when he was playing the game. The Academy had a similar lockdown back then too. What did I do? After a second, his eyes lit up. That's right, a club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky, blasting down warm rays. Yusun started writing in his growth journal. My family was broke growing up, so we almost never ate out like normal people. Whenever my mom went to work, I was stuck at home alone, and the only thing I knew how to make was instant ramen. I got so sick of ramen that I threw a fit. begging for some decent food. My mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of jajang noodles. I was so damn happy. Even though my mom ate with me, I couldn't figure out why she wouldn't touch her food. She just said she hated jajang noodles. I had to keep bugging her before I finally got the real story. He finished writing and dropped his head, his eyes stinging from staring at the page for so long. He cracked a smile and thought, all right, homework's almost done. Guess I should go find some club to join now, huh? Yusun walked up to the school's bulletin board, which was covered in a ton of club ads. He scanned it carefully, hand on his chin, muttering, okay, but which one of these doesn't suck? The posters were making his head spin. A literature club, your one-way ticket to college, a chess club, the ultimate sport for mages, a cooking club for aspiring young chefs. Looking at all the info, he thought, seems like there are a lot of clubs, but not many of them let you do stuff off campus. I gotta be smart about this. Just then, he noticed something. His eyes flicked to the side as he mumbled, you still haven't signed up for a club yet? Turns out, someone was standing right next to him. Who the hell? The person glanced over. What about it? Is that a problem? Seeing they obviously didn't like the question, he switched topics. You'd think clubs would be fighting each other to recruit you. Oh, turning the question on me? You don't know who I am? Hearing the weird question, Yusan was totally unfazed. Yeah, I do. You're Iz. You're pretty famous these days. Iz didn't deny it. Yeah, whatever. Seeing her slightly bummed out expression, Yusan thought, after that test, her reputation completely changed. She must be feeling it too, just like me. As he waited for her to choose, Iz closed her eyes, looking exactly like Yusan when he first got here. He figured she also had to pick her club carefully. Out of nowhere, Ma Yusong-seon came up, slapping Yusan on the shoulder with a grin. Yusan, what's up? The friendly approach completely threw him off. He thought, Ma Yusong-seon, what does he want? Yusan shrugged his hand off. All right, first, get off me. But Ma Yusong-seon just kept smiling. Dude, you were awesome. I saw your test results. Heard you even commanded a squad to take down a necromancer. That's insane. Yusong just looked confused. Well, it was mostly just luck. As expected, Ma Yusong-seon stared at him intensely. You really are on a different level. Ma Yusong-seon's usual ice-cold attitude had done a complete 180. Yusun was so surprised he just gulped and stammered. Well, as you know, I'm just a commoner. I've always got to be thinking of ways to get ahead of other people. Hearing that slick answer, Ma Yusong-seon grinned. So you use your time way more efficiently than I do. Out of the blue, Yusun asked. So, what are you doing this weekend? Ma Yusong-seon looked surprised. Me? Then he gave a short answer. Studying. The two of them just stared blankly at each other. Yusun laughed. I was just asking to be polite and you gave me the most basic answer ever. Thanks for that. Ma Yusong-seon waved it off. No, for real, I'm studying. Studying, and then training. Yusun hesitated. That's not really your thing. Why are you smiling so much? Ma Yusong-seon was like, huh? Oh, yeah. I've just been into it lately, for some reason. One guy smiling, the other totally suspicious. Yusun thought, his eyes are always distractingly handsome. Dude, just act normal for once. Ma Yusong-seon kept going. Training is for later. What's the reason this time? Is suddenly cut in, this is about the dungeon practical, right? Ma Yusong-seon added, yeah, that's it. If you hadn't interfered back then, miss, I probably would have been in deep trouble. Hearing that, Iz got pissed. Don't call me miss. Yusun summed up the situation in his head. Right. In the original story, Ma Yusong-seon teamed up with Isolmorph and they smoked Ho-Rang easily. But this time, since I interfered, Isolmorph got stuck with me. Ma Yusong-seon had to face Hyeowon-rang all alone. Could that be why Hyeowon-rang was acting so off? Whatever, it all worked out for the best. Now they'll have to get stronger on their own. A totally different path than mine. Their growth will definitely lead to a positive ending. Ma Yusong-seon got back to the point. Hey, Yusun, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since school started. His tone was a little blunt, like he was busy. Ma Yusong-seon grinned like a salesman and pointed at himself. So, you should join my club. Yusun glanced away. We'll see. If you can meet my demands, I'll think about it. Ma Yusong-seon asked, what kind of club are you looking for? Yusun started laying down the law. It's gotta be quiet, have almost no members, and absolutely no lame get-togethers. Private training sessions. The whole insurance package. Lunch is cheese and pork cutlets. You can do whatever you want outside, and you can even ditch campus. Isolmorph's totally baffled. Like, what kind of club is that? Yusun knows what's up and just laughs. Obviously, it's not real. I was just messing with you. But then Ma Yuseon chimes in. Sounds kinda cool, though. If I made a club like that, would you be in? Both of them just stare, totally frozen for a few seconds. Yusun fires back, trying to play it cool. No way. You can actually start a club with a special pass to get off campus? Ma Yuseon flashes this super bright, confident smile. Yup, I absolutely can. Yusan's brain is already crunching the numbers, thinking, he's not lying. Ma Yu-seon has connections to all the shady, powerful groups lurking around Stella Academy. Sketchy, but hella useful. Freedom off campus, health insurance, beef cutlets every day, and no stupid, pointless rules. But then he thinks, hold up, nothing in life is free. And it's not like he and Ma Yu-seon are best buds or anything. Even with all my game knowledge making me look like a genius, is that seriously enough for him to create my dream club? Getting serious, he asks. Awesome idea, but what's in it for you? Ma Yu-seon's eyes practically sparkle, looking at Yusan like he's some rare gem. Oh, there's something. You're special. Yusan's mind races. What the hell does this guy know? Then it hits him. Ma Yu-seon's biggest problem is that he's lonely as hell. There's no other way around it. Yusan nods. All right, fine. Go make the club. Ma Yu-seon's face lights up. For real? Yusan plays it cool. Yeah, but you have to let her join too. He yanks Isomorph into the conversation, totally surprising her. Huh? Me too? Seeing his plan working out perfectly, Yusan smirks. In the original story, those two were a match made in heaven. If Isomorph's around, she can keep Ma Yu-seon from losing his mind. That dude's like a pufferfish. He'll either die or go psycho if you take him out of the water. I can't count on Isomorph since she's always attached to Hee-won Rang. Ma Yu-seon is thrilled. Having you is great, Yusan, but adding the pretty Miss Isomorph? I'm all for it. Isomorph gets pissed. Don't call me miss, it's so annoying. Listening to them bicker, Yusan wonders, was this the right call or a huge mistake? Ma Yu-seon just asks, so, what's the club gonna be called? Yusan was ready for this. Leave it to me. A moment later, a form appears in front of them. It's an application to start the foodie club. President, Yusan. Members, Ma Yu-seon and Isomorph. The goal? To explore food from all over the world. Isomorph is doubtful. Is this really gonna work? To get the special activity stamp, you need at least one professor and 5 members. A smirk plays on Ma Yu-seon's lips, like he's their savior. Don't worry about the members and the stamp. I'll handle it. But finding a professor to be our advisor, even I think that'll be tough. Yusan turns to him. How can you get a special pass to leave campus, but finding a professor is the hard part? Ma Yu-seon just smirks. It's nothing. That smile sends a chill down Yusan's spine. Seeing that everything's settled, Ma Yu-seon grabs the paper. All right, I'm off to get the stamp for this club application. Yusan replies, yeah, we're counting on you. Watching Ma Yu-seon walk off, Yusan thinks, not just anyone can get that special activity stamp. If they approve it for him, they're definitely part of Times That Times group. Scene change to Main Tower 1, the vice principal of Stella's office. He's admiring some fancy vase when the door swings open. His whole expression shifts the second Ma Yu-seon walks in. Seeing that ridiculously handsome face, the vice principal forces a respectful smile. Oh my, what brings you here? Welcome, young master Ma Yu-seon. Noticing the total suck-up routine, Ma Yu-seon gives a friendly smile. Yeah, it's been a while. He then plops down in the vice principal's chair, crosses his arms, and grins with satisfaction. Whoa, your chair is comfier than I expected. I think I'll keep it. Ha ha. Faced with that arrogant line, the vice principal just gives a weak smile and bows his head respectfully. Thank goodness. If you like it, young master, it's my honor. I'm just so glad to see how much you've grown. Ma Yu-seon acts totally uninterested. Oh really? Life at Stella Academy is pretty great. I've met a bunch of interesting friends. This place is way better than home. He's smiling brightly as he says it, but the vice principal just frowns, thinking, what the hell does this psycho brat want from me? Pulling himself together, he asks, so, what brings you here today? Ma Yu-seon doesn't answer right away. He just gently places a piece of paper on the desk, a sly grin spreading across his face. This is an application to start a club. I need you to stamp it. The vice principal is stunned. What now? His eyes are glued to the paper, not even trying to hide his disbelief. A total weirdo like Ma Yu-seon actually wants to start a club? If his family found out, they would absolutely lose their minds. After a moment, he sighs and nods. I see. An application to start a club, is it? Let me just check first to see if it meets the criteria. After all, you need a minimum number of members to get approved. That's the rule. But the second he reaches for the paper, Ma Yu-seon slaps his palm down, covering it completely. The room goes dead silent. The vice principal freezes and looks up. Ma Yu-seon's cheerful smile is gone, replaced by eyes as dark as an abyss. His voice drops, carrying an insane amount of pressure. You don't need to check the contents. Your only job is to stamp it. The vice principal's throat goes dry. He feels something seriously terrifying in the kid's glare and swallows hard. He thinks, I can't fight this. Or more accurately, I don't have the right to refuse. As long as this brat is the heir to Times That Times great man, he can't say no. Cold sweat drips down his back. He reaches under the desk and pulls out the stamp. Yes, of course I'll stamp it. But please, keep this a secret. He reminds him smoothly while pressing the stamp. When the final seal is on the paper, Ma Yuxian sees he's won and drops the ice-cold attitude. I know. Thanks. I'm out of here. He leaves the office, and the door shuts. The vice principal stays frozen for a second before collapsing into his chair, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Damn it. Some half-talented brat dares to be that arrogant with me. He's just like his father. He clenches his fists, his eyes turning dark. Why does he have to be so much like that man? But this will all be over soon. One day, I'll snap that arrogant brat's neck with my own 2 hands. The next day, the bell rings, signaling the end of class. The professor yells, "All right, class is over. Remember to do your homework." He then leaves in a hurry. The whole class immediately starts buzzing. Hey, did you see that just now? That professor always finds some stupid reason to tear into presentations. Yeah, he's even worse with the commoners. After packing up their books, the students start to leave one by one. Only Jackie is left standing there, staring down at her presentation paper, completely filled with regret. Crap, I could have made a way better impression. I just got nervous and blew it. Isomorph notices Jackie hasn't left, knows she's upset, and tries to comfort her with a smile. Jackie, your presentation was better today. Don't listen to the professor's harsh words. You did great. Jackie just snaps. Shut up. I don't need your fake pity. Isomorph is stunned, then totally indignant. This kid. I was worried about you, so I came over to cheer you up, and you don't appreciate it at all. Suddenly, a voice from behind says, "Gotta agree with that." Isomorph jumps and yells, "Could you not just pop up out of nowhere? You scared the crap out of me." She crosses her arms and scowls. "So what do you want? You need my help with something?" Yusun just scratches his head, all awkward. "It's no big deal, but you cool with any of the professors? I'm trying to start a club and need some teacher with free time to be an advisor. Can you help me out?" Isomorph just raises an eyebrow. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Yusan sighs. "The professors kinda hate my guts, so it's better if I don't ask them straight up." Isomorph stares for a second, then just bursts out laughing. "Haha, no duh. With your track record of arguing with them in class, sleeping through lectures, and even cheating, you're lucky you haven't been expelled yet, dude." Yusan coughs and turns away. Ahem, you don't gotta list everything." Isomorph closes her eyes, thinking, being a club advisor is a total drag, so finding a willing professor won't be easy. Suddenly, it clicks. Wait a sec, aren't you tight with Professor Mayron's assistant? I always see you hanging around her lab. Yusun raises an eyebrow. Yeah, I am. So why not just ask her? Isomorph crosses her arms, looking at him like he's a total moron. Are you stupid? This is Stella Academy. Assistants can be advisors too. Yusun's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe he'd been running all over the place when the easiest answer was right in front of him. Man, I was so busy grinding the main quest, I never even noticed a detail like that. He thought about it as he walked, but as he got close to the lab, Yusun stopped dead in his tracks. Professor Mtiran stepped out, holding a stack of papers with a shady smile on her face. Her sharp eyes were hiding something. Yusun narrowed his eyes at her back as she walked away, wondering, the hell is she doing here? He didn't think twice, pushing the door open with a grin. "I'm here!" But his smile vanished instantly. In the middle of the room, Aunt Teresa was a total mess, wiping away tears. "Yusun, you're here?" she stammered. Yusun rushed over, worried. "What's going on?" he asked softly. Aunt Teresa sniffled, trying to explain. It's like this." But the way she avoided his eyes told Yusun she was lying. His voice turned serious. "Assistant, where's the research you've been working on for so long?" Aunt Teresa clenched her fists, forcing a bitter smile. About that, I gave it to Professor Myron. You know the alchemy symposium is coming up. The professor said she'd present it for me." A flicker of hope shone in her eyes. "It's awesome, right? My research is going to be presented to the world's top alchemists." But Yusun cut her off, pissed. "I get it, Aunt Teresa. Your research just got straight up stolen. Is your name even on it?" Aunt Teresa froze for a second, then laughed bitterly. "Haha, it's fine. It's all part of the experience. That's just how alchemy is. It's not just me. Everyone gets their work stolen. You just gotta suck it up and accept it." Yusun was disgusted. This is how they put up with stuff to become alchemists? He thought that even if Mayron was about to solve the formula, he wanted Aunt Teresa to finish it herself first. Seeing her research get jacked like this, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yusun asked, "Assistant, what about that other research you're working on?" Aunt Teresa looked surprised. "The one we were tackling together. You mean the random number intersection technique combined with key?" She sighed. "That technique's been around for 300 years, and no one can solve it now. I tried your unique idea, but it's still not working." Yusun just smiled, full of confidence. "If we can solve it, this research will be a huge breakthrough. Actually, I already solved that part." Aunt Teresa's eyes went wide, her pupils shrinking in shock. "What did you say? You really solved it?" Yusun nodded, dead serious. "Yeah, Let me show you. Even though he didn't fully get how it worked, he started writing the reinforcement formula on the board. Aunt Teresa stared intently, her eyes flashing with images of techniques and alchemic formulas. Her jaw dropped when Yusan finished writing, looking right at her with total confidence. But if it's you, I'm sure it'll be different. You mean, if I add the dispersion and reflection rates to the formula, combining the mana stream with the Chini coefficient, Aunt Teresa muttered, walking closer. She was so absorbed she forgot Yusan was even there. He was secretly blown away by her insane focus. Unlike him, who just copied and memorized stuff, her genius brain was probably firing off a million ideas. I shouldn't be the one to finish this research, he thought. Aunt Teresa has to do it herself, become the real author, and get her self-confidence back. I'm just here to help. I'm not trying to be an alchemist. I don't have the skills or the drive. But Aunt Teresa's different. She's a genius who could change the future of humanity. Yusun slipped out of the room, closing the door without a sound. His part in this was over. For the rest, he'd just have to trust in Aunt Teresa's talent and wait. Sometime later, with help from assistant Aunt Teresa and Ma Yusong-sun, Yusun successfully started his cooking club. As the club president, he got permission to go off campus and teleported here. Even though the process made his bones ache a bit and Professor Lai grilled him with questions, he came prepared. He luckily passed the test and got a travel permit, which let him come and go easily, as long as he didn't cause any trouble. Walking down the path, Yusun couldn't help but be mesmerized by the dreamy scenery. A giant tree, the Third World Tree, stretched all the way up to the clouds. Its thousands of branches spread out like a massive umbrella, covering the huge garden below. A green aura, unique to the World Tree, gently covered everything, giving off a peaceful and happy vibe. The garden around it was known as the Garden of Dreams. Anyone could come in, pick fruit, and just chill. From up high, the view looked like something out of a fairy tale. It was a famous vacation spot, and even a must-see photo op in the game. Yusan was in awe. Whoa, the game's graphics have nothing on this. Just then, a beautiful girl with pointy ears and skin as white as snow walked up. Seeing the Stella Academy symbol on his uniform, she gave him a friendly smile. "Welcome, mage from Stella. We gladly welcome human mages here," Yusun smiled back. "I'm happy to meet such a beautiful lady." Someone else walking by said warmly, "May your sincerity reach the Mother Earth." Yusun nodded genuinely. "Yes, I want to thank Mother Earth and the World Tree for this amazing garden." They were greeting him with the elven greeting he remembered from his game knowledge. He thought to himself, I heard that long ago. The Elman and Elwyn people saved them when the Second World Tree was burning and collapsing. It's probably true, since a lot of elves are super friendly when they see the Stella uniform. But the truth was, not many mages were good at attack magic, and the test to become a magic knight was insanely hard, so people with that title were super rare. By the way, it was obvious that a lot of elves were drop-dead gorgeous. Yusun admired them as he walked down the street. But not every single elf was a total knockout at first sight. It's just that the percentage of stunningly good-looking people was way higher for elves than for humans. There were still average-looking elves. If he had to compare, Yusun thought of Uzbekistan on Earth, a place with lots of ridiculously beautiful people, but no single person who outshone everyone else. Among them all, the elf queen, Hua So-rin, stood out. She was goddess-level, beautiful, and stole countless hearts. She had the biggest fan base in the game, and was also one of Yusun's favorite characters. He remembered that elves are born without a gender. It's only when they experience true love that their gender changes to match the person they fell for. Hua So-rin was born looking like a total babe, but since she'd never loved anyone, the game basically listed her as genderless. After Isomorph saved her, she fell hard for him and chose to become a dude to fight by his side. Seriously, what the hell? I have no idea what genius wrote this storyline. No matter which route players picked, Hua So-rin never became a girl, which left all the male gamers completely crushed. I don't know whether to laugh or cry right now. Yusun wondered what Hua So-rin would even be like as a guy. It's not like I was into her for her looks anyway. It was all about that charm curse of hers. Anyone who looked into those mesmerizing eyes, no matter their age or gender, would fall madly in love. So obsessed it was like their soul was being ripped out, only to die of a broken heart. Lost in thought, while wandering the outskirts of the World Tree, Yusun stumbled upon a hidden maze, the garden of the celestial spirit, Li Heno. He figured his skills had leveled up a decent amount, so it was probably best to start prepping for the next big event. He opened his inventory and pulled out Li Heno's leaf-like key with a smug grin. Sweet. I get to use this way sooner than I expected. He stuck the key in the lock, about to turn it, when a system message popped up. If you open this gate, other owners of the key may detect you. Yusun flinched. He'd seen this same warning back in the game. The key in the game had a similar message, but it was a total letdown since no special event ever triggered. He thought, screw it. What's the worst that could possibly happen at this point? Yusun decisively twisted the key, and in the blink of an eye, the the gate leading to the celestial spirit's garden swung open. At the same time, in the cradle of the wood celestial, where the elf kingdom sits on the highest peak of the primeval mountains, stood a magnificent, desolate castle. Even in ruins, it blended weirdly well with the epic nature surrounding it. At a glance, you could easily mistake it for just another tree in the vast forest. At the very top of the castle, the bedroom was shrouded in darkness. Only a sliver of light slipped through a crack in the window, making you wonder if the sun could even reach this place. As if stirred by the light, a slender woman rose from her bed. She slowly walked to the window, her snow-white hair cascading down like fresh snow on the ice-100 mountain range. Looking out at the gorgeous scenery, her golden eyes opened wide, shimmering like pure gold, shining brilliantly. Anyone who looked into them would lose their mind, captivated by a beauty too overwhelming for any conscious being to handle. She was the elf king Hoa Hua Seorin, who was always super sleepy in the early mornings and had low blood pressure. Even though she was awake, she just sat silently by the window, watching the birds soar freely, a bitter feeling rising inside her. I wonder when I'll be like them, free to fly away, but I can't leave this place. I'm so jealous. Suddenly, a strange sensation from her chest made Hoa Waseo Rin jump. She put a hand to her head and frowned. It felt like someone had just stepped into the secret garden, the resting place of the 1,000-year-old celestial spirit, Li Heno. Hoa Waseo Rin couldn't believe it. That place is forbidden ground, nobody can get in. So who would dare trespass? Forgetting for a moment about how they even got the lost key, she was more curious about who was using it. She decided to go there herself, even knowing she couldn't leave her room. The very next moment, her heart clenched, a pain like hundreds of needles stabbing her at once, making her freeze. I've hidden my face for decades. I can't just act recklessly. What if the curse activates and drives someone insane? She clenched her fists, forcing her emotions down. I'll just wait a little longer. The World Tree's birthday is coming soon. As the Elf King, I have to appear before everyone then. I'll investigate who that person is at that time. Having made up her mind, Hoa Hua Siorin continued to gaze out the window as the sunlight caressed her face. There were many reasons she lived in this dark, isolated place. Whether she was sleeping or just going about her day, she was always terrified someone might accidentally see her world-shattering face. Back to Yusun. The moment he stepped into the dungeon, a thick, sweet scent suddenly hit his nose, making him sneeze uncontrollably. Damn it, this stupid pollen. The noise attracted the root monsters in the dungeon, and they immediately charged at him. Yusun ran for his life, but he knew he couldn't keep running forever. He stopped and prepared to fight. The battle was intense. These wood-type monsters had insane vitality and were not easy to kill. Yusun pulled out an alchemy bomb. Fire was the ultimate weakness for wood-type monsters. This is exactly why I chose alchemy as my subclass. Even though I can't mix gunpowder and magic like a high-level alchemist, a basic Tier 1 firebomb is more than enough to deal with these guys. He threw the firebomb at the roots. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb exploded, and the monsters shrieked in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Yusun drew his sword, used a flash step to get closer, and quickly pinpointed a weak spot. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword straight into the root's head. It collapsed and dissolved into nothing. The system bell chimed. Congratulations, you have received experience points. Yusun let out a breath of relief. Phew. At least these weak monsters give a decent amount of points. Looking ahead, he continued his journey. The real goal of this trip was right in front of him, so he couldn't afford to waste time. A system notification popped up. You are entering the labyrinth's boss room. A giant wooden door slammed shut behind him, and a gentle breeze drifted past. The scene before Yusun looked like something out of a fairy tale. A magical night sky, with a full moon far more brilliant than Earth's, hanging over a vast field of flowers. Countless stars decorated the poetic night, and the moonlight coated every single flower petal in a shimmering, silver layer. Yusun took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and walked toward the center of the maze. His eyes lit up, that woman with her hands clasped in prayer on the stone pillar. Could that be the celestial spirit Li Heno, the boss of this labyrinth? The most mystical beings in the world are the celestial spirits. They are what happens when a pure soul cultivates for 10,000 years, comprehends the truth of the universe, and evolves into a new entity. Even in this world, beings like that are incredibly rare. But the creature before him was not a perfect celestial spirit. Right before that woman could become a celestial spirit, her heart was stolen, freezing her in this state for all eternity. Yusun cautiously approached, every single step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, rattling him to the core. His face turned pale with shock. Just a second later, his body couldn't take it anymore, and he collapsed to the ground. Yusun realized this was mana pressure. Of course, even a dead celestial spirit is still a celestial spirit, but he couldn't give up. With that thought, he locked his eyes on the celestial spirit and charged forward. Even though the pressure made his legs feel like they were made of lead, he refused to quit. The distance between them shrank. Just as he got right next to the celestial spirit, Yusan's legs were completely exhausted, and he fell to his knees. He was panting heavily when the system suddenly chimed. Experience for the mana leak suppression trait has increased. Stat points have increased. Only then could Yusan finally catch his breath. It was easier to breathe. The crushing pressure was gone. That's right. This place was a hidden, ultimate training ground that the celestial spirit left behind before she departed. The legendary opportunity that mages all over the world went crazy searching for, but no one ever managed to find. The mana veins here were so potent that just moving around normally was 100 times more effective. By absorbing the celestial spirit's aura with his body, his natural attunement would skyrocket like crazy. To put it simply, all this hard work was just to find a really good gym. In my old life, I never set foot in a gym, but in here, it's not like I have much of a choice. Model. Lost in his thoughts, Yusan's gaze was suddenly snagged by a branch in Thien Lin's hand, pulsing with this wicked purple energy. He didn't hesitate, just walked over and snatched it. A system notification pinged. You have acquired a special artifact, the Branch of Grudge, high grade. The description read, a grudge doesn't fade with time, it only burns hotter. Special functions. 1. On first contact, it slaps the target with a grudge status effect. 2. On second contact, the grudge detonates, dealing damage. 3. The grudge builds up daily, storing up to a max of 3 months. 4. If the target is a risk level 6 or higher, the damage is halved. It's a one-time use item. After reading it, Yusan let out a satisfied smirk. With this thing, he could totally take on Menent Tyran, that annoying bug from Chapter 8. Got the artifact. Now it's time to grind. A few weeks later, thanks to his hardcore training here, Yusan's stats had jumped up big time. Mana leak delay level 3, muscle strength plus 8%, reaction speed plus 12%, and sensory acuity plus 20%. Sixth sense consumes mental power to activate, allowing you to feel mana phenomena within a 24-meter range and speeds up perception when in danger. It also activated automatically, increasing mana circulation in his blood by 2%. Looking at his stats, he grumbled. His current stats were barely mid-level 2-star. It was still a long road ahead, especially when the main characters were already rocking stats past level 4-star. In this world, nobody teaches swordsmanship, so his only option was to just stab and slash at the enemy's weak points. He had to train until he was carving bone and peeling flesh, only stopping when he coughed up blood. While training, Yusan felt his body change. Something felt like it was stabbing him in the chest. He started coughing violently, hack, hack, as his sword dropped to the ground. A system notification popped up. You have mastered a special mana breathing method. Skill. Thien Lin's breath has been acquired. Yusan's vision went hazy, everything blurring. His eyes felt heavy, closing as if he was about to pass out, the world becoming a mysterious fog. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, snapping Yusan back to his senses. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you hear me? Are you just ignoring me on purpose? You'd better be. Can you hear me? Answer me. I'm waiting here. Yusan flinched. What the hell was that? Where did that sound come from? The voice went on. Oh, so you can hear me now, right? He tried to calm down. Yusan looked around and mumbled. Are you Thien Lin Li Heno? A giant question mark popped into his head. Did Thien Lin Li Heno just talk to him? Shocked, he blurted out. What the hell? Is the corpse talking? Thien Lin sounded annoyed. Enough. I'm not dead, you nasty human. Yusan was still in shock. What? How can you talk? Thien Lin replied. I've been talking the whole time, idiot. Your ears were just too busted to hear me. Why couldn't I hear you before? How can I hear you now? Probably because you're starting to become like me. You were just using the same breathing technique I do. The more he heard, the more confused Yusan got, thinking, wait, I did get a notification that I learned a skill. The system displayed the info. Skill. Thien Lin's breath. Level 1. 1. Become one with nature through Thien Lin's breath. The mana circulation rate in your blood will massively increase when used, but a divine beast corrosion phenomenon will occur. Effects. 1. Strength plus 107%. 2. Reaction speed plus 125%. 3. Senses plus 147%. 4. Stamina plus 101%. Maximum duration is 15 seconds. With a corrosion level of 1%, Yusan was stoked. What is this? This skill is totally broken. The duration is short, but the stat boost puts me on par with a level 4-star? Hold up. What's this divine beast corrosion about? It means I'll lose my human body. Divine beasts use mana to keep their form, but with my mana leakage problem, losing my body means I'm dead meat. So using this skill is just a way to shorten my lifespan? He told himself. Gotta think positive. At least it's a useful skill for a life or death situation. After being quiet for a while, Thien Lin spoke up. That's weird. This is the second time a human has used Thien Lin's breath. You're just like him, with a presence so weak it's hard to notice, and a body with no mana, like you don't even exist in this world. Yusun was surprised. Him? Who's that? Thien Lin continued. He used a sword like you too. He could cut through magic, and even slash a Thien Lin. Yusun was floored. What? He thought that the game never mentioned a swordsman like that. If he was strong enough to slash a Thien Lin, he must have been a real legend. He asked, "Can I meet him?" Thien Lin was blunt. No way. The disciple of the great mage, So Kai, already killed him. Yusun felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The great mage, So Kai? You've been dead for ages. How the hell are you still alive? Thien Lin continued. Do you want me to teach you? I fought him once. I memorized all of his breathing methods and his moves. Yusun was skeptical. For real? Thien Lin added. But there's a catch. I can't leave this place. And I can't talk to anyone else because I'm basically dead. Find my heart for me. Bring me back to life. Just as he figured, Yusun was straight up. Sorry, but with my current power level, there's no way I can get the heart of another Thien Lin. After a moment, Thien Lin reluctantly said, It doesn't have to be a Thien Lin's heart. A pure heart from a divine beast will work too. Yusun was confused. If you use a divine beast's heart, you'll lose almost all your power. Thien Lin replied, I don't care. It's better than being trapped here forever, living a lonely existence for the rest of my life. Hearing that, Yusun decided to go along with it. It was a win-win situation after all. He said, If it's just a normal divine beast's heart, that's not impossible. I can do it. Thien Lin asked, Really? Yusun thought to himself. The reason I'm training here is to prepare for the upcoming contract ceremony with Famila. I'll run into tons of divine beasts then. Compared to finding a Thien Lin's heart, this is way easier. He said confidently, I'll do my best to bring it back. Thien Lin was overjoyed. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Oh, and I have something I want to give you. Yusun was surprised. Something? Thien Lin said. Look behind me. He asked. What is this? Thien Lin replied. The flower chain of Alpha. A symbol of the bond between Li Heno and a fated friend. It has no abilities. Yusun had never heard of this item in the game. Useless. The most I could do is use it for kindling if I need to start a fire. He shoved the chain into his pants pocket, but then froze. Wait a minute. You're a Thien Lin, right? Looking closer, he exclaimed. Is this the symbol of a Thien Lin? Maybe it's more useful than I thought. Heh. At the same time, in Aunt Teresa's lab, she was personally perfecting the formula based on Yusun's instructions. After a period of intense focus, she stopped to look at her results. Did I actually do it? No, now's not the time to get cocky. She continued to copy the formula from the board onto paper. A moment later, Aunt Teresa smiled. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. Yusun will be so happy when he finds out. The capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, was a place both vast and towering, yet also eerily desolate. This place possessed two resources any empire would kill for, gold mines and iron mines. They were literally swimming in both cash and steel. The buildings were so tall that if you stared up at them for too long, you'd probably get a crick in your neck. They were woven together like a concrete and steel jungle, giving off some serious cyberpunk vibes that made you feel like you were lost in a sci-fi dream. In the sky above, tons of steel cables were stretched tight like guitar strings, with countless electric trains zipping back and forth like a chaotic web. From a distance, the place looked no different than a giant spider's web, which is how it got the name Spider City. The atmosphere was gloomy and dark. Seriously, if you got nothing going on, just stay home. You don't want to get sucked into some post-apocalyptic drama. But don't get it twisted. The dwarves here are on another level, loud, chaotic, and full of life. And into this scene walk our two main characters, Yusun and Aunt Teresa, rolling up to this weird-as-heck city. The second they arrive, Yusun flashes a grin. Welp, we're here. Aunt Teresa, standing next to him, glances around and just nods. Yeah, we are. Today's the big Inter-Realm Academic Conference, a huge deal that bounces to a new spot every year. This year, the honor goes to the Optical Alchemy Academy, supposedly one of the top alchemy schools on the planet, right in the middle of the Dwarven Kingdom. Since dwarves basically invented material magic, this year's conference is going to be massive. Rumor has it the goat of alchemy, Wanko, the golden alchemist himself, is going to show. A light bulb goes off in Yusun's head and he gets this smug look. This is the perfect moment to drop Aunt Teresa's latest discovery on everyone. But then he looks over at Aunt Teresa, and she's totally bugging out. But Yusun, is this really okay? That professor spent like half her life researching this. Yusun's thinking, is she being nice or just a total pushover? Her research gets jacked and she's doing nothing, and now she's trying to sound all noble about it? Get real. Sensing the bad vibes, he switches gears. Don't sweat it, Aunt Teresa. I didn't rip off Professor Mayan Tiran's research. You're just way smarter than she is. Aunt Teresa is hesitant. Thanks. They keep walking, Yusun says with a smirk. All right, let's head in. That red carpet is giving me major anxiety. How about we use the back door? Aunt Teresa's totally on board. Oh yeah, good call. The second they step inside, an announcement blares over the speakers, making the whole hall go quiet. Greetings, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemist Society. I now declare the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference open. The guy's voice is so hyped it's kinda cringe, making some top-tier professors raise an eyebrow. The announcer keeps going. For our opening session, we are honored to introduce a new medical invention. Asterisk, click-clack, asterisk. The sound of high heels echoes as a spotlight hits someone in a white coat, walking out like she owns the place. It's none other than Professor Mayan Tiran, the same person Aunt Teresa was just talking about with all that respect and guilt. The host gets all dramatic. Please welcome Professor Mayan Tiran from the Stella Academy to introduce her latest medicinal product. Mayan struts up to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the room before she throws the first slide on the screen. Hello, I am Mayan Tiran from the Stella Academy. Today I'm introducing a new line of experimental drugs, the Alpha series from Red Elixir. She pauses, clicks the remote, and a new image pops up. First, everyone please take a look at this. Her presentation starts to drag on, full of super technical jargon that takes more patience than brains to even follow. Everyone's pretending to listen, but let's be real, even we wouldn't get what she's rambling about. It's all terms designed to fry your brain cells, making anyone with a short attention span just zone out. After what feels like an eternity, she finally says, "That concludes my presentation." The whole room snaps out of its trance, clapping with these over-the-top, dramatic nods. A wave of whispers breaks out. Oh my god, Professor Mayan Tiran is a total genius. Her idea for upgrading that tricky red elixir is incredible. Over in the corner, Yusun is just watching with his arms crossed, analyzing the whole thing like a chess match. He thinks, she's talking about Aunt Teresa's thesis like she actually came up with it? So convincing. But this joke is just getting started. There are tons of ways to get payback, and the main course is up next. And right on cue, it's served. Someone else steps up. The host adjusts the mic and shouts, "Next, please welcome a presentation from Assistant Aunt Teresa of the Stella Academy." The whole vibe of the room just dies. Aunt Teresa walks up to the podium, standing right where Mayan Tiran just was. She faces the crowd, takes a deep breath, and says, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Aunt Teresa, an alchemist from the Stella Academy." But literally no one cares. The audience is whispering like they're at a cafe. Hey, isn't she from that pharma company? I loved Professor Mayan's work on regenerative cells. So awesome. Through all that noise, Yusun is locked in on Aunt Teresa's every word. She hesitates for a second, but then she keeps going. The topic I'll be presenting today is, and in that instant, a tiny smirk plays on Yusun's lips, like he knows exactly what's about to go down. Aunt Teresa's next sentence makes the entire room go dead silent. This is a summary and complete understanding of the TOA variable mixture measurement formula. The silence is deafening, like time just stopped. No whispers, no gossip, nothing. Everyone just stares at her, eyes wide like, what did you just say? No one dares to interrupt, until some old dude slams the table and jumps to his feet, his voice sharp. Do you have any clue where you are right now? The whole room is on edge, all eyes glued to Aunt Teresa. Under all that pressure, she's a little flustered, her voice shaky, but she's holding it together. Yes, of course I do. This is an incredible and honorable place to be, especially for someone like me. It was a humble but solid comeback. But the old professor wasn't having it. Then explain what that little spell you just spouted off actually means. Aunt Teresa presses a hand to her chest. Calming herself, she takes a deep breath and looks straight at the sea of faces. Please, try to understand it from an alchemist's perspective. The room erupts like a kicked beehive, whispers spreading like wildfire. The TOA variable mixture measurement formula? That's impossible. You can't just combine the principles of magic and alchemy. Exactly. For 3 million years, nobody's ever cracked the code on how to mix those two. A famous professor in the front row, with white hair and intense eyes, covers his mouth and coughs to compose himself. Just when the tension is about to snap, the host's voice cuts in like an alarm. Everyone, please, keep it down. Let the speaker finish. But another voice, deep and full of authority, takes over. If you all think something is impossible just because others have failed, then how can you even call yourselves alchemists? And just like that, total silence. The voice belongs to a man in a white robe with gold trim, his hair a wavy platinum blonde. It's Wanko, the legendary golden alchemist. He strolls forward with a smile. I am very much looking forward to what you're about to show us. I want to see the truth behind a magic that everyone else has written off as impossible. He gives her an encouraging nod. Come on, brave little lady, share your discovery with us. Aunt Teresa is completely frozen, a blush creeping up her cheeks, her eyes shining with gratitude. She gives a tiny bow and whispers, "Thank you, sir." Aunt Teresa's presentation should be next, but I object. A shout like a lightning strike zaps the entire hall into a stunned silence. It's none other than Professor Mayan Tiran, looking like she just chugged sour milk, practically chewing on the microphone. Before Assistant Aunt Teresa's presentation begins, I have a question regarding the thesis being referenced. The room starts buzzing again. Wanko tilts his head, his gaze as sharp as a laser. What are you implying? Mayan whips her head toward Aunt Teresa, her voice slicing through the air. I suspect an act of plagiarism. The whole room explodes. The gossip is off the charts. Whoa, plagiarism? That's like the nuclear option in the academic world. Juan just busted out laughing, like half this is hilarious and half I'm about to sue somebody. Seriously, what a joke. You got any idea what happens when you accuse someone of plagiarism with zero proof? Mayan shot back. Of course I do. She got right up in Anarisa's face, spreading her arms like some cheap magician. As everyone knows, the mixed variable intersection technique has 5 impossible problems. Only when you solve all 5 can alchemy and magic finally sync up. So far, our academy has only cracked 2 of them, and even those answers are kinda sketchy. Yusan crossed his arms, listening, his eyes narrowed to slits. Mayan continued, puffing out her chest. But I, Professor Mayan Tiran, have solved 4 of the 5 problems. And this assistant standing here? She's my assistant. The whole room exploded. Someone whispered through the noise, if that's true, then this thesis. Mayan raised a hand to shut them up. That's right, this thesis is definitely mine. She tilted her head, a smug little smile on her face. And let's just say my assistant stumbled on the answer to the 5th problem. So what? Mayan's glare was like an ice pick stabbing right into Anorisa, sharp and freezing cold. Her lips twisted into a victorious sneer, her thoughts dripping with poison. Anorisa, you disrespectful brat. You're a genius. I'm not going to deny that. But who cares about genius? This is where your little story ends. A talented fool is nothing if no one acknowledges you. Your talent will always belong to me. Mayan leaned in, their faces inches apart, her voice ringing like a death sentence. So, Assistant Anorisa, do you dare claim you solved all 4 remaining problems yourself? The whole hall held its breath. Anorisa was totally frozen, her eyes darting around. She took a step back, her heart hammering against her ribs. I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. I'm going to get gray hairs from this stress. Crap. What do I do? Suddenly, a voice like a whisper of wind echoed in her mind. If you feel like it's too tough to handle alone, just call me. Anarisa's eyes flew open, lit with a new fire. The fear just washed away like rain in the sun. She took a deep breath, her lips pressing into a firm, calm smile. Slowly, she raised her right hand. I have one request. I'd like to invite my co-author up here. A bomb just dropped on the hall. The gasps were deafening. What? A co-author? Even Juan raised an eyebrow, totally shocked. Who is it? Anarisa lowered her hand, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, pointing straight at a guy in the middle of the sea of people. My co-author is Yusun. Yusun almost fell over backward. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide, like his brain just shut down. Co-author? I just threw out a few ideas, didn't I? No, wait, how am I supposed to react to this? After Anarisa pointed him out as the co-author, Professor Mayan Tiran shot a look in Yusun's direction. And with that, he started making his way up to the stage. The chatter from the crowd just got louder. This is ridiculous. A student that young? For real? I doubt anything is actually going to change. It's just a bunch of talk. But the Golden Alchemist, Professor Wazgodgan, seemed kinda into it, crossing his arms and waiting. Oh ho, I'm actually looking forward to this. As for Yusun, he was getting closer to the podium, but he was kinda looking at the ground, seeming a little down. He walked right up to Professor Mayan Tiran, and then his gaze locked onto hers, with absolutely no fear or hesitation. He just silently walked past Professor Mayan Tiran, but then a wave of magical energy suddenly flared up. It came from the tree branch he was holding in his hand, and the target of that power surge was the professor's arm. A system info panel popped up right after. The special skill, Grudge, from the item Avenging Branch has been activated. Target of the Grudge, Mayan Tiran. As he walked by, it seemed like Professor Mayan didn't notice a thing. She just glared at him, annoyed, and muttered, "Ugh, how rude." Seeing that she was totally clueless, he let a small smirk show, a thought flashing in his mind. All right, it worked. After reaching his spot, he stopped and finally faced the scholars down below. First, there was total silence. Then, with a completely blank face, Yusun spoke for the first time. First, I'd like to carefully listen to Professor Mayan's argument. There's a saying, seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. So then, why don't we solve the cross-alchemy technique right here and now? A grin spread across his face, and once again, the crowd started buzzing. A debate between a professor and her own assistant to settle this report? That actually sounds pretty interesting. Everyone seemed to agree. Anarisa sounded worried, stammering his name. Hey, Yusun. He glanced over at her, then flipped the question back. Hey, assistant, you don't trust me or something? Hearing that, Anarisa got all flustered. Ah, no, of course I trust you. To seal the deal, Yusun added some comforting words. I've been by your side this whole time, so don't worry, Assistant Anarisa. You can do this. I believe in you more than anyone else. Looking at his smiling face, Anarisa felt herself blush a little, her thoughts racing. Can I really do this? Her hand tightened on the collar of her shirt. She focused, adjusting her glasses, as more thoughts rushed in. That's right. Yusun's right. I have to believe in what I've been working on all this time. She neatly fixed her hair, her posture changing. Over on the side, Professor Mayan Tiran was just stunned, completely unable to control the situation. After getting her confidence back, Anarisa walked up to face Mayan and said, So, shall we begin? Anarisa was now filled with total confidence, ready to drop some new knowledge bombs. The variable intersection method in alchemy. 300 million years ago, some alchemists declared, I've found a magic formula that can solve this equation. This is the magic formation that can solve the heterospatial formula, but I really have to use the bathroom, so I can't write it down. After that, he died in the bathroom, making the formula legendary. Ever since then, countless alchemists have tried to figure this thing out, but every single attempt was a total failure. So now, nobody even wants to try it anymore. Because of that, the unsolved formula was considered impossible. But now someone is claiming they can solve the interspatial intersection formula. A guy smoking with a sharp look on his face made a comment. Interesting. Some info about this guy popped up too. A member of the Lunar Tower, 13th Destruction Team, Captain Cyan. Another girl in a similar outfit standing nearby let out a huge yawn. Interesting? More like boring as hell. Her info updated. Vice Captain Hajin Makaron. And then, after she finished yawning, it became clear these two were here completely hidden from view. Vice Captain Hajin Makaron glanced up, half believing it. Like, is that professor for real a dark mage? And then some rando nearby started whispering too. I think I smell cigarette smoke somewhere. Looking over where the two were scribbling on the blackboard, Vice Captain Hajin Makaron spoke up again. The more I think about it, this whole mission is a total scam. But then the Vice Captain just glanced at Khan, who was standing there without saying a word. He just had to rub his head, totally helpless, and close his eyes. What can you do? The captain believes every single word that old geezer says. But then her eyes shot wide open, staring straight ahead. Yeah, and not just her, Khan noticed it too, right where Professor Mean Tiran and her assistant Aunt Teresa were facing off again. A thought formed real quick in her head. The whole vibe in this hall just changed, didn't it? Then the host's voice rang out again. Yes. That concludes the first difficult problem. Solved by the alchemist Professor Wash Gol. He was totally shocked by the information written down below. He was just observing the super detailed info written on those two blackboards. He immediately came to another conclusion. It's similar, but a completely different approach. And over here, Captain Kayan was thinking the same thing as he watched intently. But the assistant's explanation was way simpler than Professor Mean Tiran's. Plus, the final result was a little different. Down below, the host's voice rang out one more time. Next up is the second challenge. Both of them once again walked up to their blackboards and kept writing. Up in the observation area, a few people started to really focus, and a mix of shock and worry was all over their faces. This is insane. Plenty of people have tackled this second problem, but I've never seen an explanation like this before. This is a first, a problem that's supposed to take at least 200 lines to solve and clarify. Yet she managed to wrap it up in exactly 12 lines. The person they were both talking about was Aunt Teresa. Watching from the side, Yusun crossed his arms, a smile creeping onto his face as he made his own judgment. The audience's reaction is awesome too. He kept that smile right where it was. His thoughts started to shift. 'Cause for real, the main event is just getting started. The host's voice cut in again. The third difficult problem is now underway. So this third problem, the one no one has ever solved before, is it actually going to be cracked right here? Both of them were totally focused, slapping their research results on the board. A bead of nervous sweat appeared on Aunt Teresa's face, while Professor Mean Tiran looked way more stressed. They both stopped writing, and down below, Wash Gol started freaking out. The thoughts came one after another. Did she actually solve it? Professor Mean Tiran, the one who solved the third problem that was considered impossible. The result is truly respectable. But even hearing this praise, Professor Mean didn't look happy at all. Instead, it was this mixed feeling of total shock. Wash Gol's words pointed it out, but beyond that, the assistant Aunt Teresa's work was something else entirely. Looking at the results Aunt Teresa was hiding, the professor started to feel annoyed and angry. That thought quickly took over his mind. What kind of explanation is that? Over here, with a satisfied smile, Yusun then heard the non-stop chatter from the people around him. How could she possibly think of an approach like this? I'm seeing it with my own two eyes, and I still can't believe it. Some new info was then thrown out there. Until now, all the senior alchemists have treated the 5 hard problems as 5 separate issues and solved them one by one. But Aunt Teresa was completely different. She saw all 5 problems as a single whole and went about solving them in an integrated way. And that was the difference between Mean Tyrann and Aunt Teresa. After that, the process of solving the difficult problems continued. The hand of Professor Mean Tyrann writing on the board began to tremble, his train of thought completely derailed. Hold on, what was the next part of the formula? He looked back at his blackboard and started cursing. Crap, I'm out of blackboard space! And so he turned to the nearby host and yelled, "Bring more boards in here, hurry up!" But then, a familiar voice cut through, shattering the tense atmosphere instantly. I've finished. Professor Mean Tyrann's gaze froze, and he slowly looked to the side, where Aunt Teresa was calmly turning her back to the blackboard and looking at the people below. Aunt Teresa then directed her explanation to everyone, a complete analysis and interpretation of the non-random interspatial interference formula, as a light flashed around her. Her low voice echoed across the square. That was the analysis and complete interpretation of the non-random interspatial interference formula. With that final problem solved, people couldn't hold back anymore. Nuts! And then the noise quickly drowned out everything else. Insane. This is seriously insane. Am I actually witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm so moved. This is truly the moment of the century. Hearing these words, Aunt Teresa felt a rush of happiness, and with it, a new confidence formed in her mind. I did it. She then looked towards Yusun, standing not far away, with a new thought. Thanks, Yusun. This is all because of you. Her smile was still there, but then another voice appeared. Aunt Teresa. Facing her now was the darkness radiating from Professor Mean Tyrann. Aunt Teresa looked over, full of worry. Professor. Yusun's footsteps moved to stand beside Aunt Teresa, then an arm shot out as the dark mana flowing from Professor Mean Tyrann grew more and more obvious. Her voice came out instantly, laced with alarm. Aunt Teresa, and then some kind of confession spilled out. How much longer are you going to make me suffer? You stole my thesis, changed it, and passed it off as your own. Was it fun? Yusun took a step forward, shielding Aunt Teresa behind him. His eyes showed zero emotion as a thought quickly formed in his head. Is she really going to turn into a dark mage? It's earlier than expected, but this is actually better. And not only that, looking at Professor Mean Tyrann in front of him, he had a new thought. If she becomes a dark mage right now, in front of everyone, she won't be able to hold back the dark aura of her rage. She finally choked out the name Aunt Teresa. Her eyes were burning with pure hatred, but underneath, she was totally freaking out. Aunt Teresa bit her lip, trying to get a grip on all the crap she'd been bottling up for who knows how long. She suddenly snapped, screaming, "I told you to just admit it!" Her confidence came flooding back. Riding that high, she said it loud and clear, "My thesis is 1,000 times better than yours, Professor. Wasn't that whole pathetic presentation enough for you? How much more of my work do you have to steal before you're finally satisfied, huh?" The whole room erupted. The so-called scientists started whispering to each other. Wait, you mean that Crimson Herb thesis? It was the assistant's all along? So that's it. But her confidence fizzled out fast, and she started trembling again. Professor, Professor. She blew up one more time, her voice even louder than before. You're even dumber than I am. Hearing that, Yusun's face was a perfect picture of what the heck. He glanced over at her, and that same look of total confusion spread over to Captain Ken and Vice Captain Heijin. And then, finally, all eyes were on Professor Mayan, the star of this train wreck. To cut the super awkward tension, the royal alchemist Gordon decided to speak up. Then he just crossed his arms and started laughing his head off. Ha 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 ha, now this is interesting. Today's conference is actually fun for once. At this point, Professor Mayan finally snapped back to reality. Her voice was all shaky, realizing she just let a little bit of her creepy dark aura leak out. What? Then she looked down at her own hands, which were shaking. What the hell did I just do? The thought hit her hard. This is bad. Figuring out who was to blame for this whole mess, Professor Mayan focused all her rage in one direction, stomping right up in front of Aunt Teresa. The threat was practically radiating off her. How dare you? Aunt Teresa shrank back, totally freaked out, but the shock suddenly shifted to Professor Mayan when a familiar figure stepped in her way. It was Yusun, of course. His voice was slow and calm. Professor Mayan, I suggest you take a good look at the situation. Hearing his voice, Professor Mayan froze solid. Her face slowly went blank, like her whole world was collapsing. Just like that, she was getting crushed under the weight of everyone in the room giving her the evil eye. The alchemists sat there in dead silence, waiting to see what would happen next. Trying to do some damage control, Professor Mayan turned and blurted out, "Ah, no, it's not like that." And for the grand finale, she put her hand on her chest and her voice got all high and screechy. That brat stole my thesis. Down in the audience, having seen this entire disaster unfold, Gordon the alchemist gave a quiet order. Get her out of here. Someone instantly replied, yes, sir. And with that, the order was carried out. Two guard spirits moved in and started dragging Professor Mayan away. Even in this situation, Professor Mayan was still trying to argue. Ah, no, I'm telling you, I didn't do anything wrong. The two members of Annihilation Squad 13 just watched her get hauled off, her voice still screeching in the distance. Let go of me. After all that insane danger and the massive mess was finally sorted out, Aunt Teresa just collapsed onto the ground. The weight was finally lifted, and from in front of her, a hand slowly reached out. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at that familiar hand. Yusun was giving her a confident smile as he spoke. Hey, assistant, you really went through it today. Hearing that from him, Aunt Teresa just spaced out for a second before a huge, bright smile spread across her face, chasing away all the drama. Yeah, the golden lights outside made the whole place feel kinda magical. Cutscene to Annihilation Squad 13 of the Lion Moon Tower. The two of them were currently walking off somewhere. Vice Captain Hajin closed her eyes and said, starting a new topic, well, in the end, that was a total waste of time. Her comment came out of nowhere, but Captain Ken knew exactly what she was getting at. So, if her emotions blew up that hard, shouldn't there have been some kind of trace? The dark demonic corruption sensor didn't pick up a single thing. Vice Captain Hajin brought up another point. That's true. I mean, the Lion Moon Tower's psychic sense isn't exactly foolproof. And then she added a new question. After glancing at Yusan and Aunt Teresa getting swarmed by scholars, she asked, Hey, by the way, isn't that kid the high school student they said was the co-author? Leaning toward Captain Ken, she muttered, He's kinda cute, huh? Ken gave her a major side-eye. Did you run a background check on him? Hajin looked a little dazed as she replied, yeah, I just got the file from Maya, and then she started spilling all the details. Before he came to Stella, his hometown was wiped out by dark demons. He's supposed to be a commoner with rock-bottom grades, so how the hell did he get into the S class? On top of that, he's at the most prestigious magic school in the world and doesn't even use magic. It's all just weird. He also asked to have his name taken off the paper today. I can't believe we dug up so much info. Captain Ken just stared ahead calmly. I see. Don't forget it. And then his eyes suddenly went wide with surprise at something. From up ahead, Yusun was staring Ken down. His eyes were like 10% focused and 90% something totally unreadable. Then he just brushed it off, looked away, and flashed a bright smile. Standing there totally confused, Captain Ken had to ask himself, wait a minute, we totally just made eye contact, but Hajin, who was right next to him, didn't seem to believe it. What? No way. She looked over at Yusan and thought, could the captain's perception dampening spell and my shadow barrier really be broken that easily? She decided it had to be a hallucination. Ken was silent for a few seconds, his eyes locked straight ahead. Yusan's smile was plastered on his face like that intense stare down never even happened. Just like that, Ken had nothing else to say about him. His head was filled with a million question marks, but there was nothing more to do here. After confirming Professor Mayan was just a regular psycho, Ken turned to leave. Let's bounce. We're done here. Hajin put her hands behind her back, following him. I'm so over this boring place anyway. Cutscene to some super fancy noble carriage. Inside, a shadowy figure is angrily chewing their fingernails to bits. And this chick? None other than Professor Menton Tyran. And yeah, the stream of trash talk just kept on coming. Damn it. If it wasn't for that loser Yusun, I wouldn't be in this humiliating mess. But then, some dude sitting in front of her, reading with his eyes shut, calmly says, well, it's gotten this bad. Guess we have to deal with it. Get a grip. Seeing this guy just pop up out of nowhere, Professor Menton's voice totally cranked up the drama. You're ridden? The guy cracks open these blood-red eyes, looking seriously ticked off. After giving her a bored glance, he snapped the book in his hands shut. Hearing that this was no small screw-up from Ridden, Professor Menton Tyran looked totally shook. Ridden's face just got even more annoyed. His eyes swept over her as he added, lucky for you, the contract kicked in to suppress it. If you'd lost it for one more second and caused a scene, you could have wrecked all our plans. Realizing how badly she almost messed up, Professor Menton just froze on the spot. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Seeing her just spit out lame apologies, Ridden stashed his book into some pocket dimension, closed his eyes, and sighed. You seriously think sorry is gonna solve anything? The leader is extremely disappointed. He immediately switched back to his cold tone, saying, you've pretty much trashed your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Not having any of it, Professor Menton yelled back, spitting out a stream of excuses. No! I've got tons of connections on the plagiarism review board. This whole mess, I can still smooth everything over. I haven't even been kicked out yet. Hearing her ramble, Ridden cut her off with his eyes closed. The most useful thing you can do right now is shut up, stand still, and stare at the ground. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Got it? Then he just teleported away, leaving Professor Menton with her orders. Don't move and stay quiet until the commander gives instructions. All alone, Menton Tyran clenched her fists, funneling all her rage toward one person. This is all Yusan's fault. Her face twisted with a dangerous look, and you could just tell a nasty plot was forming. She remembered the two of them before she got dragged off, thinking, just wait a little longer, just a little bit longer. His face was burned into her mind. The scene shifts to Yusan, on a train headed somewhere. Inside a train car, Yusan had his arms crossed, staring down his assistant Aunt Teresa, who was making a weird face from the seat across from him. He glanced away, getting lost in his own thoughts. What a waste. If Professor Mententiran had just used black magic during her presentation, she could have triggered the 8th story's disaster. I guess things will stay chill until the plot's supposed to explode. He closed his eyes. He started to lean back, but his mind was still racing. Can't do anything about it. No need to rush things. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. But there's just one thing that's kind of bugging me. He recalled that moment when his eyes unconsciously darted to the side, where Captain Ken and Vice Captain Hajin were standing together, cloaked in shadow stealth. Thinking about Ken looking right back at him, a new realization clicked. That was definitely Ken. Then comes the info dump about a small squad of elite mages, chosen under super strict conditions. The top-tier Dark Mage unit of the Lunar Mage Tower, even in the Lunar Mage Tower, a place famous for hunting down dark mages and witches. He's the commander of the 13th Destruction Unit. Ken leads the most elite squad. A new thought deepened. If I didn't have this sixth sense, I never would have noticed them. It took till the very end for me to guess why those dangerous types were even there. They probably came to watch Professor Mententiran. Whatever the reason, it'd be awesome if we could get in on the action. Just as he was thinking that, he noticed his assistant Aunt Teresa looking all drowsy, like she'd just woken up. The story picks up with a new character. Excuse me, but do you have a moment? As soon as the words were out, a guy appeared right next to where Aunt Teresa was sitting. She was a little surprised by the question. Who are you? Before the guy could even introduce himself, she was already taken aback. This guy showed up in a white suit with those classic pointy elf ears, holding his hat in his hand. Taking it off with a cheerful expression, he spoke to her. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A character info card pops up. Million, the chairman of the Nebula Corporation. After his appearance, we get a classic info dump. As the chapters of the game progress, the world itself gets way bigger. And as the main character, Isomorph, grows up, naturally a bunch of other characters become targets. Among them is this guy, known as the Heart of the Southern Crescent Plains, Chairman Million of the Nebula Corporation. Thanks to his Golden Ratio fate trait, he was literally destined to be the richest guy in the world. Even though he's over 50 and has a daughter, he's still a major target for a lot of people. The reason isn't that he's rich or handsome, but because his daughter, the villainous Jellian, is involved. Jellian, a high elf, lived up to her villain title by tormenting the main character through several chapters. Players got so mad they figured out the best way to torture Jellian. The strategy was to target the person Jellian loved most, her dad, Million, marry him, and totally destroy their family. After that long introduction, Yusan let out a tired sigh, but he still filed away the key points in his mind. Sounds like a joke, but everyone was hyped for this drama-filled plot. Back to the present, he's staring forward with a half-lidded, totally indifferent expression. I was kind of expecting this, but I didn't think he'd actually show up here. His mind started going into overdrive. I need to make a good impression in this conversation to set things up for the next chapters. Million was smiling at the two of them as he started his questions. You must be the alchemist Aunt Teresa, correct? And this must be the alchemist whose identity hasn't been made public yet, right? Ah, if you wouldn't mind, could I ask for your name? Yusan thought to himself. I knew this was coming, but man, that question was smooth. And just like that, he answered, I'm Beck Yusan, first year, S-Class, from Stella Academy, a fact that totally caught Million off guard. Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy. A real pleasure, Million said, slipping a hand inside his coat, his eyes still closed. This is why I came to see you two. He slid a seriously detailed folder right in front of them. I'm proposing an exclusive contract for Aunt Teresa's formula for the Nebula Guild. The terms are, of course, insane. Care to take a look? He didn't look surprised at all by the offer. But his assistant, Aunt Teresa, she was completely floored. Her hand trembled a little just holding it. The second she opened it, her eyes lit up, and she sounded way too excited. Whoa, unlimited materials and technical support, and this much money? I've never seen anything like it. Her mind started racing. With a deal like this, I can finally make the inventions I've always dreamed of. Yusan's gonna love this for sure. She glanced over at him, but he just looked clueless. Aunt Teresa froze when she saw his expression, then turned back to Million. Sorry, could you maybe give me a little more time to think about it? Sensing something wasn't quite right, Million added more to his pitch while she stared at the paper. Are the terms not good enough? If you have any other demands, just name them. But Aunt Teresa quickly cut him off. No, that's not it at all. The conditions aren't just good, they're way over the top. It's just, I need to talk it over with the co-creator of this formula. Yuson, sitting right there, was stunned by her words. He couldn't believe he was the reason for holding up such a huge deal. He looked totally lost. Hearing this, Million gave a slight, cynical smile. Is that so? He thought to himself. A co-creator, huh? I figured that was just something she said for show. Guess not. He looked at the two of them, smiling like idiots. His thoughts kept rolling. A teenager who helped solve a problem that's been around for 300 years? That's no ordinary genius. But still, at the end of the day, he's just a student. Having decided that, Million held out his hand. You want to look at the contract? Another problem popped into his head. Even if he's a genius in magic or alchemy, when it comes to business, he's still just a kid. As offered, Yuson took the paper and scanned it carefully. With a deal like this, there's no way he can refuse. But as Million was smiling, he got the answer. I refuse. He never saw that coming. Million's face was pure shock as he stared at the guy across from him. Can I ask why? If the conditions aren't right, I'll fix them immediately. Yuson didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead. His mind was already breaking it all down. An exclusive contract with the Nebula Guild, the biggest guild in the world, is obviously a good thing. But Million, despite being a brilliant businessman, is stubborn as hell. He'd never let go of anything he owns. And if this formula got tied up with him, only cheap items would get mass-produced. That would kill the variety, the uniqueness, and the overall performance of all the gear. Plus, with that kind of monopoly, tons of mages wouldn't get access to the equipment. Tech development would lean towards business, letting the dark mages catch up. Actually, I've seen players who chose this story path before. They made a ton of cash, but it ended badly for them. Based on that, he laid out the real issue. It's not about the conditions. I just don't want to sign an exclusive contract, period. Million stammered a bit. What do you mean? Yuson, holding the paper, showed zero emotion. This tech, this blend of magic and alchemy, it's going to have a huge impact. Not just on daily life, but on gear for mages. We want this tech and these new items to be used by as many mages as possible. After hearing all that, Million tried to get a read on him. You've got some pretty big dreams and ambitions. Ambition is good, but to make those sweet dreams a reality, you need cash. He shot back instantly. Funny, because I just wrapped up talks with a bunch of other investors. And one of them happens to be you, Chairman Million. As if he got the hint, Million asked the million-dollar question. So you plan to sign with them and with me? If you do that, most of the conditions I offered will have to be scrapped. Yuson just smiled with his eyes closed and confirmed it. That's right. To be honest, I'm dying for those terms. Then he slowly opened his eyes, his voice low and deliberate. So we'll make the products high-end. That's my proposal. We'll still try to make them as widespread as possible. But among them, the high-end, hard-to-make items will be exclusively contracted to the Starlight Guild. That's what you call a brand, right? Seeing such insane self-confidence, Million narrowed his eyes. As a pro merchant, he knew exactly what the kid was getting at. He pointed a hand at him and asked with a grin, Great. But will those luxury items actually sell? I never do things that'll come back to bite me. Knowing what the old man was worried about, he lowered his head and replied, You're right. That's why I'm not asking you to sign anything right away. Then, his gaze turned cold but still packed with confidence. 6 months. Let's hold a press conference for investors. With you, Chairman Million. Million looked shocked as he continued. If you like the product I introduce, then you'll sign the exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing how calculated he was, Million closed his eyes with that familiar smile. Yeah, you're right. This is awesome. Aunt Teresa smiled, knowing they had a deal. To seal their new partnership, Million pulled out something that looked like a business card. This is a communication slip. It has my contact info on it. He reached out and took it. Yeah, thanks. A little note pops up with the letter scroll, an item written on paper and sent out. It's guaranteed to reach its target. Job done. Mzen puts his hat back on. A smile flashes across his face, a silent goodbye. All right, I'm heading out now. The dude who stayed behind just looks totally shocked. Meanwhile, Aunt Teresa just keeps her cool with a small smile. But for all her calm, he was a total wreck. He slaps a hand to his chest, making sure his heart didn't just fall out. His voice is a little shaky. Oh my god, I seriously thought I was going to die from all the stress. Seeing him like that, even Aunt Teresa starts to look worried. Is that really how a worried person is supposed to act? Seeing her total confusion, he insists, I was legitimately freaking out. Hearing him say that, she cracks a genuine smile, hitting him with a compliment right after. Just as I'd expect. You son, you're amazing. Hearing her say something so random has him looking clueless again. Huh? Seeing him so lost, Aunt Teresa changes her tune. It's nothing. He stops paying attention to her and just stares at the door where the other guy just left. A smile spreads across his face as he thinks, well, At least that's one problem solved. When I get back, I think I'll hit up a good restaurant with the club members. Another notification pops up. The science conference has safely concluded. Classes at Stella Academy are back to normal. Some professor is at the podium talking to the students below. Professor May isn't feeling well, so I'll be subbing for this class today. The guy with glasses squints, thinking hard. So he really just vanished without a trace, huh? That thought gets even deeper as he remembers the demonized form of Professor Tyran. If everything went by the book, Mzen would have fully awakened in Chapter 8 and caused some massive damage to this school. I have no idea how things are going to change because of this mess. His gaze turns dead serious. Could this chapter happen even sooner? I just hope it's at a level I can actually handle. He realizes it's not just Mzen. Aunt Theresa isn't at school either. Class ends, and he's now just walking down some random hallway. Looks like she's having fun after getting that huge reward. Right then, a student up ahead starts talking to him. Yo, did you hear? His attention snaps to their conversation. That assistant, Aunt Theresa, isn't she the one who decoded that super hard non-interference linked formula thing? The conversation keeps flowing. Oh, I heard, but wasn't there another co-author or something? They said that person's identity is being kept a secret, but why would they even do that? He tunes out their conversation and just stares straight ahead. Maybe that person is crazy ugly? Haha, you think so? A moment later, he's finally outside the school building. His overthinking is still going strong. Keeping my identity as one of the authors, a secret, was the right move to stay off the radar at this school. His footsteps suddenly stop. I first gave her a hint by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. Because all the focus and attention has to be on Aunt Theresa for this to work out for the best. Stopping right there, he notices someone who just appeared near him. Ah, found you. Isn't that Ma Yusong? After a long time, both main characters, Yusun and Isomorph, have finally shown up again. Everyone's staring at Yusun and Isomorph standing a little awkwardly next to each other, and the gossip starts to bubble up. He's got high grades and good looks. Isn't that cheating? The one next to him is Isomorph, right? She looks just like a doll. Whatever. She's still not a good person. Yeah, but she's pretty. But this guy just puts a hand on his hip, thinking, I guess there will never be a quiet day. To get their attention, he yells out, I'm over here. Seeing him show up, Ma Yuseong breaks into a bright smile. Hey, Yusun, he waves back. Sorry, did I keep you guys waiting long? Isomorph adds, not really. And then they ask him the question, so, what are we gonna eat? Didn't you say you were deciding? Knowing Isomorph doesn't get to eat a lot of good food because of her family situation, he flashes a confident grin. The answer he gives is, you'll see when we get there. The scene switches to a restaurant. There are 3 people at the table but only 2 plates of food. Kinda stingy, huh? This stuff is probably pizza, if I had to guess. A delicious smell radiates from the sparkly, shimmering dish. Isomorph's eyes are filled with pure craving, her face already red just thinking about eating such a tasty meal. Our boy here totally notices how cute she is right now. Her eyes are locked onto the food and nothing else. He still can't look away, and his overthinking monologue kicks in again. Come to think of it, I remember reading in Isomorph's character intro that when you eat pizza, you're supposed to drink some kind of pickle juice with it. Following that thought, he hands her a cup and says, Hey, have this. Isomorph looks over, her eyes full of question marks. You can see the worry on her face. How am I supposed to eat this? Tons of question marks pop up over Isomorph's head. He's just totally speechless. Her cluelessness makes him think, Yo, is this her first time at a pizza place? She replies, Ah, yeah, it is. Right then, Isomorph brings the cup to her lips for a taste, and then a look of surprise flashes across her face. Whoa, this is delicious! Her face turns bright red. Opposite her, Ma Yusong also notices the cup that looks like Isomorph's and brings it to his own mouth. A refreshing feeling spreads through his whole body. Ma Yusong says to him, Yeah, this is actually really good. He just looks over, totally deadpan, lost in his own cool thoughts. Someone take a picture, for real. This guy makes drinking this stuff look like he's shooting for a food magazine. After everyone's done drinking, he holds up a slice of pizza towards them, smiling brightly. Let's try this next. Let's eat! Looking super eager, Isomorph picks up a knife and fork. Seeing her do that, he isn't surprised at all. He just closes his eyes. He says, Oh my god, are you seriously gonna use a knife and fork for this? Nobody does that. Just like that, she looks back at him, surprised, waiting for him to show her how to eat it. He gives a live demonstration by bringing a piece to his own mouth. An explanation, of course, follows right after. They say that eating it like this makes it taste really good. Isomorph looks over, still super awkward. Isn't that a little weird? Like, isn't it impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yusong is just smiling super wide. Oh, isn't this more fun? And just like that, Ma Yusong grabs a slice with his hands, picking a spot to bite. Alright then, let me give it a shot. Don't knock it till you try it, or whatever. Fine. Io caved, grabbed a slice, and took a bite with her eyes squeezed shut. A second later, her body started to tremble, totally catching the eye of the two guys at her table as she placed a hand on her cheek. Io's face lit up with pure joy, her mind suddenly racing with a million thoughts. Whoa, there's this insane sweet flavor in the cheese, and are those bell peppers literally dancing on it? Seriously, who knew bell peppers and olive oil could create something so epic? And there's bacon and onions too. It's like they're all jamming together, creating some kind of flavor symphony. Seeing her so stoked, the guy next to her finally piped up, "So, is it any good?" Getting called out mid-bite totally startled Io. She just glanced down at the slice in her hand, her face getting a little red, and muttered, "Yeah, it's actually amazing." Both guys just stared at her and smirked. And then, a few suggestions and deals started getting thrown around. "We should totally come here all the time from now on. Let me tag along, yeah? We'll see." Cut to some field at sunset, where something seriously messed up is going down. A bizarre crack has ripped open in the ground, basically screaming that danger is on its way. Back in the classroom, Isomorph's walking when she suddenly stops dead. Someone calls out, "Yo, Isomorph, you hear about that thing?" Her eyes shift, and she plasters on a small smile. "Yeah, I heard." The other girl gets all awkward. "Oh, you did?" she says, then just dips out. "Catch you later, then." Isomorph watches her disappear and then just stands there, letting out a long sigh. I bet she was going to bring up the rumor that assistant Aunt Teresa solved the Nexus formula, but I know for a fact Yusan did all the work. An image of him pops into her head, sparking a whole new train of thought. But how the hell did he solve that formula? I mean, to come back, you're supposed to forget almost all future knowledge, except for the supercritical events. How could he possibly remember something like that? Or, is he just that freaking smart? Some people are gossiping in front of Isomorph when someone breaks away and walks right up to her. "Yo, Isomorph." Of course, it's none other than Jeremy Skelvin. He flashes this big, cheesy smile and continues, "You want to practice for the Persona Gate with my crew this time?" Seeing him standing right there, Isomorph avoids his gaze. "Why are you pulling this crap? You think if you go, I have to tag along or something?" Her eyes widened, her voice sharp. "Go find some other girl. Stop hitting on people for no reason." With that, Isomorph just walks away. Meanwhile, a seriously creepy smile spreads across Jeremy Skelvin's face. She's really something else. The scene cuts to a notice posted nearby, showing a few lines of text. Official document of the Persona Gate. First-year students, please choose a Persona Gate to practice with your group. Everyone's staring up at the board. Isomorph just stands there, lost in a new thought. By the way, this Persona Gate practice, has it actually started? Then comes a bit of an info dump. A Persona Gate is another dimension created by the power of dark mages. If you don't conquer a gate as soon as it appears, the area turns into a total dead zone where literally nothing can survive. Plus, unlike dungeons that you clear just by killing a boss or smashing a core, Persona Gates force you to analyze and break down their patterns and magic. Lost in thought, she continues. From analyzing convergence points to spatial distortion, structure, and soul confinement, you have to know thousands of patterns and actually be able to remember them. And finally, you need combat power. In reality, the entire point of training magic warriors is to stop these Persona Gates. You could say this is pretty much the most important subject. Isomorph's hand clenches into a fist. If this goes down like the original story, something very real is going to get mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let him handle all this by himself. A new determination fills her. This time, I have to step in and prevent a total disaster. The scene shifts to the 9th Star Tower, the 9 Towers, at the Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Hong Biyon's little clique is all gathered. The table's loaded with pastries and tea when a random question pops up. "Has everyone tried the new dessert yet?" A few people answer. "Oh, you mean the pumpkin pie without cream cheese? The flavor's unique." Princess Hong Biyon takes a sip of her tea while the gossip continues. "That's right, I tried it once and was genuinely surprised. But her inner thought was totally different. It was bland." Just then, her eyes snap wide open when she hears someone mention the latest news. By the way, Stella's assistant solved the random interspatial nexus formula technique. Rachel chimed in, "I heard about this from my dad. Plus, rumor has it the real co-author is actually a student at Stella Academy." Her two friends were totally shocked by this info. "Oh my god, for real? It's gotta be true. Rachel's dad is the director of the intelligence agency." But a little doubt started to creep in. Who on earth could solve an unsolvable problem while they're still just a student? You're right. Across the table, Hong Biyon put her teacup down, her mind completely racing. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau doesn't know who that person is. But then, an image of Yusan and assistant Aunt Teresa flashed in her mind. So that means Yusan is the co-author of the interspatial nexus technique. Her expression instantly darkened. Unable to control her emotions, her hand shot out and gripped the edge of her teacup. A ton of questions raced through her head. Why would Yusun hide the truth? Was he trying to boost Assistant Aunt Teresa's reputation on purpose? Then a new thought sparked. Could he have feelings for Aunt Teresa? She suddenly shot to her feet, making her friend look up and ask a question without thinking. Princess Hongbiyun immediately turned to leave. I have to go now, the other student blurted out. Okay, but it's still tea time. The remaining three just stared blankly as she walked out, with no clue what was going on. A question hung in the air as they watched her rush off. Why is the princess acting like that? The scene cuts to the school grounds, where Hong Bi-yeon is walking when suddenly, a figure appears right in front of her. She was looking down, not even recognizing the person. It wasn't until a voice called out that she looked up. Hey there, Hong Bi-yeon. Realizing who it was, she replied, Princess Hongja. Hearing her use the formal name, Hongsa quickly covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Oh my, didn't I tell you to call me Big Sis? Quick info drop. They're forced to be enemies because of the whole legitimate child versus illegitimate child fate thing. My half-sister, Hong Siwa Adon Levitt. I absolutely despise this woman. Snapping out of her thoughts, Princess Hong Bi-yeon asked, What are you doing here? Siwa just gave a bright laugh. Ah ha ha, don't look at me like that. Isn't it obvious I came here for a reason? I heard a very interesting commoner has appeared in the first-year class recently, hasn't he? The question made Hong Bi-yeon flinch. She's going on about some normal dude who still has that knightly spirit, a thing that's pretty much extinct in this world. An image flashed in her mind. Noticing her weird reaction, Siwa crossed her arms and added, Judging by that look, you're kinda into him too, huh? Her tone turned thoughtful. A knight who'd sacrifice everything for a mage, with a cold stare and a sarcastic smile. Isn't that like every princess's dream? Hongban's fist clenched tight. So, are you gonna introduce me or not? She was so over this conversation. Princess Hongban just breezed past her, replying, Yeah, sure, thanks. Why don't you try it yourself? Hongze burst out laughing. Look at you, getting all ticked off. So cold. Then, as if she just remembered something, she held up a finger. You weren't like this before. Is it because our big sister is gone? Hongban's face fell, sadness clouding her eyes. She kept walking and said, I'm taking my leave. Siwa's gaze followed her, a hint of sorrow in her own eyes. The thought hit her fast. Maybe I was too harsh. Went way too far. It's probably too soon for her to hear about our sister. Right then, the guard Sajian appeared. Seeing her show up out of nowhere, Princess Hongza took notice. Huh? What's up? Sajian handed her a file. This is the intel you requested on the student, Yusun. A copy of an assignment he turned in, plus a brief bio of his past. Siwa took the documents. For real? I can't believe we found this without even having to dig. Nice. So there really was an assignment like that. She opened the file to check it out. The title read, To my mother. Mom, I miss you. Reading this, Siwa couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Aha, a kid is still just a kid, right? A minute passed. Then, her hand holding the document started to tremble. Sajian looked on, a little shocked. Right in front of Hongsha, tears started falling as she covered her mouth. I get it now. Yusun's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodles. Sensing that something was wrong, Sajian quickly changed the subject. My apologies. Meanwhile, Siwa turned her head away. Wait, are you crying? It's nothing, Siwa replied, wiping away a tear as she got lost in thought. I've never really thought about what it's like to be poor. He lived through that and still held on to his knightly spirit. Her gaze darkened. Yusun's hometown, it was invaded by dark mages, right? Then, a smile touched her lips. I'm sorry, Hongban, but I'm getting more and more curious about him. The scene changes. The final day of training had arrived. The students gathered on the lawn as a professor stepped out to explain. We will now begin the Persona Gate training for all first-year students. Students are to enter the gate according to this arrangement. Yusun stood in a corner surrounded by whispers. This is just like the textbook. I'm getting kinda nervous, he thought to himself. So, it's finally starting. Mion. Before all this kicked off, a new thought popped up. Linked to his system as a reward for completing the academic presentation. I can also activate the gate analysis function with these glasses. I've been training in Lee Heno's garden and leveling up my abilities. This should be enough. His stats appeared clearly. Snow White Sun, physical strength 2-star, 61%, senses 2-star, 45%, agility 2-star, 42%, stamina 2-star, 12%, durability 0-star, 97%, mental fortitude 1-star, 59%, mana undefined, EXP undefined, skills flash step level 1. His face was grim, his eyes lost in thought. Just then, a nearby teacher pointed toward the gate and called out, Students for Gate C7, please head this way. Isel Morph, standing beside Yusun, replied simply, Yes. The pull in her voice made him turn to look without thinking. And she wasn't the only one. Others showed up too, including Princess Hongban and a serious-looking Io. So, this is my party, Yusan thought. This Persona Gate practice will be done in groups of 4 to 18. Cooperation is essential to clear the challenge. His eyes were still locked on the group. First-year students at Stella Academy, with an average level of Class 2, won't easily conquer a Persona Gate prepared with 3 risk factors in their first real mission. A worry popped into his head. The C7 Persona Gate for this event can only hold a maximum of 16 people. It's a shame Hei Gunryang isn't here, he thought. But with Isomorph, Hongban, and Io, there's no way we'll fail to clear this gate. He stepped forward. Whatever. I don't need to get involved in the final boss strategy anyway. The gate loomed before him. All I need is the hidden reward. Suddenly, the petals of an enchanted tree began to move, whisking him away to another place. A look of surprise crossed Yusun's face as a new info panel appeared. Welcome to the Aharon Ball. A plaza, shimmering with brilliant golden light, opened up before him. Everyone started gathering on the large carpet in the center. Hongban's group quickly moved into the area, with Yusan following suit. As everyone looked around, sizing up the situation, a voice rang out, grabbing their attention. Hello! A butler-like maid gestured behind her with a bright smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Hearing this, Princess Hongban felt something was off. She asked suspiciously, a dress and shoes? What are you talking about? A thought popped into her head. Has a ballroom ever appeared in a Persona Gate before? But she quickly shook it off. This is not the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide notification. Countless complex characters filled the info panel, but a wave of anxiety started to creep in. Huh? Wait a second. They're throwing a complex formula like this at us for a first-year exam? The butler then offered her instructions. Ma'am, it's almost time for the banquet. You must hurry. Hongban still had no idea what was happening. She asked, stunned, Butler, how can you speak like that? Is that a pre-programmed phrase? She wondered. I can't tell if this is a real NPC in the Persona Gate. I heard that people inside mage-created gates can't perform individual actions. But seeing the butler's free-spirited smile and hearing her words, Hongban's confidence began to waver. No, it's impossible. This is Stella Academy. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It's probably just that Stella's tech is a bit more advanced. The cheerful smile remained on the butler's face. Why would you say that? Hongban changed her tone. Never mind. Go get the dress. The butler replied, Yes, I understand. She walked off under the princess's gaze, but the anxiety remained. I don't know if it's just my mood, but this training session feels like it's not going to end easily. Time passed quickly. With a sound of footsteps, Princess Hongban appeared, having changed her outfit. Her silver-pink hair blended perfectly with the color of her dress. Her beauty was a solid 10 out of 10. Then her eyes suddenly caught a figure. It was none other than Yusun, looking sharp in a suit. His eyes were also locked on her, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. He cleans up pretty nice. It really suits him. But focus quickly took over as a few memories resurfaced. This report, submitted by a student named Yusun for a class. Word is, it's his backstory. The teacher takes the file, brushing her hair back. Oh really? Skimming the info, it's like a light bulb went off. Snapping back to reality, she's still staring him down. Is it because of that personal file on Yusan I got a few days ago? He looks kinda off to me, just standing there, yawning his head off. Yawn! He looks back at her while she's still lost in her thoughts. To get past a history like that and walk the knight's path at Stella, Yusan's clueless expression cuts her off. What are you looking at? First time seeing a commoner yawn? Hongbi-yeon flinched for a second, then awkwardly looked away. No, it's nothing. Just then, a voice cut in. Looks like everyone's here, huh? Someone starts walking toward them. All eyes snap to the newcomer. A redhead holding a fan continues her speech. From now on, you'll be attending a ball hosted by Duchess Yen. Then her gaze shifts, locking onto a wall. They say those 4 paths lead to the mansion's basement, but it's just a maze of traps down there. The moment you get lost, the knights of the mansion will make their move. She cracks a smile. You can only trust your gut and what you know. Think you can handle it? Yusun, chilling in the corner, gives a short reply. Yeah. Hearing this, the lady looks over, surprised. You're pretty confident. Glad to meet you. That kind of confidence is a little annoying, though. I like it, Yusun replies. Thanks. Seeing this casual exchange, the other students are totally bugging out. What? Is that person talking like she's real? Do stock NPCs even have dialogue like that? The lady's voice cuts in again. Good luck, everyone. She turns and walks off, leaving them all to stare at her back. The guys all glance at each other again. Fine, let's just go. Full of anxiety, they head to the gate and start the mission. Just then, a voice rings out. Hey everyone, hold up. The one who spoke was Isomorph. She's asking about the training test. Doesn't this whole thing feel a little Off? She calmly starts laying out the details. It's hard to read the situation, and these NPCs are way too realistic. I can't get any data from this persona gate either. A practical test for first years shouldn't be this insane. The students up front totally agree. Actually, I thought it was weird too. I was completely lost. For real, that NPC was way too lifelike. With everyone on her side, Isomorph's face lights up. Okay, I'll convince them to go this way. But then, another voice cuts her off. Wait, Jackie appears, arms crossed and looking annoyed. You're not seriously saying this is a real gate, are you? Getting scared already? If you ask me, this is exactly what the professors wanted. In a real battle, you don't always get to fully analyze a persona gate. In other words, them throwing us into this confusing mess is part of the test. She continues her breakdown. Besides, Stella trains the most elite magic warriors with the top magic knight squad. You really think they wouldn't notice if a real gate popped up on campus? Everyone starts buying what Jackie's saying. Oh, I get it now. Meanwhile, Isomorph is totally freaking out. This is so not good. If I'm right, this gate is the real deal. But even if I say that, nobody's going to believe me. She tried to warn them, but now she just glares at Jackie's smug face. What do I do now? The whole place goes silent. Yusun looks over, thinking, so it has to go down this route in the end, huh? He remembers the file, E006, Jackie's corruption route. In the original novel, a character named Jackie didn't even exist, so Isomorph must be completely confused. But this whole scene where Isomorph blocks the path is just one of the countless routes from the original game. Either way, this is the part where one of the three students has to become a corrupted sacrifice. A new worry pops up. Even if Yusun hopes no one gets messed up, if it's destiny, can you really change it? Looking at the standoff, he figures that even if he helps Isomorph, the outcome won't change. If that's the case, the smart move is to stay out of it. They stare each other down for a second, then Jackie turns to leave. I don't care what you say, I'm going. Isomorph tries to stop her. What? Wait, Jackie. Jackie shoots her a cold look over her shoulder. This whole situation was probably set up by the professors, so just handle it calmly instead of standing there looking clueless. Jackie picks a gate and teleports. Isomorph couldn't do a thing to stop her. The guys look at each other worried. One of them finally decides, I'm going in too. I've always been ready for a situation like this. Yusun stands there with his arms crossed, just sizing things up. No one is thinking systematically. His fingers twitch a little. Whatever. Since it's come to this, I guess we just have to go in. He cracks a smirk and starts walking. As Yusun walks forward confidently, he suddenly stops and glances to the side. Huh? Turns out the group of guys had all bunched up behind him. Yusun asks the obvious question. Why are you guys all standing behind me? They all get super awkward, sweating a little. It's nothing. Seeing them all with the same dumb expression, he just sighs, totally over it. Don't tell me they're planning to follow me. Kids are always scheming something. He starts walking forward again. Still, he tells himself he doesn't really care about this stuff. Anyway, it's not like anything important is going on here. A long, dark corridor is the next path forward. Strange lights, powered by some kind of energy, cast a purple glow. He stops in the dead silent space as footsteps approach from behind him. Then, his attention snaps to where a voice just spoke. What's with this creepy hallway? The person with him is Princess Hongbiyon, along with two other girls. A thought crosses his mind. Looks like everyone made it. The princess's eyes lock onto something. The three of them then walk past him, stopping in front of a closed door. He asks the question, where did the others go? He glances down, and the realization hits him instantly. Just as I thought. Looks like we couldn't all spawn at the same location. To break it down further, 16 students were split into groups of 4. Those 4 paths must be for the 4 groups. The person who went that way. He then pictures 2 of his familiar friends. Seems like Iz and Isomorph were sent somewhere else and ended up in a group together. He glances over at the people he's stuck with, Princess Hongbiyon and her crew. He honestly can't believe he got put in the same group as her. The other 2 are talking. We should get a move on. Yes, Your Highness. But then the princess catches him staring. She asks him with a clueless look on her face. What is it? You got a problem with something? He immediately starts to sweat. No, it's nothing. But he can't hide his expression. The princess just sighs. Geez, you're so boring. He stops paying attention to her and looks somewhere else. On the bright side, at least Princess Hongbiyon and XL Lele being separated is a good thing, right? Just then, a look of shock flashes across his face. No, wait a second! He throws his arm out to the side, stopping everyone from moving forward. Whoa, something's up ahead. A golden light is flashing. A few statues and some kind of dance poses show up, looking like creepy store mannequins. The big question on everyone's mind was, are these things for real? Princess Hongbin didn't say a word, but she was definitely startled, and her attention was totally locked on what was ahead. Over there, inside the room, was a gate. The 2 girls next to the princess voiced their thoughts. You think our unlocking spell will even work? I'm kinda doubting it. We can't even make sense of this gate. Our skill level is way too low to do anything. This place is so dark, it's making me kinda scared, and this situation is getting rough. Princess Hongbin glanced over at him, demanding an answer. Hey, commoner, have you figured out this gate yet? But his answer was a total letdown. You could see the disappointment written all over the princess's face. Was I really expecting too much from a commoner? There's gotta be something here. But that surprise was flipped on its head when his voice cut in again. But I have a rough idea of how we can get out of here. Feeling a new vibe, the princess shot back a question. Really? Are you being serious right now? His eyes were still fixed on the dolls up ahead. Baek Yusel pointed forward, getting her attention, adding, if you look closely, you can see each statue is in a different pose, but they're all doing the same dance. He asked, do you know what dance that is? Hearing him say that, her eyes were glued to the front until an answer started to form. She said it right away. The Requiem of the late Serena. To break it down, it's the dance Serena, who couldn't handle her own tragedy, performed right before she died. He pushed on. So you must remember the moves, right? Princess Hongbin was startled, realizing what he was thinking, and blurted out, no way. He told her to calm down. He looked ahead again, thinking about something. By now, she must have realized that each statue's movement was connected in a sequence, but with a few moves missing here and there. After a moment, he looked over again and spoke. All right, is everyone ready? The other two friends had already moved to the empty spots and started their dance moves. Done. Me too. Princess Hongbin then performed the move in the last empty spot. His eyes never left her, and then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone cheered out. We did it! The door opened completely, and another dark hallway appeared up ahead. Far in the distance was the light of a new area. Without hesitating, everyone moved through quickly, but all eyes were on Princess Hongbin again. As everyone moved forward, a huge room appeared, covered in golden light. Suits of knight armor holding swords were arranged in different positions. Beneath the feet of this armor were some kind of strange patterns. One of the friends pointed that way, asking, looks like it's the same deal this time. Think there are some hidden clues in the armor? An idea was added by the other friend right after. Okay, let's go get a closer look at that armor. Everyone then split up to observe each suit of armor, but they weren't getting anywhere. No matter how I look at it, I don't get it. Why isn't it the same this time? Yeah, I don't see anything unusual. But then Princess Hongbin's gaze shifted to another direction, where Baek Yuseol was touching the carpet with those special drawings. She asked immediately, hey, commoner, what are you doing? After observing for a bit, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time, it looks like the knight armor is just an illusion to trick us. The real clue is the carpet, another round of total shock for everyone. He explained further. This time, it seems like the dance on the carpet is the real issue. If you all look closely, you can see a figure making a special movement. If we can piece them together in the right sequence, we can solve this problem. The two girls were now staring intently and added to what he said. Oh, you're right. I think I know this one. The Tango in Silence of Serena. Everyone split up again and observed the movements carved into the carpet. Over here, he and Princess Hongbin were also looking down intently. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face, as if he'd spotted something strange. The sequences were arranged, and the light flashed even brighter. A familiar sound rang out. The door has opened. A new path is revealed. He and everyone else quickly moved in that direction. All right, let's hurry. Princess Hongbin's eyes once again didn't leave him, sizing him up in her mind. He's seriously different. I knew that the moment I was taught to change my point of view, but I had no idea it would make such a huge difference. The speed of his breakthrough is freakishly fast, to be able to get past a gate that was impossible to analyze. Strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really the level a first-year student can have? This is like he's practiced with a persona gate dozens, hundreds of times. When they arrived at the new place, her train of thought hadn't stopped. Come to think of it, before Baek Yuseol came to this school, he said his hometown was destroyed by a dark mage. He muttered, looks like this place has other stone statues too. Princess Hongbin analyzed further. It was a remote, isolated village that no one had ever heard of, but it was a pioneer in the brutal battles against the dark mages. Now I get why a commoner like him lacks basic academic knowledge, but is so skilled in strategy and combat. She analyzed more as she looked at him. He must have fought on harsh battlefields against dark mages. Whatever the reason, he was truly different from the other students. There was quiet chatter up ahead. Go over there and help me adjust the weight balance. Okay, I got it. A look of surprise flashed across the princess's face. Everyone tries their hardest to get high scores. But this guy, he openly guesses and fills in random answers on the test as if showing off to everyone. He doesn't do his homework either, and his attitude in class is terrible. But wait, hold on. She took another look at his handsome face, and a new assessment was added. So, like, Why is he suddenly trying so hard? Princess Hongben got all serious. There's gotta be a reason, right? Don't tell me she actually picked up on the vibe shift. B. Yusan glanced back at her, pointing to get her attention. Yo, why are you just zoning out over there? You should head over too. But then she totally cornered him. Spill it, commoner. He just stared. Like, what is she even on about? That's when Hongben dropped her theory. This persona gate. This whole challenge we're in. Is it for real? She waited for him to say something, but all she got back was, like, dead silence. He sized her up. Her eyes were way sharper now. Seriously, Hongben. Usually she'd be totally clueless till the end, always getting in Mion's way. A small smile crept onto his face. This was proof. Princess Hongben was finally ditching her whole villainous and training vibe. Princess Hongben caught him smiling. What's so funny? He just shrugged. It's nothing. Meanwhile, their other two friends were just, like, staring into space. Why isn't the princess coming over? Did something go down? Turning away from her, he finally answered her first question. Like you said, this place is real. You can get hurt. You can even die. If you fail, this whole thing syncs up with the real world. So, my plan is to get through this place as soon as possible. Princess Hongben paused for a sec. Yeah, I figured. B. Yusin never does anything without a reason. She pressed her lips together, thinking she wasn't about to accept his charity. Her eyes narrowed as sweat dripped down. I'm gonna survive this with my own power, period. On another note, in some other scene, a dark room was filled with trashed suits of ancient armor. Morph and Iz were teamed up for this stupid training gate. As soon as they showed up, someone called out, "Hey, Morph!" Morph looked over and saw some girl waving at them. Over here! Over here! Morph booked it over to the three of them. Is everyone all right? Where's the other one? Did they ditch? The girl kinda stammered. And then she just blurted it out. Jackie just vanished. Morph's eyes went wide. What? You mean Jackie? Yeah. The girl looked at everyone else, and they all had the same look. Jackie's the only reason we even made it this far. But right after we went through the last door, she just poofed. We have no idea where she went. Panic totally gripped Morph. You've been looking for a while? A new thought hit her. Wait, does that mean she cleared this gate faster than me and Iz? Without even getting a single scratch? No way. Then the girl added something else that totally blew her mind. But, like, this isn't the first time this has happened. Morph was like, you've got to be kidding me. Wait, what? Cut to B. Yusin, chilling against a pillar with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Suddenly, someone walks up and starts bugging him, forcing him to open his eyes. Hey, you, when'd you get here? Seeing Morph bugging him now, he just answered, not long ago. But Morph kept pushing. Well, did you see Jackie? I haven't seen her. Hearing that, Morph looked totally bummed. Oh, okay. And with that, she just walked away as he watched. Even though he didn't get the full story, he could pretty much guess what was up. I probably could have stopped Jackie from vanishing if I'd gotten here sooner, but it's too late now. Nothing I can do. Since it's come to this, I guess all I can do is help the heroines clean up this mess. Over at some random spot in Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly boomed. What? A real persona gate got mixed in with the students' training exercise? The head teacher, B. Yuan, totally sprinted to the training grounds. You could see the shock and worry all over his scarred face. The gate that was once blue was now a gnarly blood red. How the hell did this even happen? Isn't Stella's security supposed to be the best in the world? A professor standing nearby started explaining as B. Yuan showed up. It's like someone completely flipped our spatial wave detection system inside Stella. A unique wave popped up at the exact same time as the persona gate, so the system totally missed it. The security team is reinforcing the system, but B. Yuan cut him off. Damn it, like that even matters right now. But then someone else cut in. He's right. A figure emerged from the shadows, grabbing B. Yuan's attention. A new player just entered the game. The most important thing right now is figuring out who's stuck inside that persona gate. Someone recognized the new guy, Commander Arn Breakwan, the big boss of Stella, the most powerful Night Order in the world. They say this dude literally made an ocean of blood from the bodies of dark mages. He hardly ever shows his face on the Stella campus. He walked up, all cold and distant. What's the situation? Are reinforcements heading in? The professor answered, no, we can't do that. It looks like the students inside are dealing with some kind of nasty trial. Arn pushed. What's the risk level on this persona gate? The answer came back quick. Right now, we're guessing it's between a level 4 and level 5 risk. Arn scowled. A guess? Give me an exact number. The professor clutched his files like a lifeline. Well, it started as a level 4, but the second the students went inside, it jumped up a whole level. Arn noted that. Weird, but not unheard of. The persona gate is putting out fake waves. Get me the list of students who signed up. The same professor handed over the documents. Right here, sir. Arn then opened it and scanned every single name on it. A few S-class first-year names popped out. B. Yusan, Hongben, Morph, Iz, Jackie. After reading the names, Arn's eyes narrowed even more. A level 5 risk persona gate. That means even veteran mages have to prep like crazy to even have a shot at clearing it. And right now, it's just first years, who are only at the level of 2nd and 3rd grade mages. They're totally out of their league. Aaron's voice went ice cold. Prepare 16 styrofoam boxes to collect the students' bodies. Hearing that, Yuan snapped. Commander Aaron! But the commander just turned his back and started to walk away. This is just a guideline for efficient operations. He glanced back, his eyes full of menace. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can clear a real, level 5 risk persona gate, do you? Yeah, right. Like an ant could take down a tiger. Seriously. With that, Commander Aaron peaced out, leaving Mr. Yusin to stress about his students even more. I know this whole bet is totally insane, but I'm still hoping these kids can make it out of here in one piece. That freaky red gate is just sitting there, same as ever. Cut to the inside. Isul and Isomorph both snapped their heads in the same direction, hearing someone call out, "Yo, everyone! Jacky's back, looking a little dusty." He continues, "So this is where you all ended up, huh?" He just stands there with his arms crossed, all thoughtful, while everyone else seems kinda relieved. "Dude, I'm just glad you're okay. Why'd you just dip on us like that? Totally freaked me out." After a quick look around, he turns to face one side. He's got that serious look on his face. Now that the whole crew is here, the only thing left is to fight this place's final boss. As he's thinking, something suddenly appears out of nowhere, grabbing Yusin's attention. And then bam, red status windows start spamming the screen. You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you go down the stairs here, you'll reach the ballroom. The party looks like it just started, so you better hurry up. The whole group starts heading towards a staircase leading down below. I guess we're supposed to head down these steps. While everyone else is focused on the path below, Isomorph glances up, totally worried, like she's got a bad feeling about something. A monstrous spider starts to take shape in her mind. At the very top of this clock tower lives a great sword spider, the boss. A freaking level 4 risk monster. Its 8 legs can literally turn into 8 razor-sharp blades. Isomorph swallows hard and takes a deep breath. This thing is bad news. I can't just depend on Yusin forever. Besides, the guy lost his memory, so he knows jack squat about the great sword spider boss. But I've done my homework on that thing, so I'll just have to try and stop it myself, somehow. Isomorph then glances over at Isul nearby. If I can get Isul and Yusin to face the final boss, we might actually get through this without any major casualties. All right. Isomorph steels herself to speak up. Hey, you guys, wait up. Just then, a voice cuts in, making her jump. Hold on a sec. It's Yuson, and he's staring up at some high corner. There's something above us. Isomorph just freezes for a few seconds. He then breaks the newly formed silence. You guys head down first. I'm gonna check things out around here, and I'll be down in a bit. Just like he said, nobody argued. They all head on downstairs, with Princess Hongbin leading the way. But Isomorph just can't shake this worried feeling. Yusin probably doesn't even know that the Great Sword Spider exists. His silhouette from a moment ago flashes in her mind. But he could feel its presence in that exact spot. That's impossible. Don't tell me. She had no idea his senses could be that insane. Well, he did deflect magic before, I guess. While she's stuck hesitating, the others are already getting further down. Just then, one of the male students stops dead in his tracks. Dude, what is that sound? The other students get the same look on their faces. Next thing you know, Princess Hongbin figures out where the weird noise is coming from and yells a warning to everyone. That sound is coming from above us. Everyone's attention snaps upward, only to be totally horrified by the sight of the great sword spider diving right at them. It's a sword blade spider, another student argues. No, that's the great sword spider boss, a level 4 risk. Seeing it appear here, Isomorph starts to totally freak out. What the hell? Then what about Yusun? Thinking about him, Princess Hongbin suddenly realizes the commoner is gone. Both their expressions turn to pure worry. Don't tell me he. But then, out of nowhere, a foot slams down onto the spider's body. Baek drops from above, stomping this spider so hard it craters, a flash of golden light exploding from the impact. He's got his sword gripped tight in his hand. Someone from below shouts his name, Yuson. Seeing everyone just standing there hesitating, he suddenly screams, I'll stay here and handle this thing. So all of you, get downstairs, now. Isul can't believe what she's seeing. She's seriously doubting him. Can he really stop that thing all by himself? She grinds her teeth and makes a decision. Maybe I should go up there and help him out. Right then, a voice calls out to her. I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is get to the ballroom immediately. As fast as possible, Princess Hongbin suddenly gets close to Isul and drops those words on her. Before walking off, the princess doesn't forget to look back and add, that's the most helpful thing you can do for that commoner. Isomorph was already shocked by Yusin, and now she's just completely floored by Princess Hongbin's actions and expression. A curious look crosses her face as she watches Princess Hongbin walk away. Was Hongbin really like this in the original story? It makes sense for Morph to be curious about this. Normally, Princess Hongbin should be totally jealous of Izul's power and probably scheming something nasty. But instead of being jealous, this time the princess actually helped Isul out. The others didn't stick around to bother him either. The door to the room below swings wide open, and just like that, they all step into a new ballroom. The sound of strings and music fills the entire room. As soon as they all step inside, someone lets out a gasp of shock. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. This place is way more spectacular than anything they expected from some special dance party. Crystal chandeliers sparkle, hanging in midair. Masked nobles hold hands, dancing in the brilliant atmosphere. A red carpet stretches across all the stairs here. It's seriously mesmerizing. While everyone's vibing, the lights suddenly flicker out, and the music just cuts off. Everything goes dead quiet. All the nobles are completely silent, like they're waiting for the main event to show up. And in that darkness, slow footsteps start walking out. Once again, everyone is just confused. Princess Hongbin speaks up. Someone's walking on the stairs. Morph starts making a quick judgment call. It's probably the final boss, Duchess Iharan. Everybody stay on guard. But then, something shatters her focus, leaving Morph completely stunned. Huh? A single spotlight snaps on, and there's someone standing right under it. Hello there, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Jackie Iharan. Yeah, that Jackie. The one who got separated and went missing from the group. But that smile on her face now? Something is seriously wrong with it. Unlike the trainees who are freaking out, the nobles here are totally hyped about her showing up. Oh, Duchess, you look so beautiful today. Please bless me with a smile. I will give you my heart. Even though Morph read the original novel, she has no clue what's going on with this part of the story. How is this even possible? This whole scene never existed in the original romance novel. In fact, the character Jackie wasn't even in it from the start. Judging by the worried look on Princess Bayon's face, it's impossible for a normal person to just become an NPC inside a Persona Gate. And not just any NPC, but the final boss. According to ISO, there's only one way for someone to become an NPC in the Persona Gate, and that means Jackie is already a dark mage. Morph presses her lips together, finally getting it. So this is why Yusun said all that weird stuff. So this was Yusun's way of warning me to stay away from Jackie. But there's no way I can just give up like this. Full of worry but determined, she thinks, I'll bring you back, no matter what. Just like that, Morph tries to reason with the Jackie above. Jackie, if you get wasted on that power, you could turn into something totally messed up. So please, just chill out. But then Jackie just cuts her off. Ugh, what crap. Right now, I am Yen. A dangerous smile appears from behind her paper fan. She asks a question, and the nobles below respond. My head is Yen, my chest is Jackie, my heart is... Jackie's face flushes an unnatural red. It's so exciting. It feels like it's all just melting away. Seeing this, Princess Biyun knew it was already too late. Her mind has been totally corrupted by dark magic, Iso adds from the side. At this point, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring her back to normal by force. Morph. She tightens her grip on her staff. Morph got the message. Yeah, I know. Golden magical light escapes from her staff. Her focus is locked on Jackie. Just wait for me, Jackie. I'll definitely save you to make up for this. A flash of red lightning appears right next to Jackie. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. More magic explodes around her, that same smile plastered on Jackie's face. Let's get this party started, shall we? An important information window updates. The battle with the Temptation Masquerade boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of green blood flashes across the screen. The Greatsword leader's huge blade had just sliced a long gash across its upper abdomen. That's where the blood came from. And this was the result of Yusun's work, combined with his flash step. Sweat drips down his face. Man, this is a real pain. Analyzing the situation, he realizes the Greatsword leader is some kind of subspace monster, and not a big deal for clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons why I have to go through this hassle. His eyes narrow. The first is to get the enchanting tree petal stuck on that Greatsword spider's forehead. While he was lost in thought, the spider suddenly swings a leg straight down at him, but he was already prepared. He immediately uses Flash Step to dodge it easily, checks his items, and leaves the monster hitting nothing but air. At the same time, as he rushes forward, he throws out 3 potions of 3 different colors. Orange for the Spark Potion, green for the Slippery Sleep Potion, and purple for the Oil Potion. And just like that, the results were immediate. The spider gets electrocuted. Its body spasms as bolt after bolt of lightning strikes it, lighting up the whole area in a white flash. The second reason. Yusun swings his sword with all his might, heading straight for its energy barrier. In just a moment, the barrier miraculously begins to crack. His goal is the rose petal on its forehead. His expression shifts as things go according to plan. Hidden strategy. To clear Chapter 6, Jackie's Dark Magic Path. More info is displayed. Petal of the Enchanting Tree. When absorbed, the mental power stat increases like crazy. This is an item used for efficiency, speeding up perception, awareness, and it can even slow the flow of mana. This is a must-have item. The greatsword spider lunges at him again, as he adds to his previous thought. The enchanting tree petals are connected to the final boss, the Duchess. The enemy lunges, and he jumps up to dodge again. His main focus is on the fight, but he's still distracted by his thoughts. Turns out this greatsword spider leader is actually Duchess Iharin's husband. Not that I really care about this stuff, since I hit skip on the story dialogue. I'm trying to focus on important stuff, and this monster keeps attacking. He gets a seriously annoyed look on his face. He keeps using Flash Step to move around and decides to change his target to its head. Anyway, for that reason, whenever I attack the barrier in front of the petal, the Duchess shows a similar sign. Because of that, the main characters should be able to carry out their strategy more easily. This connection is also why he has another worry. But I don't know if my attack will actually be helpful at the right time. Whatever. A small smirk locks onto his lips. So, I'll just attack it as much as I can and take it down for good. In all the previous clashes, the spider attacked first, so this time, he decides to go big and act first himself. He uses Flash Step over and over. The moment he appears in a new spot, he's already used Flash Step again. Just like that, all we can see are the after images he leaves in his path. The ability to use Flash Step 3 times in a row allows him to do this, turning this place into his own personal stage. Faced with this new development, the spider lets out a series of bizarre screams. As for him, after that performance, he finally slows down. If I just keep this state up, before he could even finish the thought, his expression suddenly changes to surprise. Huh? The spider below was moving abnormally, with some green stuff trailing it, and he knew what the problem was. Did I really throw that many slippery potions? Well, no other choice now. He's forced to charge at it one more time. When Yusun saw the spider thing below him moving all weird with nothing to grab onto, he got a seriously bad feeling. Crap, the ballroom is right below me. He was picking up speed thanks to inertia, and as he plunged down, he knew he had to switch things up, like, now. Alright, time to use my brain. I need to check which way that thing is going. Picking up speed, he finally caught up to it. They slammed into each other, their eyes locking, sweat dripping as he gritted his teeth and adjusted his position. A strange color flashed in his eyes as the scene jumped back a few minutes. The second that massive notification window popped up, the boss battle for the Temptation Masquerade began. Right after the announcement, Princess Hongbiyon's crew immediately formed a battle huddle. Meanwhile, Jacky's hand grabbed a piece of her black dress. A blood-red melody began to play, and just like that, Jacky's dance started. Every single eye was glued to her movements. With every new step, streaks of red lightning flared up, and some freaky magic circle formed under her feet. Again, Jacky shifted her steps, flowing with the dance. The red lightning started messing with the whole area. Everyone, get back! But the warning was way too late, and all the lightning bolts converged on a single point to attack. The nobles standing nearby got totally blasted away. Back with the group, Princess Hongbiyon watched the insane attack land, then turned to her crew. Is everyone okay? A male student behind her replied, yeah. She tried to calm down and figure things out, but the worry was plain as day on her face. I don't have time to mess around. It's go time. Now. She whipped out her mystic staff, and its tip began to glow. Of course it did. They were up against a freaking dark mage. While Jacky kept up her dance moves, fire magic attacks started locking onto her. Noticing this, Jacky shot them a look of pure contempt. And yeah, she had every right to be that cocky. Not so easy. As she spoke, a bizarre black formation appeared in front of her. Every single fire attack was blocked, just like that. But the attacks didn't stop there. ISO formed 3 small ice magic circles, and massive ice pillars shot out of them. The other students weren't idiots either. They all launched their magic spells at the target at the same time. But tough luck. All of their attacks were blocked by similar magic circles. The students were completely stunned. Are you kidding me? All the magic we're throwing out has zero effect? While everyone launched their attack, Jacky busted out a new move. Red lightning crackled across the sky, making everyone jump. Ah, she's attacking again. Watch out. Just then, 2 exclamation points appeared. Then, like magic, Isomorph created a super complex magic formation in front of her. Jacky glanced over, and you could tell something just clicked. Copying Jacky's move, Isomorph also grabbed a piece of her dress. The music started up. Holding her staff with a totally nonchalant look, Isomorph began the required dance. Everyone watched her, completely confused and totally shocked. Why are you suddenly dancing right now? But Isomorph didn't answer. She just kept on dancing. After a moment, she stopped, her eyes half-lidded, staring straight at her opponent. Following the magic formation she made earlier, Isomorph unleashed an attack. A flash of golden light zipped past Jacky, who could only stand there holding her fan, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing it work, Isomorph was secretly thrilled. Yes, it's just like what I read in the novel. So she raised her voice. Everyone, dance. Princess Hong Bi-yun and Iso looked over, stunned, as Isomorph explained. We already got hints from the previous stages. Duh. This stage isn't just a magic showdown. It's got a dance-off, too. We can only use magic through our dancing. Princess Hong Bi-yun caught on fast. So that's the gimmick. Duchess Yaren's dance can't be broken by normal magic. ISO was starting to piece things together, too. The dance can counter the Serena's silences status, and it all points to one critical clue: Serena's farewell to the dead. Without hesitating, Princess Hong Bi-yun started the synchronized pulse dance. The other students knew this one and jumped right in. The musical notes created by their magic blended with their dance moves for a moment. On top of that, magic attacks were unleashed one after another, heading straight for where Jackie was standing. A look of shock on her face, she covered her mouth with her fan as a huge explosion erupted in front of everyone. Jackie was at the center of it. The music kept playing, and a new worry crept into Iso's mind. Did that attack even do anything? But then the music suddenly changed, and so did her mood. Huh? Wait a second. As the blood-red music swelled, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the smoke of the explosion. The beat of the music was definitely getting faster. Two other students nearby spotted the same thing ISO did. Look over there! What the hell is that? A single foot slowly stepped forward, and then two more legs appeared from under Jackie's dress. Her eyes turned a demonic red as someone screamed a warning to everyone. She has 4 legs now? For real? Her soot-blackened feet rose to their toes for the dance, her steps constantly changing. Using the new rhythm from her 4 legs, Jackie quickly formed a new magic formation behind her, way denser than before. All right then, let's start this for real. As Jackie spoke, her face twisted into a sinister, messed-up expression. Seeing her like that, Isomorph couldn't stop herself from screaming at Jackie. Stop it, Jackie. If you keep getting lost in this Duchess Yaren role, you're never going to be able to come back. Jackie shot back. And why, exactly, do you want me to stop? Just look around. As her dark magic spread, the voices of the other nobles chanted on and on. Jackie Heron! Jackie Yaren! Everyone else just stood there, frozen, watching this whole scene play out. From that moment on, the scene wasn't beautiful anymore. It was more like a total horror show, and the nobles were cheering for it, following the beat of the music. Just as I expected. You're beautiful, the absolute best dancer. Now go punish those fools who dared to challenge you. Seeing Isomorph totally zoned out, Jackie pushed a little harder. Isomorph, are you really that cruel? That snapped Isomorph out of it. Some old memory flashed back, along with a weirdly selfish and nasty voice in his head. This feeling is so sweet, so amazing. You're the only one who gets it. You've kept it all to yourself. Isomorph just kept on smiling. Meanwhile, Jackie stood off to the side, looking miserable, and now all that bottled-up rage was exploding. I'm never letting go of this heart, or this feeling. More red lightning started to arc through the air. Princess Hong Bi-yun felt the massive mana about to be unleashed and shouted a warning to everyone. It's coming, everyone! Protect yourselves! After she said that, Jackie finally made her move. Beams of energy shot out from magic circles, blasting straight at them. And lucky for them, thanks to the warning, Princess Hong Bi-yun and Isomorph threw up protective shields to block the attack. But things went sideways. Another student next to Isomorph got nailed by the attack. Isomorph saw it happen, but there was nothing she could do. But then, while she was distracted, another surge of power rushed toward her. She didn't even have time to turn around. She was totally helpless. Isomorph squeezed her eyes shut, but opened them again when nothing hit her. A bright light shone on her face, and she was just... ? It was Hong Bi-yun. Using her own power, she had jumped in front and formed a giant wall of fire, saving Isomorph from the danger. After blocking it, Princess Hong Bi-yun immediately turned on her. Hey, you idiot, why are you just spacing out and losing focus like that? Isomorph stammered. What? Seeing she was still totally clueless, Princess Hong Bi-yun's voice got even louder. It's more effective for me to defend against fire magic, so just let me do it. You just focus on blocking those lightning spells coming at us. Isomorph finally got it. Yes. Princess Hong Bi-yun kept giving orders. You stay behind us and attack when you get a chance. Isomorph noticed the princess's new attitude, especially since she was talking to him. For a split second, Isomorph was even more confused. What the heck is going on? In the original story, Hong Bi-yun was supposed to ruin their teamwork because she was jealous of Isomorph's skills and tried to mess up their relationship. In the end, she just caused a ton of damage to everyone instead of ruining the performance and just made everything a total mess. But right now, Hong Bi-yun was the one who was reading the situation the best. A blood-red energy attack shot straight for the princess, but Isomorph threw up an ice wall to block it. The princess looked at her, a little startled. All the while, Isomorph was still thinking, no way, that's Hong Bi-yun and Isomorph. Together. Isomorph glanced at Princess Hong Bi-yun and said casually, "You better not get careless and let your guard down either." Hearing that little jab, Princess Hong Bi-yun got totally ticked off. "What did you say?" Right after that, Isomorph suddenly appeared behind them both to back them up on offense and defense. Me too. I can't lose to them. With their defense solid, Isomorph officially went on the counterattack, forming a massive magic circle behind him and unleashing a continuous stream of yellow energy blasts. But with 3 black magic shields in front of her, Jackie blocked everything Isomorph threw at her. Useless. But Isomorph just smirked. Huge bolts of energy suddenly spread out and pierced right through her shields. And once again, a massive explosion erupted right on top of Jackie. Staring at the smoke up ahead, that all-too-familiar question popped into his head. So, is it over? Looking closer, the smoke seemed a bit thicker than last time. And of course, a dark silhouette appeared once more. But this time, it had horns. Isomorph was the first one to see it, and Princess Hong Bi-yun was right behind her. Then Isomorph saw. Jackie's voice had changed as she called his name, Isomorph. Her lower body had completely transformed into a spider, just like the one they saw in the hall on their way down. "Do you hate seeing me this happy?" The noble NPCs completely changed, and they all started shaking. At the same time, someone started throwing up. Jackie was starting to totally lose control. "Why can't you just leave me alone? Why?" Knowing he was part of the reason she was like this, Isomorph tried to yell over to her, "Jackie, it's not like that. Please, just snap out of it." But Jackie had reached her absolute limit. "Shut up!" Instantly, a layer of blood-red magic formed. And it didn't stop there. A second divine magic circle appeared right below it. The sound of that blood-red music started playing again, and a twisted smile was locked on Jackie's face. The original Princess Hong Bi-yun was stunned. No way. Isomorph had the same expression right behind her. He stared at the danger, analyzing it. "This is at least a level 5 risk. I can't even think straight anymore. What are we supposed to do?" As he stared forward, Isomorph suddenly looked up, as if he sensed some kind of movement. The noise got louder and louder, and she had to ask, "What is that sound?" Isomorph, standing right next to her, seemed to know what it was and chimed in. Yusun flinched at her words, but then something else suddenly happened. Jackie screamed like she'd been hit by some kind of shock. Princess Hong Bi-yun asked again, "What's wrong?" Isomorph, looking on from afar, explained, "I don't know the reason, but it seems like the fight between Yusun and the spider sword leader upstairs is affecting Jackie down here." Jackie clutched her head in pain. Isomorph couldn't believe it, but another thought in his mind confirmed it. "Don't tell me. Yusun figured this out and is fighting that monster all alone, just to help us beat this final boss. Ugh. Who knows how he's attacking up there?" But Jackie clutched her head again, crying out helplessly. Not missing this chance. Princess Hong Bi-yun's tone changed. "This is our chance." After she gave the command, the 3 of them once again unleashed their magic skills. Princess Hong Bi-yun's fire, Isomorph's ice, and Isomorph's light shot forward. The ice hit first, freezing the spider part of her leg solid, and then came the engulfing flames from Princess Hong Bi-yun. Light was the final attack that slammed into her. A huge explosion erupted as the 3 elements collided, blowing away the smoke they created. Jackie screamed in rage, "Is this the best you can do, you little brats?" But then her anger hit its peak. "How dare you?" Right at that moment, the original Spider Sword leaders suddenly appeared in the room. Sensing something new here, Princess Hong Bi-yun asked worriedly, "What's going on?" Isomorph was just as confused. "I don't know. Felt like something just dropped." Then, she saw a familiar shape and froze, her mind racing. No freaking way. Is that the Great Blade Tongue Spider Boss? The thing must have fallen from way up, because it was knocked out cold, and the impact totally cracked the dance floor. The big question hit everyone at once. Is it dead? One of the guys couldn't believe what he was seeing, starting to shake. "This is a joke," he mumbled. "Yusun, a student just like us, hunted a level 4 monster all by himself? You're kidding me, right?" But it wasn't just the spider that fell. The guy whipped his head around, spotting him passed out on the ground in a heap. Everyone saw it happen. A giant spider just pancaked the exact spot where Jackie had been standing moments before. From below, someone started climbing the stairs. It was Isomorph, one of her friends, but she looked seriously bummed out. Jackie was pinned under the monster's body. She trembled, trying to push herself up as she glared at Isomorph. "Why do you always have to butt into my business?" Her face twisted with anger. "I am never going to forgive you." But then, a sick realization seemed to dawn on her. "Oh my god, so that's it. You couldn't win the dance-off, so you pulled this cheap trick, huh? It's 'cause no one dances better than me, isn't it? So pathetic. You're seriously pathetic." She let out a dumb laugh. "Turns out you're just like me, totally jealous when someone prettier shows up. Aha. So it's not just me. In the end, you're no different than I am." But Isomorph's sadness just got deeper, watching her friend completely lose it. Seeing that weird look, Jackie snapped at her. What are you staring at me like that for? Hiding her own feelings, Isomorph just looked past her and called out to ISO. ISO, can you summon an ice mirror? ISO's reply was quick. Yeah. Jackie totally misread the situation and smirked. Pull whatever stupid stunt you want. The truth is, I'm still way hotter than you, just as Isomorph asked. ISO created a mirror made of ice right in front of Jackie. She glanced into it, all smug, and then her expression shattered. One whole side of her face had twisted into a spider's. She couldn't process what she was seeing. What? Is this? At the same time, another guy was checking on the main character, who was just sitting up. You okay? Ugh, my head. But Jackie's shriek sliced through the quiet. Is this really what I look like? You're lying. This isn't a real mirror, is it? Yusan was conscious now, but just raised a finger to his lips as Jackie's meltdown went full throttle. You're all trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's absolutely sick. The screaming just wouldn't stop. Jackie's shrieks got even wilder. Ah, get that mirror away from me, please. The rich kids who were all over Jackie before suddenly went dead silent. The Duchess wasn't beautiful anymore. Everyone knew what came next. They all just looked at the floor, letting Jackie have her breakdown in private. Ah, I don't want it. I hate it. This isn't me. Jackie's newly mutated hand trembled as she reached out, begging. Isomorph, please. You can do anything, right? Please, help me. Save me. But then her tone shifted, becoming a twisted sneer. You really think I'd ask you for help? A bladed leg, just like the giant spiders, burst from her arm. Jackie aimed it straight at Isomorph, her face contorted with rage. This is all your fault. You made me look like this. Die! A flash of red and white light erupted, but the one who got stabbed was Jackie. Something shot up from under Isomorph's feet and ran Jackie straight through. Her eyes went wide with shock. For a single moment, Jackie remembered what it felt like to be happy, standing next to Hei Gunryong. There was no saving her. All they could do was put her out of her misery. Isomorphs from Princess Hongbi began to burn. Once again, someone lowered their head, crushed by the guilt of what they had to do. Princess Hongbi felt the same way, but maybe the most wrecked of all was Isomorph, who knew she was part of the reason this all happened. As Jackie's body turned to ash, Isomorph stood there and whispered her last words to her friend. I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm really sorry. The moment Jackie fell, the official notifications popped up. Conclusion of the story of Duchess Iharan, who attained the world's greatest beauty and fame. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations. The scene shifted outside, where people were walking out of portals. A system announcement echoed. Team A6. Simulation practice has concluded. All students have exited. The simulation training for Group B3 is also complete. As the students came out, Teacher Yusan immediately gave an order. Evacuate them. Now. Another teacher responded, Yes, sir, they've all left. Teacher Yusan's eyes fixed on the last area, and you could see the worry on his face. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to him started to act up. Red lightning crackled around it. Sensing big trouble, Teacher Yusan turned to another assistant. The waves are unstable. Get ready. Yes, sir. But before he could even finish, the gate totally warped, the space expanding as the red light faded out. The teacher's eyes were glued to the transformation, but then a tiny smirk appeared on his face. The ant has defeated the tiger. Right after he said that, the students appeared outside, all of them except for one. Then, the red gate vanished completely. Seeing a bunch of students walk out of that death trap, a huge buzz started. Did they really just clear a level 5 persona gate? They're just students. Even seasoned veterans said that place was a nightmare. The questions just kept coming. Is that kid their leader? Arian's face showed a flash of surprise, like he couldn't believe he'd just said that out loud. Then he just laughed at himself for the ridiculous thought. All right, let's pull back. Yes, sir. But things weren't over yet. Once they were out, Yusan stepped forward, holding his sword across his chest. Reporting in. The Persona Gate Conquest mission is complete. Total participants, 16. 1 casualty. 15 have returned safely. Teacher Yusan's expression turned bitter hearing those words. So, in the end, we still lost one person. The teacher snapped back to it and was like, You guys totally killed it. I'm sending a healer over as soon as possible, so just chill out. Yeah, whatever. Just then, a new voice cut in. So, what'd I miss while I was gone? Everyone's head snapped toward that familiar voice as another figure appeared. Oh? Looks like something interesting happened while I was away, didn't it? He froze for a second, totally thrown by this guy's sudden appearance. The headmaster of Stella Academy, the great level 9 mage Eltwin, was smiling right at him. About that story. You're gonna spill all the details for me, right? Cut to ST Building 1, the headmaster's office. Yusol was walking down the hall with Headmaster Eltwin. As he walked, his face was a blank slate, but a new thought was bugging him. A private chat with Eltwin. Seriously? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? He looked away, already complaining in his head. This is exactly why I didn't want to be the leader. Flashback to right before they left the gate. Princess Hongbi gathered everyone like it was some big emergency. Shouldn't we, pick a leader to report on the situation before we bounce? Dude's got this totally blank look on his face, just jerking his thumb over at Isel. So, what about her then? The guy literally just woke up from passing out, and now Isel's just staring, completely clueless that she got dragged into this. But yeah, right from the get-go, it was obvious Hong Bion and Polum weren't gonna let him off the hook. He wasn't getting out of this, no matter what. They both crossed their arms with the exact same smirk. Commoner. My eyes are wide open. Are you seriously trying to brush off your own achievements? Sir, no matter how you look at it, that's just wrong. A drop of sweat ran down his face. It was like some weird switch flipped for Isel. He added, I guess I'm kinda decent, but not this time. He stiffened, thinking vaguely, you too? He squeezed his eyes shut. So in the end, I got stuck being the leader anyway. What the hell even happened while I was knocked out? But the headmaster's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. The headmaster's voice chimed in, changing the subject. This is the third time we've met, isn't it? His eyes went wide as the headmaster kept going. You seem taller than last time, totally lost and still young. He didn't get what the headmaster meant and just froze up again. What is this guy even talking about? As he tried to figure it out, old memories came flooding back. A small village, destroyed by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink! In that snow-covered wasteland, Yusol stood completely alone. Back then, even with a body that couldn't use magic, he was grinding like crazy, practicing the only magic skill he had. Blink. In that moment, he heard a voice from the side. Kid, you're incredible. A cloaked figure appeared, adding on while he was still speechless. You've got an interesting talent. I'll write you a letter of recommendation. So, come to my school and take the entrance exam. You'll even get bonus points. And that person was the current headmaster of Stella Academy, Eltwin. To bring him back to the present, the headmaster spoke again. The reason I called you here is... Yusion suddenly jolted. The headmaster smiled again. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the academy for stopping that potentially difficult situation. He sat there for a sec thinking, this all started with me. But the headmaster wasn't done, and I have no intention of letting this incident leak to the public. Of course, if the student casualties had been worse, it'd be a different story. So, thank you. It's all thanks to you. And there's one thing I need to confirm. He couldn't help but hang on that last word. In a flash, the headmaster's expression turned ice cold. Was there an error inside that gate? In an instant, cold sweat started dripping down Uciel's back. Whoa, what's with that look? No wonder they call him the Warlock Slayer. Thing is, I'm not even a warlock. Caught between lying and telling the truth, Yusol chose the truth even though he was freaking out. Yes, a student died. Jackie showed signs of being corrupted by black magic, he said, his face completely emotionless. The headmaster replied, Is that so? What a pity. To be affected by corruption means they had that darkness in them from the start. No one can fight that. Uciel could tell. He didn't sound sorry at all. Before he could even process it, the headmaster switched topics. Oh, my mind is all over the place. Thinking back, I haven't even offered you anything to drink. He turned back with his signature bright smile, asking, Coffee or tea? Or do you kids these days like soda? Anyone else might not have noticed, but the real test was starting now. Grasping the key information he had, Uciel made his choice. I'll have tea, he said it casually. Do you happen to have a tea called Liddy? The headmaster gave him a curious look, then immediately smiled like he knew a secret. I do. Wait here a moment. Uciel let out a tiny sigh of relief. A moment later, the headmaster came back with a teacup and placed it on the table. Right, Liddy, that's a surprise. Not many people know about it, and even fewer actually like it. He just replied, thank you. A second later, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, showing zero expression. The thought was instant. Yep. Just as I expected, it's totally tasteless. If you had to compare it to earth food, it was like durian or fermented herring. The taste was the issue, but it was weirdly addictive, so some people hated it. It had a funky smell that put people off. They wouldn't even bring it to their lips. But the ones who got hooked became absolute fanatics. The reason he chose Liddy was because this private meeting was a branching path, a major opportunity. Flam, you picked coffee and got promised magic lessons. Isel, you chose soda and had a magical awakening. And Liddy is Eltwin's favorite tea. The only problem was, he glanced over, waiting for the headmaster to continue. About Liddy. You see, decades ago, it was enjoyed exclusively by the Lee tribe on the western continent. They really should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and met a tragic end. Along with the Lee tribe, the recipe for Liddy tea was thought to have vanished. He smiled. Looking at the cup in his hand, this had to be one of the last few batches of Liddy tea left in the world. If those idiotic humans hadn't been so greedy, we could all still be enjoying it today. It's a real shame. But the next words out of his mouth completely blindsided the headmaster. Is it, though? It's kind of weird, because I still drink it all the time. As he set the teacup down, the headmaster shot up, asking desperately, "What? Then is there more?" He replied simply. Hearing that, Eltwin's face fell, pure disappointment showing. I totally saw that coming, but it was way too early for him to give up. I cut him off. Yeah, but I know about it. The recipe for Lee's tea. The dean's eyes went wide. The dead silence of the room was shattered, because the old man completely lost his cool. What? Are you serious? How in the world did you get that recipe? Yuseol knew he'd blurted it out too fast, feeling like an idiot for a sec. Ugh, another thought hit him. This is going to be a real pain to explain. I can't just tell him I got it from some game. With the dean hanging on his every word, he spoke slowly, putting on a sad face. My mother. She taught it to me before she passed. That's how I know. He threw that out there, the final move in his game. His fake sadness was so good, it even made the dean feel down. My apologies. I realize I shouldn't have asked about that. He pushed the sad vibe away. Nah, it's cool. You don't have to apologize for that, he thought to himself. Thank God that went off without a hitch. He snapped back to his usual calm self. The dean cleared his throat, getting down to business. So, would you consider selling that recipe to me? I'll pay you, and I'll pay you well. Eltwin couldn't even hide how desperate he was. But for me, this was the exact moment I'd been waiting for. The moment I'd been hoping for had finally arrived. I didn't waste a second. Actually, there's something I want from you way more than money, Mr. Dean. He bit. Oh? And what might that be? The dean was completely floored again. The headmaster's spatial enchantment technique. I want your help with it. Once again, the guy was stunned by my choice. What did you say? Why don't you rethink this? Lee's tea is out of production. It could sell for a price far higher than that. But my magic technique? It's completely impractical. You get what that means, don't you? I just sat there, quiet. Yeah, I knew exactly what Eltwin's spatial magic and Anizer's alchemy were all about. And when it's all said and done, by using a mana vessel captured by a spirit mage, I can create an awesome multi-dimensional space. It's basically going to be an inventory, a space that can only be made when a mage completely masters level 8 spatial attributes. That's why almost nobody in this world can pull it off. But with a level 9 mage like Eltwin helping me, I can create the ultimate high-end inventory I've been dreaming of. I kept going, putting on a big smile. It's worth more than a few coins. As an alchemist who's searching for the truth of matter, understanding the nature of your magic and how it works, I'd consider that the greatest gift of my life. So please, I'm asking for your help. Hearing my speech, he was hit with one surprise after another. Finally, a smile and a sigh broke through. Seeing my hopeful expression, he answered right away. All right, if that's what you really want, then we have a deal. I was so stoked I could barely hide it. Awesome. Meanwhile, over in the first tower, Vice Dean Akihan was sitting across from someone. He gripped his hands together, starting the conversation. So, I heard a story about that Borsona gate you had so much trouble with. The one you finally opened, only for it to be a total failure, right? Ren. Just as the Vice Dean said, the person he was talking to was Jia Ren from the Crescent Moon Magic Department. Professor Jia Ren closed his eyes and replied, Yes. I'm worried the Patriarch will be furious if he finds out the truth about this. The Vice Dean just smoothed out his jacket and spoke. You're always way too rigid. That's what causes all the trouble. I'm not exactly torn up that you failed, but hey, there are always other ways to do things. Professor Jia Ren looked bored, like he could already see where this was going. Looking right into Akihan's dangerous eyes, the professor called him out. You're planning to make Professor Men lose control, aren't you? The silence was super weird. The conversation ended with Professor Jia Ren getting up to bounce. If there's nothing else to report, I'll be leaving. The hallway stretched on forever as the professor walked away in silence. As he walked, he started putting some new pieces together. The one and only real reason I opened that gate this time was to mess with a few students who might attend the upcoming LAN conference, even though we opened a level 5 risk gate, something way beyond their skills. But who the hell would have thought that Fam Isa, Ia Lopez, and even Hong Bian would all walk out of there safe? Looking at a nearby window, the professor thought, none of this was supposed to happen. Busy with all that crap in his head, the professor was startled when someone spoke to him from the side. Professor, it's been a long time. Jia Ren turned slowly, seeing the polite-looking smile of Ma Yusong. He crossed his arms and kept talking. Back when I was a kid, you were like some kind of dangerous beast. But now, I almost don't recognize you, acting all human like this. Before he could even react, Madhu dropped another huge problem on him. You know, my friends almost got seriously hurt recently. Was it because some old guy carrying the weight of the world is too damn slow at his job? Or did you plan this whole thing? Hearing those words, Professor Jia Ren shot Madu an ice-cold glare. Even if you are the young master, you'd better watch what you say and do. Friends? Ma Yusong's face went dark. The other guy finished with a question. Are you getting a little too invested in this? Still playing that little student role-play game? But Jia Ren was shook. Ma Yusong's voice wasn't the same. So, it wasn't just his face that changed, huh? How dare you run your mouth with that kind of trash talk in front of me? An invisible, but totally real, pressure started crushing the professor's body. He grit his teeth, trying to fight back, but his face just got more stressed as sweat started pouring down. The look in Ma Yusong's eyes, his whole vibe, had completely flipped. Jia Ren could feel that royal aura, that warning in his words. Yeah, playing it safe would be the smart move here. A smirk appeared on his face. You old geezers are so annoying and hard to look at. See you later. Ma Yusong slowly walked away. Each step echoed, giving off a seriously creepy feeling. The professor clutched his chest. The second Ma Yusong was gone, Jia Ren was gasping for air, taking a deep breath just to get his cool back. If it's for the good of the lunar shadow cult, then whatever. The scene changes, switching over to Bi-Yun's group. Her two friends were totally bugging out, turning to the princess like, "Princess, we're so glad you're okay." We heard the school totally messed up setting up the Sona gate. Is that for real? Seriously, what kind of sloppy work is that? Hearing them, Bi-Yun just looked down, deep in thought, not surprised at all. Just as she expected, the other students were clueless about what really went down. Considering the academy's whole image thing, it made sense. Just then, someone called out Bi-Yun's name, their voice impossible to ignore. The princess turned her head to see who it was. Sunbae. A male student walked up with a smile. This dude was Edmund Alex, a third year at the academy. Still flashing that bright smile, Edmund kept talking. You don't have to be so formal and stiff with me. He acted like he was embarrassed by the super formal words. But Bi-Yun was totally unfazed by his act and just replied coldly. The academy has a strict hierarchy. Hearing her ice-cold tone, Edmund switched topics real fast. Haha. Well, I'm glad you're safe. I was seriously worried something happened to you. With that same deadpan expression, the princess shot back. I'm fine, Sunbae. You don't need to worry. A thought suddenly popped into her head. This sly old fox. He's not worried about me. He's worried about his own future. The two top powers in the Yuri-Fion kingdom, the ducal family of Oken, who backed Bi-Yun, and the ducal family of Alec, the only family that could actually stand up to the Okens. And among them, Edmund was the one and only heir to Duke Alec. His whole game was probably to help her become queen and then marry her. Realizing his last approach was a total fail, Edmund changed the subject again. Oh, right. Want to play some worm chess? There's a competition for students coming up soon. Even though Bi-Yun couldn't care less about worm chess, she still nodded. Yeah, whatever. Let's do that. Seeing his chance to get closer, Edmund put a hand on her shoulder, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. All right, I'll teach you a special move today. Watch carefully and learn it. Hong Chun was stunned by his move, biting her lip, totally ticked off as she walked behind him while he greeted everyone. She closed her eyes to calm down, thinking, the sad truth is, I can't become queen without help from a sleazebag like him. If only I had some real power, or even someone with power equal to Duke Alec on my side. Right then, the princess's gaze suddenly shifted to the window. Baek Yusol, by some crazy coincidence, was walking right by, catching her eye, but she quickly looked back at Edmund when he turned and said, Hong Chun, what are you doing? Hurry up, will ya? Still, she couldn't help but glance back at the window, but it looked like he was already gone. Bi-Yun walked away. Yes, Sunbae. Cut to Baek Yuseol holding a flower petal, stopping in a corner with his hand on his hip, checking it out. Let's see, is this enough? The scene around him turned pink as the petal floated from his hand, and an info screen popped up. Absorbing the branch of the enchantment tree will increase spiritual power by 65% and permanently increase resistance to charm-type magic by a small amount. Baek Yusol's status window. Strength 2-star 73%, Senses 2-star 57%, Agility 2-star 42%, Stamina 2-star 19%, Durability 0-star 99%, Spiritual power 2-star 24%, Magic power dash. He looked at the change. He let out a little laugh. Not bad at all. The info continued. Project Kenthelio gives you a special reward. Baek Yuseol put a hand on his chin, thinking, so, cause I cleared a new stage, I get this special reward. What should I get this time? Should I use another growth item? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, can I get Mime's necklace? The system shot back. Possible. He was instantly satisfied. Then give me that. A new message appeared. You have received the item, Mime's necklace. Rank, high. Description, a necklace, crafted by Mime, a future alchemist engineer who pushed a barrier to its limits to protect his own life. Special function, Mime's shield. Automatically defends against one attack of rank 6 or lower. Single use only. Without hesitating, he put the necklace on. Sucks that it's a one-time thing, but having a guaranteed lifesaver isn't a bad idea. Cause in Act 8, he had to fight the awakened Mayrin. The info continued. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. Baekyu Sol grinned. Nice. Prepping for the fight with Meizen is going smoothly. Guess I'll have Eileen Isolde help with the rest. Scene change. We're at the International Alchemy Organization. Baekyu Sol walks up to the place, standing in front of some area. Someone smiled and spoke up. This is the 13th branch of the Cohen Flintlock School, the annex by the Great Elm in the city of Alchemy. He replied, I'm here to see the alchemist, Eileen Isolde. The receptionist's face dropped. I'm very sorry, but you can't see her right now. He already knew it. Looking a little dazed, sticking a hand in his coat and muttering, I knew it. He immediately pulled out a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Eileen Isolde. The receptionist was flustered. Oh my. After that, the conversation got way easier. My sincerest apologies. I'll show you the way immediately. This way, please. Thanks. Arriving at Onte's research lab door, the receptionist called out, Miss Eileen Isolde, you have a visitor. No answer. The receptionist tried again. We're coming in. Just then, Baekyu Sol flinched, freaking out because he felt something. A massive explosion suddenly went off, releasing a crazy amount of pressure. The blast shook the door like crazy, but lucky for them, it didn't break. Inside, smoke was billowing everywhere, making it impossible to see. But thankfully, it didn't seem like a major accident. Baekyu Sol was still there and spoke up. He was totally shocked by the door shaking earlier and had managed to pull the receptionist out of the way just in time, but he was still a little worried himself. Whoa. We almost got into some serious trouble there. Waving the smoke away, Baekyu Sol pushed his way into the room. The haze was still thick as heck, so he yelled out, Yo, assistant, you good? A voice cut through the smoke almost instantly. You must be the student, Baekyu Sol? Even though the explosion was a total mess, Eileen Isolde was completely fine, even smiling as she spoke. Welcome. I've got something to show you. And right then, a familiar face popped up beside her. No way. It was the Gold Alchemist. S. Gordon himself. Buse didn't even clock the old guy at first. He was too busy staring at Eileen Isolde's face, thinking, seriously? A bomb goes off and she doesn't even flinch? But then all eyes shot over to the Gold Alchemist, who was freaking out over some bracelet on his wrist. Hey kid, you seeing this? It's a shield bracelet. The silver band had a single button, and he tapped his finger on it, and bam! A sick green shield materialized, covering his entire arm. The old dude was super hyped as he started explaining. If you press this button twice, just like this, it boasts a 3rd-tier level of power. Baekyu Sol was floored, but the guy wasn't even done. Oh, but what happens if I press it one more time? Pretty insane, right? Even if your mana sucks or you're just some normie who can't use magic, you can still pop this shield at least once. Its defense power is only 500, but that could totally save your butt in a pinch. Right in front of them all, a shield 3 times the size of his face appeared, replacing the smaller one. The weird thing was, there wasn't a single magic rune carved on it. 0. The Gold Alchemist's mind was totally blown. If this gets out, it'll flip the whole world upside down. And it's all thanks to this prodigy, Manhwa. That's when he finally noticed Buse. Oh yeah, you're the co-author on this, aren't you? He said, trying to pull him in. Hey, why don't you join us? Become a full-blown alchemist. Buse was tempted for sure, but his answer left them both just staring. I can't make it as an alchemist. I have 0 mana. An alchemy genius with no mana? Gordon couldn't process it. What? What the hell did you just say? Apparently, nobody at the academy knew. Not that he was hiding it. He explained it was some genetic thing where his body can't absorb mana, which slows down any leakage. The Gold Alchemist pushed up his goggles, still not buying it. You don't mean... Manhwa finished his sentence. The thing they call a limited lifespan? Buse took it in stride, just kind of looking away and thinking, yeah, it's a huge deal. Whatever. He just wanted things to get back to normal. Buse added, my time's limited. Yeah, but I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. I'll figure it out, so don't sweat it. Hearing that, Manhwa let out a sigh of relief. To kill the awkward silence, Buse raised his hand. Anyway, can I get a closer look at that shield bracelet? Gordon jumped. Huh? Oh yeah, sure. The second he got the silver bracelet, he whipped out his encyclopedia glasses to check it out. Information flooded his vision. He could tell right away it was just a prototype, full of raw, useless parts that didn't need to be there. He looked over at Manhwa with a grin. Hold up, can I borrow your magic soldering pen? She looked surprised, but she was cool with it. Here. S. Gordon's eyebrow twitched, having no clue what Buse was planning. Yo, What are you trying to pull? But Auntie Y cut him off. She knew exactly what Buse was up to and wasn't about to let anyone get in his way. After getting the magic pen, he slowly touched it to the silver bracelet. An idea sparked in his head. With this pen and my encyclopedia glasses, I can carve the perfect times version of the shield bracelet, the one from the future. Delete the original, create a better structure, boost the quality. Just like that, he was done. When he fired it up, a way bigger, way stronger shield appeared. Gordon's jaw hit the floor. He grabbed his measurement goggles. No freaking way. Totally hyped, he announced the result. The defense value is up to 800. That's almost 15 times more effective. The old guy was blushing, completely in awe. No wonder, she said. You were the co-author. Ever thought about working with me? As an equal? Don't worry about the no magic thing. I'll get you some alchemists to act as your mana batteries. Buse appreciated the offer, but he turned him down. Sorry. I've got my own reasons for sticking with the whole magic warrior dream. The old guy looked bummed. What a shame. Buse then added, but there is something I need your help with. He held up the purple mana vestal. Can you make an item with this? Auntie Y took it and asked, some kind of enchantment? Not exactly. Buse dropped a bomb on them. It's for spatial magic. And Principal Sayla said she'd help out. They both just froze. Auntie Y managed to get a word out. Wait, what? The principal? Gordon was speechless. That old bat decided to help you? You're nothing but trouble. Auntie Y looked conflicted. I want to help, but I've never worked with elemental attributes before. Buse just smiled. I'm not asking you to do it overnight. Take your time, get the skills down. He figured it'd take a few months anyway. They were both on board. All right, leave it to us. Time to make a masterpiece. Back in the classroom at Sella Academy, I was at her desk, totally stressing. Something felt off. She glanced over at Buse, who was just zoning out and yawning. She was debating whether to go talk to him, but someone else beat her to it. A familiar voice snapped, Commoner Buse. Princess Hongbone was standing right at his desk. I need to talk to you about something important. You got a minute? I watched them, confused. More important stuff? Buse played it cool, saying it was no big deal. I just watched as the princess led him out of the classroom. Once they were gone, she went right back to feeling down. It's not like their conversation has anything to do with me. So why do I feel so weird about it? Meanwhile, the two of them walked down the hall in awkward silence. Buse finally broke it. So, what's up? Princess Hongbone stopped in her tracks. In the world of alchemy, they're saying a new engineered product has been developed. She turned to look at him, thinking he was actually kinda cute, before getting to the point. I heard you're the co-author of that alchemy item. He paused for a sec, thinking it over. Considering the royal family's intel network, I guess this was bound to happen. Staying cool, Buse shot back. So what? You trying to get an in with the business through me? She saw he'd read her like a book. She crossed her arms, putting on her cold, noble act. I won't deny it, but don't get it twisted. The item is important, sure, but having a connection with someone like you, that's even more important. He was totally confused. His mind raced. Whoa, I didn't think she rated me that highly. This is definitely not how it went in the original. Maybe this time, I can actually stop her from dying. She was acting all high and mighty before, but now, she was totally blushing. So, wanna go get something to eat with me? Suddenly, some dude butts in. Oh, Biyun, right? They both look up, totally confused. It's a third year, monitalic, and he sounds seriously annoyed. You blew off lunch with me. Must have been for something real important. Never figured you'd be hanging with some random commoner. Kinda pathetic, really. After that icy glare from Adalek, the three of them just stood there in a super awkward silence. But that quiet didn't last long. It was shattered by Baekyu Seol's thoughts as his eyes locked onto his target. That guy. He'd seen him before when this whole thing was just a game. He's one of the death flags that leads Princess Biyun straight to her own destruction. Judging by this jerk's attitude, Adalek has no idea he co-authored that report. Right then, the princess speaks up, completely snapping him out of it. He's not just some ordinary commoner. I plan on connecting with the Aunt Teresa alchemist house through him, so do me a favor and don't mess this up. But Adalek wasn't having it, flashing a dangerous smirk. Yo, Biyun, you actually believe that? What's a scrub like him gonna do to help you? Aren't I like way better than that? Baekyu Sol just listened to the trash talk, completely unfazed like always. He almost laughed looking at the princess. Whatever, he was used to being looked down on for being a commoner. Even knowing this guy was a major supporter, Princess Biyun shot back with an ice-cold comeback. What exactly are you trying to say? Asterisk Sunbay asterisk. Seeing the princess's face darken, Baekyu Seol decided this wasn't going anywhere good and stepped in to cut them off. Alright, that's enough. Let's just pretend we never even talked about trading items. The princess whipped her head around, looking totally shocked. What? Meanwhile, Adalek was totally digging this. Smart move. The commoner knows his place. But before Baekyu Seol bounced, he dropped another bomb. Oh, and by the way, About that item deal? I'll be sure to tell them that Duke Adalek flat out refused to supply the Adalevit kingdom. Now Adalek's face went stone cold, but that creepy, dangerous smirk was still there. You're getting a little too cocky. You have any idea what happens when a first year challenges a third year? Baek Yusil shot back without missing a beat. So what? That's not my problem. The princess was starting to freak out, stuck in a seriously awkward spot as he went head-to-head with the guy. Even a commoner knows the pecking order at Stella is super strict. Besides, everyone knows he's the most powerful influencer among the third years. What was he thinking saying all that? Ignoring both of them, Baek Yusol just turned to leave. Well, I'm out of here. Both of them stared at his back as he walked off. A look of pure contempt flashed across Adalek's face. How could a first year be so clueless about how scary his senior is? Looks like I'll have to make this kid's school life a little more fun. Seeing all her effort completely go down the drain, Bai Yun's disappointment was written all over her face. Meanwhile, Bai Q-Sol was already walking out to the academy's main courtyard, dealing with his own brand of drama. Sorry, Bi Yun, but if that guy doesn't get taken down a peg, you're never getting a happy ending. It doesn't matter if she gets the throne or Duke Adalek falls, death is coming for her either way. It's inevitable. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes darting to one side. At the very least, I won't let Bi Yun bow her head to that loser. His gaze shifted towards a group of moving students. Over in the distance was Bi Yun, hiding behind a corner. Feeling totally helpless, the princess just facepalmed. Ugh, should I just ditch this whole princess honor thing? The reason Adalek was always interfering with her was obvious. He probably wants her to never be able to stand on her own 2 feet. Then she'd have no choice but to depend on him. The feeling of helplessness just got worse being all alone. Looking down at her fist, the sadness started to swell up again. I just blew a huge chance. Am I really that useless? Can't I do anything myself? Right then, the princess's eyes flew wide open as she realized something. Wait a second. The image and his voice replayed in her mind. I'll be sure to tell them that Duke Adalek flat out refused to supply the Adolevit kingdom. Thinking back on it, why would a commoner talk like that? By all rights, he should be avoiding this kind of attention. But instead, he provoked him directly. She had a seriously weird feeling about this. Don't tell me. And the scene cuts to nightfall. Over in some room at the academy, Baek Yusail pops up holding something. He opens a box and grins. Sweet. It got here safe and sound. A box with 3 compartments was revealed, holding a bracelet, a necklace, and a ring with simple designs. They might not look like much, but their integrated abilities were insane. He just sat there staring at them. Aunt Teresa's prototypes got here way faster than I expected. Anyway, he posed another question. Alright, let's see. What does this thing do? An info panel popped up instantly. Shielding necklace, low to mid-tier. Description. Activates a protective layer that shields the entire body when worn. Effects. Agility plus 11%. Defense plus 14%. Mana plus 1%. Special function. Body shield level 1. 125 BP. Damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Baek Yusol was visibly hyped. Whoa, this thing is way better than I expected. The ring he was holding in his other hand also displayed new info. Unnamed dagger ring, mid-tier level. Description. When used, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and creates a new mana dagger. Effects. Agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function. Magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The last of the 3 items was detailed. Shield bracelet, low to mid-tier. Description. When activated, it transforms into a bracer that protects the forearm. Effects. Strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%, special function, shield level 1, 1000 BP. He gave a nod of approval for the bracelet. That's Aunt Teresa for you. She can even make mid-tier items already. Clenching his fist, a new smile appeared. I need to test these in a real fight to send Aunt Teresa some feedback. And I've already given Dr. Hang Gordon a heads up. Now that everything's ready, it's time for me to absolutely crush Duke Adalek. A few days later, the second exam was right around the corner. This one was split into 2 parts, a practical combat test and a theory test. Alright, for the practical exam, combat magic gets scored differently depending on the spell type. Like for lightning magic, it's all about max voltage and how many times it arcs. Wind magic gets judged by its explosive force, and ice magic is all about the lowest temp and how wide it spreads. For healing, light, and other special attributes, there's a ton to watch. But the main event is obviously the fire attribute. And who else would that be but Princess Hongbi? Watching everyone flex their skills, Baek Yusel couldn't help but be impressed. For real, these main character types are on a whole different level. And then, an instructor right in front of him looked back and spoke up. Yusun, you're up. Yusun's feet hit the testing grounds. The proctor gave the signal to start, telling him to use just one of his abilities. From where he stood, Yusun blasted forward toward a bunch of pillars with big red buttons on top. Using Flash Step, he zipped between the pillars and slapped the red buttons like it was nothing. From the judge's angle, his insane focus and zero wasted movements made it look stupidly simple. The instructors were floored by his performance. Every time they saw it, it was just beyond belief. There was zero lag in his Flash Step. He just aimed and executed it instantly and perfectly. Seriously, it was insane. When Baekyu Sol stopped, the proctor's voice rang out. Yusun's test was over, but he just stood there, staring off into space like he couldn't care less. He was already lost in thought. With this, I've cleared one part of the practical. I can't use magic, so the rest is totally shot. But if I ace the written exam with these glasses of mine, it should make up for it. Just then, Baekyu Seol flinched, looking back all confused as someone got close and called his name. "So, you're Baekyu Seol?" A whole crew of students swaggered over, clearly looking to mock him. "Heard a first year like you actually dared to talk back to a third year? You've got a death wish. Damn, if I were a freshman, I couldn't even imagine pulling that crap." Seeing this crew show up just to start trouble, Yusun's eyes narrowed as he thought, "So, it's starting, huh? It's Amon's crew, right? Just as I expected." One of them got right in his face. "Whoa, look at this little punk. You're actually gonna glare at us?" The guy's face went pale, not planning on looking away. Despite the taunts, Baekyu Seol stayed cool, thinking, "Called it," but you could see he was pissed off. Having to take a beating from these losers was going to be a real drag. He just kept that dead-on stare. Baekyu Seol silently stared down the guy who came to start crap, trying to intimidate him. The dude just smirked. Look at this kid. I told you to look down." Baekyu Seol just tuned him out as the dude kept running his mouth. "This little brat's got more nerve than I thought. A commoner, right? Heard you don't even have parents. Get on your knees if you don't want to die, you piece of crap." Just then, some second years passing by noticed the commotion. "Might as well see what's up," she thought. "What's this? A fight?" It wasn't far, so Yigyung quickly realized it was Senior Amon's crew. But more importantly, she noticed he was there, too. "Huh? Isn't that the freshman we met at the West Magic Cemetery? I think his name was Baekyu Seol or something." After a moment, she just put her hands on her hips and yelled over, "What the hell are you guys doing?" As she got closer, the thug looked over at Yigyung and spat. "Can't you see? I'm teaching our junior a lesson, so butt out. Dan Yigyung, this brat dared to talk back to a third year. As his seniors, it's our duty to discipline him." Hearing the argument, people started to notice her. "That's Yigyung. Wait, isn't she an S-class student?" Catching on quick, Yigyung glanced at Yusun, surprised. But after a closer look, a new thought popped into her head. Baekyu Seol, is he actually gonna kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a 5th-level summoner, he should be able to handle these guys easily. So why is he just letting this happen to himself? No way. Without hesitating, Yigyung decided to step in. "No, don't do it." The thug was totally thrown by her move. "What the?" Yigyung calmly closed her eyes and continued. "If what you say is true, a freshman talking back to a third year isn't a small thing. In the military mage corps, that's insubordination. So, what I'm saying is, let's open a special training session for the junior." Hearing this, both guys just stared blankly, totally baffled by the suggestion. "That kind of training needs to be approved by the student council president. I'll handle it." Since it was her idea, Yigyung decided to take care of it. "I'll go get the approval, so let's do this by the book, all right?" Suddenly having a legit reason to fight, the thug cracked another perfect, slimy smile. He even let out a bit of a murderous vibe. Staring right at Baekyu Seol, he added, "Fine, sounds like fun." The whole crew then took off, leaving the two of them watching. Now that it was just them, Yigyung finally spoke to him. "Sorry for interfering, but if I hadn't, they would have never let you go." Baekyu Seol said nothing, but his face showed his surprise. "Huh? What's she mean? They wouldn't have let me go?" Getting no answer from him, Yigyung just voiced her guess. "You were planning to use the moment they humiliated you to hit them with a massive counterattack, weren't you? Someone smart enough to take down a summoner wouldn't talk back to someone for no reason. So there's only one reason, to end this stupid tradition of senior hazing. You chose to sacrifice yourself." Baekyu Seol just stood there silently, listening, and then a totally clueless look took over his face. "Me?" It was like he was thinking, "Who am I? And where am I?" Getting back to the point, Yigyung looked at the group, who were still in the distance, and continued to break down her theory. But some of them don't have a choice but to follow Aesir. They're called the coerced, tied down by their family's circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like that get punished too. She then put a hand on his shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. "So I'm gonna set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president." Hearing this, he could practically smell the incoming danger. Yusun started sweating buckets, with no idea what to do. A helpless smile crept onto his face. "Huh? What the hell has she been talking about this whole time?" Time flashes forward, and some kind of detailed blue diagrams are being drawn out. It's a different type of formation, one created by a certain professor. All right, check it. This is the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. Down below, all the students are grinding through their written tests, and you can bet most of them are whining about it. Ugh, this stuff makes zero sense. Am I ever gonna finish this thing today? But hold up, in the middle of all the losers, one guy just gets up and walks away from his seat. That's Beck Yusin. The second he puts on his encyclopedia glasses, his brain power shoots past all the senile professors combined. He just says, "Yo, I'm turning this in." The proctor takes the paper, looking totally confused. Huh? It's only been 20 minutes. You're just giving up on the test? How's that even possible? Yusun, already walking away, just glances back to explain. Nah, I finished it. Sounding completely bogus. The proctor actually checks the answers he wrote. What the hell? You mean to tell me? And just like that, the guy's confusion flips into a full-blown panic right on the spot. Yusun just tucks his glasses back into his coat. Yusun walks off all chill, thinking, I didn't study at all, but man, that felt good. But things get a little complicated when he has to stop, hearing someone trash-talking him from the side. Yo, isn't that Yusun? I heard he's just a freshman, but already mouthed off to AS Mon Italic. Looks like he's about to get put in his place, for real. He just freezes right there. He knew something was up. Looks like the entire damn school knows. His expression darkens. And now, Dion himself has to show his face for some special training for the underclassmen. To put it simply, it's a system where seniors who want to teach a lesson can challenge a junior directly. They throw down one-on-one at Stella. Seniors are banned from insulting or hitting juniors, but in a training session, they can legally punish them. They just call it a challenge. But really, it's just an excuse for seniors to beat on juniors with magic, which is why you need the student council president's approval to stop the abuse. Except S-class students can file the request themselves. I was just gonna kneel and get it over with, but now it's turned into this whole mess. He remembers thinking, whatever, I'll just kneel real quick and go take a nap. On the long walk back to his room, Yusan finally makes a decision. If it's come to this. He opens up some box, and inside is an item. Something weird, like a teddy bear. He picks it up, a confident smirk playing on his lips. If I can't avoid it, whatever. I might as well kick back and enjoy the show. Cut to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone's reviewing documents when they notice a presence at the door. This student is the council president, a second-year S-class named Esmiro Yoon. And just as expected, the guy who was talking to Baek Yu-seol earlier shows up here, looking dead serious. The president immediately asks the question, Ban Dejeon, what brings you all the way here? Without wasting a single second, Dejeon slaps a piece of paper on the president's desk, but his voice softens up a little. I'm requesting approval to open a special training session for a junior. The target is Baek Yu-seol, the S-class freshman. The president looks surprised by his words. Ha, I thought you hated ridiculous stuff like this. Why are you doing it now? She shows zero emotion. Dejeon says, it's because I hate it that I'm doing it. Since this is a pretty big deal, the president gives him a little warning. I don't know what you're plotting, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't beat a second year. The gap in experience isn't something stats can make up for. And you still want to open a training session? Waving the paper in his hand, Dejeon flashes a grin and says, if you want to know why, just come watch. It's gonna be fun. Seeing his sudden change, the president's eyes narrow and she lets out a sigh. Seriously, what the hell are you planning? Meanwhile, the sound of someone else about to enter echoes from outside. Oh, student Miro Yoon, it's the proctor from Baek Yu-seol's exam, holding a piece of paper as he walks into the room. Could you take a look at this report for me? A student's thesis report. Recognizing him, the president greets him. Ah, Professor Jerion, welcome. Did a thesis worthy of being sent to the academy actually show up in this exam? But she hides a bit of annoyance. The last one you brought wasn't all that great, but you insisted on submitting it anyway. Haha, just give it a look. The dude who was a little confused before is now way more confused. The president gets it now. Wait, isn't this the circuit design model from Professor Procus? This is seriously impressive. It cut the inverse model decomposition loop formula in half, and with such a simple equation. Looking closer, a thought hits her. The circuit model was already perfected by countless scholars before, yet someone pushed it even further. You can only call this genius. She can't wait anymore. The president asks the most important question. Who wrote this? Raising one hand, the professor answers with a smile. Student Baek Yu-seol. At this level, he should probably be invited to the Aslan Symposium. This isn't the time for that. I need to report this to the vice principal right now. The room suddenly falls dead silent. Holding the exam paper, the president is just stunned for a long moment. Juggling two incidents involving the same student, the president has a thought of her own. This Baek Yu-seol kid. He's way more interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald grabs Yusan's test and immediately hunts down the vice principal. He puts the document on the desk. The vice principal leans on his hand, scowling. Are you trying to recommend student Baek Yu-seol for the Aslan Symposium? Is that it? Professor Jer happily replies, "Yes, as you can see, this is absolutely incredible." But the vice principal's voice suddenly drops, cutting him off. "That's going to be difficult and rather annoying." Professor Jer. The professor unconsciously mutters his own name. Yes. The vice principal composes himself and starts to explain what he just said. Right now, Stella has tons of applicants besides that student, especially this year's first years. They're all promising candidates who would stand out anywhere they go. In one academy, the maximum number of students who can go to Aslan, not counting special individuals with fixed attendance rights, is 2. And you want to nominate Baek Yu-sol for one of those spots? A magic warrior who can't even use magic? That's a straight-up insult to all mages. Professor Jer just stands there, stunned, and then closes his eyes as the vice principal continues. "If you understand, then you should leave immediately. I will absolutely not allow Yusan to go to Aslan." "I understand." Jer leaves the vice principal's office, looking totally exhausted. Meanwhile, the vice principal's scowl just gets deeper. He doesn't even bother looking at the test paper on his desk before crushing it in his hand. Humph, as if I'd let an insect like that into Aslan. Not a chance in hell. With a cold-as-ice expression, he instantly burns the test paper to ash. Time passes silently. The second round of tests ends, and the rankings are posted. Yusun just went with the flow, ending up in front of the huge results board. He pointed randomly, looking totally spaced out, and was like, "All right, let's see what's up." Ah, there I am. After scanning the list from the bottom up, he spots his name. Boom, rank 419 in S-class. Not gonna lie, Yusun felt a little bit proud of himself. So what if the number's kinda high? Nailing rank 419 on this chart is still pretty sick. Even though he totally aced the written exam, his eyes suddenly locked onto one name, zeroing in. Hold up, he thought. Is the number 1 spot really him? The rankings were clear as day. Number 1, S-Class's Sma IU. Number 2, S-Class's Isomorph. 3, ISO. 4, Hey Gun Ryang. And at 5, Bion. The top dogs were all S-Class. No shocker there. But something about the list just felt off to him. Hey Gun Ryang, the guy who was second place last semester, had dropped down to 4th. Was it because ISO and Isomorph actually started trying for once? Just then, Princess Bion herself just appeared right next to him. He was so lost in his head, he didn't even notice her there. Ever since Jeki went down the dark mage path, the options for ISO and Isomorph totally vanished. Seeing how zoned in he was, Princess Bion decided to speak up. "You trying to game the system and adjust your rank or something? I mean, it's kinda obvious." Princess Bion waited for an answer, but that was basically impossible. A bead of sweat dripped down Yusun's face. Her sudden appearance completely freaked him out. Whoa, what is she even talking about? Why is she here? Is she planning something sketchy? As if she could read his mind, Princess Bi-yun just kept going. "Still, the fact you made it into the top 600 looks like you're aiming for the academy tournament." Hearing that made something click for Yusun. He put a hand on his chin, thinking it over. Oh, right. That thing. The academy tournament. An event where a bunch of hand-picked students get to throw down against kids from other big-name magic schools. After that thought, he immediately looked over at the girl who was judging him so hard. But all he saw was a shy, blushing face as she awkwardly tucked her hair. He thought, what's her deal? What is this weird vibe? He couldn't help but lean in a little closer. Yusun, never one to hold back, just said what was on his mind. "What's up? Got something else you want to say?" Bayon's eyes went wide, her face getting even redder. She whipped her head away, totally pouting, and even clenched her fists. As Yusun stood there, completely lost, she finally popped a question. "Why'd you do it? Are you really that clueless, Yusun?" Her eyes narrowed. "Why would you ever pull a stunt like that with Amon? That guy's got influence, and he holds a grudge for life. He'll probably make your life a living hell until the day we graduate." Her voice got dead serious. "Are you sure you can handle that?" Seeing Princess Bion actually worried about him threw Yusun for a loop. He couldn't stop staring as her expression kept changing. Without even thinking, Yusun just blurted out, "Nah, I don't think I can handle it." That answer felt like a punch to the gut for the princess. She was totally crushed, and Yusun was right back to being clueless. He'd rather just crush all these younger wannabe kids and get expelled than let them get in his face. Back with the princess, her clenched fist started shaking as she shot 2 questions at him. "Then why did you do it? What do you even get from me?" Instead of answering right away, Yusun let the silence drag on, his eyes still glued to the princess. It was only when he finally looked away that he spoke, "Because our relationship is more important." And with those words, Princess Bion's entire world instantly turned bubblegum pink. But knowing he wasn't finished, he scratched his cheek and looked away again. "And anyway, I'm not doing it for free. When this is all over, you're signing an item contract with me." Princess Bion, standing across from him, was totally confused. She knew for a fact you could get an item contract from anyone, not just Adelapit. But why? Yusun's mind started racing. Crap. I can't just tell her I want to save her and give her a happy ending, he thought, his eyes darting away. I'll tell you later. The curiosity was killing her, but Princess Beyond knew she couldn't push it, so she changed the subject. Fine. By the way, got a plan for the rookie training session? This time he answered right away. Yeah, I guess I'll have to figure something out. The princess dropped some totally unexpected advice. You don't need to hold back. Yusun was confused. Huh? Princess Beyond just radiated confidence and kept talking. Yeah, with your natural talent, you can totally go toe-to-toe with the upperclassmen. Don't worry about it. I'll handle any fallout. Yusun started to sweat a little. Okay, thanks. A new thought popped up. So I guess she's trying to be nice and help me out, but why is she so convinced I can actually win? While the two of them were talking, someone was hiding in a dark corner of the hall, hearing every single word. And this person was none other than Asua, the fire magic prodigy. She had left and headed to a special training ground, and in that place, a massive flame suddenly roared to life. Right there, in the practical magic classroom, was Asua, training under Professor Hong Reo. He was actually cracking a smile and giving her praise. Your control is seriously amazing. Asua, you're short on raw firepower, but that's easy to fix with such precise control, and you'll definitely pass this test. It'll be super effective against sensitive enemies or on stealth missions. Then, his eyes shifted somewhere else, comparing her. But your magic still isn't enough. Princess Beyond looked down, totally bummed out, as the professor kept on nagging. Fire magic isn't all about destruction. How many times do I have to say it? And yet, you're ranked #1 for fire attribute compatibility. It's ridiculous. Now, do it again. Aswa glared right through his criticism, a look of pure defiance starting to show on her face. An endless storm of magic fire erupted from her, getting stronger and stronger. The training dummies in front of her were completely swallowed by the raging flames. Akong kept grinding, practicing her specialty, fire magic. But you could totally see the dissatisfaction on her face. Lost again. Seriously? Like, I know I tried harder than anyone. So what gives? She dropped her magic staff, staring at the destruction she'd caused. Akong still had no clue why she couldn't pull off a win. Back with ISO, she overheard some students gossiping nearby. Yo, isn't it today or something? The practice match between the first and second years. We should totally go watch. ISO had her own thoughts on that topic. Is this about Baekyu Seoul, maybe? Meanwhile, she totally blew her chance to talk with Baekyu Seoul when Princess Hongbi just snatched him away. A flash of disappointment hit her, but whatever, it wasn't that big of a deal. I've still got class anyway, and so ISO had to trudge off by herself, but deep down, she was seriously hesitating. Then she stopped dead in her tracks, a little smirk forming as she hyped herself up. Huh, finally made it. ISO glanced over at the person who just started talking to her. Hey, you came too? It was a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling. There's a rumor that Baekyu Seoul is fighting, you know? This chick was Harry. A first year from Class B, she plopped down right next to ISO without a second thought, her smile getting wider and a little more teasing. For real though, you two aren't secretly dating, are you? That's why you're here, right? ISO was already flustered, but hearing that made her face turn beet red. It's not like that, her voice totally cracked. Baekyu Seoul and I. We're not. She couldn't even finish the sentence. Harry gave ISO a new look, though her smile never left her face. Well, this is a shocker. I was wondering what the trader's daughter was like. But isn't she way cuter than I expected? Yeah, there was no way she could force that conversation any further. Instead, Harry remembered she hadn't introduced herself yet. Whoops, this is a little late, huh? I'm Harry, from Class B. Nice to meet you. ISO just stared. Yeah. Ah, nice to meet you. Just then, a loud gasp from someone in the crowd snapped both of their heads in one direction. Looked like things were about to start. Down in the huge arena, Baekyu Seoul appeared, standing there like a log with a backpack on. As the crowd's chatter got louder and all focused on him, he looked as clueless as ever. Why are so many people packed in here? It wasn't just him. From the stands above, Senior Dako yelled down some encouragement. Hey, you brave kid. I don't know the details, but take it easy on them, okay? Hearing himself get hyped up like this, Baekyu Seoul was completely lost. A new thought popped into his head. Wait a minute. Aren't I the one the seniors picked to get beat up? Why do I have to be the one to go easy? As for Dion next to him, he was weirdly chill. But forget him, the other students were totally stoked for a fight like this. That jerk Baekyu Seoul is finally gonna get what he deserves. A commoner who thinks he's the center of the universe. Serves him right. Once a senior targets you, it's game over. As he said that, one of the two guys froze solid. Hearing her guy get badmouthed, Hongbi shot them a death glare. The coldness ramped up, like a silent threat to shut their mouths or face the consequences. And yeah, it totally worked. When Princess Hongbi walked off, the two trolls were hiding in a corner, too scared to do anything else. Just like everyone else, Hongbi cared about the match too, and picked a good spot to watch. But thinking about him made her eyes narrow a bit. That commoner, Baek Yusol, was just standing there, so calm. Not long after, Baek Yusol's eyes locked onto the person standing across from him, who finally spoke up. "Hey kid, you ready?" His opponent was finally revealed. Second year, Class C, Caliban Kadan. He glared, his eyes sharp. Class C, he's probably ranked around 300. Even though I'm in Class S, if we're talking pure combat ability, he's way above me. Best bet is to avoid a direct fight as much as I can. Baek Yuseol gave a casual swing of his sword. I'm ready, I guess. Hearing that, Caliban cracked a dangerous smile. Stubborn till the very end. And just as the tension was about to boil over, a professor stepped up to officiate. Since everyone is present, I will explain the rules. This match will last for a maximum of 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you is knocked out. If any life-threatening situations arise during combat, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either combatant can choose to forfeit, and the match will end immediately. Now then, let the match begin. The moment he finished, they were both teleported to a massive forest. A clock showing 4 zeros was the signal for it all to kick off. Caliban was still oozing confidence as he pulled out his wand. Opposite him, Baek Yuseol's face got serious, holding his light sword to cut through some of the tension. Harry glanced at ISO and asked the question, "Who do you think's gonna win?" ISO already had an answer. The senior, of course. After all, Senior Caliban is an heir of the Earth attribute. The Earth element has insanely strong defense, and Baek Yuseol's firepower isn't exactly overwhelming. Harry agreed and broke it down even more. Not to mention the Earth element specializes in controlling the terrain. He can literally control the battlefield, which makes his attacks way more versatile. Can Baek Yuseol's sword really pierce the defense of a third-level Earth mage? Even though she was the one who said it, ISO still felt a little bummed out. Harry Landon, you're right. There's no way Baek Yusol can win this, logically speaking. But she still had a little faith in him. Back in the fight, Caliban's face looked way more dangerous. "Today, I'll teach you what real fear is, domain of the Earth." He trailed off, suddenly looking super confused. The ground started to split open, but Baek Yusol had already used Flash Step twice. His first move was to create some distance, and once he was at a safe distance, Baek Yusol realized something. Across the field, his opponent, Caliban, had sensed the exact same thing. A brand new smirk just flashed across Baek Yusol's face. And once he's done grinning, he's out, bolting as far and as fast as he can. Caliban, left in the dust, can't believe he moved that quick. What the heck? Everyone watching was thinking the same thing. Harry, totally stunned, just muttered what he saw. Whoa, he just ran for it. Didn't even try to save face. ISO and Trung next to him had to agree. Yeah, guess that makes sense. ISO was still kinda worried for Baek Yuseol, but in this mess, maybe running was the smartest play. Back in the fight, Caliban was on the chase, his face getting angrier by the second. He roared, "You damn coward, get back here!" But like, for real, it'd be weirder if he actually turned back. Who in their right mind would listen to that and come back? Once you've bottled up that much rage, it's gotta blow sometime. Caliban gritted his teeth, hard. Then, right where he stood, 3 simple green magic circles popped into existence. Stone Shard. Baek Yuseol was caught off guard by the sudden switch-up. By the time he realized what was happening, the attack had already slammed into the ground in front of him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Princess Hongbi-yun watched on. The seniors, Cho Guang and Dion, held their breath, waiting anxiously. Stopping near a bush, Caliban cracked a smile, thinking, nice, that one definitely landed. But you know what they say, the higher the ego, the harder the fall. Caliban froze. What is this? Hanging right in front of him, upside down by its tail, was a swinging monkey. A monkey doll? That moment of confusion was all it took to dull his sharp instincts. What the hell? How'd this get here? While he was spacing out, the 2 claws on the doll's hands began to close in. A wave of dangerous pressure washed over Caliban's senses. Boom! A blinding flash of light exploded outwards. He had to throw his arm up to shield his eyes. True to his nature as an earth mage, a green light enveloped Caliban's entire body. He didn't budge an inch, but that uneasy feeling was getting stronger. Ha, that was way too close. Good thing I boosted my body's weight to match the Earth's gravity. But that didn't matter anymore, because his senses were screaming that something was wrong. An Earth shield materialized right behind him. And just as Caliban predicted, with a sharp whistle of air, Baek Yuseol appeared right there, swinging down with his sword of light. A loud cracking sound echoed out, but damn, the sword couldn't break through it. Caliban spun around, a smug grin on his face as he raised his wand high. Die, Stonebreaker! The Earth shield he just made vanished in a blink, replaced by the swirling energy of a new explosion about to go off. Caliban was sure he wouldn't miss again this time. But life has a funny way of slapping you in the face, right at the epicenter of the blast. There was nothing there, not even a single trace of anything weird. Nothing? Seriously? Caliban scanned the area. Hey, freshman punk, is running all you know how to do? What was all that crap you were spouting about a night spirit? Just empty words? And for the next reality check, he stepped on something weird. And holy crap, his body started reacting in a totally bizarre way. A second ago, he was heavy as a rock. Now, he was being lifted off his feet. Whoa, I'm floating? Why's my body so stiff? He was totally off balance, stumbling and tilting to one side as his eyes shot forward. From a distance, hiding in a bush, Baek Yusail was watching everything unfold. A smirk of pure confidence spread across his face. But when Caliban saw it, it looked like a total taunt. Ugh, that little brat. Is he smiling? Pushing his magic to the absolute limit, Caliban crouched down and snarled through gritted teeth. Gravity of the great earth! His wand shot out, pointing right where the kid was before, but Baek Yusail had already vanished. Annoyed, frustrated, pissed off at himself, Caliban had to frantically look around for him again. This little rat wants to play hide and seek? Get out here right now. Not sure if it was the camera angle or what, but another weird thing, like a tennis ball, came flying in from the distance. He spotted the movement instantly. Caliban dodged to the side and sliced it in half with his wand. Stop with these cheap, pathetic tricks. But where the ball was cut, a bright light started shining out. Instead of an explosion, it was a smoke bomb. Arr! Just like that, Caliban was temporarily blind. Tears streamed down his face. Game over. But nope, Caliban was still standing, just looking a little rough. Ugh. Was that a freaking CS gas grenade? Even though he wasn't really hurt, his attention was accidentally drawn to a little bell shaking on the ground, one he hadn't noticed before. And then, the inevitable happened. That light flashed for everyone to see. Instead of just affecting Caliban, it was now messing with everyone watching from the sidelines. Harry was confused. What the hell was that? Someone squinted and answered, looks like some kind of flashbang. Blocks your sight and hearing for a bit. From CS gas to a flash attack. Looks like this second-year senior is totally disoriented. Princess Hung Bi-yun, watching from a corner, pouted and made her own call. This is it. If he can just approach slowly now and land the finishing blow, that commoner will be the winner. But then, something changed that made the princess's eyes go wide as she looked down below. Huh? What now? Down below, Baek Yusail casually pulled out more of those round balls, getting ready to throw. Bingo. The first one smacked Caliban right in the face, distorting his cheek with a wave of pain. Can't let the rest go to waste. Baek Yusail kept using his flash step skill to switch up his attack angles. From another viewpoint, Senior Cho Guang and Senior Dion voiced their doubts. Is that another CS gas bomb? Looks like it's mixed with some simple smoke. What am I supposed to say here? Baek Yusail's attacks aren't exactly fatal. Well, I mean, he did manage to lightly injure the guy. Instead of just tears like before, this time there was drool mixed in. Cursing was the only way for him to vent his rage. You bastard, Baek Yusail! Pouring a massive chunk of his mana into it, Caliban ripped a whole slab of earth from under his feet and sent it flying straight into the sky. Down below, Baek Yusail was actually pretty stunned by this move. Apparently, his last curse wasn't loud enough because Caliban cranked up the volume for his next lines. Forget this so-called training. I don't need it. I'm gonna fight you for real, right here and now. Baek Yusail knew what was coming next, so he couldn't help but stare blankly. A gigantic green magic circle, with countless symbols layered over each other, covered the entire area. Baek Yusail's blank stare turned into a full-on freeze frame as a single drop of sweat trickled down his face. Seriously though, isn't a meteor shower a little much for a first-year student? The dude was already pissed and on edge, and now he had to hear this crap. Caliban's eyes blazed red as he grit his teeth. Are you out of your mind? I don't know what these other losers are thinking, but you need to shut up. Doc Cho Kwang and Dijion totally felt that. Yeah, he's got a point, right? When talk is cheap, magic does the trick. Small, sharp stone pillars started jutting out from the magic circle. The slow countdown had begun. 14 minutes, 47 seconds. 14, 49. Caliban's staff shot into the air, ready for the attack. As he slammed it down, pointing straight ahead, he roared with all his might. Die! But the timer didn't even flinch. 14 minutes, 55 seconds. A freaking meteor shower blanketed the sky, closing in on Baek Yusail with every moment. The clock hit 14:57, and he was still just standing there, not even bothering to move. On top of that, B. Yusin looked so sleep-deprived his eyes were starting to droop. The seconds crawled by. 14:58, 14:59, and then, the final moment. 15 minutes. A smirk crept across his face. Just as the pillars were inches away, B. Yusan casually raised a hand and announced, I forfeit. And just like that, it wasn't just the attack that stopped. All magic came to a halt under Stella's power. The entire arena went dead silent. Because seriously, nobody could believe he'd pull a stunt like that at the most critical moment, and the one who got played the hardest? Caliban. From the very beginning, he was the only one getting his butt kicked, getting dizzy, eyes stinging, and coughing his guts out. He was fuming, one insult after another, and it took a second for his brain to catch up. Huh? The announcement came through. Spar over. They were back in the real world, standing face to face. First-year student of class SBON has forfeited. Therefore, the winner is Caliban of class C52. Caliban still couldn't process it. Wait, it's over? Completely opposite of that dude, B. Yusin felt a huge weight lift off him. Ah, finally survived. Sucks to be him, still standing there listening to the announcement. The special training match is now concluded. His body began to tremble, and then a scream of pure, helpless rage echoed across the whole square. The match was over. And just as most students predicted, the second year was the winner, officially, anyway. Outside, the gossip was already fired up. Whoa, did you see the look on that second year's face? He looked like he was about to totally lose it, right? If I were him, I'd be throwing hands. I don't care what the results say. You're telling me. The fact is, the first year basically wiped the floor with the second year. It got Stella's students seriously analyzing his whole fighting style. But for real, what was all that stuff Baek Yuseol was using? Was it some kind of newly developed item? Baek Yuseol did great, but I was way more focused on his gadgets. Dion, their senior, got pulled into the chatter. So, is it because he just likes using magic tools or what? While normal alchemists fight by using the terrain around them, B. Yusin used his insane mobility to plan out where to place every single one of his magic tools from start to finish. He basically built his own advantageous battlefield by installing items all over his area, just as expected. That kid is something else. Doc Cho Kwang, their senior, suddenly chimed in with his own thoughts. Oh, Miro Yun said, you requested this training session? So, did you get the result you were looking for? Dijian looked around at everyone again. The result I wanted. Yeah, now the second years won't be so quick to mess with the first years, will they? And sometimes, even if they're a second year, there's always a chance they could get wrecked by a first year. More chatter from other students. Man, I'm so bummed. I couldn't see that arrogant first year's pathetic face. Such a shame. Same here. Dion, their senior, concluded. At this point, I guess this is pretty much the result I wanted. This whole situation just got a lot more interesting. Haha, everything's going great. Cut to the Red Falcon Club room, where someone slammed their fist on a desk. It was Asman Adalek, his fist clenched and his face twisted with rage. Caliban, that absolute moron. Not far from him, Princess Bion was sitting and reading some paper. It had info on the teaching assistant, Antarisa. Alchemist Antarisa develops new magic engineering technologies for the future. Amidst all the talk about Baekyu Seol, Princess Bion was lost in her own world, replaying the fight. Is this what surrendering to let your opponent win looks like? For the entire 15-minute duel, Baekyu Seol didn't even use his sword properly and just humiliated his senior using a bunch of different magic tools. In other words, if he had actually wanted to win, he could have won at any time. But he decided not to and threw the match on purpose. The reason was obvious. It would be way too weird if a first year beat a second year. So, wasn't he basically proving that brute force isn't always the answer? As for Princess Bi-yeon, she thought Baekyu Seol would just get angry and crush his senior, but she never imagined he'd humiliate the guy before backing off. Seriously, that commoner is impossible to predict. In a nearby corner, Asman and his crew were still discussing what to do about Baekyu Seol. So, what are the second years doing now? Didn't I tell them to go teach Baekyu Seol a private lesson? Well, the second years haven't actually messed with Bu-sun privately yet. What? The flustered student scratched his face, explaining carefully. Contrary to the rumors, Bu-sun is super polite to the upperclassmen and treats them really well. I was gonna chew him out, but he's so good at starting conversations that I ended up buying him snacks instead. What an absurd situation. What the hell? Asman was speechless and clearly didn't believe it. Just as they started thinking about what to do next, someone's urgent voice cut in. Young master! Startled, they both looked in the same direction. It was one of Asman's followers from the academy. Seeing her show up gave Asman a really bad feeling. What is it? She hesitated for a moment but still got the words out. I just got a call from the Duke. I think you should contact him. A phone rings, right at the target location. Asman dials a number, already knowing what he's gonna say before the call even connects. Oh crap, this is a bigger deal than I thought. Is my old man really hitting me up first? The call connects and he answers, Yeah, Dad, it's me, Asman. His father's voice fires back. I just got a call from the City of Alchemy. Yeah, from them. He picks up a newspaper. And I received some seriously important news. The alchemists from the Antharisa Institute stopped all shipments to our country because Duke Adalek refused them. Do you know anything about this? Asman shoots back. Yeah, of course not. Why would I ever say that to the Antharisa alchemists? Asmund totally denies it, but his dad just repeats the facts. But it's true. The co-creator of the Delta enhancement technique said so himself. For a second, he's dead silent. Something weird clicks in his brain. A co-creator? It doesn't take long for total panic to set in. Whoa, hold up, Dad. I really don't know anything. I've never even met a guy like that. Then another thought flashes through his mind, and his heart starts hammering. That familiar silhouette. Could it be Baek Sol? A chill runs down his spine, sweat beads on his face. He's totally speechless until a tiny spark of hope flickers to life. Okay, one problem, he says, trying to sound tough. It's completely insane for them to ditch the Adalabit kingdom. Dad, don't you know how much influence we have over the Alchemist Society? Before he can finish, his dad cuts him off, his voice ice cold. This is a scientific and technological revolution, a new tech that's never existed before. It's the ability to create objects equal to ancient artifacts. Even the damn gold alchemists are working with Aunt Teresa on this. Asmund grinds his teeth. He's so screwed. The gold alchemists, too? This is way bigger than I thought, isn't it? His dad interrupts his thoughts. Like you said, the country will restore trade soon enough. But the name Atalek won't be on the list. His dad gets dead serious. I'll ask you one more time. Are you involved in this incident? Asmund has no answer, which is an answer all by itself. Back with Princess Hongbi-yeon, who's surprised someone's calling her name. Hongbi-yeon? Who else would talk to me like that but Asmund Atalek? The confusion is all over her face as she replies, Yes, senior? Right now, Asmund has no choice but to rely on Princess Hongbi-yeon. Can you set up a meeting with Byusin for me? Princess Hongbi-yeon can't believe it. Did Asmund really just say the name of that person he finds so disgusting and hateful? After thinking for a sec, Princess Hongbi-yeon narrows her eyes. Fine, I'll do it. Cut to the southern continent, the Hawun Plains, the Half-Moon Prairie. A gorgeous view unfolds. A girl with long red hair stares out at the vast space ahead. That's Jel. Her face is a total blank. Land prices are going up, Jel says to herself. Just then, another person appears, trembling as they kneel before her. Lady Jel, please, I'm begging you, just this once. Please, show some mercy. A weird panel with the number 3 floats over his head. Jel's info panel shows that special number 3. It's a new skill update. Value appraisal of all things. This skill lets her see every creature, person, animal, or object as a number. The lowest value is 0. The highest is 100. She crouches down next to him. But this guy is only a 3. His value is the same as a random rock on the street. She finally speaks. See? Why are you so broke? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses. The man, however, grinds his teeth, thinking something else entirely. Lies. This business was supposed to succeed. You're the one who ruined everything. But it looks like nothing can be saved now. Bury him. Yes, ma'am. That cold voice is the clearest sign of his doom. The guards move in and drag him away as he screams his head off. Ah, please spare me! Miss Jeliel! Miss Jeliel! Jel gives him one last look. When the sounds finally fade, a weirdly satisfied smile spreads across her face, but it disappears just as fast, and she's back to her usual, bored expression. So boring. Kids these days have absolutely no guts. Just as that thought forms, a familiar voice calls out, Jeliel, are you there? Hearing the call, Jel's face lights up with a radiant smile, her cheeks turning red. That voice is totally different from the one before. The arrival of this person is a total mystery, and this special someone can only be the chairman of Star Cloud Company, Malian. My dear daughter, have you been well? Jel runs up and hugs Malian tight. Daddy, was your trip fun? Her cheeks get even redder. How did the deal go? Is everything okay? Seeing her happy smile, he answers cheerfully, It's still in progress. This time, the Aunt Teresa alchemists developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of a real battle using the item, made by the alchemy co-developer. Want to see it? The smile never leaving her face, Jel says, That would be awesome. A thought sneaks into her mind. Honestly, I wish I had more time to just talk with Dad, but I can't just tell him that. All right, let's go to my room then. Okay. Inside the new room, a purple orb glows brightly. Malian gives a little intro before they watch. He's a first-year student at Stella Academy. He fought a second-year student using that item. Jel is a little surprised by her dad's introduction. The co-creator of this magic alchemy technique is just a first-year student? Jel starts to get a little interested in this guy. What kind of kid is he? When the screen turns on, Jel snaps out of her surprise. It's a crystal-clear 4K image of Baek Sol, but, looking through the screen, she sees that just like her dad, he also has a question mark panel. What the hell? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of the Kelvin Empire, the King of Adalabit. I've seen all their values with my own eyes. There are only 2 cases where the value of something can't be measured. She gave her dad a serious look, or more like, she stared at the little question mark floating by his name. It was one thing to scope out a loved one, but another to sneak peeks at the dude on her screen. The other possibility was that his value was so off the charts it couldn't be measured. The guy on the poster was holding a ton of sick-looking energy orbs. She knew her dad hadn't dropped his name yet. Jel went, "Dad, for real, what's this guy's name?" Her old man just grinned at his daughter. "His name is Beck Yusen. You better burn that into your brain. Who knows, you two might just cross paths someday." She couldn't just blow off her dad. "If you say so, then yeah, I'll remember." They chatted a bit more. "Anyway, Dad, before you bounce, you want to play a round of sun chess with me, or what?" Tapping her fingers on her hand, Jel snapped out of her thoughts about him. "A value I can't even measure? Seriously?" A cold expression flashed on her face. "B. Yuson. Yeah, I'll remember that name. Back at Stella Academy. To be exact, we're with the guy someone was just thinking about. Baek Yu-seol." He was holding a glass, seriously chugging some dark-looking drink, and across from him, Asman Alex was a total mess, awkward and tripping over his words. This dead silence was a total waste of time. He made the first move, setting his glass down. "I'm done with my coffee. If you've got nothing to say, then I'm out." Asman couldn't believe this guy was so blunt and decisive. "Wait, hold up." He didn't even dare to look at him. Asman said, "Look, I feel bad about what happened before. That was my bad. I'm totally regretting it now, dissing you just because you're a commoner. So, please, can you just forget what I said and take back what you said? Can you do that?" The dude just looked bored while the other guy was spilling his guts. But behind that blank face, his brain was working overtime. What's this guy's deal? Honestly, an apology or whatever is not the point. To keep Princess Bayun from her tragic ending, I gotta crush Asman's political power. To do that, Asman had to be caught off guard by his strangely cold voice. "I don't want to do that for times, you asterisk. Right now, I should totally play hard to get. So, what do I have to do?" Let's see." B. Yuson slipped a hand into his coat. "How about we do it like this?" A piece of paper with writing on it appeared out of nowhere. This wasn't just some regular paper. It was magic paper. The kind of insane stuff where you can draw literally anything on it and it magically pops into existence. B. Yuson continued, "This is a magic oath, written on magic paper. Let's make a bet." Asman was completely lost. "A bet?" He explained it more, but the vibe didn't change. "The game is San chess. If I lose, I'll take back what I said. I'll only supply items to the Adulbit Kingdom through the Adalek family." Asman wanted to make sure he heard right. "San chess." The guy laid out his own condition. "But only if I win. You'll have to hand over a ticket to the regular Aslan workshop." Asman could feel a wave of danger coming off those words. "What?" He just calmly listened to the other guy's response. "So, you think that's a fair trade?" Asman's eyes narrowed. "Of course not." The Aslan Workshop was a public forum where members of famous magic families gathered for academic discussions. Only the truly big-shot clans and the magic elite could get in, and there were 3 conditions to attend. You had to have attended last year and presented a killer thesis to get recognized for the next year. You either had a paper ready for Aslan, or you became one of this year's 12 rising stars, because genius mages from all over the world gather there to see who's top dog. Getting into Aslan and keeping your spot was proof of your skills. The ducal family of Adalek had been attending the Aslan workshop for decades. It was the key element that maintained their family's power. He's thinking of aiming for that? He stuffed the paper back into his coat. B. Yuson closed his eyes and added, "Not into it? Fine." Just as he took a few steps to leave, a hesitant voice stopped him cold. "Wait." Asman looked so bummed out it was depressing. You did say San chess." Then a long, dangerous smirk spread across his lips, a nasty glint in his eye. "All right, I'll sign it. We'll meet here, same time tomorrow." He watched the guy's face for a long moment before his opponent basically scrambled off. A whole day passed, leading up to the big event. The next day, way more students than usual started crowding around. For sure, they were all there for one thing. And if you didn't know, someone who did would fill you in. "Yo, why is the cafe so packed today?" Senior Asman from the final year is betting a game of San chess against his first-year junior. No way. Seriously? The gossip was all pointed right at B. Yuson's back. Who at Stella Academy could possibly play San chess better than Senior Asman? So which fearless junior is this? He knew the answer but didn't say it. "That would be me." He let out a small sigh and glanced away. "You guys think I like this?" From the start, I had zero interest in San chess. However, what? He was startled when he saw a student signaling. "He's here." Senior Asman and Princess Bayun showed up, with another student carrying something behind them. Asman Adalek walked in, confident he was the star of the show. The other guy was thinking something similar. Of course he'd bring Princess Bayun along. Today, the princess looked extra cranky, which doubled when she heard the gossip included her. "Wow, the princess looks so pretty today. Aren't those two secretly dating or something?" Princess Bayun shot a look at B. Yuson that said it all. "What the hell? Why is she staring daggers at me? What did I do wrong?" After her little fit, Princess Biyun crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and picked a seat. Another student brought out a board with alternating black and white squares. Princess Biyun had never really gotten this guy. This time was no different. She felt worried. What is Baek Yusol thinking? Asman started learning Sun chess when he was 5 and was called a prodigy. Not just at Stella, but in all of Adelbeit, you couldn't find many people who played Sun chess better than Asman. So why would he pick the one sport Asman is best at? It was like Baek Yusol could read the princess's mind. Asman just smiled at her like she was some familiar trophy, holding that smirk as he turned back to the fateful chessboard. Honestly, it was a shock when Baek Yusol made the condition about attending Aslan. Totally unexpected. He placed his hand on the white chess pieces. But this is even better. Alright, it's time. I'm gonna embarrass you first. Hongbi picks up a piece, a totally psycho grin on his face. Let's get this game started, shall we? Let's just do a final check and confirmation. Asman, already acting like he'd won, brought up the bet again. Once you sign the magic contract, breaking the oath means you lose every last drop of your mana. You get that, right? B. Yusun just gave a deadpan reply, of course. But honestly, he felt like he was playing a little dirty. I don't have any mana, so who cares if I break the deal? Asman placed his last piece at the center of his formation, then gestured to his opponent. The pieces are set. You can go first. A quick thought flashed through B. Yusun's mind. He's giving up the first move advantage in a bet this huge? Reaching into his jacket, he thought, looks like he's totally underestimating me. He was going to use his encyclopedia glasses for all they were worth. Okay, this is looking better for me. At this point, let's do a quick rundown on the rules of Son chess. It's played on an octagonal board. You have to pick 20 pieces from 200 types and place them on that board. You only move one piece per turn, and unlike regular chess, every piece and every square has its own attributes and special abilities. The whole point is to strategically combine them to capture the enemy king and claim victory. Even for me, a battle-hardened veteran with 10 years of experience in Sun, this is no walk in the park. But man, PvP is way more fun than this game. Baek Yusol chose the black pieces, his gaze locked on his rival. Plus, Asman Atalik wasn't just a top Son chess player in Stella, but in all of Adelebit. That overwhelming confidence was basically Asman's entire personality. I'm shocked he'd bet his spot in the Aslan workshop, challenging me with a game like Sun chess. Such an arrogant commoner punk. I'm gonna crush you so bad you'll never dare challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, Baek Yusol, who had the first move, spoke up. Well then, let's begin. It was like they were isolated in a void, completely cut off from the outside world. Asman focused on the formation B. Yusun had prepared. It was surprisingly weird, but at the same time, completely unpredictable. What the hell is this layout? It felt like his pieces were set up to subtly screw with my strategy. That can't be a coincidence, right? Whatever. There's no way a commoner brat like him has played enough Son chess to have any real experience. Baek Yusol made his opening move. Since you let me go first, I'll take my turn. That single move was enough to completely floor a pro like Asman. He's not just moving his queen right at the start. He's charging it straight into my formation. He picks up a knight-like piece. This just proves the guy's a total idiot. A confident smirk stretched across his lips. He slammed the white piece down onto a white square. The second it landed, some kind of special effect vaguely triggered from the last move. To be precise, that piece immediately knocked one of B. Yusun's pieces back. With his knight leading the attack, Asman was sure he had this in the bag. What a moron. He actually dared to push his queen into danger and sacrifice it right from the start. The piece's stats appeared. The fast knight can zip all over the board with its special movement ability. On one side, B. Yusun played with a stone-cold face. On the other, Asman was dripping with confidence with every calculated move. The knight continued its charge. Everywhere it went, Baek Yusol's pieces were knocked away and vanished. The knight just kept pushing forward. At that very moment, Asman couldn't hide the feeling he'd been suppressing. He covered his face and let out a shaky laugh. The shaking stopped, and his true nature was laid bare. I can't believe it. I never thought you'd act so damn reckless. I can end this before I even get to the next movement of my symphony. In this match, Asman Adalek was using one of his favorite strategies, Isomorphs of Destruction. The core of this strategy lies in the perfect coordination of 3 fast knights. Step 1. Use the mobility of the fast knights to harass the enemy. Step 2. Use 5 fire pawns to safely control the map, creating a burning terrain. Burning terrain is a special map that lowers the defense of pieces weak to fire and buffs the damage for fire-type pieces. If he reached this stage, Baek Yusol would have 0 chance. That was the plan, anyway. But as soon as Baek Yusol moved his arm for a new move, Asman realized something had been wrong from the start. It was supposed to be perfect. On a white square on the black side of the field, a piece suddenly appeared without a single word of warning. Asman knew where he'd messed up. An invisible pawn, it had its own unique information. Iron Shackles Trap. Creates a prison in a designated area. Any piece trapped can't move for 5 turns. The 3 white knights that were rampaging were now chained up by red shackles, stuck in the same row. Dread finally started to set in for poor Asmon. My fast knights. The invisibility was supposed to end after 3 turns, so how? The surprise wasn't over yet, as the next bit of information popped up. Invisible pawn. The pawn remains invisible during the match. The invisibility effect ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before this effect ends, the effect is extended for 7 more turns. A bead of sweat trickled down, but that dangerous smile appeared again. That bastard. He sacrificed his queen on purpose just to activate this effect. His hands froze mid-air. It's fine. That effect only lasts for 5 more turns. Besides, this turn, I'm activating my Burning Land field. The white piece was placed on a black square, and flames erupted across the whole board. Burning Land field. Reduces the defense of all non-fire type pieces by 30%. Fire type pieces get a 200% damage boost. It's an environment that debuffs opponents weak to fire and massively buffs the owner's attack. Pulling this off is insanely difficult because it requires holding points in 5 different locations. Once completed, it's a one-sided slaughter. Asmon stared daggers at Yusun. How's that, Yuan? My territory's activated. You're totally screwed next turn. Yusan was way too chill, but then he moves his hand and this gnawing anxiety just hits. Asmon stared, trying to figure out his next trick. Another invisible pawn? That sneaky punk. But no matter what he played, Asmon, the so-called pro, just couldn't see Baekhyusel's move coming. And when that piece landed, Asmon just froze, a single stupid thought in his head. Huh? He totally missed how some lame pawn had just jacked a key spot. A black piece on a white square. A total terrain takeover. When you hijack enemy territory while it's active, you get a reversal effect. In other words, the blazing battlefield instantly flipped into a frozen wasteland. Icy terrain. Activated. The fire vanished and ice pillars shot up from the ground. Asmon was losing his grip. With the reversal effect, ice damage was jacked up 200%. The hidden condition for the flip was met. He got an extra attack turn. 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, and poof. 3 knights and an entire environment were totally neutralized. Amon tried to hype himself up with his usual cocky thoughts. What the hell? He saw my entire strategy. Amon looked up to get a better look at him. No way. It's gotta be a coincidence. It has to be. He adjusted his glasses and saw it clearly. Baekhyusul, a legit chess monster, had him right in the palm of his hand. Asmon's face went pale. His jaw just dropped. Coincidence. Right? There's still 1 white knight free. Snap out of it. He hasn't won yet. Amon just gripped his pants. Another pathetic drop of sweat rolling down. Amon bit his lip. I've faced tons of guys like this. I just gotta survive till my next turn. Then I can flip this whole game. Just hang on and I'll win. He swallowed hard, his face setting like stone, that's all. But the confidence on his face was already fading into shadow. I can win, but instead of pumping him up, the words just dragged him down into doubt. Can I actually beat this guy? Will I even get another turn? Yusun's piece moved without a single hesitation. Asmon looked so small in his chair. Yusun crossed his arms, getting serious, even giving his opponent some props in his head. Asmon's skills aren't half bad. Actually, he's pretty strong. In this world, beating Asmon at Sanchez is like a final boss battle. But after 10 years, some seriously cracked gamers showed up. And this dude is a total psycho. A veteran who played thousands of matches against Asmon and finally wrote the perfect strategy guide. No more hiding it. Yusun let a huge grin spread across his face. And that strategy? It's stored right in these glasses. In other words, I'm playing Sanchez with a full-on walkthrough. The next black piece was placed on a black square. This was different from any piece he knew. The Thunder Bishop unleashes a lightning strike, dealing 200% damage to frozen enemies. If the frozen targets are linked, the attack becomes chain lightning. A crack of thunder showed from under the piece's cap. That signature yellow lightning. Energy started gathering. The blue of the ice-covered field vanished, replaced by streaks of yellow lightning. Amon just watched in total despair as everything changed in a flash. And zap. All the white pieces were gone. Only black pieces remained. Ha ha ha. His cold expression twisted into a smirk. Amon had to choke out the words he never thought he'd say. I lose. Yusun's voice cut through the silence. Yeah, thanks for the game. Then, dead silence. The board was nothing but black pieces and shadows. A second later, the other students started buzzing. One of them was brave enough to actually speak up. Wait a sec. A group of 3 started freaking out. Are you kidding me? Did you see that? Senior A Monday? Actually lost? How did that even happen? Was that a real strategy or just some troll move? Is his game plan really that insane? A.S. Mon didn't move a muscle, totally ignoring the noise. It was the first time he'd faced an opponent so cold and logical. It turned the cocky A. Mon into a blank slate. And then, the one thing he didn't want to see happened. Hong Bi-yun was talking and standing next to the main character. The same thought kept spinning in his head. Did I really lose? And at Sanchez, of all things, he couldn't accept it as they walked away. The product contract was gone. He even lost his spot at the Aslan workshop. His hands started shaking, his thoughts a total mess. What am I gonna do? If my dad finds out about this, my life is so over. The student cleaning up the board noticed Senior A.S. Mon starting to twitch. He slammed his fist down hard on the table, but the board somehow didn't break. All his pent-up anger just exploded. Damn it all. His little outburst made the other students back off. Nobody wanted a piece of that. They just bounced before things got any worse. Soon, the only one left was Amon, hiding his face, shaking. What should I do? Just when he was about to give up all hope, a familiar voice cut through the despair. Senior, look up. A.S. Mon wasn't mistaken. It was Hong Bi-yun. Once she had his attention, Hong Bi-yun straightened up and spoke in a super calm voice. I'll try to talk to that commoner for you. We'll make sure you get the business rights. I'll get him to take back what he said about the Duke Adalek family. Asmon was stunned, like he couldn't believe his ears. A wave of excitement washed over him, making him blurt out his next words. For real? Are you being serious right now? Thank you. Hong Bi-yun, thank you so much. How can I ever repay you for this? The princess's soft voice cut in. Repay me? I was born to be a queen. And just like that, Amon's mood crashed right back to how he felt after losing to Yusin. It had been a long time since Hong Bi-yun showed such a dangerous look on her face. So, obviously, I have to take care of the people who will become my subjects. Hong Bi-yun turned and walked away, cold as ice. Next, I'm going to see Bi-yu-sun. Amon's voice suddenly got quiet. Way too quiet. Hong Bi-yun was barely out the door when a follower's blood-curdling scream totally wrecked the silence. Right, so their whole relationship was basically king and subject. Asmon used his power to manipulate everything, trying to flip the script. But now that the power balance is shattered, they're back to their old roles. Hong Bi-yun's got this smug look on her face, finally free from all that stress. The story then snaps baek to our main character, Baek Yu-seol. And get this, Stella Academy actually has a phone booth. Baek Yu-seol's on the line with someone. Yo, yeah, freeze all transactions with the Adolovit merchants for the next month. He's all smiles, suggesting another way. For now, we're planning to distribute only through the royal family. Got it? The reply comes back instantly. Of course I'll do it. Anything you want. Thanks, Teach. And just like that, his plan was set. He hung up, stretching and breathing in the fresh air. Ugh, finally done. Good thing everything ended safely. But this ticket to Aslan, it's not really that useful, is it? So, what should I do now? Whatever. The main character is automatically going to be ranked among the 12 rising stars anyway. While he was lost in thought, someone cut in. Commoner. Who else would call him that so casually but Hong Bi-yun, who was still here? Crap. He was hoping she'd be gone by now. As she got closer, Baek Yu-seol reached into his jacket for something. Ah, perfect timing. He shoved a paper in her face. Here, a new contract. Hong Bi-yun's eyes went wide. He didn't mess around and laid out his plan. The Antharisa school will only distribute through the Adolovit royal family for 1 month. How you use it is up to you. Hong Bi-yun stared at the new contract's details, then clutched the paper tight when he suddenly tried to leave. So, I'm heading out. She didn't want him to just bounce like that. The princess worked up all her courage and spoke up. This time, I owe you. Her cheeks were bright red and her voice got super quiet. Thanks. Noticing the huge change in her attitude, Baek Yu-seol was a little flustered and gave a short reply. Okay. He had a random thought. It's a miracle I actually got a thank you from her. Knowing she was failing to play it cool, Hong Bi-yun tried to sound more serious. Hey, you said there'd be a price for helping me. If you tell me what it is, I'll pay you back immediately. To be honest, it seemed like Baek Yu-seol hadn't even thought about it. He touched his cheek and looked away. Ah, the price? Actually, the price Baek Yu-seol wanted was pretty simple. He stared at Hong Bi-yun, thinking it was so obvious. He didn't want Hong Bi-yun to get stained by evil. Instead, he wanted her to choose the good path and work with him to build the best happy ending possible. This time, it was Hong Bi-yun who couldn't look him in the eye. Looking at the princess like that, he couldn't just say it out loud. It's not like he could suddenly blurt out, I hope you become a good person. So, based on his 29 years of life experience, he came up with the most fitting and standard response for this situation. Hong Bi-yun leaned in, waiting for the answer. As the two had their cute little chat, he said it, buy me a meal. What? He patted his stomach and smiled innocently. Just treat me to 1 meal. I want to eat until I'm stuffed. All on the princess's dime. Hong Bi-yun was shocked, not expecting his price to be so weird. She froze for a long moment, and then a small smile replaced her surprise. Her Her cheeks turned red all over again. All right, then follow me. Baek Yuseol's surroundings changed, and he was in a new place. He was sure they got here with the car parked right beside them. He stared at the car, sweating like crazy. In the 10 years I played this game, cash items popped up everywhere. The cars in E-Series are so luxurious. He couldn't stop himself from gawking at the car, wanting to take it for a spin. Hong Bi-yeon called him back to reality. Over here, her smile was confident, with sparkling stars around her. He had to tear his eyes from the car and follow the princess inside. She dragged me all the way here. She must have a plan, right? With the princess's money, I should pick out at least the 5 tastiest dishes in E-Series, shouldn't I? But reality was about to hit him like a truck. Hong Bi-yeon stepped aside, revealing a special restaurant. Stir-fried noodles, black bean noodles. We're here. Surprise! Bet you didn't see that coming. Now there were just a ton of question marks floating around his dumbfounded face. And here he was, dreaming a beautiful dream. Where's my giant tuna belly sashimi? Where's my salted fish egg canapé? And my black truffle cream soup? When they both sat at the same table, the atmosphere was clearly split between 2 opposing sides. The bright stars had all shifted to Hong Bi-yeon's side, while Baek Yusol was left sulking. The waiter just stood there, waiting for them to order. Even with all the stars, the princess's expression was weirdly serious. These dishes look a little unfamiliar. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what would make Baek Yuseol the happiest. Hong Bi-yeon remembered her talk with Tiran, who said this place was tied to his past. Is that right? Expensive food means nothing to Baek Yuseol. From the past I happened to see, I learned which food he treasures most. Confident in herself, she pointed to something on the menu. One of these, please. Zooming in, it was the black bean noodles. But on the other side, Baek Yusol casually raised his hand to order something completely different from what the princess thought. I'll have 3 bowls of jampong and a side of tang suyuk. Hong Bi-yeon was confused, her eyes wide as she asked why. What? Can't I order 3 bowls? Hong Bi-yeon was like, no, that's not the issue. This time, Hong Bi-yeon was forced to rethink her whole plan. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Isn't that memory from his time with his mother? And it seemed Hong Bi-yeon realized her mistake. No way. That's right. Why would a commoner write about his mom and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hadn't gotten over his past. He was still regretting those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness that he didn't understand as a child. The waiter brought the requested dishes. The food is here, thanks. Hong Bi-yeon lowered her head and started to feel ashamed for bringing him here. For that dude, black bean noodles weren't some happy memory. It was a symbol of total regret. And I was like, completely clueless about it. Even though she was late to the party, the princess decided to just say it. Sorry for dragging you to a dump like this. But Baek Yu-sun, totally oblivious to what she was thinking, just opens his big mouth. Ugh, it's whatever. He holds up his hand, eyes all wide. Sometimes your wallet just decides to totally ghost you. But hey, she's a princess, so ordering more grub is no big deal, right? He calls out. Yo, we need more fried dumplings over here. Meanwhile, the story of that chess match between Aslan Atalek and Baek Yu-sun was blowing up among the students. A massive rumor started tearing through the academy, spinning completely out of control. What? Senior Aslan actually lost to Baek Yu-sun? No way! Of course, everyone was asking why, and the reason got leaked by a bunch of students who were eavesdropping at the cafe. And get this, the truth was even more insane than the apology rumor. I heard it straight from Aiken, one of the Adalek family's lackeys. Apparently, Senior Aslan only did it because Baek Yu-sun was the co-developer of that alchemy magic technique. Just the rumor that Aslan Adalek apologized to a freshman was wild enough. But the fact that Baek Yu-sun was the co-author of the Delta Enhancement technique, that completely rocked Stella Academy. His name wasn't just buzzing around Acanium anymore. It even reached the ears of the Dark Mages. Cut to the first tower, in Vice Principal Achien's office, who's sitting there with his arms crossed and a face like ice. That kid is so damn annoying. Just some commoner. And wasn't he the one who totally screwed up Mentian's plan? A mysterious masked figure across from him asks, So, should we, handle this on the down low? Achien's face goes hard, shutting that idea down flat. Don't be stupid. If a Stella student just vanishes for no reason, all hell will break loose. The fact that some punk like him gets to attend the Aslan seminar is seriously ticking me off. But whatever. Swiping it from a nobody like him will be way easier than taking it from the Adalek family. We need to keep tabs on this Baek Yu-sun kid. For now, just watch him. They changed the subject. So what's the deal with Mentian? The mystery guy gets straight to the point. She's suppressing her dark magic with the Archpriest's control spell, but she could literally explode at any second. Achien had to rethink everything. The timing is still all wrong. The Familia contract signing ceremony is just around the corner. If she actually loses it and starts crap with the Spirit King, the fallout will be a total disaster. Raiden, you're on Mentian watch. That way, We can use her drama to distract Elwin's sister when we need to. Professor Raiden gives a serious nod, accepting the order. After getting his final instructions from Achien, Professor Raiden leaves the office and heads for the faculty building. The area is a complete ghost town, with all the lights out. It opens into a dim laboratory, with broken glass tubes scattered everywhere. All the lab equipment, including the microscopes, is completely trashed, in a pathetic state, but a few papers somehow survived. In the room, Professor Raiden clenches his fists, staring at something on the floor that's oozing dark energy and groaning with pure rage. Well, this is a mission, so I guess I gotta deal with the important stuff first. Right in front of him is the twisted form of Professor Mentian, who can barely even stand after everything that's happened. Professor Raiden thinks to himself, yeah, this is seriously messed up. Mentian, with bloodshot eyes, asks in a raspy voice, "Are you here to tell me to wait some more? If I just suck it up and wait, can I get my old position back?" Raiden looks calm, but inside, he's totally disgusted. How pathetic. After a whole life of stealing what belongs to other people, you're actually dreaming about getting back what was yours. Still, Raiden decides to show a little mercy. Your usefulness is over. Once the plagiarism investigation starts, you'll be stripped of all your titles and kicked out of the academy. Mentian panics. Then her voice gets all arrogant again. Then why did Achien just leave me here? Raiden's reply is ice cold. You're completely corrupted. As something else, you can definitely still play a role. That's why you were left here. Mentian starts shaking, slowly losing what little control she has left. Ha! You're trying to make me lose my mind, aren't you? You bastard. As Mentian bares her fangs, ready to snap, Raiden cuts her off again. Then just leave. Mentian is stunned, like she can't believe her own ears. What? A dark blue gem rolls across the carpet, heading west. Go to the Lost Garden. Raiden turns his back. Our people are hiding out there. If you survive long enough to find them, break this crystal. It'll release the magic that's stopping you from going full monster. Just as Raiden reaches the stairs, Mentian's voice stops him in his tracks. Why are you letting me live? Raiden doesn't even bother to look back. I just hate seeing one of our own die such a pathetic death. As soon as Raiden is gone, Professor Mentian manages to get to her feet and stumbles toward the crystal. Not even hesitating, Mentian snatches the orb and starts walking towards some unknown destination, stopping next to a table with the annual plan on it. She stares for a long time at what's on it. More accurately, at the notes she wrote herself. But when she focuses on one particular entry, her dark magic erupts, out of control, filled with all her pent-up fury. The old Mentian is gone, replaced by a domineering monster. How dare you? You really think I'm just gonna leave after you turn me into this, without doing anything? I'm going to tear every single thing to shreds. The thing Mentian just ripped to pieces was the plan for the Familia contract signing ceremony. After that, time flew by. Today is the day Stella Academy students have their first field trip to the Cradle of the Sacred Tree to take part in the Familia contract signing ceremony. Giant airships begin to take off on a new journey. Inside one room, a certain someone and a few other students are chowing down on a meal. Across from them, two students look at each other and start gossiping. You know, that reminds me of Baekyu-sun. That guy got chewed out and dissed by the seniors for, like, forever. But now, nobody would dare mess with him. Oh yeah, I heard about that too. I even heard he was for real the co-developer of that alchemy magic technique, right? After that rumor got out, some of the seniors even came to apologize to him personally. The students look over at Iz and ask her, Iz, do you know anything about that? Iz just grabs a pastry and answers casually, nah. The other students just kept on talking. Whatever. Is this really about Baekyu-seol? Humph. I took a bite of my snack, kinda thinking about him. Is it just me or what? I don't know why, but it feels like Baekyu-seol and I are drifting apart. Kinda makes me feel alone. But the other kids, they're totally clueless. Someone cracked a smile. Honestly, I totally thought Baekyu-seol and Isomorph were dating. He hadn't even chewed before spitting everything out. Seeing Isomorph acting so weird, his friends got worried. Dude, you okay? Here's some water. Thanks. He's been getting super close with Princess Biyun lately, right? Yeah, right. As if a princess would ever fall for some random commoner. Io chugged his water, listening in. But for real, the way the princess looks at Baekyu-seol isn't exactly normal. This time, Isomorph started coughing like crazy. Io, dude, slow down. Nearby, Isomorph noticed what was going on. So that's Isomorph, huh? All the other students making a fuss over him. Isomorph stopped for a second, lost in thought, but then decided to just keep walking. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling. Looks like Io gets along with people just fine. Usually, he'd be over here all by himself, picking a fight with Biyun. Did something change when I wasn't looking? Is this all because of Baekyu-seol? Speak of the devil, and he appears. There you are. Been looking for you. Hey, can you do me a favor? Isomorph practically jumped out of his skin. Whoa, you scared the crap out of me. Didn't expect you to just pop up like that. Trying to play it cool, Isomorph asked. What is it? Baek Yusol held something out, looking totally lost. Pick a flower for me from here. A Hanbaram flower. A wind flower. Isomorph paused for a beat before asking again. Hanbaram? The flower that only ever faces one way? What do I look like? A flower vending machine? Even though he said it, and totally thought it, his hand was already reaching for the pot Baek Yusol held out. A moment later, Isomorph's magic flared to life. A flash of emerald light focused on one spot. In an instant, a beautiful, shimmering, 5-petaled white flower bloomed in the pot. Baek Yusol was smiling so hard, his eyes practically disappeared now that he had what he wanted. Thanks. Isomorph just crossed his arms, knowing something wasn't right. So, what are you going to use this thing for, anyway? The second the words left his mouth, it clicked, so he just asked him straight up instead. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go to the 4th floor. Baek Yusol was shocked that Isomorph figured it out. Of course I am. Why else would I get this? Isomorph couldn't stop himself from muttering a few more words. You better watch yourself, or this time, but then he just trailed off. Baek Yusol just stared, a giant question mark over his head. Realizing he said too much, Isomorph quickly looked away. No, it's nothing. But he was totally caught off guard when Baek Yusol asked right back, what about you? Are you okay? Total confusion. Me? Am I okay? What's that supposed to mean? Baek Yusol tucked the flower into his bag with a grin. It's just, you seemed kind of down after the Persona Gate practice. Isomorph whipped his head around, his face turning bright red. That's not it. You're just being nosy. Don't think I'm gonna thank you just because you're worried about me. I said I'm not. Jeez, can't you be honest for once? Oh yeah? Then give me back the flower. Meanwhile, at the Menon Tower, 2 figures dressed like the 13th Division stared at the glowing lights ahead. The home of Mayan Tiran, who disappeared under the name Stella, was no longer known. Starting today, the first-year research majors will begin their extracurricular activities. Menon Tower, 13th Division, Commander Ken. Special activities related to dark magic will begin there. It's possible M will get involved. So please stay alert. The isolated space and that chunk of intel dissolved quickly, returning them both to the endless planes. Some extra info. Spatial teleportation is a unique technique from Menon Tower. It lets you jump huge distances fast. It's the kind of magic only the top masters in the world can even use. But even with a spell that insane, the two of them just started walking like it was nothing. And the guy next to the commander, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, was already complaining about the news. Seriously, why is the master of the Ivory Tower so obsessed with Stella? The commander was not happy with that tone. He corrected him in a serious voice. The master of the Ivory Tower has the power of prophecy. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. As if Vice Commander Hazen Macaron would take that. She blew up, totally furious, and shot back, yeah, right, prophecy. More than half of those are always wrong. Even though she was right, Khan stood his ground. In most cases, that's because we solved the problem before those disasters even happen. Or maybe something else stopped it before we even got there. Hazen Macaron gave up. Light magic formed in her hand. Whatever. Our captain is way too obsessed with the master of the magic tower, and it seems like you're having trouble with his so-called prophecies too. Khan didn't want to waste any more time stuck there arguing. Alright, let's just go. In an instant, linked magic circles formed, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were gone. Back to the main story, Stella Academy has way more field trips than you'd expect. They set up teleportation gates in over 20 locations just for their airships. One of the most notable examples is the Cradle of the World tree, which is also where they grow cloud flowers. This time, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lai, gathered the students in a massive open area. His voice was filled with responsibility. Listen up. After you attend the World Tree's birthday celebration, the Familia signing ceremony will begin tomorrow. You're all free, so use your time well until we meet up again. 12 students all replied at once. Yes, sir. With no restrictions on time or space, every student split off to do whatever they wanted. And this time, our attention is on Isomorph. She was looking around as if searching for something. As she looked at the fresh green leaves, Isomorph let her tension fade, and a smile spread across her face. Maybe it's because I'm surrounded by nature, but I feel super relaxed. But then, Isomorph's target appeared as she shifted her gaze. Who else could it be but Baek Yusol? Isomorph's attention was fixed on Baek Yusol, but he was completely oblivious to it. What a bummer. But it's not like I was gonna chase him or anything. Just watch his back as he walked further and further away. Is he seriously wandering around by himself? I was so deep in my own head, I didn't even notice someone creep up. Jeremy Senvon, smiling like he owned the place. Hey there, Isomorph. Instantly, my face scrunched up. Yeah, you could say I was majorly annoyed. I just walked right past him, not even bothering to look at that smug, handsome face of his. Whatever. Jeremy just kept on smiling, even though I straight up ignored him. Just as I was about to get away, Jeremy's voice stopped me cold. Not gonna show me that cute little scowl again? I was already pissed, and now he's teasing me. I shot him a confused look. What are you even talking about? Jeremy started walking closer, one step at a time. If you've got a minute, want to walk with me for a bit? Isomorph didn't move an inch. I don't have time. Right. An awkward silence fell between them. But pretty fast, Jeremy dropped the whole good boy act. Nah, he looked more like a psycho who didn't get what he wanted. Again, why don't you think it over? Isomorph was totally floored. She couldn't believe this was the same Jeremy from a second ago. But her brain caught up fast. This dude is seriously dangerous. Jeremy wasn't just gonna let it go. Just when she had no idea what to do, someone else stepped in, blocking him for her. Isomorph couldn't believe this guy was here too. It was Haewol Rang. He totally saved her from this mess. Your Highness, that's enough. Don't you realize you're being kind of forceful and rude? Jeremy just laughed, a total sneer on his face. Oh, you think I don't know that? When Jeremy talks with that smile, normal people would just look away and bail. But that stuff doesn't work on someone at the top of the magical food chain, the heir to the magic tower. As the two guys stared each other down, Isomorph was stuck in the middle, sweating bullets and trying to figure out what was going on. Oh my god, what is even happening right now? Now that they've clashed, you could practically see some new scheme brewing behind Jeremy's eyes. Leaving one guy looking dead serious and the other totally confused, Jeremy just turned and walked away, back to his normal self. Looks like your friend here got the wrong idea, so I'll head out for today. See you next time. Sound good? And just like that, Jeremy bounced, leaving the two of them there. Even though it looked like things cooled down, Isomorph felt a serious sense of dread. She immediately let it out, yelling at the guy who stayed behind. Haewol Rang, what the hell were you thinking? You really think it's a good idea to get in Jeremy's way? You want to start a war with the Senvan family? Is that smart? Haewol Rang didn't seem to care about her yelling. Isomorph, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is dangerous. If he wants something, he'll do literally anything to get it. And right now, you're the thing he wants most. Isomorph knew that better than anyone, and she was trying to figure out her next move. But then, Haewol Rang threw a curveball that she totally didn't get. Or maybe, you actually trust him? Isomorph seriously never expected to hear those words from Haewol Rang. For once, she shot back at him. Who are you even talking about? Haewol Rang looked stunned. He turned his back on her and started to walk away in a hurry. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Huh? Isomorph just stared after him, completely bewildered. Hey, who is he anyway? Yeah, Haewol Rang suddenly felt his body go haywire for some weird reason. A second later, he clutched his head and dropped to one knee. Isomorph knew something was wrong and rushed over, calling his name. Haewol Rang! She got closer, worried. Are you okay? But Haewol Rang just threw up a hand to stop her. His head was killing him, but he forced himself up and kept walking away. I'm fine. Yeah, right. Like Isomorph was gonna believe that. What do you mean you're fine? He was leaving just like Baekyu Sol did before, and Isomorph tried to stop him. Wait. Haewol Rang. But it was no use. He was gone, and Isomorph was left totally clueless about what just happened. Haewol Rang. Another wave of anxiety washed over her already crappy mood. Something super weird. Forcing himself to move, Haewol Rang ducked into a quiet alley to get away from prying eyes and leaned against a wall. He held himself up, trying to get a grip. He had no idea when these random symptoms started getting this bad. His vision was starting to blur. Crap, how am I supposed to finish the Familia contract ritual like this? Just as he was freaking out, a familiar voice made him jump. Oh, who do we have here? Even though Haewol Rang had only heard that voice a few times, as he slowly turned his head, he knew exactly who it was. Professor Megan. Half his face was hidden by a black cloak, making him look like he was part of the shadows. Professor Megan stepped closer, and Haewol Rang's shock grew. I was just wondering where my little seed had gone. And what do you know? There's one right here. Perfect. I didn't expect the corrosion to have advanced this much already. Haewol Rang panicked at his words. Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Megan raised a hand, crackling with dark magic. The danger level just skyrocketed. Now, don't resist. From now on, you're going to be one of my pawns. Haewol Rang finally understood what kind of trap he'd fallen into. He tried to fight, to snap himself out of it. Stay back. His vision started to go black, but flashes of him talking and standing next to Isomorph appeared. Those memories kept flooding his mind, but they were fading fast, dissolving into the darkness. The last thing he saw was an image of Isomorph waving goodbye. The scene changes to the giant twin towers of the Spirit Kingdom. A long-eared elf, an aide to the Elf King, stands before a large gate. It's Auron! He raises his hand to knock. Your Majesty, if you skip the birthday ceremony this time, the Council of Elders is going to make things difficult. They're threatening to take control of the gate to the sacred tree's garden. The elf queen, Hua So Rin, was holding something wrapped in blue cloth. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally answered Orin. I know. I'll be out in a minute. You may go. Orin let out a small sigh. Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of footsteps faded, leaving the elf queen in a heavy, suffocating silence. After a while, she turned, a cloak already pulled over her head. A thought popped into her head. When was the last time I actually got to enjoy being free? Even with this disguise, she could only last about an hour. She added another scarf to cover her face, but nothing could hide the deep sadness within her. Please, just let this one time go smoothly. Hua Seorin strode in with her crew, and then the Elf King himself appeared, surrounded by white snowflakes. The whole masked identity thing gave off a weirdly abstract vibe. The long-eared followers with her immediately bowed down, showing respect for the dude they called the Elf King. Her long shawl draped over the flowers, looking like a freaking wedding dress. Next on the agenda was crossing some bridge made of wood. They only stopped when a gushing white spring came into view. Hua Seorin just stared at it. Okay, almost done now. The prayers were over, so all she had to do was go back. But of course, things couldn't be that simple, as some terrifying pressure started crushing her body. And then, a figure of a male student from the academy totally locked her gaze, burning the image into her mind. This aura was weirdly discreet, but she knew it was dark magic for sure. She forced herself to look somewhere else. Some seriously powerful dark magic user was sneaking into this sacred land. But, to put it another way, only the Elf Queen could actually feel it. Everyone else was still just playing their part, totally oblivious. Hua So Rin's whole expression changed. Anxious energy started creeping in as she tried to think. Seeing how the knights were acting, she figured, looks like I'm the only one who can feel this dark magic. The Elf King isn't supposed to show any intent during the World Tree's birth ceremony, but there was no way she'd let some dark magic user just waltz into the sacred Tianhua Jiaolin. Her fists clenched tight. Damn it. Looks like I have to step in and handle this myself. Hua Seorin changed her point of view again, now looking at the Elf Kingdom. Isomorph's silhouette was rushing down a wide road, desperately looking for something. You could tell from the sweat on her brow what she was up to. Haywol Rang was acting weird, so I followed him. Where the hell did he go? Isomorph looked all around, but she'd already lost him. But then, out of nowhere, from a side alley, a deep voice called her name, Isomorph. It made her jump, and the person who appeared was the exact guy she was searching for, Haywol Rang. A heavy pressure started rolling off of him. Isomorph called out his name without thinking. Huh? Ha? Ha? Riang. Her heart started pounding. Her pupils dilated like crazy. Her mind raced, trying to process this ominous aura. No way. Is this dark magic? From a certain angle, Hay's eyes had changed. A deep, mysterious black had consumed the snowy white of his pupils. Damn it, I don't know what's happening. But thank God the corruption isn't complete yet. I can still bring him back to normal right now. With that thought, Isomorph yelled at the person standing in front of her. Get a grip. Ha, Riang. Snap out of it. That's right. All those feelings and emotions you're having right now, they aren't yours. You hate losing, don't you? So don't lose to this dark magic. Ha Riang went quiet for a long moment, not saying another word. Instead, his body just went limp. Suddenly, a non-stop thumping sound echoed. And after that, you could see the pressure of the dark magic just explode outwards. Isomorph couldn't shake the tension. In fact, it was getting way worse than before. As expected, Haywol Rang stared right at Isomorph. He asked her, "Why are you avoiding me?" Isomorph unconsciously blurted out a reply. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The situation was getting worse, and Isomorph's face went pale. She took a step back, basically looking for an escape route. But just then, the dark corruption revealed what Haywol Rang was hiding inside. Do you hate me? Don't you trust me? She looked totally bewildered, her mouth slightly open. Isomorph said firmly, No, that's not it. Please don't think that. A white light mixed with a bit of purple shot up from behind her, surrounding her body. An indescribable feeling and that thumping sound washed over her again. At that exact moment, the dark magic surged, and a black lightning bolt shot down, causing a massive explosion, just as you'd expect. The light from before was actually a person moving at high speed, and they shielded Isomorph from the blast's impact. Blinking, Isomorph tried to get her emotions in check to see who had just protected her, and to her total surprise, the one who appeared was a familiar student. She yelled his name, Ma Yu Song Xion. With his red eyes, he looked back at Isomorph and asked, You okay? But instead of answering his question, Isomorph asked a different one. That lightning bolt just now. Ma Yu Sung gave a wry smile and cut her off quick. Sorry, just forget about it, please. In front of them, Haywol Rang's body swayed as he stared at the ground. Ma Yu Sung spoke again, seriously this time. By the way, why weren't you fighting? You almost died. Isomorph calmly gave a short answer. I was trying to solve it by talking. Ma Yu Song-seon looked at Isomorph in a new way, with total confusion. Talking? And he was even more surprised when Isomorph confirmed it again. Yeah, talking. She didn't explain why, and she couldn't look Ma Yu Song-seon in the eye anymore. Instead, her head was filled with her own thoughts. In the original story, Isomorpho used only dialogue to purify countless dark magic users, and even got the nickname Saintess of Absolution. So I thought, maybe I could bring Haewol Rang back too. But in the end, with my powers, can I really not save anyone? Ma Yu Song-seon realized she wasn't going to say more, so he turned his gaze to the guy who was about to become a dark magic user. I don't know what your plan is, but first, you have to fight. You can do that, can't you? Isomorph bit her lip, a single drop of sweat on her face. She brought out the black magic staff she used as a weapon. Yeah, I can do it. A thought surged through her. This time, I absolutely will not let him die like Jeki did. I will definitely save you, Haewol Rang. Isomorph wasn't sure how she got into this mess, but at least the situation was looking up since she was fighting alongside Ma Yu Song-seon, the guy with main character powers. On the other hand, the guy in front of her, Hae, was now completely taken over by dark magic. One of his hands had already transformed into a demon's, and his face had darkened so he wouldn't be caught off guard. A beam of light shot out from Ma Yu Song's wand, or more accurately, it was a bunch of dazzling lightning bolts. From where he stood, he teleported in a flash, right before Isomorph's eyes. He was acting on his own again, his magical power getting more and more concentrated. Instead of going straight, Ma Yu Song decided to zip along the wall and appear right above Haewol Rang. His energy was almost perfect, with huge bolts of lightning constantly sparking around him as he activated his magic. Ma Yu Song pointed his wand straight at Haewol Rang. Whip of the Great Earth. Using the decorative green vines, they transformed and aimed right at their target. A huge surprise happened in an instant. The now corrupted eyes of Haewol Rang looked up directly at the attack. And right where he stood, a shockwave erupted, kicking up rocks and dust, a step ahead of Ma Yu Song-seon. Whoa, Haeyoung just zipped behind his back. Dude's totally shocked. Haeyoung hits back, but it's a dead tie. Ma Yu Song-seon dodges and repositions right in front of Isomorph. White smoke everywhere. They're about to go at it again, like they never even stopped. Being left out really ticks Isomorph off, and she starts casting some kind of light-binding magic. A bajillion beams of light target Haeyoung, leaving him zero room to escape. The tables have turned. Isomorph and Ma Yu Song-seon totally have the upper hand now. The staff is shaking like crazy, but Isomorph's got a death grip on it. Haeyoung struggles to break free from the hold, and his voice just blurts out a name on its own. Isomorph jumps on the opportunity. Ma Yu Song-seon teleports and appears right behind him. A fist of pure fire is summoned. Ma Yu Song-seon's pupils shrink, the blow lands, and the shockwave sends Haeyoung flying miles away. The two of them regroup to figure out their next move, and yeah, they're dead serious. Over where Haeyoung landed, the aftershock even cracked the building behind him. A wave of pain makes Haeyoung groan. Isomorph notices and turns to Ma Yu Song-seon, her eyes saying it all. This is it, we have to do it now. But Ma Yu Song-seon cuts her off, saying it's not over yet. He hasn't looked away, so Isomorph quickly follows his gaze. The panic inside Isomorph is getting worse and worse. She can't believe things are going south this damn fast. Now, his joints are twisting in ways they're not supposed to. Haeyoung gets up, but he's not human anymore. A long horn is sprouting, proof that some seriously messed up dark magic has taken over. Isomorph shouts his name, trying to snap him out of it, but it's completely useless. Instead, her anxiety just keeps getting worse. This is seriously bad. The corruption has already spread so far. She blurts out a warning. Ma Yu Song-seon, that thing is dangerous. Get away from him! Before she can finish her sentence, the corrupted Haeyoung appears between them without a sound. His hand clamps down on Ma Yu Song-seon's face, a whole new level of surprise. When the force is unleashed, Haeyoung lets go and sends Ma Yu Song-seon flying. He crashes into a building, and dust kicks up again. Now, Isomorph is screaming Ma Yu Song-seon's name instead. She can't believe everything changed so fast. She freezes for a second, not out of calm, but because her heart is pounding as a shadow falls over her face. Because she already confirmed there were two of them, and one just got blasted away. The only one left is Isomorph, so Haeyoung's red eyes lock onto her. She's completely helpless, and the panic is written all over her face. The corrupted Haeyoung seems to understand that perfectly. He actually tries to call out her name, Isomorph. Just as they're about to have a moment, Ma Yu Song-seon crashes the party with a flaming fist rushing towards him. His magic and his whole vibe are exactly the same. Haeyoung doesn't even move. He just stands there and takes the full force of the attack and the explosion on his body. Isomorph is stunned. Like, did he really just take a direct hit? Ma Yu Song-seon has his eyes locked on him, but a drop of anxious sweat rolls down his face. Cause his fist is still on Haeyoung's face, but it had zero effect. and then those red eyes open again. The power difference between them isn't even a question anymore. In a single, fluid motion, the corrupted hand shoots out and grabs Ma Yusongseon's neck. He didn't even see the hand move. The grip is rock solid. Haeyang slowly lifts Ma Yusongseon into the air. Besides casting that binding spell earlier, all Isomorph can do now is talk. Ma Yusongseon bites his lip, his worry doubling. If this keeps up, Haeyang is seriously going to kill Ma Yusongseon. But with my power right now, there's no way I can stop him. What the hell am I supposed to do? The corrupted Haeyang is still in his monster mode, but some hazy part of his consciousness recognizes the person he's choking. The grip on his neck suddenly tightens. Ma Yusongseon starts to suffocate, his face twisting in pain, but Haeyang's voice almost seems to return. I can win. I can defeat Ma Yusongseon. Finally, Ma Yusongseon. A smile plays on his lips, but Ma Yusongseon suddenly cuts him off with a strange line. Something's not right here. Hearing this, Haeyang actually stops, looking surprised. His pitch-black face looks like some character from another series. Haeyang mumbles to himself, huh? Just by watching from the side, Isomorph can see his old expression returning. Haeyang paused for a second, right? Isomorph's resolve hardens as she prepares to make her move. But just as he noticed the change in Ma Yusongseon, he also noticed Isomorph getting ready to act. He just holds out a hand. Whatever Isomorph was planning, she freezes on the spot. Ma Yusongseon's face turns ice cold, his pupils shrinking again. I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, but in the end, is this all you are? How disappointing. Haeyang's killing intent suddenly explodes. The dark Haeyang, fearless, says he's right, but his expression twists even more than before. I have to win. Time rewinds to the past. First year of middle school, springtime. Back then, Haeyang was only 14 years old. An innocent look on his face. He's just standing there, looking totally lost. A younger Ma Yusongseon, also 14. Annoyed by that expression, Haeyang frowns, his voice a bit colder. Fight me. Ma Yusongseon freezes up, a bead of sweat on his face, totally confused. To shake off the awkwardness, he looks around to see if anyone else is there. When he sees it's just him, he quietly asks a few questions. Are you talking to me? Why do you want to fight me all of a sudden? Haeyang answers without changing his expression. I can't accept that you're ranked above me, so let's make the rankings crystal clear. A rare look of surprise on Ma Yusongseon's face. Settle the rankings. Huh? But that's exactly what he wants, too. A smile spreads across his lips. All right, let's give it a shot. With the challenge accepted, they both decided to use the school's training ground for their match. Ma Yusongseon looks over at the black magic wand. A magic duel, huh? He gives the wand a little wave to test it out. When it feels right, he flashes a bright smile. You can attack first. Opposite him, the serious noble Haeyang thinks, what kind of stance is that? His eyes narrow a little. Is this guy a genius or something? Since birth, I was the heir to the Full Moon Tower and started learning magic as soon as I could read. I've trained non-stop every day to become the best magic warrior. And yet, the freshman rankings came out. Number 1, Ma Yusongseon. Number 2, me. I was actually in second place. The existence of a genius like Ma Yusongseon was like a lightning bolt straight to my soul. My attention shifted as a classmate called out to someone. Seon? Let's go together. Yeah, let's go. Ma Yusongseon replied with a cheerful smile. Is that really him? But the more I watched him, the more disappointing his behavior seemed. Always reading weird books that had nothing to do with his studies. Wasting every single day doing jack squat? Yeah, not on my watch. I can't stand it. He's better than me again. I gotta prove all my grinding wasn't for nothing. But the result was a total bust. The wand just dropped. Haewol Rang just stared, his brain short-circuiting. I can't believe it. Did I seriously just lose to Time Sim asterisk? Not a scratch. Not even a speck of dust. But instead of celebrating, Ma Yusongseon was totally zoned in. After it was over, he just strolled over to Haewol Rang with a smile. Oh, did I win? By the way, that magic duel was seriously fun. He throws a hand on his shoulder, squinting with a grin. Thanks to you, this whole trip was a blast. We gotta do it again. And just like that, he was gone, not even waiting for a reply. Haewol Rang's fist was clenched so tight. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to some slacker who doesn't even try? Is this what a genius is? He bent down to pick up his wand. This time, it's just a training problem. If I push harder, I can win. From that day on, I trained until I couldn't even move. I trained and trained and trained, but the result was always the same. Haewol Rang's spirit was crushed. This is ridiculous. I was the one who challenged him after analyzing all his dumb spells. I can't believe this. The gap between us was just massive. Then, Ma Yusong held out his hand to Haewol Rang. He just smiled and said, this time was even more fun than the last, right? You'd better step it up next time. Haewol Rang just took the verbal punch. He paused, his mind racing. Changing his mind, they shook hands. A small promise. Next time, I'll definitely win. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. I had no choice but to admit it. Ma Yuseon was a freaking genius. But even so, I wasn't about to give up. I had to prove my hard work wasn't a total waste. One day, I swear I'll crush Ma Yuseon. And now, Ma Yusong Seon is right in my hands. That memory yanked the Dark Haewol Rang back to reality. This time, I can actually win. At least, that's what I thought. Was I right? Ma Yusong flashed a super bright smile, and I knew that look. You're already lost in the sauce with dark magic and forgot who you are? How pathetic, Haewol Rang. I actually trained hard to fight you. Dark Hae was stunned. You trained? He started digging up old memories. You remember, right? During the dungeon internship, we fought as equals. I was pretty shocked back then, too. Turns out I'm pretty competitive. After that, I started training for the first time, and I've been waiting for a rematch with you. Haewol Rang was getting seriously confused. I've never beaten you. Not even once. So now's your chance, right? But then Ma Yusong's voice went ice cold. Then kill me. Use that power and ram it through my heart. Go on. Enjoy that win you want so bad, and then you can regret it, because this will be our last fight. He just kept provoking him, laying out all the consequences. The light finally came back into Haewol Rang's eyes. Outside the fight, Isomorph was waiting for the critical moment. Ma Yusong's eyes narrowed, also waiting. The mark on his neck was showing. That meant the Dark Hae had let him go. Haewol Rang snapped back to his senses, looking totally wiped out. I won't kill you. Winning like this would be like spitting on all my own effort. Outside, Isomorph was thrilled to hear that. Thank God, Haewol Rang's emotions are human again. Now we can finally save him, but things changed again. A crushing wave of magic slammed down on the three of them. Dark Hae grunted. Ugh. Ma Yusong, looking just as bad, coughed and narrowed his eyes, realizing something. This power. He whipped his head around as someone spoke. Well now. Footsteps. A girl in a black outfit, with gold circle earrings and reddish-brown hair. The deputy commander casually held her magic staff and said, Isn't that Ma Yugention? Hazin Makaron just stood there, holding her staff, and the pressure was so intense, Isomorph couldn't move and had to kneel. This is annoying. Isomorph, his eyes half closed, vaguely knew who this was. Yeah, I've seen that character in the original novel, the vice captain of the 13th Black Star Squad, Hazin Makaron, which meant, at that exact same time, more footsteps were getting closer. Hain turned back, complaining like she always does. So, the prophecy was totally wrong, huh? The captain clenched his fist, walking forward with a cold expression. Only his words changed. Ken spoke up. Stop talking nonsense. Hain memorized that face, running a quick analysis on this new guy. Yup, just as she thought. That man came too. The captain of the 13th Black Star Squad, Ken. The two of them stood side by side. Looking at their targets, the Dark Haewol Rang and the guy he just fought, Ma Yusong Seon, Ken didn't say a word. He just quietly used some kind of charm to detect dark energy fluctuations. Hazin's gravity magic was flawless. She had already locked down their movements. Ken commented on his opponent. The energy waves are surprisingly faint for someone who can dish out this much power. Hazen confirmed. Right? So what's the plan? Ken nodded, opened a portal, and pulled out his wand, his voice cold. Target confirmed. Proceed with on-site disposal. The target Ken was aiming at, the Dark Hae who just got his senses back, was now stuck in a super awkward spot with Ma Yusong Seon and Isomorph. To be more accurate, they were all shocked by how decisive he was. But Hain felt like something was off. She turned and asked, You're gonna kill him right now? It's still the early stage, so we should observe a little. But Ken totally cut her off, sticking to his guns. If he's this strong at this level, the consequences will be a total disaster once he goes rogue. Killing him now is the right call. Honestly, Ken's logic wasn't wrong. Once people get tainted by dark magic, it's way easier for them to get corrupted a second or third time. Even if you purify them for a bit, the corruption is still there. Eventually, they'll be influenced by the dark magic again and cause a massacre. A decision was made, and it had to be carried out immediately. But by some freak chance, one of them refused to accept that. Stop! Hazen's attention snapped to the voice. Whoa now. While they were talking, Ma Yusong Seon had used every last bit of his strength to stand up, which seriously surprised the vice captain. A first-year student can take this much punishment? You're Ma Yuseong of Stella. As expected, the #1 freshman is something else. But then Hain's face went dark, a super nasty look in her eyes. Snap! Ma Yusong felt an even greater pressure crushing his body. Just as he tried to get up again, Hain snapped her fingers and slammed him back to the ground one more time. Showing zero pity. Just stay down, got it? Getting in my way is a major problem. Ugh, for real, the power gap is just insane. Ma Yuseon was totally about to eat dirt, and even though Isomorph was better off without that gravity crap, she couldn't chill for a second. She gritted her teeth, figuring out another twisted truth. This is bad. Ma Yusion's condition. Even if things are way off script from the novel, that magic was definitely dark magic. If this keeps up, and Ma Yuseon burns through his regular mana, his dark magic is going to be exposed to everyone. Then, with Hari already fighting back, Islemore forced herself to push back, gripping her staff like her life depended on it. I can't lose both of them here. Please, please, just move. Please. Guilt totally washed over her. These guys had actual futures, you know? And then Ken pointed his wand straight at Haewon-rang's head. It's over. Haewon-rang seemed to just accept his fate, but Islemorph was still hoping for some kind of miracle. She squeezed her eyes shut. Please, someone save us. Magic poured from Shen's wand without a single hesitation. Die, Dark Mage. Hold up, not again. Shen stopped what he was doing, all thanks to a kind of familiar voice. He turned his head to see where the sound came from. The only one who could flip this situation was the novel's side character, Baek Yuseon. Ken vaguely remembered that hard-to-forget face. Cut to 10 minutes ago, and Yuseon is patting some little elf kid's head. But his main goal was a food run. The head pat was just 'cause the kid was cute. Before he bounced, he put on one of his usual friendly smiles. Hope you have a good day of business. The middle-aged woman happily took his good wishes. Thanks, kiddo. The second he walked away, that familiar ding times from the system echoed in his mind. 2 reports popped up back to back. A variable has occurred in the episode 8 storyline. Hari's dark magic transformation. Progression commencing. Yuseon totally freaked, yelling, "What?" His brain just short-circuited. What the hell is this? Wasn't the dark magic transformation arc supposed to be over after we finished Jeki's dark magic storyline? In the original game, a total of 3 students get corrupted by Professor Mayen's dark magic. Out of those, Haewon-rang's storyline had a 99% chance of ending in total disaster. Even though the difficulty was just stupidly cruel and messed up, Yuseon hesitated, trying to decide whether to stop this train wreck or just let it happen. With no time to overthink it, Yuseon decided to just give the food he bought to another elf kid. Hey, this is good, so eat it. The person was a little surprised but took it and watched Yuseon take off. Yuseon's choice was a new one, but there was no way he could just watch a bad ending play out. And so, back in the present, the pressure crushing our 2 main characters, Haewon-rang and Ma Yuseon, finally let up a bit as they sighed in relief. Help had arrived. Only Baek Yuseon, who had just shown up, was still thinking about his classmates. Phew, they're still breathing. But so what if he's here? Ken was still acting all cold over there. Hain. Hazin got the hint and flashed a smirk, taking small steps forward. Got it. Leave the little brat to me. Her magic staff looked like a mini scythe as her heels clicked softly. She stopped where she thought was best, with a vibe that was way too cheerful. I'll make you an offer. I'll show you a beautiful illusion too. Conqueror's Haki. Activated. The special illusion Hazin created was some seriously powerful magic. It had the potential to do direct damage to the target. That effect slammed into Yuseon almost instantly. But then, absolutely nothing happened. Guess that just proves special tricks only work on certain people. It was like her magic was totally useless. A black cat just trotted by. Hain's eyes went wide as she mumbled to herself, "Huh? No way." She started waving her staff around again and again. Ta-da! This time, it kinda worked. The effect just made Baek Yuseon look at the world with a major side-eye, like he couldn't even process what was happening. Hain looked over at her superior. Commander, I don't think the kid's falling for the illusion. But Ken totally didn't believe her, just shooting back some sarcastic crap. Stop messing around and do it right. Hain was like, but I am being serious. Looking closer, the kid was still standing there like a block of wood. Time to rethink this. Basically, illusion magic is supposed to mess with the opponent's mana. These kids are just tripping because I scrambled their mana, making them think they're being crushed by gravity. But for some reason, I can't feel a single drop of magic in that kid's body. How do I put this? It feels like trying to put a slime in a joint lock. It's useless. She frowned, getting more confused. My magic is S-class at a minimum. What the hell kind of power does that kid have? Ken took a step forward. Move aside, Vice Commander. His voice was ice cold, wand at the ready. Ken demanded, state your identity. Yuseon answered fast. Stella Academy, first year, S-class, combat magic department. But Ken didn't want to hear stuff he already knew. No, I mean tell me your times, real times identity. Yuseon was confused, his mind racing to figure out what was going on. My real identity? I'm a student at Stella, right? Seeing his totally clueless face and getting no other answer, Ken's eyebrows started to twitch. All right, I guess you can't say it. A giant question mark popped over Yuseon's head. What did I even say? When you can't get intel, you just have to get straight to the point. Ken changed his approach. I won't interfere with your connections or whatever reason you have for infiltrating Stella Academy. However, you will not interfere with our work. Yuseon lowered his head, his eyes locked on his opponent. He changed his tone, too. That's gonna be a little difficult. Aren't you planning on killing that student? Ken didn't deny it and even let out more killing intent. That's right, we are going to kill him. Even though Haewon-rang was corrupted, he could still feel how serious that voice was. This just put Yu-sung in an even more awkward situation. He knew perfectly well that if he fought these guys right now, he wouldn't last 5 seconds. He'd die for sure. He took another step forward. Yu-seon drew his weapon. But this guy is worth risking my life for. I can't lose him right now. He said, "You're about to kill my classmate, so there's no way I'm just gonna ignore this." Ken, still looking bored, just repeated the thought Yu-sung just had. "If you actually fight us, you will die." But Yu-sung already had a plan. He answered with a straight face. "At a glance, it looks like you two aren't the types who like the spotlight. Should I maybe attract a little attention? I'm pretty confident that even if I die, I can at least make a huge scene first." Ken finally got it. This wasn't some random punk he was staring down. After a seriously long pause, he's like, "What do you want, Buseon? Not trying to start a war, just laid it out there. One chance, just one shot to purify his friend." Shen listened to his whole sob story, then looked over at the corrupted dude, Hey. Without missing a beat, she pointed her wand at Buseon and was like, "That's a waste of time. Even if you zap the dark magic, his feelings are gone for good." Kinda freaked, Buseon whipped his sword out, all defensive. "Just one try is all I need," he insisted. He claimed his friend's magic could even bring back emotions. Islemorph watched, sweating bullets, but deep down, she was calling major BS on that. Me? Bring Hay back to his old self? Islemorph wasn't just doubting him, she was doubting herself. Lame. But the bigger issue was, would Ken even agree to this? What if the whole purification thing was a total flop? Buseon had an answer ready. "I'll bounce." For good. To Ken, that actually didn't sound like a bad deal. I mean, at least they wouldn't have to fight a guy who could break through Hazen's illusion magic. It kept things quiet and let the other crew just walk away. Yeah, backing off seemed like the smart move here. "Fine," he said, "but if you go back on your word, I'll give you the most painful death imaginable, and I don't care how much of a scene it makes." Hane, standing nearby, couldn't believe his captain just said that. Captain! But Shen didn't give a crap. Hazen dropped the illusion. Before doing it, Hazen had to ask, "Are we sure we can trust this kid?" The answer he got was ice cold. If he's lying, it won't be too late to kill him then. She slammed her scepter on the ground, just to make a point. "Fine. If the captain says so, guess I can't argue." Shaking his staff, Hazen undid the illusion. The two guys and Hay were finally free, totally out of breath. Islemorph had it a bit easier, but it was still a major struggle to fight it. Blinking her eyes open, she realized someone was standing right in front of her. Actually, Buseon had walked over and sat down right across from her. "You know the state Haewol-rang is in, right? You're the one who can bring him back to normal." But Islemorph had zero confidence. She just looked down. "Sorry, I don't have that kind of power." But Buseon just had to twist the knife. "Are you gonna repeat what happened with Jackie all over again?" That hit a nerve. Did she really mean what she'd just said? Buseon saw that flicker of doubt, then a smile totally broke the tension. "Help Hari. You can do this." If anyone else had said it, Islemorph probably wouldn't have believed them. But hearing it from Buseon, that was a whole different story. Getting her resolve back, along with that familiar feeling, Islemorph picked up her divine staff. If Buseon said she could do it, as she slowly walked towards Hay, a regressor just confirmed it. That means she really did have that kind of power. Noticing someone was still too close, Islemorph glanced over. "You should back up a bit." Ma Yu-song. Once everything was ready, Islemorph looked back at the corrupted Hay, and the messed up memories of that moment came rushing back. Golden magic started to wrap around her, and a new thought pushed through. "I'm not gonna stand here helpless like I did back then." Her eyes snapped open, and Islemorph created a magic circle out of thin air. Angel wings appeared, along with a little bit of her own hope mixed in. "This time, I'm definitely going to save Hae-wong with my own power." The angelic magic came out through her song. Islemorph closed her eyes, syncing up with the mana flow, and this insane light just appeared. Hane, watching from the sidelines, turned to the person next to him. "Captain, is that light magic?" Without blinking, Shen replied, "Yeah." Her suspicion grew. "But that girl isn't from the Holy Order. A power level like that is basically on par with a saintess." Shen seemed to remember something. "I heard that among the new students at Stella this year, there was someone who could use the power of angels. A light attribute user. It has to be her." The light started to pulse around Islemorph. Immediately, it shot out and swallowed the dark gloom that was clinging to Hay. A pillar of light covered everything, and Hay was in serious pain as the opposing powers clashed in his body. But you couldn't be 100% sure. Things were starting to feel a little different. Using angelic power and removing a dark magic seed are two completely different things, Shen thought. At most, she'll just suppress it. But Shen was about to eat her words, because reality just slapped that little theory in the face. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. The sound came from Hari, and just like that, the black gunk was gone. He was conscious again. Haewol Rang looked down at his own hands. Huh? He was this close to kicking the bucket. Then, he heard a choked-up voice in front of him. Thank goodness, you're back to normal. A second later, Isomorph just collapsed, totally out of mana. Haewol Rang freaked out, trying to reach for Isomorph. But Ken's sharp wand was suddenly at his neck, stopping him cold. Now, there was only one goal. Let's check him out, immediately. Quick. They split into teams of 3. Ma Yuxiang and Buxian took care of Isomorph. Ken and Hazin focused on Hei. After a moment, Ken got impatient. What's the result? Hazin stopped his examination and looked over. Completely normal. He's so normal, it's hard to believe he was ever corrupted. No, it's more like those feelings were never his to begin with. It feels like they were forced on him. Looks like the host is pretty tough. Captain, what now? Shen turned her back to leave, looking completely helpless. Hazen adjusted his own thoughts. Our captain seems pretty messed up about this. Well, yeah. He always insisted that once someone's corrupted, they're a lost cause, so he killed them all. And now, these kids just completely proved him wrong. Isomorph, I'm sorry. I'm okay. You're not worried about me? A smile finally broke out as the kids started messing with each other. Before leaving, Shen gave Buxian a wink. Anyway, you little guys. See you next time. She could say that to anyone else, but Buxian, as if, I don't want to see you guys again, you know? After everything was over, night fell on the entire spirit world. Moonlight lit up a beautiful corner of a road, and then someone started walking down it all shady-like. Luckily, it wasn't Professor Mayrin, but the king of the Flower Fairy tribe, Hua So-rin. He looked confused, which was weird, since he was totally alone. I look around, and this whole thing is just weird. Seriously? I know I followed that dark magic vibe, but now there's not a single trace left? What the heck? I glanced down at my hands, trying to figure out what to do next. Finally, Hua So-rin reaches the empty lot where she sensed the crap go down. She closes her eyes and holds out her palm. Wind, bring me the memories. Just like that, the scent of the past hits her, flooding her mind. But she couldn't see a thing. The memories from the wind were just black and white. Ugh, did someone seriously erase the memories with magic? Wiped memories are supposed to be gone for good, even if you use high-level magic. But whatever. Hua So-rin is the greatest master of them all. She wasn't about to back down from some lame magic trick. Tiny lights started to glow in the darkness. Wind, I'm begging you, as the fairy queen, just whisper a little more of your memories to me. Hua So-rin tried again, focusing harder. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the trees, even the rocks. They all started whispering to Hua So-rin about what happened. They did a good job wiping the memories, leaving almost nothing. But a few blurry fragments were still hanging around, and Baek Unsol's shadow was the biggest one. But their face was a total blur. Is that a Stella uniform? Suddenly, a strange feeling zapped her mind. What is that smell? It's a scent she could never, ever forget. No matter how she sliced it, that scent was definitely Hainel's. But wait, isn't Yib Hainel supposed to be in an eternal sleep in his own garden? Did someone sneak into the secret garden? Is that what this is all about? But as time went on, the memories just got worse, fading away. A sharp pain shot through her mind. Crap, this is bad. I can't read anything else. But with what little she got, Hua So-rin had to shove her emotions aside and analyze the one possibility she had to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day, and the person who stole Lee Hyeno's heart. Could they really be the same person? If that's true, then it makes total sense why the memory of this place was erased. Her fists clenched as Hua So-rin tried to swallow her rage. I will never forgive them. I'll make sure they pay for this in kind. The scene then cuts to the next morning. After finally recovering and shaking off the dark magic, Haewol Rang had a peaceful sleep at Hua Chon Hospital. He opened his eyes and saw someone else in the room. Haewol Rang recognized Isomorph. She was smiling, peeling an apple as he woke up. Oh, you're finally awake? Haewol Rang looked around, completely confused. Where am I? Isomorph sat on a chair, watching him closely. This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened? Only bits and pieces. Hearing that, Isomorph let out a small sigh and passed him a plate of fruit she'd just cut up. I already gave teacher Lee Hanwoo the short version. I also told Ma Seonwoo and Baek Un-seol to keep their mouths shut, so don't worry. And about the familiar contract ceremony, you can still go if you want, but you should really just rest. The after effects haven't completely disappeared. Haewol Rang just agreed with everything Isomorph said. Whatever it was. Yeah, if you say I should rest, I'll rest. This totally threw Isomorph for a loop. What's his deal? Why is he suddenly listening to everything I say? Still, she didn't want to bother his rest anymore. Isomorph decided to turn and leave, waving with a smile. I've thought about it. This is way better than you getting hurt. You should rest more from now on. It's almost time to meet everyone, so I gotta go. Haewol Rang watched Isomorph leave, and then immediately called out to her. Isomorph. She stopped and turned back to him. Huh? Haewol Rang looked like he was about to say something, but he just swallowed his words. After a long pause, he said something super confusing. No, it's nothing. Morph's face was totally blank. What are you talking about? Lame. But she still had to smile. Anyway, when you get discharged, you have to treat me to a huge party. You're loaded with cash, so you better get ready for it. Got it? Haewol Rang was just stunned, silent. Morph didn't seem sad anymore, just giving him a gentle little smile. He actually smiled back. All right, you can look forward to it. As long as there's food, I'm good. Morph was even happier. See you later, Haewol Rang. And then she was gone, leaving him alone in the room. The quiet atmosphere felt different now. His gaze fell on the plate of fruit that Morph prepared. It was cut so perfectly and beautifully. Well, can't let perfectly good fruit go to waste. He took a piece and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Instructor Lee gathered all the students in one place, his face like stone and his voice dead serious. From now on, you will all enter the roots of the world tree to make a divine contract. It's a kind of pocket dimension, and the environment there is different from reality. You have 1 week. The only place you're allowed to go is the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is surrounded by a barrier, so don't even think about approaching it. Well then, I wish you all good luck. After hearing the threat from Teacher Lee, the students lined up and stepped into a portal. Chapter 7. The Familia Contract Ceremony. The space inside the tree. A clueless-looking Baek Eun-sol stumbled in, but his expression changed in a flash. His cheeks immediately turned red as a lush green scene unfolded before his eyes. It wasn't just some normal green color. If Baek Eun-sol had to describe it in his own cheap way, it was like a space completely flooded with fluorescent green. After walking for a bit, a new question popped into his head as he spotted something in a small corner. A sparkling green liquid was near his feet. He sat down and immediately poked it with his finger. It was probably a level 7 spirit beast, so it definitely didn't give off a scary vibe. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, with the lowest being 7 and the highest being 1. It's the stage right before they become a divine beast, and as the rank goes up, their power increases too. But that just makes forming a contract with them that much harder. This is such a pain. Even for Stella's students, they can only manage a success rate of about 5% each year. But whatever, that's not my problem. This is going to be a long road, so we might as well just take it slow. Cutting back outside to the entrance for the students' contract ceremony, 2 guards were standing there. When no one else was around, they started talking. Looks like all the students have gone inside. So, should we close the barrier now? The other guard held up a hand to stop him. Hold on. Asterisk, clop, clop, clop. Asterisk. Someone else was slowly walking toward them. I think there's one more person coming. Another one hiding their identity. But that walk, it's so familiar. To be more accurate, a new danger has just arrived. Whatever.